World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1362 to Chapter 1384. Summon the Heaven Battling the Arch. Fang Ping took a deep breath. This was not good news. Of the 13 obstacles, Fang Ping felt that the most mysterious ones were not Emperor or Spirit Emperor, but Heavenly Emperor Zhan, Heavenly Emperor Reverse, and East Emperor. No, perhaps he should add the Earth Sovereign as well. The Earthly Sovereign directly disappeared. Fang Ping had obtained the other party's keepsake, but until now, he had not discovered any clues. These 4 tests were perhaps the most mysterious. Fang Ping did not see Heavenly Emperor Zhan. But Fang Ping was teleporting at that time. During the teleportation, Zhan Tiandi actually spoke to him. This was very unusual. In the other stages, who had appeared during the teleportation, Heaven Battling the Arch had appeared, the gears in Fang Ping's head spun rapidly. Would there be any accidents if he summoned Heavenly Emperor, Doppelganger, or was he thinking too much? The appearance of the Heaven Tyrant the Arch and the Beast Emperor had only weakened the power of laws by about 10%. There was still a large amount of power of laws here, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to break through the 9th level. Just as everyone was about to summon Heavenly Emperor, Fang Ping wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to stop them, but he did not know what to say. Should I stop it? While he was hesitating, Warlord and the others had already been called out and stepped forward. The few of them did not think too much about it and followed the Dao Tree's method from before to begin the summoning. However, something unexpected happened this time. White specks of light spread out from their bodies. A ray of light shot out from the horizon, leading to one of the 13 trials. However, this time was different from the previous 2 times. For the first time, Beast Emperor stepped forward. For the second time, the Badian Celestial Monarch did not have any other reaction and directly came over. But this time, no one came. In the sky, a beam of light pierced through that level, but no one came. The Dao Tree's expression changed slightly. Was there really a problem with Battle Heavenly the Arch? The others also frowned, and soon, the Dao Tree shouted, "Stop the summoning!" Everyone stopped and gasped for breath. Feng and the others also looked at the Dao Tree. The Dao Tree took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I'm afraid there's a problem with the Heavenly the Arch Zhan." Everyone continued to look at him. The Dao Tree was still frowning. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "Change. Continue summoning another one that can be summoned." Wait. Hong Kuan frowned and said, "I'm afraid this isn't the only round with problems in the 13 rounds. Now that we have depleted a large amount of the power of the law, in the end, others may reap the benefits." King Kuan furrowed his brows and looked at everyone. There are problems with the Heaven Battling the Arch and the Human Sovereign. Everyone, there might be more problems than we imagined. If this goes on, we might all end up as failures. This couldn't go on. He had only summoned the 3rd one, and there was already a problem. Furthermore, it was the Battle Heavenly the Arch stage that no one had expected. What about the others? With that said, everyone looked at the Dao Tree again. Hong Kuan frowned and said, "At this stage, there's no need to hide anymore. Everyone had discovered which checkpoints had problems. The final result may be beyond our expectations. If that's the case, we have no choice but to consider giving up." He gave up on the trial. The weaklings naturally didn't have any objections, but the few who had broken through 8 levels were unwilling. The Dao Tree also said solemnly, "It's not to that extent yet." Hong Kuan looked at him with a burning gaze. "Dao Tree, what are your plans? I don't believe that you don't know that there are problems in these places. Is the Divine Emperor's avatar here as well?" "No." The Dao Tree said helplessly, "I've already reached this level. Why would Master let his avatar enter?" "I'm afraid Master also thinks that I can suppress everything," he said it helplessly. Logically speaking, his ability of breaking through 9 levels should be enough to suppress everything. But now, the number of people who had broken through 8 levels was beyond imagination. The number of problems in each stage was also higher than expected. Hong Kuan did not believe him. He suddenly said, "Emperor, Battle Heavenly the Arch, and Spirit Emperor might have problems. Don't summon them for now." The reason why he said Spirit Emperor was because many people had never gone to that stage. This was not normal, Han Yu said slowly, "There might be problems with Heavenly Thearch's stage. On the other side, Feng Xiao said, there seems to be something wrong with Emperor West Stage 2. In the blink of an eye, all 5 stages might have problems. Fang Ping said quietly, there might be changes with Emperor East Stage. Everyone's expression changed slightly. 6 stages, the Dao Tree's expression changed too. He knew there were problems with some stages, but now, there were so many. Fang Ping said quietly again, there might be problems with the Divine Emperor stage. Nonsense. The Dao Tree bellowed. Then, his pupils contracted. It was hard to say, he knew that his master's clone did not come, but, the Divine Emperor did seem a little unusual. Could it be that there was really a problem with Master's stage? If that was the case, out of the 13 stages, 7 had problems, in addition to the 2 who had disappeared and the earthly emperor who had been defeated before. Now only Emperor Nan, Emperor North, and heaven-exterminating emperor might have problems. Fang Ping smiled. Actually, this is a good chance to test it. Everyone, why don't we test it? Summon the Divine Emperor. Few people went to Master's stage and not many passed. The Dao Tree explained, if there are few people, it is almost impossible to condense a nomological passageway. The projections inside cannot come out. I condensed a material passageway, not a nomological passageway. There were indeed few who passed the Divine Emperor stage. Or rather, the Dao Tree was the only one. The others, including Fang Ping, did not pass. Fang Ping raised his brows. You can't summon it? If that's the case, who would believe that you and your disciple are fine? If the Divine Emperor is also a clone, and you and your disciple are both broken 9, we might as well give you the benefits. Why should we waste our time? The Dao Tree was a little annoyed. Master's clone probably did not come to the Divine Emperor stage. He had actually considered this before. It was also because of these concerns that the Divine Emperor's clone did not come. If his clone came, this master-disciple pair was too strong. Then the others would target them. That was why when the Dao Tree sent the message, he also mentioned this. That was why the Divine Emperor used the heaven-breaking jade. And now, the Dao Tree was uncertain. His clone went to the master stage, but it was destroyed. At the last moment of the clone's destruction, some information was still transmitted. The Dao Tree frowned and said nothing. Fang Ping suddenly sighed. Why don't we go back to our own homes and find our own mothers? How do we get out of here? I don't know how many Emperor's clones have come in. Emperor's clones usually have broken 7 strength. But now, I think they all have broken 9 strength. If this goes on, even if we open up the passageway, we'll be working for others. Moreover, we don't know how many people will die if we open up this passageway. These people are all waiting for us to exhaust ourselves. I don't want to be their scavenger. The scene became stagnant. Give up, not willing, not giving up, but if they did not give up, more and more obstacles were appearing. If this went on, it might really be like what Fang Ping said. In the end, others would benefit. Hong Yu said slowly, can't we summon clones? It's not that we can't summon them, the Dao Tree explained, but it depends on whether the other party is willing or not. We condensed the rule passageway. Actually, they can also walk through it. But if it's a clone, it doesn't have the ability to force them. In other words, if it's a projection, it can force the other party to enter this place. Then Heavenly Emperor Battle, someone frowned. Heavenly Emperor Battle was a clone. The Dao Tree also knew what the other party meant. After a moment of silence, he said, there's another possibility. If the other party is proficient in the rules and is strong enough to break through the rules guarding the checkpoint, at this point, we can't summon them by force. Which one is Heavenly Emperor Battle? It could be the latter. The Dao Tree sighed. Heavenly Emperor Battle. Heavenly Emperor Battle has been problematic for many years. If it's a clone, unless he's been here for many years, otherwise, it's not a clone. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a headache all of a sudden. On the other side, the underworld god said calmly, why don't we try the other obstacles? Summon those who can be summoned and wear down some of the power of the rules. Those who can't be summoned are all problematic. We have some preparations too. If we really can't do it, we'll give up. Fang Ping said lazily, preparations? How do we prepare? There are so many people. If all of them have problems, I think we should just go home. The Dao tree did not want to hear these words that would dampen everyone's fighting spirit. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Feng, who doesn't want to transcend when they've cultivated to our level? The opportunity is right in front of us. Besides, even if it's a clone, even if it's a 0.9, so what? After all, a clone is not the real body. Even if it's a 0.9 clone, it's not invincible. Its combat strength is weaker than a normal 0.9, Fang Ping laughed. How many clones can you deal with? The Dao tree frowned. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, 2. Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Amazing. Senior Dao tree is really powerful. I think even if the Emperor's true body comes, he might not be your match. The Dao tree frowned and said coldly, Fellow Dao, why do you have to flatter me? Do you really think that everyone is unprepared? After all, a 0.9 clone is not the real body. 5.8 are enough to withstand it. Clones and the real body were still different. Reflexes, attack power, adaptability, combat techniques, physique, these things were slightly worse than a normal 0.9. The Dao tree looked at the God Creation Envoy, then at Fang Ping's side, Chaos, and Sherpa. He said slowly, on your side, there's hope to defeat or even kill a 0.9 clone. On Fang Ping's side, there were 4.8 powerhouses. However, the God Creation Envoy was very strong. In addition, Fang Ping and Song Mao were also 0.7, comparable to a 0.8. By saying this, the Dao tree was obviously telling Fang Ping that even a 0.9 was not invincible. He was really afraid that these people would run away. If they really ran, this passageway might not be opened. There were many powerhouses on Fang Ping's side. As he said that, the Dao tree said with a faint smile, moreover, the town hasn't arrived yet. There was still hope, even if there were many problems with the checkpoints. Only by opening the passageway could Master and Senior seize the seed in an instant. Otherwise, with Master's strength, once he descended, the mystic realm would collapse very quickly. Once it collapsed, the seed projection would disappear. If the passageway did not open, the Divine Emperor would have to break the passageway first when he descended. By the time he broke it, the daylilies would be cold. The Dao tree also had a plan in mind. The crisis was not a crisis. Don't look at how there were many clones here. Once Master's real body arrived and seized the seed in an instant, the mystic realm would shatter. Those clones, it would be fine if Master did not kill them. If he wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. How powerful was the Divine Emperor? When the time came, when the thing was in Master's hands, even if the other Emperor's real body arrived, who could seize the treasure from the Divine Emperor, this was the Dao tree's plan. The premise was that the passageway was opened. Even if he joined forces with the other emperors, he had to open the passageway. He had stayed here for so many years and tried countless times. This time, it was also the last time. It could definitely be opened. Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything more. He said casually, up to you. If you want to continue, then continue. All of you are so confident. I'm afraid you've been prepared for a long time. Fang Ping sneered, too lazy to say anything more. At this moment, he found a place to sit down casually, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. When everyone saw this, some frowned, some focused. This guy Fang Ping had always been the one to benefit immediately. Why did he have a change this time? Was he really afraid? Or did he feel that there were too many powerhouses and he had no hope, so he had to give up? But there were also many powerhouses on Fang Ping's side, right? Fang Ping was meditating. Li Zhu glanced at him and quickly sent a voice transmission, Brother Yu, be careful. Fang Ping has to be on guard. The God-forging envoy and Heavenly King subduing are not kind people. Hong Yu responded and suddenly sent a voice transmission, Brother Li, are you confident? Confident? Li Zhu paused and sent a voice transmission, I've talked to the Emperor. He can join forces with us. For the Emperor, there are two purposes for this trip. First, to stop the Dao tree from breaking through. Second, to find the real seed. As for us, what we need is life energy and the power of true blood. There is no conflict. And finding the real seed is actually also our goal, Emperor. Hong Yu fell into silence. After a while, he sent a voice transmission, "You, me, and the Emperor, our strength is not enough." Li Zhu's voice transmission was full of smiles. "Brother Yu, did you not make any preparations?" They knew that the Dao tree had broken through 9, but they did not leave. Did they really not make any preparations? Feng will join forces with us. After this, I will invite Feng to join the heavenly court and become the third master. What do you think, Brother Li? Sure. Li Zhu had no objections at all. Feng was very powerful. After this trip, he would be able to break through 2 gates very quickly. Now that the heavenly court was being suppressed by the humans, it was a good thing to have a second gate powerhouse join them. If Feng was included, their chances would be higher. Hong Yu said again, "This is not enough, but it's enough to protect ourselves for now. If it's really impossible, then we'll give up." Li Zhu asked, "Who do you think Hongkuan will cooperate with?" Him. Hong Yu was in deep thought. After a while, he replied, "It's hard to say. Emperor of Heaven Reverse might join forces with him. He cultivates energy and was taught by Emperor of Heaven Reverse for many years. It must have something to do with Emperor of Heaven Reverse that he could break through 8 gates." With that, Hong Yu added, "Emperor of Beast might join forces with him." Eh? Li Zhu was confused. Hong Yu explained, "He and Emperor of Beast have been in the bitter sea for a long time. They must have communicated, or else the divine sect and Emperor of Beast would not be so peaceful. Of course, they might not join forces. We will have to wait and see." "I understand." While they were discussing, King Qian, King Zhen, and the others were also discussing with each other. Their voices could not escape the Dao tree's notice. The Dao tree did not mind. It would be more terrifying if everyone was silent. He did not care about that. He just wanted to break through. His only goal was to break through the passageway. As for what happened after that, it was simple. The Dao tree glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eyes. He was worried. It was better to kill Fang Ping and take back the skybreaking jade. Otherwise, he was worried that something might go wrong. The true form of the Divine Emperor was his safeguard. "Everyone, let's continue," the Dao tree said softly. "Try one by one. This time, we will summon Emperor Nan." Everyone had their own ulterior motives but did not object. The summoning began again. Luan was anxious. She carried her sword and paced around Fang Ping. She could not help but sit down again. She said quickly, "Kid, what are you thinking? Where is the treasure? There are so many problems." These people know there are problems, but they still continue. They must have reached an agreement with some of them. Fang Ping opened his eyes and smiled. "They have reached an agreement. Didn't we reach an agreement with Emperor Ling? Can we trust that? Then can we trust their cooperation?" Fang Ping did not think so. Cooperation based on interests. Whoever has a higher chance of winning will have a fence-sitter. If there is no other way, we can just rely on one side. Luan said impatiently, "Be careful that they are like you. Get rid of the third party first. *T stirrers. We are all like them. Who else would they kill if not us?" Fang Ping's eyes widened, "Damn. You know your limits too well." Luan's face darkened. "What, you don't want to admit it? You should know better." He was regretting now. He should not have stood on the side of Fang Ping, the biggest *T stirrer. It was too late to retreat now. He had just thought about it. Now everyone was used to Fang Ping's methods and knew Fang Ping's *T stirring ability. If there was a conflict and there were many forces, who would be killed? Nonsense. Of course, it was Fang Ping's side. Fang Ping, Sherpa, Luan, Heavenly Dog, Song Mao, God Creation Envoy, none of them were good people. They changed their faces like flipping a book, one faster than the other. Luan had a limit. It was too dangerous. Now he was a little afraid. Because no one contacted them, this was not normal. In the past, with the tree, everyone would have discussed how to get rid of it in private. However, no one mentioned it this time. Fang Ping brought up the topic several times, but no one answered. This was not normal. As they were talking, Emperor Nan was summoned. With a soft sigh, Emperor Nan did not say anything. He stepped into the air and walked toward the passageway. Then, he repeated what the previous two had done. On Fang Ping's side, Xueli looked sad. Li Wuji did not feel anything. He was not familiar with Emperor Nan. After all, Emperor Nan had taught him the vitality convergence skill. Fang Ping still bowed slightly and sent him on his way. However, that was all. This was the mission of these projections. As for Heavenly Emperor Zhan, he was related to Old Wang. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not care if he lived or died. When Emperor Nan went to challenge the trial, the God-forging envoy also came over. With a slightly grave expression, he said, "Kid, be careful. Something's not right. I went to test the god of the underworld, and it turns out that there's something wrong with that old guy. In the Chuwu lineage, 3 people have broken through 8, 7 to 5, and more than 60. If they work together, they can even fight those who have broken through 9. The god of the underworld might not have given up on killing the cat. Especially now that the ash cat had broken through to the 7th level, its source was even more powerful. Killing the ash cat might cause even more turbulence in the source. Be careful, don't get tricked." Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Had Chu Wu not given up on killing the Tsang cat? Well, it's not that easy. After persevering for so many years, how could he give up so easily? The sacred martial god was also among the beginners. In the Chu Wu lineage, there were more than 1 or 2 who wanted to kill the cat. In the beginning, Fang Ping felt that killing the cat might not be of much use. At most, the source would be shaken. So what, however, the Chu Wu lineage persevered for so many years just because it might be shaken. The black mire in the cat's source was the real problem. Could it be that killing the cat, those negative things will pollute the entire Tao like inner demons? Causing the powerhouses of the 3 realms to go berserk? Fang Ping suddenly had this thought. Then, his eyes moved slightly, and he transmitted his voice to the innocent-looking cat. "Big cat, who knows that there's a black mire in your source?" The Chu Wu lineage would not kill the cat for no reason. Even back then, did they already know that the cat's source world was different from the others? The cat looked at Fang Ping innocently. After thinking for a while, he said, "1 for you, 1 for the cat-protecting captain, 1 for Big Dog, 1 for Little Sword. I think that's it?" It did not remember very clearly. After thinking for a while, it said, "Big Fatty seems to know too." "I don't remember." Fang Ping frowned. 5 people might know. Of course, he would not leak the secret. Unquestionable Sword would not either because the first time he killed the cat was in ancient times. Unquestionable Sword was not even born yet. Tianchen, Heavenly Hound, Spirit Emperor, Fang Ping's gaze changed. Killing the cat, the source lineage would probably be greatly affected. The Chu Wu lineage had always wanted to kill it, but someone wanted to protect it. Protect it. Tianchen should be protecting it, right? Otherwise, why would he fight Fire God to death in the past? Heavenly Hound. Would this dog betray the cat? Otherwise, Heavenly Hound would have the chance to kill the cat. What about Spirit Emperor? Fang Ping's head hurt. He felt that it was impossible. How did the Chu Wu lineage know that killing the cat would cause serious damage to the source? The black mire is still a problem. The Chu Wu lineage might not have given up. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He might have been too optimistic before. He felt that there was hope for the human race to rely on the Chu Wu lineage. Would it really be like what he imagined? King Kuan and the others did not know anything at all. They probably thought that killing the cat would not affect them much. At most, the source would be shaken for a while. This was also the reason why these people did not stop the Chu Wu lineage from killing the cat. But they did not know about the existence of the black mire. The black mire. What the hell is this? Fang Ping racked his brains. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he looked at the cat. The cat looked at him curiously. What was going on? Why was he looking at the cat like that? Mire. Cat world. The source. Flaws, loopholes. Fang Ping murmured in his heart. Were these two related? Were they? They were both a world with some problems. There were some problems in the cat world, and there were also some problems in the source. The Celestial Emperor's people were protecting the cat. The Celestial Emperor was suppressing the loopholes. Fang Ping looked at the cat suddenly. The more he looked, the more he muttered. Was this cat raised by the celestial emperor, an existence that could freely roam the source? The cat also stared at Fang Ping with wide eyes, as if it had discovered something. The cat's face was full of horror. Fang Ping was shocked and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" The big cat looked confused. "Nothing. You look at me like that, and this cat looks at you like that." Fang Ping almost died of anger. "You stupid cat, I thought something was wrong." At this moment, with a rumble, Emperor Nan's projection disappeared. "About 15% has been consumed," Fang Ping murmured. The next moment, the Dao tree shouted again, "Summon North Emperor." Emperor Nan was no problem. Everyone began to summon North Emperor. As for Fang Ping, he rubbed his cheeks. The problem seemed to be more serious than expected. Chu Wu might not be an ally, he might even be an enemy with a fatal blow. Previously, he thought that Sky Arm had always been helping him, so they could cooperate. The underworld god's attitude was also not bad, so they could also join forces. But now, it might not be the case. Hong Yu and the others are not on good terms with us. If Chu Wu also wants to attack us, the more Fang Ping thought about it, the more troubled he became. Even if Heavenly King suppressing could really take Broken Nine away, there were still a lot of powerhouses present. Would Sherpa and Luan really stand with them all the time? Not necessarily. I might be in trouble. No, I have to take advantage of this opportunity to seize the 9 Emperor seals immediately. I must do it now. Otherwise, the Demon Emperor will not compromise after this. He might even join forces with the others to kill me this time. Fang Ping's heart shook again. It was very possible, since the Demon Emperor knew that he was determined to seize the 9 Emperor seals, he was unwilling to give it to him at this time. Did he really think that he would not snatch it? Demon Emperor. Fang Ping glanced at the Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's mentality seemed to fluctuate. Fang Ping could not sense it too clearly. Fang Ping's expression changed. He looked at the cat and transmitted his voice. "Who is the Demon Emperor talking to?" The cat blinked, scratched its head with its claws and said, "That guy is so weak." "What a weak guy." Illusion. Fang Ping's expression changed. The Demon Emperor had joined forces with Chu Wu. Damn it, they were definitely targeting the cat and him. Otherwise, the Demon Emperor would not have joined forces with Chu Wu. No, he could not wait like this. Previously, Fang Ping wanted to force the Demon Emperor to hand over the 9 Emperor seals at a critical moment when they were in danger. But now, Fang Ping realized that he was really too optimistic. Since I want the 9 Emperor seals, I should get it as soon as possible. So what if I have to shed all pretense of cordiality? Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He could not wait any longer. Otherwise, once those clones arrived, he would not have a chance anymore. Damn it, I'm too optimistic. I've underestimated these people's determination to eradicate me and the cat. Fang Ping stood up abruptly. His chi was bursting, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone who was about to summon North Emperor suddenly looked at Fang Ping, slightly surprised. As for Fang Ping, his chi was bursting, his murderous intent was awe-inspiring. If he wanted to snatch it, he would snatch it now, otherwise, once the battle started, his life and death were uncertain. Heavenly King Garrison and the others might not be able to help him much. How would he have the time to fight with the Demon Emperor for this item? Only at this time, when everyone had concerns and wanted to break through, was the best time. Everyone frowned. What was Fang Ping trying to do? The God Creation Envoy and the others also looked at Fang Ping. As for Fang Ping, his eyes were cold. He looked at the Demon Emperor and said coldly, "Hand over the 9 Emperor seals." The Demon Emperor's expression was cold. Hong Yu, Li Zhu, and the others also frowned. King Kuan even shouted, "Fang Ping, let's talk about this after we break through. Hand over the 9 Emperor seals." A saber appeared in Fang Ping's hand. His chi surged again. He shouted coldly, "Hand over the 9 Emperor seals." Bastard! The Demon Emperor was furious. The powerhouses of the 3 realms were all here. Fang Ping actually forced him to hand over the 9 Emperor seals. This was too much. Boom, the soaring vitality shook the entire passageway. The Demon Emperor was furious. Hand over the 9 Emperor seals. Fang Ping. The demon Thearch's chi and blood rushed to the heavens, and his face was cold. In front of the powerhouses of the three realms, Fang Ping, a broken 7 martial artist, was forcing a broken 2 powerhouse to hand over his treasure. Did he really think that the 3 realms belonged to Fang? Someone sneered. Fang Ping, the 3 realms, is still yours. Fang Ping did not even look at King Qian. These words were spoken by King Qian. He did not want to waste his energy at this moment. Fang Ping dragged his saber and took a step forward. His chi movement locked onto the monster emperor. He said in a low voice, "Hand over the 9 emperor seals." "Monster emperor, are you going to hand it over or not?" The demon the Arch was furious. At this moment, the god-forging envoy looked at Fang Ping for a while and sighed in his heart. Helpless, he also took a step forward and said slowly, "Kuan Peng, the 9 emperor seal is useless to you, why must you block Fang Ping's path? You want to stand up for him?" The demon emperor's face turned cold. The god creation envoy was silent. Silence was tacit agreement. King Qian glanced at Hong Kuan, and Hong Kuan nodded his head indiscernibly. King Qian took a step forward and said with a smile, "God creation envoy, it's not appropriate for us to have internal strife now, right? Dao brother Dao Tree is still here, and everyone is contributing in order to clear the trial. It's fine if you don't contribute, but you still want to cause trouble." The Dao Tree was also feeling a little sullen. At this moment, he was eager to clear the stage. Fang Ping was causing trouble again and again, he had even killed Yi before this, which made him even more furious. On top of that, the heaven-sundering jade was in Fang Ping's hands. At this time, the Dao Tree also said coldly, "Everyone, it's better if we work together to break through. Let's talk about our personal grudges later." Fang Ping narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. "What if I refuse?" The Dao Tree said calmly, "Since fellow Daoist Kuan Peng is willing to join forces to clear the trial, we will not sit idly by and watch as you are bullied. You want to fight? Fellow Daoist Fang, you can decide for yourself." On the other side, Li Zhu also took a small step forward. He smiled and looked at Fang Ping, a little suspicious and a little playful. Now, Fang Ping suddenly wanted to seize the 9 Emperor's seal. Did he have the confidence to break through 8, or was there another reason? Behind them, Luan and Sherpa frowned slightly. Would Fang Ping be able to digest the 9 Emperor's seal in time? Otherwise, he would have offended the Demon Emperor. At that moment, the cat leaped onto the Heavenly Hound's head, grabbed the dog's ears with its claws, and shouted, "Big dog, hit them." The Heavenly Hound snorted. It could not be bothered with Fang Ping's business. However, since the old cat had already said it, it had long disliked the monster emperor. At this time it had no time to talk nonsense. It said coldly, "Fang Ping, what nonsense are you talking about? If you want to snatch it, then snatch it. If you don't want to snatch it, then stop talking nonsense." Fang Ping glanced at the Dao Tree. In this place, what he feared the most was, of course, the Dao Tree. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for the Dao Tree. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Right now, there was only one ninth breaker. Later on, there might be a few more ninth breakers trying to stop him from obtaining the 9 Emperor seal. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He crushed a jade pendant and said slowly, "Dao Tree, Heavenly King Suppression is waiting for you. You'd better not interfere with the matter between me and the Monster Emperor." The Dao Tree frowned. Fang Ping ignored him. This time, he wasn't fooling anyone. The Heavenly King Garrison had indeed given Fang Ping a jade pendant. He just had to crush it at the crucial moment. He knew that Fang Ping was in danger and would rush over in advance. Right at this moment, a low shout came over, rumble, a loud noise was heard. In the next moment, the Heavenly King Garrison entered the huge door behind him, looking a little flustered. He cursed, "They're fighting?" I saw the Emperor still wandering around. Why did they start fighting? There was silence everywhere. This guy was really here. Fang Ping felt more confident now that he was here. "Godfather, stop the Dao Tree." With just that one sentence, Fang Ping broke through the air. His force erupted, his vitality burning all over his body. In an instant, he unleashed the peak strength of a ninth breaker. The battle of broken path, whoever interferes will die. Fang Ping roared, the Changdao in his hand bursting with a dazzling light. The monster emperor also snorted coldly. Holding the beast emperor staff, he struck. On the other side, the Dao tree frowned and looked at the heavenly king garrison. As for the heavenly king garrison, he was still a little dazed at this moment. Then, he said angrily, nobody came. I was the first to come. How can I be the finale? Bastard! He was so angry, it had not even started and he was brought here by Fang Ping. How embarrassing, the Dao tree stared at him. Seeing this, the heavenly king garrison snorted. What are you looking at? What's wrong with breaking 9? I'm also at the peak of breaking 8, so I can hold you back for a while. Now that you're being held back by me, there are plenty of people who want to kill you. Do you think others want to see the divine emperor's 2 sovereigns? The Dao tree frowned and said nothing. His goal was not to kill Fang Ping, but to clear the stage. But, it was really annoying, this bastard Fang Ping was actually forcing Kuan-Pung to seize the 9 Emperor's seal. No one would give it to him, right? Just as he was deep in thought, a loud explosion resounded throughout the world. Boom, Fang Ping flew backward. The monster emperor took a few steps back, slightly shocked. Fang Ping, who was at peak break 7, had a terrifyingly powerful physique. The demon the Arch was very powerful, second gate breaker ability, the limit was 30 million calories and above. As for Fang Ping, even if his physique was strong, even if he had a weapon to amplify him, even if he had vitality combusting to a maximum of 20 million calories, in the blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged 100 moves, and Fang Ping was only sent flying backward. He was not injured. Just as Tengu was about to help, Fang Ping roared, "Get out of the way, Tengu, kill King Qian." Everyone was taken aback by his words. The heavenly hound was also a little dazed. Weren't they supposed to work together to kill the demon the Arch? Go! Fang Ping roared again. Tengu was a little annoyed but did not say anything else. With a roar, he charged toward King Qian. Hong Kuan saw this and frowned, but he did not make a move. God Creation Envoy, kill Li Zhu, how dare you? How dare you interfere in my matters? God Creation Envoy squinted and smiled, breaking through the air instantly. But he was worried, was Fang Ping crazy? You, a 7-gate breaker, want to fight a 2-gate breaker demon emperor, but since Fang Ping said so, he chose to believe him. In the next moment, God Creation Envoy charged toward Li Zhu. He and Tengu were stronger than these two. How could these two be a match for them? They had just broken through 8 and had not broken through yet. Hong Kuan and Hong Yu could not sit still anymore. Sherpa and Luan looked at each other, both of them helpless. They had fallen into a trap. Forget it, let's do it. Both of you, leave these two to us. We'll leave the 2 foolish sons of the Earth Royal family to you. Luan roared, carrying his sword and charging toward King Qian. He roared, leave your thighs. King Qian's face turned red when he heard this. He was so angry. However, he was indeed no match for Tengu. At this time, if Luan interfered, how could he fight against the 2 of them? Hong Kuan was also depressed. Why did they really start fighting? But someone had already come knocking on his door. What could he do? He did not say anything. Tengu gave up on King Qian instantly and roared, Hong Kuan, you trapped me for 3,000 years. I'll settle the score with you today. He had wanted to hit Hong Kuan for a long time. The chance had come. Roar. A violent roar rang out. Devouring heaven. Heaven and earth darkened. At this moment, the entire world was like a dog's mouth. Tengu swallowed it in one gulp. At the same time, a metal chain locked onto King Kuan. On the other side, God Creation Envoy also abandoned Li Zhu and charged toward Han Yu. In the blink of an eye, 4 powerhouses who had broken through 8 began fighting with 4 opponents who had broken through 8. 8 of them broke through 8 and fought together almost instantly. Energy erupted and vitality surged. Those martial artists who had not reached the Heavenly King realm changed their expressions. Fortunately, the Dao tree still wanted them to summon powerhouses. With a low snort, mentality covered the surroundings, protecting these people. Only Feng, who had not participated in the battle and had not been targeted by anyone, was left with only Feng. Heavenly King Zhen and the Dao tree's aura were entangled. Clearly, they could not care about him. Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Ping. Feng Ping was being suppressed by the monster emperor. If not for his strong physique, his body would have been destroyed by the monster emperor. 30 million calories against 20 million calories. The difference was still huge. One broken 8 was enough to change the situation. As for King Zhen, he originally wanted to participate in the battle. However, when he saw that no one was willing to fight for him, he didn't even move. A cat squatted less than 10 meters away from him and looked at him with a weird expression. It seemed to be waiting for him to attack. Seeing this, King Zhen could not be bothered to participate in the battle. They were all battles between powerhouses who had broken through 8. He had just broken through 7. If he participated in the battle now, he might die a terrible death. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat this cat. If he did not participate in the battle, the heaven plants that had broken through 6 would not be used. Among those who were fighting, the weakest Feng Ping was at the peak of breaking through 7 and was about to break through 8. Wasn't he looking for death if he went, God of the underworld, what should we do? Both sides started fighting. There were more than 10 powerhouses participating in the battle. It was unexpected, almost all of them had the combat strength of breaking through 8. Even Feng Ping, with the long saber in his hand and his strong physique, had reached the level of breaking through 8. If they were outside the boundary point, Feng Ping also had a chance of breaking through the boundary point. There were so many powerhouses who were just breaking through. Who knew that they would start fighting in the blink of an eye? The god of the underworld frowned. He glanced at the cat and sighed in his heart. Other than Feng Ping and the monster emperor who were in a killing frenzy, the others did not use their full strength. If his side participated in the battle, if the situation was chaotic, he could still fish in troubled waters. But now, if they attacked the cat now, it would definitely cause Feng Ping's side to attack them. Hong Kuan and the others would probably be happy to watch the show. Wait. The god of the underworld sent a telepathic message. Wait, the origin lineage was very strong. At this moment, it was not extremely chaotic. The barrier had not been broken yet. The Dao tree would probably come out to make peace in the end. If they came out, everything would change. Bang! Feng Ping, you think you can force me? The monster emperor's voice was cold. Breaking 7 was only breaking 7 after all. If Feng Ping fought with King Qian of Lizhu, there was still hope. They might not be familiar. But to fight with him, the difference was huge. Feng Ping was sent flying with a staff. Feng Ping spat out blood. At this moment, Feng Ping's eyes were red. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Kuan-Ping, you're courting death. Ignite my Dao. Rumble. At this moment, Feng Ping installed his holy Dao and burned it rapidly. He, who had installed his holy Dao, already had the combat strength of breaking 8. His physique was strong, his weapon enhanced, and now that he was burning his Dao, he erupted with even greater power. At this moment, Feng Ping's aura rose rapidly, 21 million, 22 million, 23 million, in the blink of an eye. It was close to 25 million calories. Feng Ping was like a man on fire. His whole body was burning with the flames of the origin. The commotion of the battle in all directions weakened instantly. Everyone was aghast, breaking 8, and it was not the kind that had just broken through, although it was related to Feng Ping burning his Dao. Feng Ping had really broken 8, even Monster Emperor's expression changed. At this moment, Feng Ping roared. An invisible wall appeared and disappeared instantly. Monster Emperor grunted, but Feng Ping did not hesitate. Explode. Rumble. Monster Emperor did not know the situation, but the corner of Feng's mouth twitched. This guy had really changed to seal the sky technique to explode the sky technique. Damn it, Monster Emperor was slightly stunned. At this moment, Feng Ping did not hesitate, holding his saber and slashing instantly. Break the sky. Chongqing. Mekmao. All living beings. All living beings. He shouted 5 times in a row. 5 sabers merged into one. The vitality was not overflowing, but the aura was earth-shattering. Li Chongqing's sword, Feng Ping was like a mad demon, wielding his saber and slashing down. Rumble. Monster Emperor's sealed door wall was destroyed by Feng Ping. His origin trembled slightly, affected slightly, and his movements were slightly slower. With this delay, Fang Ping's 5 sabers merged into one and had already slashed down. Humph! A cold snort, with endless murderous aura, shook the surroundings. Monster Emperor also struck with his staff quickly, however, Fang Ping did not care at all. An injury for an injury, a life for a life. Let's see if you, Monster Emperor, are willing to fight to the death with me for the 9 Emperor seals. Pfft. The saber fell, an arm was chopped off, exploding with a rumble. Monster Emperors. Bang, the Beast Emperor staff struck out. The flesh on Fang Ping's chest exploded, the crystal-clear heart burst instantly. The Beast Emperor staff pierced through Fang Ping directly. Fang Ping grinned hideously. His physique was strong, not the slightest bit weaker than Monster Emperor's. Why would he care about this? I can still last for half an hour. Half an hour to kill you. God-slaying saber. Boom, the Chengdao changed direction. Fang Ping let the Beast Emperor staff pierce his chest and devour his blood. He slashed out again, the Chengdao glowing blood red. He was a lunatic. Monster Emperor's arm grew out instantly. He was also sullen and angry. Was the 9 Emperor seals worth exchanging his life for? Fang Ping might not be able to exhaust him to death. However, Fang Ping was burning his Dao now. Although his combat strength was still not as good as his, even if he killed Fang Ping, he would definitely be seriously injured. How could it be so easy to kill a fellow who was almost at the same rank? If Broken 8 was so easy to kill, Yuan Hua would not have perished together with the weapon master that day. You broke my Dao. Today, I'll end your life. Here. Fang Ping laughed maniacally, waving his saber and slashing again. Bang, Monster Emperor pulled out the Beast Emperor staff and collided with the Chengdao in an instant. A loud bang shook the sky. If the two sides started fighting, it would be a bloody battle. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping once again let the Monster Emperor staff pierce through his throat. Instead, he slashed the Monster Emperor's head with his saber until the flesh and blood exploded, leaving only the bones. Everyone was dumbfounded. These two fellows did not have a deep grudge against each other. They were both the 3 realms' top powerhouses. Speaking of which, there was no deep hatred between them. However, right now, it was a bloody battle to the end. It was not that Monster Emperor wanted a bloody battle. It was that Fang Ping fellow who was too crazy, forcing Monster Emperor to fight. If Monster Emperor did not go all out, he might really be killed by Fang Ping on the spot. This fellow was burning his Dao now. He was terrifyingly powerful. Mother of Ker, what kind of strength is this? The Celestial Terminus people were going crazy. Broken 8, close to 2 gates, this Fang Ping fellow, when did he learn to hide his strength? Everyone was discussing fervently. On the other side, Dao Tree frowned and said in a low voice, Subduer, he's burning his Dao. If his Dao burns completely, he will definitely die. Heavenly King Subduer scratched his nose. After scratching for a while, he seemed to hear it and said in surprise, What? Dao Tree was exasperated. The checkpoint has not been broken yet. We haven't gotten anything. If we fight now, what does it have to do with me? Heavenly King Subduer was speechless. If he wants to kill, I can't stop him. Don't look at him calling me Godfather. If I stop him, even calling him Godfather is useless. Let him kill. If he can't kill Kuan Peng, he'll be done for. If one dies, it'll stop. Are you talking like a human? Dao Tree was about to vomit blood. Isn't this your adopted son? How dare you say such things? Are you even human? What do you mean it'll stop if one dies? Bang, bang. The other 8 Broken 8 powerhouses who were participating in the battle were watching as they fought. Their fighting spirit had weakened a lot. They were only restraining each other. At this moment, they were all looking at Fang Ping and the Monster Emperor. Wandu could not help but shudder. He looked at King Qian and muttered, Mother of Ker, why did you provoke him? Are you crazy? When did this lunatic become so strong? Be careful, he might kill you one day. King Qian's face darkened. His heart trembled. How could this devil be so strong? Even if he did not ignite his Dao, he might have reached the stage of Broken 8. This meant that his strength was on par with him. But Fang Ping had forged his jade bones. His physique was almost at the jade body level. His weapon was stronger than his and his strength control seemed to be slightly higher than his. King Qian's heart trembled slightly. If they really fought, he might not be this devil's match. This was under normal circumstances. Now, Fang Ping ignited his Dao and became even stronger. Moreover, Fang Ping was really unafraid of death. The monster emperor did not want to fight him to the death. For a moment, he seemed to be suppressed by Fang Ping. What was this? Li Zhu, Hong Yu, Hongkuan. Everyone was afraid. King Zhen and Tianji retreated a lot. They could not participate in the battle. Previously, he wanted to surround and kill Fang Ping. Now, King Zhen's face turned pale. Luckily, he gave the Heavenly King's seal to Fang Ping, otherwise, he might have been killed by Fang Ping on the spot. No wonder Fang Ping was so arrogant. It was because he had really reached Broken 8. Damn it, Fang Ping, this cunning fellow, was so arrogant. If he was not afraid of his past achievements, he would not have given it to Fang Ping. Then, he would be dead. Everyone was shocked. Unbeknownst to them, the Heavenly King Zhen was gritting his teeth. Motherf *Ker, how did he do it? He reached Broken 8, if this continued, would he still be able to suppress this kid? How terrifying, even he felt terrified. On the other side, Feng was also struggling. Fang Ping was too terrifying. Should he help the monster emperor to kill him? He was also a powerhouse who was close to breaking 2 gates. He was not afraid of Fang Ping in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, if he joined forces with the monster emperor, Fang Ping would definitely die after his Dao was ignited. Ignited Dao, how many times has he ignited it? Feng was thinking about this question. It was not the first time. It was not the first time Fang Ping ignited his Dao. Sherpo's origin realm is in his hands. He can replace Daos. In the past, he broke his own Emperor Dao. Since then, he often ignited his Dao. When he forced the Emperor to bow down, he asked for 3 Saint Daos. Previously, Yuan Gang was killed. Feng's face turned pale. He did not dare to think about it. Was the Dao that Fang Ping ignited now a Saint Dao or a Heavenly King Dao? Was Yuan Gang's Dao stripped by him? Fang Ping killed Yuan Gang for no reason. Although the two of them had a grudge, there were many people present who hated him more than Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang broke through to Heavenly King realm. How could he be Fang Ping's opponent? Fang Ping can break into origin. He learned my sky sealing technique and sealed Yuan Gang's Dao. Yuan Gang might not even have time to self-destruct his Dao. Yuan Gang's Dao is in his hands. What he's igniting now, is the Saint Dao from before? Igniting the Saint Dao. He's close to breaking 2 gates. Igniting the Heavenly King Dao. What's his strength? He is still hiding his strength. At this moment, Feng's powerful mentality was working rapidly, connecting all the clues. Fang Ping's aura was not obvious. His Dao was not obvious. He did not notice anything strange before. At this moment, Fang Ping was fighting a bloody battle. Feng's eyes moved slightly. He quickly probed with a wisp of mentality. He wanted to sense whether it was a Saint Dao or a Heavenly King Dao. The two of them were fighting. How powerful was it? At this moment, the void was collapsing. Outside, half of Huaxia had been destroyed in an instant. Feng's mentality was very weak. Neither of them noticed. Even if they noticed, they would not care. Once they got close, they would be crushed instantly. Feng did not care. He probed again and again and shattered again and again. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered hundreds of times. Feng's expression suddenly changed. The aura of a Saint Dao. It was the aura of a Saint Dao. It was not a Heavenly King Dao. Fang Ping still had a Heavenly King Dao. Was there a big difference between a Saint Dao and a Heavenly King Dao for Fang Ping? Feng did not know how big the difference was. It was obvious that a Heavenly King Dao was definitely stronger than a Saint Dao. He's still hiding his strength. Feng's heart was cold. Who was Fang Ping plotting against? He did not even go all out to fight the Demon Emperor. He even deliberately burned his Dao. Was he pretending to be seriously injured to trick others? It's already very shocking for him to be close to breaking 2. Who would have thought that he was still hiding something? Feng's gaze changed for a while. He, who was still standing in the middle of the battlefield, now slowly retreated. Not participating in the battle, He was afraid that Fang Ping was trying to kill a broken 8. He was in danger. He was even afraid that Fang Ping and the Demon Emperor had deliberately set up a trap to kill him. Because it had happened before, that day, Tian Chief died like this. He did not dare to go. The human heart was too complicated. The Demon Emperor and Fang Ping seemed to be fighting miserably. Who knew if they would join forces to deal with him? In the next moment, Feng retreated step by step. Seeing him leave, the Demon Emperor grunted, a little annoyed. Previously, everyone had an agreement. At the crucial moment, Fang Ping's humans were the strongest. They would join forces. Feng actually retreated, bastard. Just as he was distracted, opposite, Fang Ping's eyes were blood red. He was extremely excited. Feng left, then I won't hold back. Kill. Fang Ping was like he had taken a stimulant. His left hand gripped the Beast Emperor's staff, letting it explode. His jade bones were cracking, but he slashed at the Demon Emperor's neck. Bang, the Demon Emperor's head almost fell off. Damn it. In the next moment, a piercing eagle cry rang out. It was not an eagle, it was a rock. The Demon Emperor had revealed his true form. At the realm of the Demon Emperor, even if he was in human form, he could still unleash all his strength. However, transforming into his true form meant that he had reached his limit. He had to fight to the end. Fang Ping, do you really think that no one in the 3 realms can control you? The rock that covered the sky said in a cold voice. Fang Ping, on the other hand, sneered. At least it won't be you. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. I said that I would take the 9 Emperor seals, but you insisted on cutting off my Dao. Today, I won't rest until you die. The hatred of cutting off one's Dao was more ruthless than killing one's parents. As soon as he said that, the Demon Emperor who had transformed into a rock was helpless. He did not expect Fang Ping to be so strong. If he knew, maybe it would not be like this. Did he regret it? A little. The Demon Emperor's heart was also desolate. Fang Ping had killed him until his true form appeared. This meant that Fang Ping was truly standing on the same level as the powerhouses of the 3 realms. If he did not transform into his true form, he would be in danger of dying. Kill. The sonorous sound of fighting pierced through the passageway. Fang Ping was fearless. If he did not seize the 9 Emperor seals today, when would he wait? Pfft. Sharp claws instantly grabbed Fang Ping's head. However, Fang Ping raised his head again. His face was covered in blood, and he laughed sinisterly. The Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, a wisp of origin energy spread toward his claws. Explode. Kaboom. Burn. Flames suddenly rose from all directions. The raging fire burned the void. Fang Ping's jade-like body was burned to nothing in the blink of an eye. As for the Demon Emperor, the smell of barbecue wafted from his body. The Demon Emperor growled. His claws exerted force, and the Beast Emperor's staff suddenly turned into a giant dragon, swallowing Fang Ping. The Chongdao in Fang Ping's hand also turned into a giant dragon in the blink of an eye. The 2 giant dragons were bathed in blood, and the Beast Emperor's staff was vaguely losing. Everyone was stunned. Fang Ping's Chongdao was actually stronger than the demon's treasure. Grow! Fang Ping roared. The skeleton that was left with only jade bones instantly grew against the wind. 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, it was bigger than a rock in the blink of an eye. Can't I transform? Ha ha ha. Fang Ping punched the Demon Emperor's head, and both sides fought fiercely again. Kaboom! After a while, there was only a skeleton man and a skeleton bird in the world, fighting fiercely. If this battle continued, everyone knew that one would die, and the other would be seriously injured. At this time, the Dao tree frowned and said in a low voice, Fang Ping, Rock, let's stop fighting. Rock, since the 9 Emperor seals were left by the cat, just return it to the cat. The Dao tree knew that the Demon Emperor had no way out now. He was still the strongest in the 3 realms, but he was forced to this point by Fang Ping. How could he be willing? But if they continued fighting, there would be casualties. If such a powerhouse died, there would be a bloody battle next. If a few more died, this level would not be broken. The Demon Emperor was silent. Obviously, he knew what the Dao tree meant. Even if he was unwilling, was he really willing to continue fighting with Fang Ping for the 9 Emperor Seals? Up until now, he had already suffered heavy losses. Flesh, the demon clan's flesh was very strong. As for his flesh, most of it was torn by Fang Ping, and the rest was simply burned directly with the origin flame. This lunatic still wanted to fight him in close combat, and many of his bones were broken. Both of them had jade bones. Fang Ping's jade bones were actually stronger than his. If this went on, even if Fang Ping could not hold on and died here, his strength would be crippled by at least 80%, and he might be killed even if he broke 6. At this point in the battle, the Demon Emperor already wanted to borrow a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, Fang Ping was really crazy. At this time, he suddenly laughed fiercely and said, "What return to the cat? What I want, give it to me now. I don't need you to return it. I want to take back what I lost today." You, blood saber technique. With a loud roar, countless forces merged into Fang Ping's Chongdao. The Chongdao was instantly blood red, and the origin force erupted. Some gray origin force overflowed, and directly ignited the long dragon formed by the Beast Emperor staff. The color of Fang Ping's jade bones began to dim. The Demon Emperor could not hold it in anymore. "Lunatic, I was ready to return it to you, but this lunatic was actually using a big move that would perish together with me." Motherf asterisk Kerr, the Demon Emperor was really going to explode with vulgarities. "Here you go." In the next moment, a big seal shot toward Fang Ping. The Demon Emperor broke through the air and fled. If Fang Ping slashed this time, Fang Ping's jade bones would be completely shattered, but the Demon Emperor, even if he blocked it, his bones would be crippled. He would be crazy to fight with Fang Ping like this. Humph, useless. Fang Ping grabbed the 9 Emperor Seals with his skeletal hand and sneered. His flesh recovered instantly, and he looked around. How domineering. However, at this moment, even Hong Kuan and Hong Yu avoided the sharp edge. Their expressions were solemn, and they did not look Fang Ping in the eye. This lunatic had broken through 8, with the 9 Emperor Seals in his hands. Would he become stronger? Everyone's hearts trembled. How did he do it? P.S. Shocking news. An old platinum senior from Chidian has passed away. Condolences. Not yet 40 years old. Life is unpredictable. Cherish it while you can. Fang Ping wielded the 9 Emperor's seal, insolent and domineering. He forced the demon god to abandon his seal and flee, shocking the 3 realms. This time, Fang Ping was truly standing at the top of the 3 realms. Below the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were the 3 envoys and 8 kings. The weapon master had fallen, and the palm seal practitioner had been trapped for many years and could no longer keep up with the demon emperor. The demon emperor had broken through to the 8th level and founded the demon court, becoming one of the supreme overlords of the 3 realms. Today, this powerhouse who had just started martial arts was forced by Fang Ping to hand over the 9 Emperor Seals in front of all the powerhouses of the 3 realms. One person, this time, Fang Ping did not borrow the strength of others. At least when facing the monster emperor, he completely relied on his own strength to repel the other party. The demon emperor didn't dare to continue the bloody battle with him. If he didn't dare to do it today, would he dare to do it tomorrow? An invincible human king. Perhaps Fang Ping had not swept across the 3 realms, but at this moment, Fang Ping was invincible. The strongest sovereign personage appeared in the human race since the initial martial prowess. Human race. Someone muttered with a complicated expression. The ant-like human race had truly risen to power. The human clan, who had originally borrowed the power of the god-crafting envoys, had now produced their first supreme expert. Human King Fang Ping. In the 3 realms, the birth of a supreme expert represented invincibility. As long as the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors did not make an appearance, no one would easily go against a force with an omnipotent master. Omnipotent master. This was omnipotent master, even in the Chuwu lineage that had been passed down to this day. The supreme expert was known as the leader of the Chuwu lineage. It didn't matter if you were an ancient beginner martial artist or a late one. Once you reach this step, you will be the leader of the beginner martial artists. Fang Ping's chi activity gradually weakened. The expressions of everyone changed indeterminately, and they were surprised and bewildered. Very soon, Fang Ping, who was about to break through Gate 2, failed to break through 7 in the blink of an eye. This time, he had not even reached peak yet. Not only that, Fang Ping's aura was still weakening. It continued to decline until he broke through the sixth realm, barely reaching the level of a heavenly king. Everyone was surprised and bewildered. Barely breaking 6, Fang Ping, who had burned his Tao, had fallen to such a state. How much of his origin had he burned? Could he recover quickly? In the distance, the monster emperor had reverted to his human form. He looked at Fang Ping with an icy gaze but did not say a word. Nearby, Fang's eyes flickered slightly. She did not say anything and took a few more steps back to show her sincerity that she had no intention of participating. Breaking 6, what a joke. What about Fang Ping's Heavenly King Road? Pfft, a mouthful of crimson blood spilled from Fang Ping's mouth. Fang Ping swallowed it back quickly. His vitality transformed into a sleeve and brushed the corner of his mouth, wiping away the blood. Fang Ping looked around vigilantly. He let out a weak laugh. I'm just concealing my chi on purpose. Do you think the monster emperor can hurt me? What a joke, this king can unleash the power of breaking 8 at any time. Humph. With a cold snort, Fang Ping's gaze swept across his surroundings, his expression cold and sinister. Everyone's teeth were aching. Do we believe it? It's not like this is the first time I've met you. Every time, you're seriously injured and on the verge of death. This isn't even the first time. How are you still alive, underground? Xingnan was a little curious. She transmitted her voice and said, Your Highness, is he really injured or just faking it? Heaven's Fate's face turned black. Why don't you give it a try? Forget it then. Xingnan hurriedly refused. What kind of joke was this? Even if he was really injured, he wouldn't be a match for her. Xingnan immediately said, I'm just curious. He forced the monster emperor to retreat. There's no need for him to pretend to be injured now. Even if he's really injured, he should hide it. Nonsense. Get ready to trick people. Trick as many as you can. Celestial Pole rolled his eyes. We know what's going on with him. The others might not know and might not understand. That Dao tree, those emperor clones, although they know that he's shameless, do they really understand him? They only know a little. If he ignited his Tao, the others might think that he's seriously injured. One broke 8 and the other broke 6. How could they be the same? Breaking 8 could still attract the attention of those people and even be treated as a great enemy. What about breaking 6? One had a vitality outburst of 5 million calories and the other had a vitality outburst of more than 20 million calories. They were completely different, Xingnan shuddered. Who was he trying to trick? How would I know? Celestial Pole's tone was unpleasant. Who knew who he was trying to trick? Those who knew Fang Ping probably knew that he was trying to trick people. But no one said anything. Li Zhu and the others had already stopped fighting. Each of their expressions changed, but no one mentioned that Fang Ping was pretending. No one wanted to test Fang Ping at this time either. There was no need to test him, 100% fake. Motherf asterisk Ker, did he think everyone was a fool? Was this the first time he ignited his Tao? He recovered in the blink of an eye. What was he pretending for? Among those present, the only one who did not understand was the Tao tree. It was the first time his real body came into contact with Fang Ping. As for the previous observation, it was only to see some of Fang Ping's performance in the challenge. The Tao tree did not know Fang Ping's combat strength. Could it be that he wanted to trick and kill the Tao tree? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The Tao tree was a powerhouse who had broken 9. Moreover, it was his real body. In the past, he was an emperor. And now, someone actually wanted to trick and kill an emperor. These people started imagining things. They could not help but make this connection because everyone knew that Fang Ping was as cunning as a ghost. No one would believe him. If not for the Tao tree, who else could he be doing it for? Was there a need to act with the others? There was no need. Fang Ping knew that he did not have to act, but he was a little used to it. Keep a low profile. One must keep a low profile. One must never be high profile. After repelling the monster emperor and igniting his Tao, would he not even spit blood? That would be too disrespectful to the monster emperor. Fang Ping felt that he still had to give the monster emperor some face. He had gotten the thing. There was no need to fight the monster emperor to the death. It was not worth it. Therefore, Fang Ping vomited blood. After vomiting blood, he swallowed it back. Fang Ping felt that he had given the monster emperor enough face. Therefore, Fang Ping looked at the monster emperor. He felt that he needed to give him a little more face, to show that he was weaker than him and had no intention of fighting him to the death. Monster Emperor, you are very strong. You forced me to ignite my Tao and cripple myself. Only then did I get back the 9 Emperor seals that belonged to me. The Monster Emperor felt that Fang Ping was mocking him. His face was frighteningly livid. You took away the thing and still want to mock me. How inhumane is this? If this was not mockery, what was it? This was simply bullying. Not only the Monster Emperor, even the Heavenly King Garrison felt that it was enough. You have already taken advantage of him. Why do you still want to mock him? Cough, cough. The Heavenly King Garrison coughed lightly. He looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Fang Ping, step down. You have already gotten the benefits. What else do you want, kid? Fang Ping felt a little innocent. I really feel that I should give the Monster Emperor some face, lest he keeps staring at me. After getting the benefits, if I fight with the Monster Emperor again, unless I kill him and get a big fish, what's the use? Forget it. I won't argue with them. Tengu, chaos, Fang Ping called out. These few were all belligerent and seemed to want to continue. Fang Ping called out, I'm injured. My strength is not as good as the others. Let's bear with it and compromise. Getting out safely is the most important thing. Humph. The Monster Emperor could not hold it in this time. He snorted coldly, choking with anger. Compromise, when have you ever compromised? Fang Ping's side was full of thorns in the 3 realms. They were belligerent. Once the war started, they were all people who did not care about their lives. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved the Monster Emperor felt. When these lunatics gathered together, it was really suffocating. Birds of a feather flocked together. Normal top-notch powerhouses would weigh the pros and cons before starting a war, right? What about Tengu and the others? What benefits would they get from starting a war? Were there any benefits? No. However, not only did these fellows start a war as soon as they said they would, but they also seemed to want to continue and did not want to give up. Chaos even threatened King Qian, you better prepare a pair of thigh bones for me. Otherwise, I'll make you pay sooner or later. He was still thinking about it. King Qian's thigh bones should be even harder now. They could be used to forge divine weapons. King Qian's face was livid. While he was livid, his heart palpitated. He glanced at King Kuan, who was frowning as well, and quickly transmitted his voice. Hong Kuan, we're in trouble. Fang Ping has broken 8 and obtained the 9 Emperor seals. He won't break 2, right? King Kuan frowned. Then, he transmitted his voice coldly, what are you afraid of? Don't provoke him for now. His opponents are not us but Hong Yu, Li Zhu, and the others. Those Emperor clones, this time, I'm afraid he's very ambitious. He might not be able to get out alive. If he reveals his strength in advance, everyone will be prepared. It'll be better, and we can avoid being ambushed by him. If he really ambushed us, that would be troublesome. It's good now. King Kuan also felt a lingering fear. If a great battle had broken out and Fang Ping had suddenly unleashed the strength of a breakthrough 8 and attacked them, it would really be somewhat dangerous. It was better now. Moreover, Fang Ping's ability had been exposed. Everyone was prepared and on guard. King Qian thought about it and agreed. However, he still asked worriedly, do you have any hope of breaking through to the 9th rank? The energy gate has been broken, and the forging of the jade bones is almost done. Once we break the gate, we can forge the jade bones. As for spiritual sense, Hong Kuan frowned slightly. Almost. Comparatively speaking, the gate of spiritual sense is even harder to break for us fleshly body cultivators. Breaking through to the 9th level, AI. Hong Kuan sighed. Almost, his mental strength was still a little weak. It was not strong enough. According to his estimations, he would need at least 100 years to break the spiritual gate. But 100 years. In the past, he could wait, but now, he couldn't. King Qian frowned as well before he quickly said, I've gained quite a lot this time as well. My vital energy and blood have broken through the limit. When I go out, the Qi and blood gate will definitely be broken. As long as I have enough vitality, I can also break the gate of life. Hong Kuan, can you help me once? Hong Kuan looked at him. He knew King Qian was afraid. He was afraid that Fang Ping would attack him. He felt that it was not safe for him to break the first gate. He wanted to break the second gate. In this place, breaking the gate of life was the easiest. As long as one had enough vitality, the other foundations of these top-notch powerhouses had reached the standard. Otherwise, they would not have reached this stage. For people like Li Hansong, even if he had forged the jade bones, he would not be able to break the gate. King Kuan did not hesitate and quickly said, once the gate is broken, we don't need to rush to get the seed projection. You, me, and King Zhen will work together to plunder the life force behind the gate and help you forge the jade bones and break the second gate. Both you and I have broken the second gate. When King Zhen breaks the 8th gate, we can fight when he breaks the 9th gate. King Qian heaved a sigh of relief. It would be difficult for him to plunder so much life force alone. Since King Kuan was willing to help, the chances were much higher. He felt a little emotional. King Kuan could still hold on at the crucial moment. He was somewhat similar to the earthly sovereign in the past. In the past, the earthly sovereign also made friends and spread his teachings everywhere. Now, King Kuan was also recruiting powerhouses from everywhere. He himself only had the strength to break the second gate, but he was willing to help King Qian break the second gate. He still had the courage. They were discussing. The Dao Tree glanced at Fang Ping and frowned slightly. He did not say anything. Fang Ping, on the other hand, returned to his original spot. He glanced at the heaven-suppressing king and then at the azure cat. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the azure cat back from King General. King Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. This cat had been sitting in front of him all this time. He felt pressured, very pressured. The annoying cat was finally taken away. The caterpillar turned its head and gave Fang Ping a strange look. Why did you catch me? Protect me. Fang Ping transmitted his voice secretly and quickly said, your mentality is strong. Help me block the senses from all directions. I want to synthesize the 9 emperor seals. Also, don't let anyone near me. If there is too much movement at the crucial moment, swallow me into the cat's world. Okay. The azure cat agreed readily. Fang Ping reminded again, don't let my aura be exposed. He did not enter the cat's world now because he did not want others to know he had this trick. Although the monster emperor had tried this trick once before. The azure cat nodded and said expectantly, liar, the next time you hunt a big fish, you must chop off the big fish's head. If not, you can chop off the tail. This time, I almost chopped it off. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded and said, okay. If this fish dares to go against me again, I'll chop it off and eat hot pot. But now, I've given him the 9 emperor seals. It's not appropriate to chop off his head. We are reasonable people after all. We can't just teach him a lesson. The azure cat nodded hurriedly. Yes, we are reasonable, we will fight if we are unreasonable, the liar was right. The azure cat agreed with him. Fang Ping laughed. He did not delay any further. He quickly closed his eyes and entered his source world. In the outside world, the heaven-suppressing king watched for a while. He raised his eyebrows slightly but did not say anything. He still had to be wary of the Dao Tree. Fang Ping was still very suspicious. He did not even trust old antique. He was well aware of this. Fang Ping had a saying that he had killed all the old antiques. Not many of them were innocent. If he wanted the 3 realms to be at peace, it was best to get rid of all the old fellows. Among these old fellows, was he not one of them? Hey, I've broken 8. Heavenly King Zhen also sighed in his heart. It was too fast. This time, after seizing the 9 Emperor's seal, Fang Ping's strength might have increased a little. As for how much, he could not be sure at the moment. Previously, with Fang Ping's great Dao, it seemed like he could break through to 8 gates. Burning his great Dao had yet to reach the stage of breaking through to 2 gates. After refining the 9 Emperor seal, he might be able to break through 2 gates. Thinking of this, Heavenly King Zhen was shocked. If this kid continued to grow so strong, it would be a little scary. brat. If this goes on, you'll be in big trouble. Heavenly King Subduing was also a little nervous. This kid Fong Ping might run into big trouble when he broke through 9. Originally, he thought that the day was still early, but now it seemed that there wasn't much time left. The subduing Heavenly King was worried that Fong Ping was in danger. Fong Ping knew this very well. However, as the Tao Tree said, with strength, you still had a chance to resist. Without strength, you would really be waiting for death. Other than the unmotivated fellows like Celestial Polarity, which of the living powerhouses did not fight day and night, this was a martial artist, in the source world. Looking at the shadows. Bustling about in the two cities, Fong Ping observed for a while, a little dazed. After this qualitative change was completed, would these people become more solid? Maybe, right now, the faces of the shadows could not be seen clearly. They were just shadows in human form. Fong Ping suspected that as the source expanded, these shadows would one day really condense into human form, condense into their real appearance, just like those projections in the mystic realm. He did not think about this anymore. At this time, the 9 Emperor's seal in his hand trembled continuously. Fong Ping let go. In the next moment, the 9 Emperor's seal roared and broke through the air. An incomparably huge golden seal replaced the sun at this moment, shining in all directions. Golden rays of light spread across the source world. 9 Emperor's seal, suppress the 3 realms. In the 9 Emperor's seal, there was a human voice at this time, as if it was left behind by someone in the past. When Fong Ping heard this, he was a little absent-minded. He had seen the projections of those sovereigns and extreme powerhouses before. Other than the earthly sovereign, he had heard the voices of the others. This was not their voice, this was the voice of the Celestial Emperor. Fong Ping thought of the illusion memory he saw in the basilica previously. This seemed to be the voice of the Celestial Emperor. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The huge golden seal came crashing down directly, suppress the 3 realms. The 9 Emperor's seal was used to suppress the 3 realms in the past. This was similar to the 9 cauldrons in Sino Nation's legend. At the same time, the Chongdao in Fong Ping's hand suddenly disintegrated. This time, it disintegrated into the Saint Token and Heavenly King seal from before. These Saint Tokens and Heavenly King seals quickly flew in all directions. Rumble, these Heavenly King seals and Saint Tokens were now rapidly expanding the source world. The 9 Emperor's seal was in the middle, and the other tokens were surrounding it, forming a circle. This circle of light was constantly expanding. It was expelling the darkness around the source world. Rays of golden light fell, falling into the source world. The ground became more solid, and the heavens and the earth became more real. In the void, there was a gust of wind. There were clouds condensing. Origin of wind. The wind rose. A human voice came from the 9 Emperor's seal again. Fong Ping was a little dazed, as if he had seen something. He saw it. Someone had captured the wind in the source universe in the past, the gales that were strong enough to destroy the source stars. Origin of water. Rain fell, forming a large number of lakes and streams in the world once again. The 4 fat babies were extremely excited. All of them rushed out from the lake below, carrying a huge drop of origin of water to welcome the rain. Origin of soil. Rumble, the ground solidified again, mountains and rivers appearing. Wherever the golden light shone, a mountain peak would appear. The more Fong Ping looked, the more solemn he became. He saw a few mountain ranges that felt familiar. Earth, Fong Ping was a little dazed. Did he have some kind of association, so he mistakenly thought that it was Earth? However, these mountain ranges felt a little familiar to him, even if they were shrunk by billions of times. Previously, in order to integrate the city, Fong Ping had studied these mountains and rivers. What did this mean? The 9 Emperor's seal wanted to evolve an Earth in his source world. Was it his will that was leading, or was it originally like this? Rumble, another rumble sounded. At this moment, the darkness around the source world was suddenly pushed aside. The source world expanded. Rumble, the deafening rumble sounded continuously. As for Fong Ping, he felt some changes. His consciousness became more and more dazed. He felt his flesh changing, he felt his bones changing too. Everything was changing. In his mind, a lollipop with a broken stick was now slowly expanding. The golden light was dazzling, illuminating the entire source world. Rumble, the noise sounded again. This was not the source world, but Fang Ping's flesh was rumbling. The source world was beginning to transform. Rumble, the cat was startled by the noise and hurriedly set up layers of mentality barriers. However, this was not enough. On Fang Ping's golden body, a dazzling brilliance erupted. It was incomparably dazzling. Around him, the powerhouses who were preparing to summon looked again, their expressions fluctuating. Fang Ping was refining the Nine Emperors' seal. The Dao tree also frowned at Fang Ping. The Nine Emperors' seal was only a weapon, or a symbol of authority. Why would there be such a change when Fang Ping obtained it? The experts looked at each other, then at each other, and all of them fell silent. They did not know what they were thinking. Heavenly King Zhen did not say anything either. He stood still 10 meters away from Fang Ping, looking at the sky as if he was looking at the firmament. The God Creation Envoy and the others also looked at each other, then walked around Fang Ping, not saying a word. Fang Ping seemed to be transforming. However, his flesh was already terrifyingly strong. The jade bones were successfully forged. Could the current Fang Ping transform again? They did not understand, because even they had never experienced this before. Under normal circumstances, at this point, Fang Ping actually had no way out. Other than the source world, he continued walking forward. Hiss hiss, the crowd did not hear the sound, but the cat heard it. It turned its head to look, widened its eyes, and looked at Fang Ping adorably. Fang Ping's body seemed to be on fire, the flames were roasting Fang Ping's flesh. Fang Ping's newly recovered flesh was not very strong, but this flame seemed to be constantly burning away the impurities, and then the flame began to replenish the energy, replenishing the consumption. Again and again, and again and again. Gradually, Fang Ping seemed to be burned into a transparent person. At this moment, Fang Ping's flesh, bones, and hair had all become the color of crystal. The mentality barrier blocked everyone's view, but the cat could see a little more. It also saw that in Fang Ping's skull, there was a crystal ball spinning rapidly. Brain nucleus. In the brain nucleus, Fang Ping's source world was wrapped. At this moment, the brain nucleus was also spinning rapidly. The cat stared for a while, its claws scratching its head. It saw a small black hole, as if it could see Fang Ping in it. This kind of transformation continued. Fang Ping was like a man of fire, also burning, forging, and tempered into steel. The gray force began to dissipate, turning into vitality and mentality in the blink of an eye. Soon, it began to turn into force again, continuing to forge Fang Ping's body. The roars were endless. The tremors made the cat tremble non-stop. Gradually, a fragrance wafted from Fang Ping's body. The cat's nose twitched. On the other side, the heavenly hound also sniffed, looking over. The cat swallowed its saliva. It wanted to eat it, it looked delicious. It could not eat it, a liar was not a big fish. A liar's meat did not taste good. The cat swallowed its saliva, continuing to look at Fang Ping. Time passed, bit by bit. As for the Dao tree and the others, at this moment, how could they still have the mood to summon the emperor? Even if they felt that time was delayed, these people all looked over at this moment. Even if the cat blocked them, they could still feel something different. Fang Ping, he was afraid, had become stronger. At this moment, these people all had strange expressions on their faces. Becoming stronger, was it so simple? What kind of transformation had happened to Fang Ping? In the source world, Fang Ping watched as the source world expanded, the heaven and earth changed, the 9 emperors' seal and the other seals turned into a light ball, and gradually stopped emitting light. His expression changed slightly. The transformation was completed. Power, he felt power, endless power. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he broke through to the impasse realm. He had completed a huge transformation. I've become stronger, Fang Ping murmured. Previously, when his basic vitality was converted into force, it was already comparable to a regular martial artist's vitality of 14.8 million calories. What about this time? Fang Ping felt it silently, quietly experiencing this change. His flesh, bones, mentality, they were all changing, they were all transforming, the force began to dissipate, turning into vitality and mentality. Fang Ping did not care. At this moment, he felt that his control of power was getting stronger and stronger. Not only did the increase in strength not cause him to lose control of power, but it suited him even more. Fang Ping exhaled softly. He could almost feel his current power. Powerful, very powerful, the transformation was completed quickly. Very quickly, this time, the transformation was not too painful, as if it was natural. Wealth, 200 billion points vitality, 15 million calories, 15 million, mentality, 99,999 Hz, 99,999 Hz, force, 0 original jade bones, 99%, with vitality qualitative change, source world, 1099 meters combat techniques, godslaying saber techniques, plus 15%. Power control, 99% limit outburst, 222750000 cal/225000000 cal vitality, mentality, everything had been restored. Not the force, just relying on the vitality force, Fang Ping with the combat techniques enhancement actually broke through 20 million calories directly. In other words, right now, he had broken through 8 in his beginner martial arts. Fang Ping took a look, then looked at the source world that was becoming more and more real, his gaze fluctuating for a while. Powerful, at this moment, he had not converted the force yet. However, his mentality seemed to have hit a bottleneck, stopping at 99,999 Hz, unable to reach 100,000 Hz. According to Fang Ping's previous calculations, 100,000 Hz would cause a qualitative change in mentality. It reached 200,000 Hz directly, comparable to those powerhouses who broke through the mentality gate, and also 20 million calories vitality. Converted into force? Fang Ping calculated for a while and quickly made a decision. He wanted to convert it into force. 15 million calories vitality was terrifyingly powerful. Before this, Fang Ping's vitality was 7.4 million calories, and his mentality 74,000 Hz. This time, both figures had a huge increase. 15 million cal vitality and close to 100,000 Hz of mentality were enough to convert into 1250 force. With so much force, that was 25 million calories vitality force outburst. Great Tao. Is it still useful? At this moment, Fang Ping was a little doubtful. Even if it was Heavenly King Great Tao, was it useful now? 25 million cal vitality force, plus the combat techniques enhancement, that was more than 28 million calories outburst. In addition to the weapons and a strong physique, Fang Ping felt that, without relying on Great Tao, he was a true second gate powerhouse. Great Tao won't be completely crushed, right? Fang Ping was not too sure, but he still decided to give it a try. Previously, with Heavenly King Great Tao, he was compressed to only 800 meters. This time, it would definitely be much shorter, but even leaving 100 meters would be good. That would already be a 10% increase. Fang Ping exhaled softly and started working quickly. This time, he felt that he had really reached the end. He had obtained all the things that could increase his strength, and all the things that needed to be transformed, he had transformed. Even without the Great Tao, he was still a true second gate broken expert. Even if Great Tao was really useless, Fang Ping did not feel it was a pity. One was external force, the other was his own strength. If his strength had really reached this point, there was actually nothing to feel sorry about. It was just that, the future path was not so easy to walk. I'll try pretending to use Great Tao again. If it doesn't work, I'll think of a way to kill a 7th gate powerhouse and try. Fang Ping had his eyes on King General. There was no other way. 7th gate powerhouses were becoming fewer and fewer. If he really encountered trouble, who else would he kill if not King Gen? He would keep this one alive first. When mentality reached 100,000 Hz, there would be a qualitative change. Generally, powerhouses who had broken 8 would shatter their mentality gate if their mentality reached Fang Ping's level. Through shattering the gate, they would complete this qualitative change. This was as difficult as the Origin's qualitative change. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. If I converted 100 calories of vitality, could it complete the qualitative change in my mentality? If it could, then I would be rich. In reality, when faced with such a huge obstacle, the system was usually useless. As it turned out, the system was indeed useless. The conversion could not be completed, no matter how Fang Ping pointed, held, or thought, he could not complete this 1 Hz change. Fang Ping was prepared for this, so he did not mind. Very quickly, Fang Ping completed the force conversion this time. Vitality, 5 million calories, 15 million, mentality, 0 Hz, 99,999 Hz, force, 10 million, 20 million calories vitality, he could not convert all of it into force. This time, his mentality and vitality were not balanced, causing the conversion to be incomplete. Still, the effect was the same. With the help of the vitality augmentation technique, his vitality and force reached a balance and could fuse with each other. In other words, Fang Ping's basic vitality was as high as 25 million calories. Before this, after the balance conversion, his basic vitality reached 14.8 million calories. This time, the transformation did not complete a double increase. It was mainly because of his mentality that held him back. Even so, this time, his basic vitality increased by 10 million calories, 25 million calories vitality. This meant that Fang Ping's physique had broken 8 completely, and it was rapidly approaching the point of breaking 2 gates. Now, it depended on how much of the Dao enhancement could leave him. A 15% combat techniques enhancement was Fang Ping's current limit. Unless he spent a lot of time cultivating combat techniques, this would be his current peak. The rest depended on the origin. Fang Ping installed Yuan Gang's Dao. This Dao that was 100,000 meters long previously was compressed to only 800 meters. Right now, because the origin was stronger, it was compressed rapidly. Rumble, Fang Ping watched without blinking. 700 meters, 600 meters. Mother *Ker, you should have left some for me. Fang Ping's heart ached. The Dao of breaking 6 was not tough enough. His origin was too strong, directly suppressing the Dao until it shrank. If this continued, how much could he leave? Rumble. The rumble continued for a while. Soon, a short Dao appeared in front of Fang Ping. Fang Ping was mentally exhausted. He had left so little. Yuan Gang, that good for nothing, was indeed good for nothing. His Dao was not solid enough. Fang Ping felt that if his emperor path was still around, it would definitely be longer than this. Wealth, 200 billion points vitality, 5 million calories, 15 million, spirit, 0 Hz, 99,999 Hz, force, 1000 original, 20 million calories vitality, jade bones, 99%, with qualitative change in chi and blood, source world, 1099 meters battle technique, god slaying sword technique, plus 15%, origin Dao, 25%, fake Dao, power control, 99% ultimate outburst, 346500000 cal / 350000000 cal. Another 250 meters. The Heavenly King Avenue had shrunk from 800 meters to 250 meters. Fang Ping felt like he was on par with 250. His maximum outburst was as high as 35 million calories. In reality, this was already beyond Fang Ping's expectations. It was still acceptable. Although it had not reached the stage of Breakthrough 9, it had already surpassed the powerhouses who had broken 2 gates and was advancing toward the peak of Breakthrough 2 gates. The other thing that excited Fang Ping was his control over his strength. As the Dao of Origin was compressed, he became stronger and stronger. Previously, when he installed the Dao of Origin, his control over his strength would drop a little. But now, it was still at its previous level, 99%. This meant that Fang Ping had actually improved once again on the 99% path. 35 million cal. Fang Ping raised his head and looked at the 9 Emperor's seal that was still merging. He was slightly excited. How much help would the 9 Emperor's seal bring? If it brought him another 10% or so increase, he would be close to the peak of Breakthrough 8, almost the same as when he had just broken 9. Even if it can't increase by 10%, according to the previous situation, there should still be 5%. Fang Ping calculated for a while. If that was the case, he had really strengthened to the maximum this time. His outburst would exceed 35 million cal. Fortunately, he had seized the 9 Emperor's seal at this time. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to complete such a huge transformation. At the crucial moment, if I ignite my Dao, I can still fight with Breakthrough 9. But if I ignite my Tao, I won't have any other Tao. The duration, 5 minutes? Fang Ping glanced at this short avenue. It would last at most 5 minutes. In other words, he had the combat strength of Breakthrough 9 for 5 minutes. After igniting his Tao, he could only rely on the basic and combat techniques to increase. The base of 25 million, plus the combat techniques, was close to 29 million outburst, the level of Breakthrough 2 gates. Without relying on Tao, Breakthrough 2 gates, continuous Tao, about 35 million, ignite my Tao, I should be able to break through 9. Fang Ping judged and had an idea in his heart. If my mentality goes through a qualitative change, and my mentality reaches 200,000 Hz, then I should be able to break through 9. Fang Ping calculated again. Vitality 15 million, mentality 200,000, converted to 1750 origin, which was equivalent to 35 million calories vitality. Tao might not be usable at all, but the combat techniques increase should still be there. In this way, the limit could reach 25 million calories. Physique breakthrough 9. Fang Ping's eyes shone, he could break through 9 physiques, the prerequisite was to complete the last 1 Hz mentality transformation. If that was the case, he would not need to use his origin, and his physique would break through 9 directly. Mentality transformation. Mentality is only 1 Hz away. This was definitely a huge hurdle. Fang Ping had an idea in his heart. In the 3 realms, according to Fang Ping's knowledge, there were currently only 5 who had completed mentality transformation: Old Cat, Feng, Hong Yu, Forge God Envoy, and Huan. The others, including Suppressing Heavenly King, did not exist before. Suppressing Heavenly King. Whether there was one now, Fang Ping was not sure. Sherpa, that fellow, was close. This was because this fellow had actually walked on the mentality path previously. In the big 3 realms, other than the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, there were also many powerhouses. In the end, there were only 5 who had completed mentality transformation. This showed how difficult it was to transform mentality. Old Cat, this stupid cat, could not even tell how it had transformed. Mentality transformation, I can break through 9. Other than that, my physique is still lacking jade body. True blood has not spread throughout my body. Previously, Fang Ping felt that he had no way out. Now that he thought about it, there was actually still a way out. Not only that. Fang Ping squinted, looking at one of the data. Source world, 1099 meters. Could it be that the source world could still continue to expand? However, according to the situation of the origin path, the next time it would give him benefits, it might be 2000 meters. 1000 meters was almost driving Fang Ping crazy, not to mention 2000 meters. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. 35 million, that was enough. Today, there were not many in the 3 realms who could match up to him. There were many powerhouses who had broken 2 doors, but the one that Fang Ping was really unsure about was actually the old Suppressing Heavenly King. Besides, the beginner underworld god might also be close to this level. Suppressing Heavenly King, underworld god. Xianxia? Fang Ping was not too sure. According to everyone's previous analysis, that cat-protecting captain had not actually reached this level, not to mention that he had just been revived. However, he could suppress beginner powerhouses in the heavenly cemetery, so he might be stronger than expected. Other than that, there was the fist god among the beginner powerhouses that he had always heard about. This should be the top powerhouse among the suppressed ones, not weaker than the underworld god. At this moment, Fang Ping was no longer looking at the source. It was the 3 realms. Suppressing Heavenly King might have broken 9. I shouldn't count this old thing. That's me, the underworld god, fist god, Xianxia. Fang Ping calculated for a while. There were only these 3 whose combat strength was comparable to his. The old ghosts who had broken 9, go away. Among the powerhouses who had broken 8 in the 3 realms, he should be able to rank in the top 5. As for Monster Emperor and Hong Kuan, unless they were hiding their strength, they were all about 32 million calories. As for Feng, this guy had only broken 1 door. He was still a little short of the 2nd door. After he went out, he might be able to break the door of life. Right now, he was comparable to Fang Ping without using Tao. As for the others, no one could compare to Fang Ping. If it was the God Creation Envoy, it should be more than 30 million calories, mainly because of this old guy's artifact skeleton cheating. Fang Ping was truly confident now that he had come this far. At this point, his opponents were no longer powerhouses of the same rank. But those broken nine, those emperors, rumble. Fang Ping opened his eyes and stood up. His eyes were like the burning sun, bursting with divine light. With a glance, he directly pierced through the cat's mentality barrier, instantly casting it toward the opposite side. On the opposite side stood the God Creation Envoy. At this moment, the God Creation Envoy and Fang Ping looked at each other, their eyes suddenly stinging. Huge waves surged in their hearts. What was his strength? Although he had not broken 2 doors, but with the jade bone forging and the superimposition of the artifact skeleton, he was definitely a powerhouse of the same rank as Hong Kuan and the others. But now, he was actually intimidated by Fang Ping. What was Fang Ping's strength? Breaking 9, the God Creation Envoy could not believe it and did not want to believe it. How could it be possible? The last time they met, this guy had only broken 6. Why did he surpass him now? Did he sense it wrong? As soon as Fang Ping stood up, the cat also dispersed the mentality barrier. Fang Ping casually picked up the cat and placed it on his shoulder. The cat that he thought was heavy before was now ordinary. At this time, Fang Ping looked around again. Everyone was also looking at him in silence. Oppression, yes, when Fang Ping looked at them again, they felt oppressed, they felt a sense of invasion. Fang Ping used to be very arrogant, but that overbearing sense of invasion, as if he was going to kill you in the next moment, was not there before. Now, there was. Even the path tree of Breaking 9 narrowed its eyes and said with a smile, "Congratulations, fellow Fang, your strength has improved. In this way, the hope of breaking through is even greater." Fang Ping said calmly, "It's nothing. I barely broke through 8 previously, and now I'm just stabilizing my realm. Breaking 8 is nothing to you guys." After Fang Ping said that, he laughed lightly and said, "But don't push me too hard. If you push me too hard, it's not like I can't fight those who broke 2 doors. Breaking 8. Hearing Fang Ping personally admit that he had broken 8, everyone still exclaimed. There were differences between breaking 8 and breaking 8. For example, King Qian, Li Zhu, Luan, these guys all said that they had broken 8, but it was not stable. The door had not been broken. If the door was not broken, even if they temporarily exploded with the strength of breaking 8, it would not be considered a true breaking 8. Only after going out and successfully breaking through the door, would they be considered to have broken 8. As for Fang Ping, he said that his realm was stable now. Obviously, that meant that he could really unleash the strength of breaking 8 with each attack. Moreover, this guy never told the truth. Who knew what was going on with him? Seeing everyone looking at him, Fang Ping smiled and said, "What are you looking at me for? Everyone, are you still breaking through? If we don't move, the power of the rules in this place will recover, and the few emperors who disappeared before will disappear for nothing." Everyone looked at each other. The path tree said in a low voice, "Summon North King." Because of Fang Ping, it had been delayed for a long time. However, without seeing Fang Ping's actual strength, everyone did not have the mood to summon. Although they could not tell now, at least they had some points. The action to summon North King had begun. Like a ghost, Heavenly King Subduer floated in front of Fang Ping. After staring at Fang Ping for a while, he chuckled and said, "Kid, you've broken through 2 doors? No way. How can it be so simple?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "When I had an outburst earlier, I burned my Dao. If I didn't burn it, I could only break through peak 7. Really? Of course." Fang Ping said helplessly, "Breaking through 2 doors requires an outburst of 30 million calories. Before I came in, my outburst was less than 10 million calories. It's not that fast even if I wanted to improve." Heavenly King Subduer rubbed his chin. "You're not fooling me? How is that possible? I told you last time to hide some of your strength. Will you tell me all of your strength?" "Of course. Aren't you my godfather?" Fang Ping said with a serious look, "Then, of course, I won't hide it. I always feel that you, kid, don't tell the truth." Heavenly King Subduer muttered. Soon, he said in a low voice, "Be careful. Even if you really broke through 2 doors, don't break through 9 doors so quickly. If you break through 9 doors, you, kid, will be in big trouble. Fang Ping smiled and said, how can I break through 9? That's too far away from me. 40 million calories. It's going up by tens of millions. Do you really think I'm a pervert? Aren't you? Heavenly King Subduer scolded, you've already broken through 8. Aren't you? Don't you know? Do you want me to say it for you? I've only cultivated for 3 years and I've already broken through 8. He was a little annoyed when he said it. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. He snorted and said, don't be so smug. They're just deliberately tricking you. You, kid, are just a puppet. You'll be killed in a few days. I'll wait to see you make a fool of yourself. Fang Ping narrowed his eyes and smiled. Godfather, the one who killed me won't be my grandmaster, right? Huh? Young God. Fang Ping chuckled. We're all family. That won't happen, right? Heavenly King Subduer frowned. After a while, he snorted and said, don't think too much. Teacher has thought about becoming a novice emperor. After cultivating to this point, who wouldn't have some ambition? But if he wants to do anything to you, it's not to the extent. You should be careful of the celestial emperor. Why? Heavenly King Subduer hesitated for a moment and said slowly, kid, you walk the path of balance, right? Sort of. Heavenly King Subduer hesitated for a while again. Actually, I've always felt that your role is not to take over or replace. Honestly, when you've cultivated to our realm, will you give up the physical body that you've painstakingly cultivated? Fang Ping frowned and said in a low voice, then you mean, mend. Heavenly King Subduer only had one word. Fang Ping's heart shook. Heavenly King Subduer narrowed his eyes. Do you understand? Fang Ping's heart was in turmoil. Nonsense, of course he understood, Heavenly King Subduer said again, there are some things that I didn't say before. I'm afraid you know some of them. There really is a hole in that place. The 3 emperors might be used to cultivate and mend the hole. Not only the 3 emperors, but also Dong Huang. Heavenly King Subduer sneered. Can one mend the hole, or can balance mend the hole? Or maybe all 3 of them together can mend the hole. The 3 emperors try to mend it. If it doesn't work, throw Dong Huang in and try. If it doesn't work, then get another guy who's completely balanced and throw them in to try. Maybe it will mend it. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He had always been thinking about taking over the body. Fusion. However, thinking about it carefully, when one cultivated to break through 9 or even the Emperor realm, would they be willing to give up their own physical body and everything to take over someone else's body? If it were him, he would not be willing. Heavenly King Subduer said again, other than this possibility, the second possibility is that the one who is mending the hole really can't leave now. He needs a suitable physical body. He wants to escape and throw his own physical body over there to mend the hole. However, he needs a physical body that can give him great strength. Yours is suitable. Fang Ping's eyes were cold. Heavenly Emperor, either he threw himself to mend the hole, or his own physical body needed to mend the hole. Heavenly Emperor needed a perfect physical body. Of course, his own was suitable, balance and strength had little to do with the origin, so he would not be too restricted. This was Fang Ping. Heavenly King Subduer continued, kid, your strength was average in the past. I can't be bothered to say too much. Rumble, with a loud noise, the sky broke open, and North Emperor descended. Heavenly King Subduer glanced at him and did not look too much. He did not care too much and continued, ignore them. I've been thinking about a problem before. Dong Huang was actually more suitable to mend the hole than the 3 emperors back then. However, Dong Huang might still be alive, but the 3 emperors are dead, Fang Ping said coldly. Dong Huang suggested using the 3 emperors to mend the hole. I thought this guy was ruthless before, but now it seems that he was trying to save himself. When Dong Huang proved his Tao, the 3 forces were not balanced, and he was just a little short. Was it really impossible, or was it intentional? Did Dong Huang already know something? That was why he gave up on purpose. The 3 emperors were all at extremities. Letting the 3 extremities mend the hole would be more suitable than letting him, an unbalanced guy. Perhaps the effect would be better. If that was the case, Dong Huang might have been prepared. In fact, Heavenly Emperor might have wanted to use Dong Huang to mend the hole in the beginning. Thinking of this, Fang Ping frowned. His clone appeared before and encouraged old Wang to break all 3 gates. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Could it be that he's plotting against old Wang and wants another backup? That's possible. Heavenly King Zhen sighed. Heavenly Emperor Zhan was said to be the 3 emperors' disciple, but in fact, he learned the most from Dong Huang. He was also following Dong Huang's path of balance. Zhan's talent is extraordinary and terrifying. Dong Huang might have had this idea back then, to let Zhan replace him and become the person to mend the hole. However, in the end, Zhan did not achieve the balance of the 3 forces. Heavenly King Zhen thought for a while and said, "So, what you said is possible. Wang Jinyang might be one of his choices. Even if he can't mend the hole, he can still mend the hole left after he escaped." The 9 emperors were all trapped now. Every one of them was using their origin to fill up a crack. Dong Huang nurtured old Wang, perhaps to mend the hole after he left. Fang Ping's gaze sharpened again. Heavenly Emperor Reverse nurtured Hong Kuan. Heavenly Emperor Reverse must have occupied some of the energy origin. After he left, he needed an energy path powerhouse to mend the hole. Heavenly Emperor Reverse chose Hong Kuan. Ren Huang's vitality is strong. Maybe he needs a powerhouse with strong vitality to mend the hole after he left. Who will go? Fang Ping looked at Heavenly King Zhen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Me or old Zhang? No, I might be the Celestial Emperor's backup." Then old Zhang, is he a candidate for Ren Huang? Heavenly King Zhen saw him say this and sighed. You've guessed it, Fang Ping said with a gloomy face, I finally understand. There are a few big flags in the 3 realms. There is the arrangement of the Celestial Emperor and the 9 emperors. Everyone hopes to cultivate a powerhouse who can replace him, at least with the strength to break through 9 or even become an emperor. Dao Tree. Is it the arrangement of the Divine Emperor? It should be. Fang Ping corresponded in his heart. Divine Emperor, Dao Tree. Dong Huang, maybe old Wang, maybe there were other arrangements. Ren Huang, there were actually many powerhouses who could choose from vitality. The chance of becoming a Ren Huang was very high. Emperor Nan, Vitality Restoration Technique. Damn, Vitality Restoration Technique might not be a good thing. Emperor Nan's clone might also want to find a replacement. He might have caught Emperor Nan's eye. Emperor Shi, a powerhouse of mentality. Previously, the God-forging envoy said that Emperor Shi was willing to cooperate with him. He might have taken a fancy to the God-forging envoy. North Emperor, a powerhouse who had a strong physical body, a powerhouse who had forged jade bones could do it. Moon Spirit had been forging jade bones all this time. Could he have set his eyes on his daughter? The Emperor was so angry before and descended directly. Could it be that the Emperor had set his eyes on the weapon master from the beginning? Fang Ping suspected. If that was the case, there would be a reason for the Emperor's descent that day. Spirit Emperor. Who has the Spirit Emperor taken a fancy to? Fang Ping suddenly looked at the cat. The cat on his shoulder was still yawning. Fang Ping frowned. The Spirit Emperor said that he could go to 9th heaven to look for her when he broke through 9. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to the cat? Not necessarily, there might be other alternatives. Every emperor definitely had a candidate, someone who could replace him. At this moment, Fang Ping really felt that he had seen through some of the 3 realms' general situation. He had seen through some of the emperor's arrangements: let someone become an emperor, let someone replace them, let them escape, seize the seed, prove their Tao and transcend, no longer being controlled by the 3 realms. Beast Emperor. This guy might have taken a fancy to the Monster Emperor. If I kill the Monster Emperor, the Beast Emperor might come. Emperors are heartless. Fang Ping snorted. The 3 realms was a game of chess and they were all chess pieces. The 9 emperors each made their move. They were creating an era of emperors, an opportunity to become emperors. There was more than one emperor. Apart from the earthly sovereign, they might need 8 emperors. No, Emperor of Heaven Reverse also needed them. He might have proven his Tao and become an emperor of origin. In that case, they needed 9 people to replace them. The emperors knew each other. That was why they needed a great era, that was why they cooperated, that was why they gathered the powerhouses of all eras in the three realms in this generation. They were to fight, to become emperors. Fang Ping squinted. Heavenly King Zhen sighed. Didn't you want to know why Unquestionable Jian was in despair? It might not be because he saw those memories. It was because he knew, he was just a substitute for one of them. Fang Ping's pupils contracted. At this moment, he suddenly understood. He really understood. Unquestionable Jian might not be in despair because his Tao of origin was trapped in the celestial source. This time, many people saw the scene. But how many of them were truly in despair? Unquestionable Jian was in despair because he knew who was plotting against him, not the title, not anyone else, but a human emperor. He might even know who it was. That was why he was in despair. He felt that he could not get rid of it. That was why he wanted to escape. He had been someone else's pawn all his life. At the last moment, he was truly free. Whose substitute is he? Heavenly King Zhen shook his head. He is an expert in the path of vitality. There are many who follow this path. Emperor Renhuang, Emperor North, Emperor Beast, Emperor Nan, Emperor Ling, all of them are possible. He must have discovered something and found out everything. That is why he chose to reincarnate, hoping to walk the path of emperor to get rid of everything. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. What about you? Me? Heavenly King Zhen chuckled. I don't care how they plot against me. I will not become an emperor even if I die. What else can they do? You kid, either you are unlucky when you break through 9 or you are unlucky when you become an emperor. Someone will definitely ambush you at the source. You really know a lot. Fang Ping snorted. Heavenly King Zhen sneered. You were so weak before. Why would I tell you? Unquestionable Jian knew. What happened in the end? In the end, he chose to die. You are only at this realm. I feel that if I don't tell you now, you might be killed by others. That is why I chose to tell you. Do the others know? Fang Ping looked at Broken 8. Heavenly King Zhen pondered for a while. Probably not, but, after thinking for a while, Heavenly King Zhen laughed. Maybe some people have some guesses. For example, Hong Yu. His death back then might have been his own plan. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have died so easily. Also, these two brothers might be performing a two-man act. Be careful. Hong Yu's Earth Emperor God dynasty was destroyed by Hong Kuan. According to the situation back then, Hong Yu had a chance of successfully proving his Tao. But it was all ruined by Hong Kuan. These two brothers, don't think that they are really going against each other. Then why are they thinking of becoming emperors now? Opportunity. Heavenly King Zhen laughed. They are all waiting for the right time. If it was just one person becoming an emperor, they might not be able to defeat those guys. But if there are many of them, there is hope. Moreover, the Tao tree is the first to try. Do you think everyone really doesn't know? They are all waiting to see what happens to the Tao tree. Then based on this, they will decide what to do in the future, whether to give up cultivation or continue to cultivate to become an emperor. You make it sound like becoming an emperor is very simple. Fang Ping was speechless. Heavenly King Zhen laughed. Don't say that. Just wait and see. The day the heaven-human realm wall shatters will be the day when the three realms break and a large number of people become emperors. What do you think? Do you really think the heaven-human realm wall is a barrier? Wrong. Heavenly King Zhen said in a low voice, that is the barrier that separates the origin and the three realms. Why is it not called the barrier between the land realm and the human realm, but the heaven-human realm wall? Because the human realm represents the three realms. The heavens represent the origin and the 9 heavens. Once the heaven-human realm wall shatters, the great Tao is right in front of you. You have to go whether you want to or not. Fang Ping inhaled again. This was forcing the powerhouses to prove their Tao. The 9 emperors were all waiting for such an opportunity, no wonder they wanted to destroy the Tao tree to prove their Tao. It was not to guard against the Tao tree, but to not give the Divine Emperor a chance to escape. This also meant that, the Divine Emperor would definitely take this seriously. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If the Divine Emperor took this seriously, it meant that the other emperors would not agree. This time, there was a chance. The emperor wanted to mend his own small hole. This was a personal scheme. Mending the hole in the quintessence was the plan of all the experts of the quintessence Dao lineage. As a result, countless experts set foot in it. All living beings in the three realms were now players in the game of chess. Fang Ping smiled. It was good. As long as he wasn't the only one, since they were all pawns, then they should all be pawns. Even the 9 emperors were nothing more than pawns. Just as he was thinking about this, Moon Spirit let out a low groan. With a loud rumble, the North Emperor disappeared. Fang Ping raised an eyebrow. Who was North King's replacement? Could it be Moon Spirit? As for Lu Shan, it didn't seem like it. Fang Ping felt that the people among the patrols might not be substitutes for Monarch, because these fellows might be leftovers from Monarch's selection. He felt that it was useless. Those who truly had a chance of breaking through to the Emperor level were actually all in the 3 realms. At this moment, Emperor Nan, North Emperor, Beast Emperor, and Celestial Emperor Badian had all disappeared. Since the earthly sovereign realm had been defeated, there were still 8 earthly sovereigns left to choose. This time I'll destroy the Celestial Arch. The Dao Tree spoke. Quite a bit of rule force was consumed, probably close to 20%. The Dao Tree was in a good mood. If this went on, they would soon be able to give it a try. Heaven Exterminating Emperor, Fang Ping's eyes flashed. This projection might be the only one left of the 3 emperors. Unlike the others who still had their true bodies. The Heaven Exterminating Monarch had helped him repair his brain nucleus previously. Was he really going to let these people use his projection as they pleased? As for Celestial Emperor Badian from before, Fang Ping did not think that these fellows might really be dead, leaving only their projections. Now that he thought about it, it was quite a pity that Celestial Emperor Badian was obliterated by the rules in order to fulfill Ironhead's wish. Perhaps the Celestial Monarch Badian knew that this day would come. That was why he chose that path. Heaven destroying the arch was more direct than heaven destroying the arch. Heaven destroying the arch was more calculative, but heaven destroying the arch wasn't. Perhaps he was unwilling, or perhaps he was too lazy to scheme. Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly King subduing. The Heavenly King subduing frowned slightly. You want to stop me? All these people want to clear the level now. If you stop them, you'll be making everyone your enemy. Fang Ping, sometimes you still have to consider the practical side. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor, Heavenly King Jin raised his hand and said, I know what you're thinking. You have a close relationship with the 3 reincarnations of the 3 emperors, and you don't want to see them disappear. However, this is the law that already exists. Even if you stop them now, they will die when this place collapses. Fang Ping's expression changed. Heavenly King subduing sighed. The living are more important. Fang Ping, if they don't die now, when our plan is implemented, they will die in our hands. Do you want to die in our hands, or? Fang Ping's expression continued to change. Then, he said in a low voice, fine, I don't care anymore. Then let's wait and see. Old man, this time, not only do I want things, I want to kill people. Kill who? Who do you want to kill? Heavenly King subduing asked. Fang Ping looked around and said slowly, Dao Tree, I won't allow him to become an emperor. I won't allow him to help the God Emperor escape. Dong Wang's clone, I'm going to kill this fellow, regardless of whether he has any ulterior motives. As for the other Emperor clones, kill as many as you can. Very difficult. Heavenly King Jin smiled and said, think about it carefully. This time, the Emperor clones will most likely not kill you. Of course, these people have their own plans. They may also know who each other's pawns are, and they may attack some of you. Every emperor did not want the others to escape as soon as possible. This was inevitable. They restrained each other, otherwise, if one person escaped, the others might become fillers for the origin. Therefore, no one agreed to the God Emperor's people proving their Tao. If that was the case, some of the Emperor clones might attack some people and kill the other Emperor's pawns. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Fang Ping said no more and looked at the people who had begun to summon Sky Extermination. Sky Extermination was about to disappear from the 3 realms. The 3 emperors were different from the others. Their disappearance this time might completely disappear from the 3 realms. Sky Extermination Checkpoint. Mia was no longer sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, walking in the Hall of Myriad Origins. This was where he used to teach his disciples. With his hands behind his back, he walked and stopped. He opened the small rooms one by one, and they were all empty. In the past, among the 4 emperors, he had the most disciples. However, he also had the most deaths. Feeling a beam of light piercing through him, Sky Extermination smiled. There was no longer any coldness on his cold face. The next moment, the beam of light pierced through the Hall of Myriad Origins and landed in front of him. Rules. Sky Extermination shook his head gently, chuckled again, and slowly stepped onto the beam of light. Following the beam of light, he walked toward the heavenly gate. After walking out of his checkpoint, Sky Extermination suddenly turned around and looked at a ball of light in the endless darkness. At this moment, a shadow appeared on the ball of light. That was the checkpoint where Sky Extermination was fighting. "Brother Jean, I'll make a move first," Sky Extermination said softly. On the other side, the figure bowed slightly, as if sending him off. Sky Extermination smiled and continued walking. As he walked, he said, "The problem of the origin still needs to be solved. The origin is a great Tao, not a minor Tao. Many people walk on it. If we don't solve it, the 3 realms will sooner or later have a hidden danger. The Tao of Myriad Taos contends. Even if a new Tao appears, it will not be destroyed immediately. Even if this generation creates a new Tao, 10,000 years later, 100,000 years later, someone might discover the Tao of origin. When that time comes, this scene will repeat itself." Sky Extermination smiled. "Therefore, this hole needs to be mended. But, why do we need the people of the 3 realms to make up for it? Jean, you are the most outstanding among us. There are some things that you can see more clearly than us. We can't fix it, but if we fill in the 9 old fogies, no, add a few of you, this hole should be fixed." At this moment, outside the beam of light, a figure appeared. Sky Extermination the Arch, 2 Cat was also lying on his shoulder, looking at Sky Extermination the Arch with a bitter expression. "Big black face, you're leaving?" "Yes, I'm leaving." Sky Extermination the Arch chuckled. "We should fill in your cat as well. If the few of them and you, stupid cat, can catch the seeds and fill in the seeds together, this hidden danger should be gone." Sky Extermination the Arch looked at him and said slowly, "Beginner martial arts and origin should be combined. The weakness of the origin has a lot to do with the beginner martial arts. Those few have extracted too much energy and are unwilling to return it. The origin can only extract the beginner martial arts of the origin martial artists, causing the origin physical body of the 3 realms to become weaker and weaker." As Sky Extermination the Arch walked, he laughed. "That has nothing to do with me. Actually, it has nothing to do with you. But, do as you see fit. Perhaps you and I can meet again. I hope we can fight again." Sky Extermination the Arch said regretfully, "I heard that you died earlier than me. It's a pity that we did not have the chance to fight together." Sky Extermination the Arch looked at him and said softly, "Why don't we fight together this time? I can't do it anymore, I'll be a burden to you." Sky Extermination the Arch chuckled. "I'll go and whittle away some of the energy, lest it causes too much pressure on you. After all, you are not a clone. The pressure on you is too great. Those guys are all clones. They are different. No fear." Sky Extermination the Arch was indifferent. "No matter how fearless you are just a projection. A little bit weaker is fine." Sky Extermination the Arch looked at the tunnel in front of him and laughed. "Let's go back. If you appear now, the pressure will be too great. Let them whittle away a little more." Without turning back, Sky Extermination the Arch waved his hand and laughed. "Stupid cat, why don't you come with me? Before I leave, I miss you a little." "No." 2 Cat rejected and muttered, "You only know how to bully cats. You like big dogs. Why don't you transform into a big dog and bring it along?" "Ha ha ha." Sky Extermination the Arch laughed. "Forget it, that dog is boring. It is stupid and only knows how to cultivate its physical body. The more it cultivates, the dumber it becomes. It is just like a fool. Bringing a fool is better than bringing it along." Sky Extermination the Arch laughed as well. Brother Extermination, slow down. Wait for us. In this world, there is no Yellow Springs path. It cannot wait for you. Maybe there is. Ha ha ha, that's true. Sky Extermination the Arch, who had always been cold, laughed heartily. A long spear appeared in his hand as he walked along the light pillar. Just as he was about to enter the tunnel, Sky Extermination the Arch suddenly turned back. You are a sentimental person. I did not want to ask, but I still have to ask. Were you really no match for the Emperors back then? Silence. Sky Extermination the Arch looked lost. Then, he laughed. I understand now. I'm sorry. Sky Extermination Thearch's calm face revealed a tinge of sadness and apology. Brother Extermination, you and the fool, it's nothing. Sky Extermination the Arch laughed. I was just a little confused. Now, I understand. You are our brother. The 4 Thearchs are equally famous. Forget about fighting that old thing, we watched you grow up, the fool, and I should have made this trip. You, what a pity. Sky Extermination the Arch was even sadder. He lowered his head. Brother Extermination, Jean has only let you down in this lifetime. There is no need for this between brothers. Ha ha ha, he really left. Brother Jean, let the 3 realms and the Emperor see that you, Jean, are stronger and more outstanding than them. Sky Extermination the Arch laughed as he stepped into the tunnel and disappeared. Sky Extermination the Arch had left. Sky Extermination the Arch stared at the tunnel for a long time. Suddenly, a blood-colored bow appeared on his back and a blood-colored saber appeared in his hand. His aura was completely different from before. He was no longer calm and indifferent. I wanted to fill in the gap, but who would have thought that they would not let you and him off? Sky Extermination the Arch mocked himself. He looked up at the sky and laughed. I may be stupid, but I know that if I can't fill in the gap, the 2 of them can't. Why, kill them. Boom, the color of heaven and earth changed. Countless nomological powers attacked from all directions. Jean was still standing where he was. The nomological powers could not get close to him. On his shoulder, Second Cat muttered, You are so silly. Big Cat's master is smarter than you. He is so domineering. He will beat up anyone he doesn't like. Big Cat said that he will kill anyone who dares to bully him. He is so powerful. Humph, if it was him back then, he would have beaten all those old men to death and stuffed them into the pit. You are so stupid. Yes, I am very stupid. Sky Extermination the Arch laughed. It was as if the outburst just now had never happened. You are not stupid. You know that you should look for the stronger ones. Do you really want to leave with me? I will think of a way to protect you. Forget it. Second Cat was dispirited. Nothing tastes good. I can't sleep either. I can't eat, I can't sleep. Why am I still alive? Cats eat, drink, and sleep. I will accompany you to see the other world. Maybe I can eat and drink good food. Sky Extermination the Arch laughed. It was a sad laugh. His figure disappeared from the spot instantly. In this life, he had never let anyone down except for the 2 brothers. In the past, if I was willing to fight, would they be able to live? I don't know, but he gave up in the tunnel. The sky was torn apart. Sky Extermination the Arch, who was holding a spear, stepped on the air and landed. He ignored the Dao tree and the others. He looked at Fong Ping's direction. Very quickly, he saw Ironhead, who was mixed in with the beginner martial artists. Sky Extermination the Arch laughed. Fong Ping hesitated for a moment but still stepped forward. He looked at Sky Extermination the Arch without saying a word. Sky Extermination the Arch looked at him too. As he looked, he suddenly laughed. I will try my best to wear down the power of the rule. You don't have to summon anymore. The other stages can't be summoned. It's just a waste of energy. The Dao tree's expression changed slightly. He looked at Sky Extermination the Arch and said in a low voice, Does Sky Extermination the Arch know about the other stages? Sky Extermination the Arch ignored him. He was willing to talk to those he liked. Those he did not like, he could not even be bothered to talk to. He glanced at Fong Ping again. He did not speak to Feng Ping. He looked at Feng, who was bowing in the crowd. Sky Extermination, the arch said calmly, our master-disciple relationship ends today. Teacher, Feng was a little sad. Feng Ping could not tell if it was real or not. Who could tell if it was real or not? Sky Extermination, the arch raised his hand, stopping him from continuing. He looked around again and smiled. Live on. Perhaps, dying is better than dying. As soon as he finished speaking, Sky Extermination, the arch stepped into the tunnel with his spear. Countless giant hands covered the area. Sky Extermination, the arch swept his spear in all directions. Rumble, countless giant hands were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Sky Extermination, the arch advanced 100 meters. At this time, the power of the rule was even stronger. Descend. With a low roar, a world descended. Feng Ping and the others felt as if they were in a primitive world. This was the world that Feng Ping had seen before. Countless monsters and wild beasts soared into the sky and fought the giant hands. Sky Extermination, the arch continued forward. His spear was like a dragon. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. The giant hands covered and destroyed everything with one spear. Domineering, powerful, Feng Ping could not help but look at Feng and Huan. Powerhouses in the path of mentality always gave him the impression that they were calculative but not brave enough. Today, however, Sky Extermination, the arch changed his view. Even though he had used his origin energy to suppress the surroundings, his usage of the spear had reached a superb level. With a single thrust, the giant hand would shatter. Furthermore, he did not expend too much energy. His control over his strength was also frighteningly high. He was even stronger than the previous few. Sky Extermination, the arch gave Feng Ping the impression that he only had the strength to break 2 gates at most. But the current him swept through everything. In the blink of an eye, he had swept through 1,000 meters. Breaking 9's Dao tree could at most walk 3,000 meters before returning. This did not mean that the Dao tree could walk 6,000 meters. This was because on the way back, the power of the natural order would be weaker. But now, Sky Extermination, the arch was getting stronger as he fought. Even the Dao tree was frowning slightly. Actually, everyone was a little puzzled. The previous few emperors were also fighting, but they were not like Sky Extermination, the arch, who was fighting a bloody battle. The previous few emperors gave them the impression that they were just dealing with the mission and the rules. When it was about time, they could unleash the final attack. As for Sky Extermination, the arch, he did not waste an ounce of energy. He struck with his spear, destroyed, killed. Every strike seemed to be calculated, saving every ounce of energy to wear down more of the natural order's power. The 4 emperors had used up about 20% of the natural order's power. As for Sky Extermination, the arch, he had already used up more than 5%. But he was still fighting. Desolate, solemn, Sky Extermination, the arch treated this battle as if it was the real last battle. Gradually, Feng Ping and the others felt something different. Bang! A gigantic palm smashed half of Sky Extermination Thearka's body. If it were the previous emperors, they would have unleashed the final attack by now. But Sky Extermination, the arch did not. He was retreating, not tangling with the gigantic palm, but continuing to smash the other palms nearby. Pfft, crisp sounds were heard. Palm after palm was smashed, lightning after lightning was smashed. Sky Extermination, the arch did not say a word, continuing to fight. More and more giant palms covered the sky, but he was still holding on. Destroy. With a low roar, Sky Extermination, the arch moved even faster. With a sweep of his spear, palm after palm was smashed. Bang! The desolate source world suddenly collapsed, and the hundreds of palms that had been drawn into it collapsed as well. Sky Extermination, the arch was already at the end of his rope, but everyone was extremely solemn as they watched. This was an invincible powerhouse fighting the final battle of his life. It was the real final battle. Unlike the previous few who were half-hearted, he was only at the strength of a second gate breaker, but he was getting further and further away. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, he had already reached the limit of the Dao tree. Even though his body was battered, he was still fighting with all his might. Why? The Dao tree murmured. He was a little confused. Why, Sky Extermination, the arch was only a projection, not his real body. Projections were created by the laws, and as long as they followed the laws, everything would be fine. When Sky Extermination the Arch was injured for the first time, he should have used all his strength and fought to the death. He should not have been like this, killing his way forward as if he was going to kill to the end. This is an invincible powerhouse of the three realms, someone said in a low voice. This was a true invincible expert, never giving up, never compromising, fighting to the very last moment, fighting to the end of his life. In the passageway, Sky Extermination the Arch was already in a daze, but he smiled again. Fight, I'd done my best. As a projection created by the laws, he would be suppressed by the power of the laws. The more he expended, the more he could unleash. At this moment, how much had he expended? After making a rough estimation, Sky Extermination the Arch smiled again. Not bad, but it was still not enough. Fuse. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled. In the passageway, a spear emitted a blinding light. Sky Extermination Thearka's figure instantly dissipated, but the spear erupted with an aura that shocked even the nine-gate breaker. Kill. Rumble, a spear tore through heaven and earth, shooting straight towards the end of the passageway. Wherever it passed, be it the giant hand that covered the sky or the power of lightning, they were all destroyed. In the three realms, a spear was projected. It covered the sky and earth. There were no other words, only a sharp and murderous aura that shook the three realms. The other emperors had also projected themselves previously. However, they were only projections. They did not have this murderous aura, in a dilapidated world. The spear in Yao Qingjuan's hand trembled, as if it was about to soar into the sky at the next moment. Yao Qingjun gripped the spear tightly and looked at the spear that covered the sky and earth. It was exactly the same as the God Extermination spear in his hand. Destroy. Yao Qingjun shouted in a low voice. Sky Extermination the Arch, above the Forbidden Ocean. Sage Lin Hai knelt on the ground with a loud bang, sobbing uncontrollably. Master, he had fallen, the spear covered the sky and earth, and the previous few projections were projected. There were emperors that shook the 9 heavens and the source universe. But this time, there was none. He had really fallen, outside the 9 heavens. Below the immortal source. The Beast Emperor and the others stood up and looked at the spear that even the 9 heavens had projected. Everyone seemed happy and sad at the same time. The extreme Tao was already a thing of the past. Extermination had already disappeared from the 3 realms. There's still battle. Someone said in a low voice. Someone sneered. Battle. Those who enter, be careful. All of you should know how we won that battle 8,000 years ago. This emperor wants to see who will lose their avatar this time. The Beast Emperor said coldly, anyway, I don't have a clone inside. If extermination uses his full strength, I'm afraid he will only pave the way for battle. I also want to see who will die this time. Silence. The 9 heavens was extremely quiet. Battle. That battle 8,000 years ago, everyone could not help but recall the scene back then. I will bury myself, fill the sea and suppress the source. That shout was still unforgettable. However, they still failed in the end. Even extermination and tyrant could not escape that calamity. Deep in the source universe. Outside the 3 heavens. Someone sighed. Will he make a move? I don't know. You are his teacher. The relationship between master and disciple has long been repaid. The Divine Emperor was the one who presided over the Qi and Blood Gate on behalf of the human emperor. The Divine Emperor looked at the two in the distance and closed his eyes, not saying a word. In the battle 8,000 years ago, if Jean did not die first, if he had allied with the 2 emperors, if he had roped in a few sovereigns, would things have turned out the same way? The earthly sovereign wholeheartedly wanted to ally with the 3 emperors, but in the end, he was rejected by Jean. What a pity, even though he had participated in that battle, he still felt that it was a pity. Rumble, the loud explosion caused some of the weaker cultivators to bleed from their orifices. The Dao tree exclaimed in surprise, 40%. Yonko, for emperors, consumed 20% of his rule force. Killing one person actually consumed 20% of his rule force. This was unexpected and unbelievable. He was pleasantly surprised, this was far beyond his expectations. In the passage, a spear mark ran through the entire passage. Up until the moment of his death, Mia did not utter a single word. Fang Ping watched in silence. Looking at everything, he suddenly let out a laugh. In the three realms, only the three emperors hadn't set up a trap. No, maybe there is. But the three emperors were really dead. He glanced coldly at the excited Dao Tree, then at Hong Yu and the rest who had a complicated look in their eyes. Fang Ping let out a cold laugh. Do you think this is a battle for you? You are thinking too much. Today, something unexpected might happen. Zhang was still here. Fang Ping felt that Zhang did not answer the summons not because he was afraid of death, but because he had other motives. But it might have nothing to do with him. He wondered which unlucky bastard would have to pay for the three emperors' deaths today. At the same time, the Dao Tree shouted, "Summon the emperors again, force them to break through." At this moment, there was a rumble. Behind them, the divine gate opened. "There's no need to summon anymore." A voice was heard. Someone said with a faint smile, "Let's work together and break through. Let's use our strength." Fang Ping turned around and squinted. Interesting, Emperor West, Emperor Spirit, Emperor of Heaven Reverse, Emperor God, Emperor East, and Emperor Renhuang, 6 powerhouses had arrived. Who was the Emperor God? Fang Ping was shocked. The suppressing Heavenly King here was definitely a breakthrough peak 8, who was the Emperor God? Fang Ping turned to Heavenly King Zhen who looked indifferent as if he did not see anything. Who knew who the Emperor God's avatar was? Heavenly King Zhen did not know. Who else could the Emperor God's avatar be but the Emperor God? Fang Ping stared at Heavenly King Zhen for a while and then turned to the 6 avatars. He frowned in silence. He thought they were going to hide and would only show up when the passageway was opened. He did not expect them to show up now. The Dao Tree was also frowning at the Emperor God. Was this his teacher? The glow in his eyes was restrained. He was also an invincible powerhouse who had broken 9. He had extraordinary eyesight. After a quick check, the look in his eyes changed. Powerhouses that were not weaker than him. It was hard to tell if they were avatars of the Emperor God. These avatars of the Emperor God were just avatars. Their auras were restrained and their looks were molded at will. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. Were the 6 powerhouses really their avatars? Not necessarily, maybe someone was impersonating. Unless the battle was at its climax and these people could not control themselves, then they could tell. 6. It was hard to tell if all of them had broken 9. The avatars of those who had broken 9 were not made randomly. It was possible that some of them had only broken 8. But if they did not make a move now, it would not make a difference. The biggest difference between avatars and the host was that the origin was not visible. The origin of the avatars was the host's origin. Of course, the host's origin was powerful. But how much the avatars could exert would depend on the materials used to make the avatars and the amount of spiritual consciousness the Emperor God used. When the 6 avatars arrived, Hong Yu and the others looked grim. At this moment, breaking 8 was really not enough. The beginner martial powerhouses all had solemn expressions as they gathered together. The beginner martial artists and the origin had been enemies for years. Apart from Emperor of Heaven Reverse, the others were all avatars of the origin God. They would not survive once the avatars attacked them. Nobody said a word. After a while, the Dao Tree bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Master, greetings, Uncle Masters. Rise." The Divine Emperor's expression was calm, and there was nothing unusual about him. Emperor Donghuang smiled. "Dao Tree, it has been years. I didn't know you had broken 9. You are indeed my favorite student." "Martial uncle, you must be joking." The Dao Tree bowed again, maintaining the appropriate amount of respect. Emperor Donghuang was also an ancient emperor, the second one to become an emperor. Compared to the others, including the Emperor of Heaven Reverse, he might not be as early as Donghuang. However, the Dao Tree knew in his heart that these people were not here to reminisce with him, but to stop him from proving his Dao. The Dao Tree was on high alert, glancing at Fang Ping from the corner of his eyes. He then looked at the God Emperor. The God Emperor's expression did not change, but his eyebrows twitched slightly. The Dao Tree suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. His master was telling him that there was no problem. The heaven-sundering jade was still there. This meant that his master's main body could still descend. In this way, even if the clones of the emperors were present, they would be able to deal with it. More importantly, the divine emperor's clone knew about the heaven-sundering jade, which meant that it might really be his master's clone. It was not impossible. After all, the Tao tree was about to corroborate the Tao. If the divine emperor didn't do anything, it would be suspicious. The Tao tree thought about it. Master might have really sent an avatar to descend. Otherwise, Dong Huang and the others would have guessed something. They chatted for a while. The God Emperor looked at the heaven-subduing king. He was no longer stern. He put on a faint smile and asked, Is Brother Yang here? The heaven-subduing king answered lazily, I don't know. Ever since I came to the human world 8,000 years ago, I have never seen my master. If you want to find him, go find him yourself. If you can't find him, I can't either. The God Emperor smiled. He did not mind. Among the 6 people here, the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse were in the form of elders. Dong Huang, Shi Huang, and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse were middle-aged. Spirit Emperor was still handsome. He held a sword in his hand and said nothing. At the moment, he was looking at Fang Ping with hostility. Fang Ping felt uncomfortable under Spirit Emperor's gaze. He mumbled something. How powerful were the powerhouses here? Fang Ping's mumbling could not be hidden from the others. Even the God Emperor and the others could not help but chuckle. What a brave king of man. What are you looking at? As if you've never seen a handsome guy before. I'm only 21 years old. I don't look at an antique that is tens of thousands of years old. That was what Fang Ping was mumbling. He did not even try to cover it up. Spirit Emperor's eyes glowed coldly. His face was hostile. Fang Ping did not care at all. He did not care how powerful these avatars were or how many there were. To be able to break 9 avatars for a short period of time, this was his confidence. With confidence, he was not afraid of these people. At this moment, seeing that the others did not speak, Fang Ping said directly, cut the nonsense. Stand on the side when it's time. Everyone, divide your forces and fight later. Don't think about doing something in the dark. You've lived for so many years. It's meaningless to do that. Fang Ping said, looked at Spirit Emperor, squinted and asked, Spirit Emperor, is the previous agreement still effective? If it's effective, then come. If it's not effective, then we'll go our separate ways. Anyway, I've taken the thing. Don't expect to return it. As he said that, Fang Ping called out, Wan, Sherpa, Tengu, the 3 of you come to my place. 4 of us break 8 avatars. It's not a bad idea to kill one that broke 9 avatars. Heaven-subduing king, God creation envoy, you 2 do as you please. Fang Ping was extraordinarily bold. Everyone who heard him was trembling inside. Fang Ping did not care about this. He called out to a few people and looked at the emperors again. He smiled and said, Spirit Emperor, are you coming? If you don't come, then forget it. Emperor West, are you coming or not? If you do, I can still entertain the God creation envoy. Emperor West laughed in spite of himself and said with a chuckle, Fang Ping, I'm just breaking through to see the seed projection. Who said I'm going to start a war? Fang Ping said unhappily, are you coming or not? If you don't come, then forget it. Celestial Pull, you protect yourself. If you come, Celestial Pull, this trash that broke 6, can come to me to avoid the limelight, lest he gets killed casually. On the other side, Celestial Pull's face darkened. I'm not going. Thinking of this, Celestial Pull looked at Emperor West. His gaze was a little complicated. He snorted softly and said, I want to go back. Go to the Western Imperial Palace. Send me out. These words were said to Emperor West. He did not want to stay here anyway. It was dangerous everywhere. Although his father's avatar had descended, was this insurance? Stop joking. The key was that it was hard to say whether this was his father's avatar or not. Who knew if it was someone else pretending to be him? If someone else pretended to be him, he would be even more unlucky later. Emperor West glanced at Celestial Pull and said softly, going out now might be more dangerous. It's better to stay. When this place is broken, we'll leave together. Everyone's expression changed slightly. What did he mean? No one explained. Right now, outside, there might be the Emperor's real body descending. This meant that it was more dangerous to go out alone. It was safer to go out together. Celestial Pole's expression changed as he cursed in his heart. If that was the case, of course, he would find a safe place to stay. But the place was only so big. Where was it safe? He looked around. There were many powerhouses here. Celestial Pole's teeth hurt. If he was not careful, he would be finished. After thinking about it, Celestial Pole still walked towards Fang Ping. As he walked, he said, "Fang Ping, you guys snatch what you want. I don't want anything. Don't do anything to me. Everyone, at least I have an emperor father. It's not like I'm stealing anything from you. Just pretend that I don't exist. Don't make a move on me. Once this place is broken, I'll return to Emperor West's palace immediately. We'll never meet again. There's no benefit in killing me. The clone in this place, I won't admit that he's my father. Unless my father's real body descends." Emperor West's clone smiled. He did not care. The other emperors also had smiles on their faces. They did not say anything, nor did they look down on him. Interesting, Emperor West's son was very interesting. Here, Broken Six was really dangerous. Even more dangerous than true gods. True gods, venerable emperors, everyone knew that they did not have the ability to participate, so they would not deliberately attack them. However, Broken Six was not weak. Under the serious injuries of Broken Eight, Broken Six could also kill Broken Eight. It was a fatal threat to Broken Eight. It was not strong either. In this way, these Broken Six heavenly kings were in an extremely awkward position. Celestial Pole said that he would not participate as soon as he arrived. Killing him would offend Emperor West. If someone wanted to attack him, they had to consider whether it was worth it. Killing a guy who did not fight or snatch, offending an emperor, it was not that no one would do this. For example, this bastard Fang Ping. Therefore, after thinking about it, Celestial Pole decided to follow Fang Ping first, lest he was attacked by this guy. Fang Ping laughed and did not care about him. He continued, "Emperor West, if you come, you and Spirit Emperor, plus the few of us. Even if there are 3 Broken 9, we are not afraid of him. If we join forces, we will also be the overlord here." Heavenly King Subduing glanced at him. Fang Ping smiled. "Don't look at me, Heavenly King Subduing. Find a Broken 9 and team up. Let's go our separate ways. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Find a Broken 9 and team up. Maybe you will gain more." The 6 emperors all looked at Fang Ping with a half-smile. Fang Ping did not care about this. He said again, "Hung Yu, you guys have a plan before, right? Hurry up and pick a team. Don't waste time. We are not fools. Who are you going to plot against? Oh right, I think the Chua lineage might be working with Heaven Reverse Emperor now. Let's divide the enemy and ourselves and sort things out. Otherwise, when our own people kill our own people, it will be a show for ghosts." Fang Ping looked back at the emperors and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to divide? Are you going to act together with the Broken 9? Emperor God, you and Dao Tree are naturally on the same side. You two should go together. Don't trick others. You two might become public enemies later. Don't hurt people." The God Emperor laughed. He had a benevolent expression on his face, and he wasn't angry either. "Human King, interesting." "Don't say interesting. If your real body is here, of course I won't talk to you about this. But after all, it is just a clone. No matter how powerful the clone is, we have many Broken 9. Can't we exhaust you to death? Do you really think I don't know that the strength of the clone is limited? Even if it is a Broken 9 attack, the duration is limited." Fang Ping curled his lips. Everyone here, except for Dao Tree, is just for show. A Broken 9 attack is a Broken 9 attack. It may not be much better than a Broken 8 attack. The emperors burst into laughter again. Heaven Reverse Emperor grinned. "Since you have said so, we will appear narrow-minded if we delay any longer. Underworld, Sky Arm, together?" The Underworld God glanced at him without saying anything. He waved his hand slightly. The group of Chu powerhouses behind him walked toward Heaven Reverse Emperor. Among the 5 emperors, Heaven Reverse Emperor had the deepest relationship with Chuo. As a matter of fact, they had no other choice. The Chuo powerhouses walked toward Heaven Reverse Emperor. Emperor God grinned and turned to Dao Tree. Dao Tree frowned but soon calmed down. In the blink of an eye, Dao Tree appeared behind Emperor God. Hong Yu, Li Zhu, Tianji, and the others walked toward Emperor God. Hong Kuan, King Qian, and King Zhen walked toward Emperor East. Emperor Monster and Feng looked at each other. Then, Emperor Monster appeared next to Heaven Reverse Emperor in a blink. Feng did the same. This time, many people were alarmed. On Heaven Reverse Emperor's side, there were 3 broken 8 martial warriors. Now, 2 more went over. 5 broken 8 martial warriors. Among the 5, there were several broken 2 martial warriors. They were not weaker than Fang Ping's side. What was more, there were several broken 7 martial warriors and more than a dozen broken 6 martial warriors. This side was not weaker than Emperor God's side. Emperor God's side only had 2 broken 9 martial warriors. But Dao Tree, especially, was stronger than a broken 9 avatar. The other heavenly kings made their choices. Qing Tong was from Emperor God's side. Naturally, he chose Emperor God. Yin Fei and Lu Shan, one was the first seat of Emperor Nan and the other was the first seat of Emperor North. They chose Emperor God's side. They had worked with Hong Yu before. Xing Hong took a look at Heaven's fate. After a moment of hesitation, he brought Xing Nan to Emperor West. Xing Nan wanted to follow Heaven's fate. But with senior brother and master's avatar here, he had no choice. As a result, only Moon Spirit and Gong Yuzi, the 2 heavenly kings, did not speak. Of course, there was also heavenly King Zhen. Moon Spirit did not bother to say anything. She walked toward Fang Ping directly. Seeing this, Gong Yuzi's eyes flickered. He glanced at Jiang Hao and walked over as well. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Heavenly King Zhen grinned. You guys are really on the same side. You guys are emperors. Why are you acting like elementary school students? Do you think you can form a team just because Fang Ping says so? As he spoke, Heavenly King Zhen looked around and grinned. Spirit Emperor, there's no one here. They don't like you. That's pathetic. Why don't you team up with me? Spirit Emperor snorted and ignored him. It was pathetic indeed. Fang Ping coughed dryly. Don't, Spirit Emperor. We're on your side. After saying that, he took the initiative to walk toward Spirit Emperor. Then, he looked around and said, Where's Fat Pig and Cat? The cat also looked around. It was a little disappointed when it did not see Third Cat. Spirit Emperor frowned. After thinking for a while, he reached out and grabbed. In the void, a fat cat appeared. Third Cat. The cat was a little happy. It jumped over and rode on Third Cat's head in an instant. As for the heavenly hound, its dog eyes were slanted. Its gaze was unfriendly. No one knew if it was angry. Anyway, it did not want to be with Spirit Emperor. But compared to the others, forget it. It was better to follow Spirit Emperor. Although Spirit Emperor beat it up, Spirit Emperor looked the dumbest and was easier to deal with than those human spirits. The cat did not care about them. Riding on Third Cat's head, it smiled happily and took out a bag of snacks to feed Third Cat. Third Cat also opened its mouth and ate. It did not know if it tasted good, but it was in a good mood. Suddenly summoned by Spirit Emperor, Third Cat was a little afraid. But when it saw Big Cat, it was less afraid. It was quite fun. At this moment, Third Cat became the cat's mount. Spirit Emperor did not say anything. Fang Ping and the others walked over. She did not speak either. On the other side, Heavenly King Zhen said sadly, Brother Chen, why don't you come with me? Chen, Emperor West, the emperors of the past all had only one name. It was Fang Ping's first time hearing Emperor West's name. He looked curiously at Celestial Pole, who was hiding behind, and said in a low voice, Your father is called Chen. Why are you called Celestial Pole? Celestial Pole's face was dark. He gritted his teeth and said, The West Pole, the ultimate Pure Land. Back then, it was not named according to the surname. Besides, there is no surname. Then why do the two sons of the earthly emperor have surnames? Celestial Pole was annoyed and said impatiently, one is called Kuan, the other is called Yu. Hong is not a surname. I just used to call them that, then I'll call you Chen Tianji? Celestial Pole was angry. Damn, why are you still arguing with me about this at this time? How annoying, someone come and beat this bastard to death. Emperor West could not help but laugh. He looked at Heavenly King Zhen. After a while, he smiled and said, since Brother Zhen thinks highly of me, then let's go together. Fang Ping sighed and said, our side is still very strong. 6 emperors are at the ultimate Pure Land. 2 of them are on our side. We are only slightly weaker than the Divine Emperor's side. Not bad. The God Creation envoy glanced at Fang Ping. He did not know what Fang Ping was going to do. Even though they were clear now, was it really like this? That might not be the case, they were all top-notch powerhouses. How could they expose their intentions so easily? On the other side, the Divine Emperor gave Fang Ping a meaningful look and said with a smile, since everyone is ready, let's break through now. What about them? Fang Ping glanced at those non-heaven realm powerhouses. There were also many on the human side. Water power and power mediocre. Jiang Hao, Thunder King, and War King had not reached the Heavenly King realm. These young friends, stay here for a while, the Divine Emperor chuckled and said, in the passageway, the power of the rule is strong. Those who are not Heavenly Kings will die easily. The Divine Emperor is magnanimous. Fang Ping laughed and gave a thumbs up. I was afraid that you would force them into the passageway to consume the power of the rule. It seems that I have underestimated you. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Jiang Hao and the others. You guys stay here and cultivate well. The power of the rule in this place is strong, and the vitality is also strong. If you don't enter the passageway, your safety is still guaranteed. Cultivate well and strive to enter the Heavenly King realm as soon as possible. Fang Ping said again, when the fight starts later, don't run around. I think that even if they fight, they will be in the heavenly realm on the other side. They might not cross the passageway. Moreover, once the passageway is opened, there will be a lot of vitality transmitted over. You guys just have to cultivate well and seize the opportunity. If you miss this village, there will be no more shops. Fang Ping nagged for a while. The Spirit Emperor in front was a little impatient and said coldly, are you done? If you're done, enter the passageway. Women are impatient. Didn't you see that the other emperors have no objections? Fang Ping muttered again. The God Creation envoy glared at him. Fang Ping said indifferently, I'm testing the magnanimity of the emperors. If they don't even have this bit of magnanimity, how would they dare to cooperate? Aren't they afraid that others will stab them? Lord Spirit Emperor is magnanimous. Why would he care about this? I'm a straightforward person. If I have something to say, I'll say it directly. I'm not like you guys who have lived for a long time. There are many tricks and schemes. I don't have these. After all, I'm only 21 years old. I have a straightforward personality. If I have something to say, I can't hold it in. On the other side, the Emperor said faintly, there's no need to be modest, human king. There's no need to be modest. I'm 21 years old. It's not embarrassing. What's there to be modest about? Fang Ping chuckled and said, Your Excellency Human Emperor. No, Your Excellency Slaughtering Emperor, don't do anything to me. Killing the God Emperor and the Tao Tree is the most important. As for me, you can put it behind me. I have some strength, so I'll show it on the surface. If you kill me, it might even attract the attention of the Celestial Emperor and the Sun God. I'm a chess piece that these two have jointly set up. In fact, I can be considered their spokesperson. So, don't provoke me. Otherwise, you'll suffer a big loss and your real body will be killed. Everyone's pupils constricted. Heavenly King subduing really had a toothache. Mother ***, what the hell were you trying to do? Fang Ping said casually, don't look at me like that. I've cultivated to broken 8 so quickly. These two have given me a lot of benefits. It's fine as long as everyone knows it. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, people will think that I, Fang Ping, have no talent. Fang Ping chuckled and said, if that's the case, it's also to save your life. I'm such an important chess piece. If you guys kill me and ruin other people's plans, be careful that you'll be in big trouble. I didn't want to admit it in the past. That was because other people were useless and couldn't kill me. Now I'm scared to death. Dao Tree, God Emperor, you heard it too. Don't do anything to me. If I die, I'll really die. It doesn't matter if the other clones die. Just catch them and beat them to death. Shut up. Heavenly King Subduing shouted softly, slightly annoyed. Go in. If you want to talk, get out alive first. He could not stand this guy anymore. Wasn't he afraid that everyone would get impatient and kill him together? Fong Ping curled his lips again. Looking at the passageway in front, he exhaled. There's only 60% of the rule's power left. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for so many of us to go over. I'm just afraid that someone will plot against us. Everyone, take it easy. Those below Broken 8, be careful and guard against others. It's hard to predict a person's heart. No one paid attention to him. Everyone walked toward the passageway one after another. Just as Spirit Emperor was about to leave, Fong Ping hurriedly said, Don't, let's go at the back. They're strong, let them go first. Spirit Emperor turned around and gave him a look. His eyes were cold as he said coldly, It's not your turn to order me around. TSK, then you can go and die. Don't drag us down anyway. You might as well follow Emperor West. Celestial Terminus is so good at being bystanders. I think Emperor West has the same personality. It might be safer to follow Emperor West. Spirit Emperor looked at him coldly. After a while, he said coldly, Are you really not afraid of death? This place isn't within the checkpoint. The rule's power will no longer be suppressed after passing through the passageway. I'm afraid. That's why I said so much. Fong Ping said in distress, I've just broken through Broken 8. I still want to live for a few more days. I want to go home and show off. Previously, I beat the Demon Emperor into submission. I don't want to die here. That's why I told you to slow down. Spirit Emperor was a little annoyed. He could not be bothered with him and walked forward directly. Fong Ping saw that the others were following him quickly and said hurriedly, Everyone, remember, you and I are on the same side, not the same side as Spirit Emperor. She's just a clone. If she dies, then she dies. If we die, then we really die. If you follow me, even if there's no benefit, you won't die so easily. Don't follow this woman blindly. Sherpa, I'm talking to you. Sherpo's face darkened. Am I that stupid? Everyone was too lazy to say anything. One by one, they walked toward the passageway. As soon as these people entered the passageway, the rule's power erupted instantly. Outside the passageway, Warlord held a jade pendant in his hand. He cursed in his heart. This kid won't trick me to death, will he? He wants me to crush the jade pendant at the critical moment. I don't think it's that simple. I hope it's okay. The main thing was that Fong Ping said one sentence. Crush the jade pendant and go into the passageway. Which passageway? He even specifically told him to run faster and not to delay. The more Fong Ping said that, the more afraid he was. This bastard, what was he trying to do? I don't want to die so quickly. Anyway, I don't think it's a good thing. The more I think about it, the more worried I am. As soon as he entered the passageway, Fong Ping realized that something was wrong. Fong Ping frowned instantly. Everyone was defending, and no one was able to defeat those big hands. Even these Emperor avatars were only defending, helping some of the people around them to defend, but allowing the power of the rule to bombard them. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows and smiled. Everyone, why don't you defeat these rule powers? No one answered him. Fong Ping was depressed. He looked at Heavenly King Subduing in front of him and shouted, Godfather, why don't they defeat this rule power? There was silence in the passageway. Everyone was speechless. Wasn't it Heavenly King Subduing previously? When he needed it, he would be a godfather? The corner of Heavenly King Subduing's mouth twitched. He said unhappily, Don't you have to use more strength to defeat the rule power? Just go over directly. We can also prevent the people who come later from suddenly attacking. Godfather, is it that simple? What do you think? Heavenly King subduing snorted. Do you think it's to guard against Heavenly Emperor Zhan and Earthly Emperor? One of them has disappeared, and I don't know what happened to the other. Why would we be afraid of them when there are so many of us? Brother subduing. At the side, Emperor West smiled. There's no such thing. At the back, Fang Ping pulled the God-crafting envoy and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The God-crafting envoy said casually, the rule power suppresses the projection power. Guard against it, lest they attack from the back without any obstruction. With the passage of the rule, the power they can exert will be limited. Oh. Fang Ping understood. He also understood why Heaven-exterminating Emperor would risk his life to consume so much rule power. He understood, and so did the others. They were all on guard. Who were they guarding against? Of course it was war. Other than war, there was also Earthly Emperor. Earthly Emperor had dissipated, but it did not mean that he was really gone. Moreover, did the other emperors really not have avatars hiding outside? This was also hard to say. With the rule power, these people would be killed by the rule power if they barged in. It would more or less be of some use. Now, there were a lot of Broken 9 and Broken 8 that came in, so there was no need to worry. If they defended together, these 60% rule power would not be able to do anything to them unless it exceeded the power of an emperor. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he kicked Song Mao, who was riding Tricat, out of the defensive circle. Rumble. After being struck by lightning, the fur on the cat's body instantly stood up straight. The cat turned its head to look at Fang Ping, its face full of grievance and innocence. What are you doing? Why did he kick the cat? Why did he want to harm the cat? Fang Ping said hurriedly, stupid cat, don't run outside. Be careful not to be struck to death. Why are you so stupid? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping hurriedly threw a punch, shattering a thunderbolt. He grabbed Ash Cat and pulled it into the defensive circle. Fang Ping scolded the cat. In front of him, the Spirit Emperor turned his head and looked at him, frowning. Fang Ping did not even look at her. At this moment, all the powerhouses laid out a huge defensive circle, only defending and not attacking. Although the power of the rule was consumed, the consumption was minimal. At this rate, the 10,000-meter-long passageway would at most consume 10% of its energy to reach the end. That was the remaining 50% of rule force. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. These guys really knew their stuff. They knew that the Heaven battling the Arch probably had other ideas and were guarding against him. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly slammed into the Tengu beside him. Tengu was instantly knocked out of the defensive circle. Rumble, countless thunderbolts and giant hands blasted toward it. The Heavenly Hound barked and scolded, big dog, you can actually devour the power of the rule to strengthen yourself? That's amazing, devour more. The Tengu was stunned. It could not do it, but, maybe it could. It had not tried devouring the power of the rule before. Its devouring technique could devour anything, but it had never thought of devouring the power of the rule before. At this moment, the Tengu was suddenly tempted. Could it? It did not know. It could try. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, the Tengu did not come back. Its eyes widened and suddenly, it swallowed a giant hand. Rumble, the Tengu's body rumbled, smoke coming out of its orifices. The Tengu was just about to scold when Fang Ping smiled and said, eat less, it's not easy to digest if you eat too much. Take it slow. Once you get used to it, you can hone your golden body. Look at you, I already have jade bones, but you're still golden. I don't know how you cultivate. The Tengu was stunned. It felt a little inferior. Many years ago, it had cultivated to the peak of golden body, half-step jade bones. Golden body was almost jade body, jade bones were also a little short. Yet, it did not break through this stage. Its vitality, on the other hand, had undergone a qualitative change. Back then, it did not know what it ate that caused its vitality gate to expand, allowing it to complete the 8 breakthrough transformation. Right now, it was still a distance away from breaking through 2 gates. However, if it succeeded in forging jade bones, it would also be a powerhouse who had broken through 2 gates. When the Tengu thought of Fang Ping forging jade bones, even the dumb cat had done so, it made up its mind. The power of the rule also contained life force. Perhaps it could really be useful. Body honing made sense. It could continue eating. What could it, the Tengu, not eat? If it did not die from eating, it could continue eating. Woof. A dog's bark rang out as the heavenly hound soared into the sky and swallowed a smaller hand into its stomach. Rumbling sounds rang out from within its body as the power of rules exploded out, causing the heavenly hound's vajra fur to stand on end. At this moment, in front, the Tao tree said in a low voice, Tengu, devouring the power of the rule will only hurt itself, it can't hone the body, none of your business, I'm happy to. The Tengu humphed. How would it know if it did not try? The Tao tree frowned, looking at Fong Ping. Fong Ping yawned, looking at the God-crafting envoy, smiling. Senior God-crafting envoy, your divine bones and jade bones don't match. Go and get hit a few times too. Maybe you can forge them into one. Then, you'll be comparable to a twice-honed jade bone. This was the foundation of Celestial Emperor Baishan's strength back then. The God-crafting envoy raised its eyebrows, smiled, and walked out. Rumble, thunder rose again. Someone said faintly, Fong Ping, you want to pave the way for a battle. However, a battle might not be merciful to you. Wang Jinyang is not a battle. They were not fools. What was Fong Ping trying to do? Fong Ping said lazily, what? I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What paving the way or not? There are so many of us, why would we be afraid of a mere projection? Fong Ping said indifferently, I'm honing my own flesh. Needless to say, my flesh is incomparably strong. It's just that I'm almost able to hone my jade body. I really want to try, but forget it. I'm afraid of death. Everyone stopped talking. They continued moving forward. As for Fong Ping, he began to bluff Sherpa and Luan. However, these two guys were unwilling to go out no matter what. It was too dangerous. The God-crafting envoy and the heavenly hound could hold on for a while because they were stronger than them. Although these two had also forged jade bones, they were not as strong as them. At this moment, Fong Ping raised his head and looked at the defensive shield in the sky. This was jointly built by many Break 9. It was incomparably sturdy. He had to think of a way to break this thing. The power of the rule actually suppressed the projection. Fong Ping only just found out. If the power of the rule was consumed too little, wouldn't Heavenly Battle Emperor's strength be reduced by more than half before he could even enter? How could that be? He was still waiting for Heavenly Battle Emperor to fight against a Break 9 clone. Fong Ping felt that Heavenly Battle Emperor could fight against a Break 9 clone. Although the power of the projection was mostly Break 8, it would almost never reach the Break 9 realm. When the God-crafting envoy could not hold on any longer and drilled into the defensive shield, Fong Ping said telepathically, Senior, how do I drill a hole? The God-crafting envoy instantly understood. She knew what this guy was going to do. She was a little speechless. After thinking for a while, she said telepathically, this was set up by a few Break 9 together. Unless one person's power output changes and destroys the structure, this power of the rule won't be able to break the defensive shield. After thinking for a while, she said, Kid, don't be too confident. Zhang Huanzhen might not be on our side. Fong Ping did not care about this. Without another word, he kicked Celestial Pull, who avoided him sideways. F***ck, Celestial Pull cursed. Fong Ping, I will take revenge sooner or later. Do you want to kill me? I'm only Break 6, rumble, a thick thunderbolt descended. At this time, in front, Emperor West frowned slightly. He sighed softly in his heart and suddenly made a move, grabbing toward Celestial Pull. Rumble, in the sky, a hole appeared in the defensive shield instantly. A few huge palms covered it instantly. An incomparably huge palm directly grabbed through the defensive shield at this moment, grabbing toward Joyful and Heavenly King subduing below. Fong Ping. Someone shouted coldly. Even Spirit Emperor was sullen. A few of them looked at Fong Ping coldly. At this moment, a hole had appeared in the defensive shield. Endless power of the rule surged in, killing in all directions in an instant. On the other side, Emperor West grabbed Celestial Pull back. He was also speechless. He smashed a huge palm with one palm. Heavenly King subduing also attacked those hands of the rule. The others were not Break 9. They were a little flustered, attacking the power of the rule one after another. The Dao tree suddenly turned around and looked at Fang Ping, his eyes cold. Fang Ping's previous few times, they were too lazy to say anything and did not consume much power of the rule. But now, he directly caused the defensive shield to collapse. At this time even Break 9 had to fight back. Otherwise, if more hands of the rule gathered, even Break 9 would be in danger. Fang Ping said innocently, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't do it on purpose." The Dao tree looked at him coldly. With a wave of his hand, he smashed the power of the rule in front of him and said coldly, "Since you want to destroy it, then leave by yourself. Everyone, if fellow Fang and the others are willing to hone their bodies, then let's split up." If everyone was together, their safety was guaranteed. Previously, they had also considered this point, which was why they had built the defensive shield together. In the end, this fellow Fang Ping insisted on making trouble. It was not good to attack him now, so they might as well let him go by himself. "What do you mean? You want to split us up?" Fang Ping was the one who complained first. He said angrily, "Dao tree, you've gone too far. You want to kill us? Although you and the God Emperor are strong, you're not invincible. Do you want us to fight you to the death and let others take advantage of you?" The Dao tree was holding back his anger. He had nowhere to vent it. Beside him, the God Emperor was still indifferent. He said slowly, "Since he's willing, let him be. Let's continue." The Dao tree snorted softly. He did not say anything else and continued moving forward. Everyone built the defensive shield again. However, previously, a group of powerhouses attacked and destroyed a large amount of power of the rule in the blink of an eye. In this place, the power of the rule was obviously much thinner than before. On the other side, Celestial Pull, who was caught by Emperor West, glared at Fang Ping a few times. He felt a little aggrieved. At this time, he did not dare to walk with Fang Ping anymore. Whether this was Emperor West's clone or not, he would leave with his father first. Otherwise, Fang Ping would have to kick him out. There's still 50% left. When we get out, I'm afraid there'll be about 40% left. A broken 9 might not be able to break through. Fang Ping calculated. At most, he could leave 30% of the rule power. 30% was already too much. The power of the rule in this place was very strong. If a broken 8 went alone, he would definitely die. If a broken 9 went, he would not be able to walk more than 5,000 meters. 30% might not be able to kill a broken 9, but at least it would greatly damage his vitality. In addition, the projection would be suppressed by the rule power. It might be even more difficult. Fang Ping did not care whether Heavenly Emperor battle was good or bad. Anyway, his target would not be him. Of course, this was what Fang Ping thought. As long as the target was not himself but those emperors, then there would be no harm in it. Of course, Fang Ping did not want Heavenly Emperor battle to be weakened too much. After thinking about it, Fang Ping looked at Spirit Emperor and said, "Even if Heavenly Emperor battle makes a move, he won't do it to a woman like you, right? Look, among the 7 broken 9, you're probably the weakest. If you don't think of a way to let Heavenly Emperor battle in, who do you think he'll do it to?" Spirit Emperor frowned. "Unless you killed him in a trap back then?" Spirit Emperor glanced at him coldly. She snorted in Fang Ping's mind. "Even if Heavenly Emperor battle makes a move, he won't do it to me." As she said that, Spirit Emperor seemed to have thought of something. She said again, "If he's going to make a move, it will either be Emperor East or the Emperor God, or even Emperor Heaven reverse. Anyway, it would not be her." The possibility of him targeting the Dao tree was not small because Heavenly Emperor battle would not let the Emperor God succeed. Thinking of this, Spirit Emperor frowned slightly. Although Fang Ping was annoying, she had to admit that some things were not wrong. If Heavenly Emperor battle came, it might not be a bad thing. Compared to the others, she wasn't considered very strong. If that was the case, it might be a good thing to have one more spoiler. Spirit Emperor did not waste any more time. In the air, the defense shield suddenly trembled. With a rumble, it shattered again. Once again, a large amount of the rule power attacked in all directions. The Emperor God and the others looked at Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor acted as if he did not see anything and broke some of the rule power. No one said a word. One by one, the powerhouses struck again, breaking many of the rule power. This time, Fang Ping did not use telepathy at all. He shouted, "East Emperor, Emperor God, Emperor Heaven Reverse is your disciple. Why are you so guarded against him? Why don't you clean up the rule power and let Heaven Reverse come and see what he is guarding?" The 3 teachers of Heaven Reverse were here. "Emperor Heaven Reverse, this is one of the 4 emperors. Are you so unwilling to see him come?" The 4 ignored him. Sometimes, Fang Ping did not have the final say. The Dao Tree, who had smashed a rule power, said coldly, "Fang Ping, if this goes on, don't blame us for being merciless." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "It's none of my business. I didn't do it. You don't dare to go to Spirit Emperor, so you come to me? Don't run later. We will gang up on you and see how strong you are." The Dao Tree was annoyed. All of a sudden, a rule power was about to attack the Dao Tree. A white energy emerged from the Dao Tree. The force moved toward Fang Ping in an instant. Very strong. "It might not be weaker than a level 7 strike," Fang Ping sneered. His vitality surged. The rule power that was coming toward him changed direction instantly and blasted toward Emperor Heaven Reverse. Emperor Heaven Reverse crushed the hand. He looked at the Dao Tree and Fang Ping, raising his eyebrows. The Dao Tree was shocked. He had passed the 13th trial. Therefore, he could direct some rule power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to go through the 13th trial and open up the passageway. Fang Ping had not passed the Divine Emperor trial. How did he do it? On the other side, East Emperor glanced at Fang Ping and chuckled. "True blood force? I didn't expect to meet someone with true blood force here. Young friend Fang, you are lucky. True blood force." As soon as he said that, many people looked at Fang Ping. Hong Yu and the rest were not surprised. Fang Ping had avoided the rule power's attack at the Earthly Sovereign trial. The Dao Tree also understood. His expression changed slightly as he said coldly, "The power of true blood is something that even Sovereign Realm experts cannot take lightly. If you kill someone with the power of true blood and refine their blood, you might be able to fill your own blood with the power of true blood." He really wanted to kill Fang Ping now. Fang Ping was always going against him. The heaven-breaking jade was still in Fang Ping's hands. He just wanted to get the jade back as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Fang Ping squinted at the Dao Tree and smiled. "You want to kill me? You misunderstood me." The Dao Tree replied calmly. "No, you just want to kill me." Fang Ping was like a lunatic. He suddenly laughed harshly. "You want to kill me? Those who want to kill me are my enemies. Kill." Kaboom, he threw a punch. The strength of Breaking 8 was on full display. The Dao Tree snorted and threw a punch of his own. With a rumble, the punch shadow was shattered. The palm print continued to blast toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping dodged quickly and dashed behind Emperor Heaven Reverse in the blink of an eye. Emperor Heaven Reverse frowned slightly. Then, he cracked a smile and threw a punch of his own, shattering the palm print. At this moment, countless rule powers were coming at them again. Everyone shattered the hands of rule. The Dao Tree's expression was grim. He moved and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fang Ping. The Dao Tree did not want to be Emperor Heaven Reverse's enemy now, but he was not willing to let Fang Ping continue to be free and unfettered. This guy was a shit stirrer. The Dao Tree was too strong. Here, he could even be ranked first. Of course, his instantaneous outburst might not be the first. In terms of endurance, he was definitely the first among Breaking 9. When he flashed, even Fang Ping could not catch him. When he sensed danger, the Dao Tree had already thrown a punch at his head. "Godfather!" Fang Ping roared. On the other side, Heavenly Xianxia was speechless. He could not care less and threw a punch at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression changed. He hurriedly forced his body to move. Kaboom, a loud noise was heard again. Fang Ping was sent flying. One punch after another exploded in the air. The aftershock spread in all directions. God knew how many hands of rule had been shattered. Fang Ping let out a muffled grunt. Both of them were terrifying. Heavenly Xianxia did not attack again. The Dao Tree frowned. He was not afraid of Heavenly King Jin. However, if this went on, the destructive power of their fight would be even stronger. The rule powers here would soon be worn out by them. Fang Ping is determined to let Heavenly Emperor Zhan in. Li Zhu transmitted his voice to Hong Yu, asking quickly, "Has Senior Earthly Sovereign really dissipated?" Hong Yu shook his head slightly. It was not that he was sure, but he did not know. Even he did not know if his father had really dissipated. However, it was true that there were no doppelgangers. If the projection was still here, it might enter too. If the rule powers here dissipated, it would be safer for Earthly Sovereign to enter. He glanced at Heavenly King Zhan and then at the Dao Tree. Of these two, one was at peak breaking 8, the other at breaking 9. There was a difference in strength, but it was not too big. Of course, if they were to really fight, Heavenly King Zhan, who was at peak breaking 8, would definitely not be a match for the Dao Tree. The key was that many people were watching the Dao Tree now. The Dao Tree did not dare to fight to the death with Heavenly King Zhan. Hong Yu glanced at the Emperor. The Emperor smiled slightly and transmitted his voice. "Let them fight. The most dangerous ones here are Qiong and the Dao Tree, as well as Fang Ping and the others." Huh? Hong Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Even if Heavenly King Zhan was added to Fang Ping's side, it should not be too dangerous, right? He knew that Fang Ping was difficult to deal with. But why did the Emperor say so? Emperor of Heaven Reverse's side had more powerhouses than Fang Ping's side. Fang Ping, the Emperor glanced at Fang Ping, who was hiding in the side again as if nothing had happened. He transmitted his voice. "Be careful. Heavenly King Zhan is more terrifying than we thought. I know a little about Fang Ping. Have you forgotten the strength he displayed the last time you joined forces with him?" "Breaking 9? Hong Yu said quickly, "But I'm afraid the Chuo clan will not join forces with him this time. There are no absolutes." The Emperor said again, "If the Chuo clan is in danger, they might join forces with him again. Back then, he was only at breaking 6. Today, he has reached breaking 8. If they join forces again, I'm afraid it will not only be a breaking 9 strike. It will not be difficult for them to maintain breaking 9 combat strength." Hong Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had almost forgotten about this. This was something to be wary of. If Fang Ping really joined forces with Chu again, Hong Yu felt that he could still withstand the breaking 9 strike last time. He could not kill Fang Ping in one strike. But if they maintained breaking 9 combat strength, it would be dangerous. "Kill some Chuo Heavenly Kings." The Emperor said again, "Kill some Chuo Heavenly Kings, especially those with weak spiritual consciousness and strong physiques. Make it impossible for Fang Ping to merge and weaken the possibility of him being a threat to us." As soon as the Emperor said this, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "You're still attacking. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I will join forces with the Chuo clan and kill you." The underworld god's expression changed at this. Before he could speak, a large amount of the power of the rule suddenly blasted toward the group of Chuo clan martial artists. The underworld god's face was livid. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he looked around. Who was plotting against them? Boom, the underworld god, Sky Arm, and the others acted quickly. Their vitality erupted, shaking heaven and earth and crushing the hand of rule. Emperor of Heaven Reverse frowned and acted quickly. As time went by, the power of the rule was decreasing. At this moment, the Emperor God suddenly sighed. These power of the rule can't hurt breaking 9. With so many powerhouses, the power of the rule was being consumed at a faster rate than the previous kings and supreme Daos. In such a short time, almost 40% of the power of the rule had been used up. Clearly, the previous plan was ruined. Although the remaining 20% was a threat to breaking 9, it was not much. And they were only halfway through the passageway. By the time they got out, the power would be almost exhausted. The Emperor God looked at Fang Ping with a faint smile. So did Dong Huang and the others. Fang Ping's contribution could not go unnoticed when the power of the rule was exhausted. Not only that, at this moment, everyone thought of the Chuo clan. That day when Fang Ping slashed the Vitality Gate with one slash, everyone had seen it. Other than Spirit Emperor's clone and the Dao Tree, who did not know, who else did not know, at this moment, Fang Ping had broken 8. It was difficult to kill him. But, those Chuo clan martial artists were not necessarily difficult to kill. Didn't Underworld God and the others look as black as iron? Fantasy glared at Fang Ping, wishing he could kill him right now. Fang Ping deliberately tricked them. Sky Arm wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He and Fang Ping had worked together a few times and it was quite pleasant. But now, there was clearly a gap between them again. Fang Ping did not mind. The Chuo clan martial artists did not mention anything about working together after they came in. Obviously, they had their own plans. If that was the case, Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything. Of course, if he had to trick them, he would trick them. Chuo might also want to trick and kill the cat. Big Brother did not talk about second brother. Although there was no conclusive evidence, since Fang Ping suspected it, he would not mind falling out. Sometimes, if he was worried about falling out and blindly pandering, it might lead to big trouble in the end. It was better to make a clear stand and express his position. Lest some people on his side made a mistake and let them succeed. That would be troublesome. Beside him, the God Creation envoy was slightly worried. Very troublesome. Fang Ping was too ostentatious. Originally, everyone was hostile to the Dao Tree and the others. Now, Fang Ping was not much better than the Dao Tree. Wasn't this asking for trouble? The Dao Tree might be laughing in his heart now. Even Heavenly King glared at Fang Ping. That was not the plan. The plan was for everyone to target the Dao Tree and the others while they acted in the dark and kept a low profile. Fang Ping, on the other hand, made his side the target of public criticism in the blink of an eye. What was he doing? Did he think that this old man was not dying fast enough? Or did he really think that this old man could fight a few broken nine? But this kid, Heavenly King narrowed his eyes. The Dao Tree broke 9. The moment it attacked Fang Ping dodged it very quickly. He had just broken 8. How could he dodge it so easily? This kid's strength had broken 2 gates at least, or close to the point of breaking 2 gates. Sure enough, with a little strength, he became arrogant. Heavenly King cursed again in his heart. So what if he broke 8? So what if he broke 2 gates? Didn't he see how many broken 9 were present? Moreover, Hong Yu and these broken 8 were not easy to deal with. A broken 8 like the Underworld God was even closer to the peak. Fang Ping had offended too many people. He could not hold on. Fang Ping saw that everyone was looking at him. He was a little embarrassed. His body seemed to tremble a little. He laughed dryly and said, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. I just don't like the Dao Tree's arrogance. He's a junior. Although he broke 9, how can he be compared to the seniors here? Moreover, he can avoid some rules, but he hasn't been able to break in after so many years. I suspect that he might have gone in before. He encountered some danger, so he deliberately did not go in. He wants to trap and kill all of you. Seniors, you must be careful. If it were me, I could avoid some injuries in tens of thousands of years. If I grind it bit by bit, I can also wear out this place." The Dao Tree's expression was ugly. He said coldly, "What do you know when the rules were at their peak?" Slander. Fang Ping had a glib tongue, splashing dirty water on him. "I'm just saying. Why are you so agitated? Is it because you have a guilty conscience?" The Dao Tree's gaze grew colder. At this moment, he wanted to kill Fang Ping even more. Arguing was not the style of powerhouses like them. Fang Ping provoked him again and again, completely ignoring the difference between broken 9 and broken 8. Did he think that he was like Kuan Peng, that he would be afraid of him? Fang Ping looked at him and grinned. His smile was uglier than crying. "Go!" Heavenly Emperor Reverse Celestial Emperor bellowed. He did not let them continue fighting. They would talk after entering the virtual sky realm. There was no benefit in fighting here. There was no need. Everyone moved forward. This time, there was no need to defend. With so many powerhouses around, it was better to break the rules than to defend. As for Heavenly Emperor battle, they just had to be careful. Heavenly Emperor battle checkpoint. Heavenly Emperor battle trembled slightly. He looked at the sky and murmured, the suppression was broken. Strange, based on their personalities, they would not do this. It was not that they did not know of his existence. Yet, he broke the suppression. Did they think that he would not be a threat? Heavenly Emperor Battle was slightly puzzled. He stopped thinking about it. This was a good thing. Perhaps he could do better. Although the suppression was not a big deal, the existence of the suppression still limited his ability. Now that the suppression was broken, it was even better. Stupid cat, this time, I'll bring you around the 3 realms and let you see it. How about that? Meow, what's the 3 realms like? It's all delicious. Meow, meow, 2 Cat was excited. All delicious? What did the 3 realms look like? It had some memories but was not clear about the specifics. In this life, it had never been to the real 3 realms. Heavenly Emperor Battle chuckled and patted 2 Cat's head. It was good to go out and take a look. P.S. There's only 2 hours left. I'll accompany my family for dinner. Boom, at the end of the road, the rule force dissipated. At this moment, Fong Ping could already see a new world that was like the celestial realm, the heavenly realm. Fong Ping perked up. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone wanted the seed. As long as they saw the seed, a great battle might break out. Up ahead, the Dao tree was also a little nervous. He said in a solemn tone, "Everyone, the seed projection might not be that easy to seize." These words were meant to tell everyone not to start killing each other before they had even seen or obtained the item. That wouldn't benefit anyone, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse said. The seed is in the sky. There might be other dangers nearby. Be patient. Let's wait and see. No one is anxious. Human Emperor said faintly, "We are not in a hurry. If he could snatch it, then he would snatch it. If he couldn't, then he would destroy it. In any case, he would not give the Dao tree a chance." This time, Emperor Ling, Emperor Don Huang, and the others' bottom line was to prevent the path tree from becoming a Ren Huang. As for the rest, he would wait and see. Up ahead, the Dao tree clearly understood what everyone was thinking. Seeing that they were about to exit the passageway, the Dao tree quickly sent a voice transmission. "Master, when we exit the passageway later, why don't we summon Master's true body?" "No." The Divine Emperor transmitted his voice, "Once the real body arrives, this place will collapse. The seed will wake up and the projection will dissipate. Only when you get close to the seed can you descend and seize the seed to help you prove your Dao." The Dao tree exhaled again. The Divine Emperor was right. Only by approaching the seed and descending with their true bodies would they have a chance of snatching it. Otherwise, they would have just had their god sovereigns descend long ago. Everyone was worried that there would be an accident on the way to the seed. He was also a little anxious. The hope of proving one's Dao was right in front of him. No one would be able to remain calm. This time, he had absorbed the power of the seed and used it to cross the broken Dao gate and reach the gate of origin. He hadn't broken the first 3 gates, but this time, he had broken the 3rd gate. Right now, he was only slightly over 40 million calories. After entering the source, he might be able to reach 50 million or even 60 million calories. He would become a true emperor in one fell swoop. It was even to the extent that he could escape all shackles and become the freest emperor of the 3 realms. In Fong Ping's source world, the light cluster of the 9 Emperors' seal and the Heavenly King's seal and the Saints' order was gradually taking shape. It was still that saber, nothing seemed to have changed. Fong Ping's origin body entered and examined it. Looking at the Dao that had integrated the 9 Emperors' seals, he frowned slightly. It felt about the same as before. The hardness and sharpness felt about the same. No change. After merging with the 9 Emperors' seal, there were no changes. What was this? However, there was a slight difference. The difference in chi activity. Fong Ping's body of origin stared at the Yenyue Dao for a while, suddenly feeling a little torn. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. Slash the source. Divine weapons could slash the origin, and so could the saber from before. However, Fong Ping had to break into the other party's origin world to slash the origin. But now, Fong Ping vaguely understood. He thought of Old Manly. After the 10,000 Daos merged into one, the old man's body was now severing 10,000 Daos. Severing the spiritual power, severing the physical body, severing the source. The destruction of the physical body meant the destruction of one's origin. This was the scary part about Old Manly. When Fong Ping and the others wanted to kill someone, they might need to destroy the physical body first, then their mentality, and finally their Tao. It was very troublesome. If they were not careful, the enemy might escape. But now, Fang Ping stared at the saber for a while, his eyes sparkling. Did the saber that had merged with the 9 emperor seals change a little? He felt that it might have such an effect. The effect of severing myriad Daos. 9 emperor seal, heavenly king seal, saint's order. Fang Ping looked at the saber and suddenly laughed. Chaos vanquishing saber. Boom, in the origin world, the saber vibrated. Fang Ping said firmly, "You are the chaos vanquishing saber." That day, Nanjiang Governor Zhang Dingnan had given Fang Ping his Amadeo. Fang Ping called it the chaos vanquishing saber. Later, the saber was shattered after Fang Ping had accumulated energy and nurtured it many times. The chaos vanquishing saber never appeared again after that. Today, there was. It was this saber, the chaos vanquishing saber, the saber that calmed the chaotic world. In this chaotic world, it could not be calmed by talking. He could only rely on this saber to calm the chaos. With the saber, we're going out. Beside him, the god-forging envoy growled, reminding Fang Ping. Don't be distracted. Fang Ping came back to his senses and did not say anything. A Yanhua Dao appeared in his hand. In front, a few emperors turned their heads and glanced. Someone frowned slightly. They felt the aura of the 9 emperor seals. It was true that the emperors created the 9 emperor seals, but the final shape was not finalized by the emperors. The emperor glanced sideways and did not say anything. The 9 emperor seals were known as the #1 artifact of the 3 realms in the past. However, the emperors had never used it before. The reason why they said so was because the 9 emperor seals had a different status. It represented the authority of the 3 realms. Everyone did not care about Fang Ping. At this time, no one could care about him anymore. They were less than 100 meters away from the entrance of the passageway. At this time, everyone stopped talking and sped up. They were worried that the people in front of them would beat them to it. They burst out one after another and rushed out of the passageway in an instant. Around Fang Ping, those powerhouses, without exception, were all bursting with energy. They were vigilant of their surroundings, ready to attack immediately. Fang Ping was the same. Rumble, the sound of everyone breaking through the air became one. When Fang Ping broke through the air and was about to swing his saber at Hong Yu, who was not far in front of him, Hong Yu snorted softly and growled, "Wait." Hong Yu was helpless too. This bastard, were you so eager to fight? It had not started yet. Fang Ping sheathed his saber, as if he was not going to slash anyone. At this moment, he was also looking around. Prosperity, golden age, like a celestial palace, the palaces stretched on. There were palaces floating in the air. There were also palaces underground. In a faraway place, there was an incomparably huge palace that shone with golden light. It covered the heavens and the earth, shining in all directions. Heavenly Court. Someone muttered, his voice full of sorrow. Heavenly Court, they saw the heavenly realm that had been destroyed in the past again. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Actually, he, who had seen the bounded domain, could imagine how prosperous and majestic the heavenly court was back then. However, at this moment, he knew that the heavenly realm 10,000 years ago was more immortal than he had imagined. Dong Huang the Supremacy is preaching at Mount Tianyang today. Everyone, let's go together. Indistinctly, there was an excited roar. In the crowd, Dong Huang, who was at the front, had a complicated look in his eyes. 10,000 years ago, Dong Huang murmured. 10,000 years ago, he went to Mount Tianyang to preach. This was also the only time he went to Mount Tianyang, so he still remembered. On the other side, a voice sounded again. The immortal origin has been forged successfully. The worldly immortal realm is about to be divided. The heavenly court is summoning the 100 Emperors banquet. Fellow Taoists, has anyone received the invitation? Celestial Emperor Badian has descended to the Sky Martial continent to fight against the Sky Martial God. Is there anyone who wants to go with him and watch him flee back to the heaven realm? His last words carried a hint of mockery. Celestial the Archbadian preferred to fight beginner martial artists without using his origin energy. He relied on his physical body to fight and was often defeated. Heaven Emperor Badian also likes to spar with the weak. Therefore, everyone doesn't fear him very much. Heaven Emperor Badian doesn't mind a few jokes. What a flourishing scene, illusory figures flickered one after another. This was the heaven realm of the past. It was joyous and harmonious. The hearts of martial artists filled the entire heaven realm. The strong were respected by tens of thousands of people, while the weak worked hard to become stronger. Cultivating the Tao, cultivating the body. Fang Ping laughed coldly in his heart. This golden age had been destroyed by the hands of the 9 emperors whom they worshipped. Beside him, the God Creation envoy also had a complicated expression. Not far away, the heavenly cat and heavenly hound were a little confused. Heaven realm, the bustling heaven realm. A cat and a dog had spent their childhood here. Here, they had played with the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Here, they had spent the most enjoyable time. However, who would have thought that such a prosperous heaven realm would completely collapse in less than 2,000 years? Countless people in the heaven realm had died. After all, those who survived were in the minority. Actually, there weren't many who recovered. Those countless ordinary martial artists had almost all died. Because, the Origin did not need so many people. Too many, so many that the Origin could not take it anymore. Sky Emperor and the others were considering the life and death of the powerhouses. The 9 emperors were thinking about the life and death of their disciples. These people could not be considered to be completely heartless. However, how many people had thought about the life and death of these ordinary martial artists? Probably not. Just like Hong Yu, Hong Kuan, these people would consider the impact of the death of their subordinates, but they would not think about how the death of hundreds of thousands of ordinary martial artists would harm them. That was nothing. It was the same for the heaven realm back then. A group of supremes had thought about many things, but they had never considered these people. No one told them that a great war was about to break out. No one told them that this time everyone was going to die. No one also told them that this war required them to clear out some small fries in order to reduce the burden on the Origin. Now, the number of Origin martial artists in the 3 realms might not be fewer than in the past, but the number of weaklings had decreased by 99%. Other than the human race, there were about 10 million Origin martial artists, but there were actually not many who had truly stepped into the Origin realm and rank 9. As for the heaven realm, there might not have been many heavenly kings back then, but there were millions who had stepped into the Origin realm. After this war, almost none of these people survived. The virtual sky realm was still maintaining the scene from 10,000 years ago. This scene might have been repeated countless times. Fang Pingyuan thought that these people were more or less sighing, a little afraid of returning home, and some could not bear to destroy the peace of this place. As it turned out, he was thinking too much. At this moment, he was still looking at the shadows and the buildings. Among the crowd, most of them were already looking at the sky. Look at that sun, it was like a sleeping silkworm, but it illuminated the entire heaven realm. Seed. Someone roared in a low voice. Seed, seed filled with infinite life force, seed that maintained the existence of the entire virtual sky realm. 10,000 years ago, the seed appeared. Emperor Donghuang suddenly said. As soon as he said this, everyone understood. The seed from 10,000 years ago must have appeared in the heaven realm, so it left behind the scene of that year, reflected the scene of that year, and preserved all of these. Like a video recorder, 10,000 years later, the seed disappeared, and a projection was left behind, leaving behind the image of the heaven realm 10,000 years ago. However, the seed was currently in the air, but these people did not go to snatch it. Fang Ping raised his head and took a look. It was indeed the silkworm baby he had seen before. Why was everyone so quiet? Fang Ping felt a little strange. Beside him, the God Creation envoy suddenly pressed down on Fang Ping's shoulder. Fang Ping turned his head. The God Creation envoy shook his head slightly and said telepathically, "Be careful of other dangers. The seed will not take the initiative to attack people, but any living creature has a sense of self-preservation, including the projection." Fang Ping nodded slightly. These people were afraid of danger. Just as he was about to say something, the Dao tree suddenly looked at Chu Wu, looked at an armored martial artist, and said coldly, "You, go up." Li Hansong, the Dao tree, recognized Tai Tu. Or rather, quite a few people recognized it. Although Tai Tu had changed the appearance of emperor armor, who were these people? how could they not recognize Emperor armor? At this moment, the Dao tree let Tai Tu go up to test it. On one hand, Tai Tu's strength was not strong. On the other hand, his defense was strong. They could test it more clearly, so that everyone could better judge how dangerous it was. In front of Tai Tu, Skyarm's expression changed slightly. Then, he snorted coldly. Let your people go. There were people from the Emperor God's bloodline. Qing Tong was in the crowd. The Dao tree said lightly, Qing Tong's physique is weak. Something might happen before he gets close. This person's physique is strong. His bones are probably jade bones. He is the most suitable to go. What's more, he is not from the Chuwu bloodline. Skyarm, are you going to stand up for him? Skyarm frowned. Next to him, the underworld god looked at him and shook his head slightly. Let him go, after all, someone had to test it. If Li Hansong did not go, there was a high chance that other people from the Chuwu bloodline would go. Even Emperor of Heaven Reverse would not refuse. There were many people in the Chuwu bloodline, and more of them walked the path of the physique. The Dao tree glanced at the underworld god and then at Li Hansong, who was wrapped in armor. Li Hansong's expression could not be seen. At this moment, seeing that Skyarm did not say anything, this guy did not say anything either. It seemed like he was about to step out and agree. Fong Ping glanced at Tai Tu and looked at him strangely. This idiot, why did he enter the ranks of the Chuwu bloodline? Was he going to plot against the Chuwu bloodline? Did he not know that there was something wrong with him? If you covered your whole body in Emperor armor, did you think others could not recognize you? You were deceiving yourself. Look, the Chuwu powerhouse did not say anything. Clearly, he knew that you were not one of them. He was not going to talk to you at all. Fong Ping felt a little tired. This idiot's brain was becoming more and more useless. Previously, when he was following Chu Wu, Fong Ping was too lazy to say anything. Skyarm was fine with Li Hansong. He had been protecting him, so he did not say anything. But now, he was asked to be a pathfinder and this guy still wanted to pretend. What was he doing? Li Hansong was about to take a step when Fong Ping stretched out his hand and grabbed. Skyarm wanted to stop him, but Fong Ping's aura changed. Skyarm's heart stirred slightly and he did not stop him. Li Hansong, who was wrapped in armor, was grabbed by Fong Ping directly. Throwing Li Hansong to Big Cat's side, Fong Ping said mildly, Big Cat, watch him. As he said that, Fong Ping looked at the Dao tree and said with a faint smile, I have fewer people. I can't die. Whoever has more people will go and scout the way. The Dao tree's expression did not look good. He looked at Fong Ping and said in a low voice, Fong Ping, do you have to go against everyone? His jade bones are forged, his physique is strong, and he has Emperor armor on him, but the aura of the origin is not strong. This kind of person is the most suitable to get close to the seed, in case the seed suddenly awakens from its slumber. Clearly, the Dao tree did not let Li Hansong go and scout for no reason. The seed was the foundation of the origin. If the origin was too strong, it might awaken the dormant seed projection, causing the seed to escape from this place. Therefore, it was best to let Li Hansong have a try. Fong Ping ignored him. At this moment, he was rapidly transmitting his voice in all directions. Godfather, I'm too lazy to wait. Why don't we get rid of this guy first? You deal with the one who breaks 9. We'll deal with the one who breaks 8 and 7. Not far away, Heavenly King Zhen really had a toothache. He transmitted his voice, wait, they will break into a fight sooner or later. Why do you have to be the first? I don't want to wait. The more I wait, the more trouble it'll get. I'm afraid they will destroy this place. I want to pack this place up and bring it away. I don't want these people to absorb its vitality. Don't you see that someone is starting to absorb the vitality around them? Fong Ping said impatiently, Godfather, are you doing it or not? If you are, I'll do it now. I'll kill as many as I can. You, Heavenly King Zhen wanted to vomit blood. Was it so difficult to be the fisherman? Fong Ping, this bastard, only knew how to be reckless all day long. Can't you hold it in for a while? The situation with the seed was not clear yet. Wasn't it necessary to test it appropriately? Heavenly King Zhen wanted to say something, but Fong Ping said immediately, everyone is paying attention to me. I'm afraid they're guessing what I'm transmitting. 10 seconds. We'll start in 10 seconds. Godfather, you and those who break 9 go and snatch the seed. I'll beat these people below into submission first. If they're terrified, I'll kill as many as I can. You want to deal with all of them? Heavenly King Zhen was stunned. What did he want to do? Fang Ping did not want to do anything. They were all enemies anyway. Killing as many as he could. If he could not beat them, he would run. He was not too worried about whether he could escape or not. If he could not do it, he would unleash combat strength that broke 9, he would bring everyone along and run. He did not want the seat anymore. What else could he do? He did not care about the others anymore. At this moment, his mentality trembled. On the other side of the passageway, Warlord's expression changed slightly. Crush it now. There was a connection between him and Fang Ping. The keepsake that Fang Ping left him that contained a bit of mentality had shattered. This meant that Fang Ping made him crush the heaven-breaking jade. Warlord gritted his teeth. Forget it. He would listen to this bastard for once. He did not know what this guy was up to. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The void trembled slightly. Around them, the martial artists who had not left looked at Warlord. Some frowned. What was this guy doing? Warlord looked indifferent. Seeing this, he said impatiently, "What are you looking at?" "You're looking at a fart." "Are you crazy?" Everyone's faces turned green. "Fart your grandpa, you can make the void tremble when you fart." "Do you think you're an emperor?" Before the crowd could ask anything, the void trembled even more violently. At the same time, Star Town. Su Yunfei, who had stayed behind to guard Star Town, suddenly felt something different. He quickly rushed to the Hall of 10,000 Origins. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the 3 main halls were. At this moment, he felt a huge force of attraction as if it wanted to suck him in. At the same time, a dark void passageway was slowly forming. Su Yunfei's expression changed. Void passageway? A powerhouse was coming from outside Earth. Anyone who saw the void passageway would think of the arrival of a powerhouse. Now, Fang Ping and the others were not on Earth. The God-forging envoy and the Heavenly King had left one after another. Although the 3 realms claimed to have no powerhouses, Fang Ping had offended an emperor before. Could it be that an emperor was coming to Earth? At the thought of this, Su Yunfei quickly roared, "Enemy attack, quickly report to the Martial King, quickly." On the other side, Xianxia was eating and chatting with a few young people. Hearing Su Yunfei's trembling voice, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. The current him was no longer a martial arts idiot. Enemy attack, who could directly attack Earth, from the outer realm, breaking through the passageway to Earth, without the strength of a heavenly king, there was no hope. When the others heard this, their expressions changed one after another. "Fatty, go and report to the Martial King. The rest of you, follow me to the Hall of Myriad Origins." In the crowd, a few rank 8 martial artists gave a low shout and ran toward the Hall of Myriad Origins. Jiangchao's expression changed. Go and report to the Martial King, that was safer. If they left this dangerous place, they might be able to escape this disaster. These people knew his personality and did not expect him to participate in the battle. At this moment, even if most of them were not as strong as him, their first thought was to let Fatty go and report to the Martial King. They would go and fight the strong enemy. Jiangchao's expression was ugly. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Su Zissou, you guys go and report to the Martial King. Split up and act, quickly. High-ranked martial artists, follow me. And fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangchao broke through the air at an incredible speed. Su Zissou and the others were stunned. Jiangchao went to fight, although they felt that it was unbelievable. At this moment, there was no time to delay. Su Zissou and the others' faces turned red. They gritted their teeth and ran outside. They did not know if the Martial King was on Earth now. At this time, the void trembled. Phones could not be used. The only way to inform the others was to leave this place. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that there was no need to inform them. With the strength of the Martial King and the others, as long as they were on Earth, they would be able to sense such a violent spatial tremor. Those who went to report now actually had a chance to escape. And Xianxia had given this opportunity to them. The few who went to report were feeling complicated at this moment. Their eyes were red. On the other side, the void trembled more and more violently. The space seemed to be collapsing. If there was a powerhouse descending, they should be arriving soon. The few martial artists who went to report had just rushed out of Stellar Sky City when the void was torn apart. Zhang Tao, Wang Jingyang, Dragon Transformation, Lin Zi, a group of powerhouses walked out of the passageway. Zhang Tao immediately tore apart the space and rushed over. When he felt the void tremble, his expression changed slightly. He growled, "Quick, the passageway is at least 1,000,000 miles wide. If someone descends, they won't be weaker than rank 8. The feeling of the void trembling was too strong. It was so strong that even he could not create such a spatial passageway. It was definitely stronger than him, who was descending on Earth. D****, Zhang Tao was anxious. Once it was an enemy, even if they managed to defeat the enemy in the end, Earth would still be finished. Lin Zi, Dragon Transformation, seal the void. Wang Jingyang, help the nearby people evacuate. Hurry! Without waiting for a reply, Zhang Tao shouted, "Listen up." As soon as he finished speaking, another person fell from the void. Li Zhen, who had been in seclusion at the place where the God Creation Envoy had been locked. At this moment, the void trembled and the place he was at was also being destroyed. At this moment, he also woke up and immediately rushed out of that small world. Seeing Li Zhen, Zhang Tao was even more impolite. He shouted, "Li Zhen, help the martial artists of Stellar Sky City evacuate. Heavenly Wood, take root in the void and consolidate the void. Don't let the space here shatter." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao had already rushed into Stellar Sky City. He was the strongest among them. At this moment, he was the only one who could fight against the enemy. It was not a battle in Stellar Sky City. Before the enemy descended, he wanted to enter the passageway and snipe the enemy outside Earth. Only by intercepting the enemy outside the realm would Earth have a chance to avoid destruction. The next moment, while Su Yunfei was still on guard, a figure broke through the void and entered the passageway. He shouted, "All of you retreat. I'll go kill the enemy. This can't be done. Crush the jade pendant, summon the experts back, and destroy the passageway." Martial King, before Su Yunfei could finish speaking, Zhang Tao was already gone. However, the passageway was incomparably stable. This passageway was too sturdy. The moment Zhang Tao saw it, he felt a little despair. The passageway had a degree of stability. If he saw the passageway that was broken 7 or 8 times, there was hope that he could break the passageway. However, when he saw this passageway, he really felt despair. This was definitely the work of the Emperor. Not to mention breaking 7 or 8 times, even the Emperor could descend to Earth. It was too sturdy, and he couldn't destroy it. With the thought of fighting against a strong enemy and not fighting against Earth, Zhang Tao did not look back. Even with the thought of dying, he killed his way into the passageway without looking back. At most, he would self-destruct in the passageway and destroy it. Even if it didn't work, there would be experts outside to destroy the passageway. Earth. Human race, a murmur came from the passageway. Outside the passageway, the eyes of Jiang Chao and the others instantly turned red. The next moment, Li Zhen rushed in and shouted, "The others, retreat. Those above the desperate realm, follow me in and kill the enemy. Kill the enemy." Several experts instantly rushed into it and disappeared without a trace. Void Heaven Realm. Fang Ping also informed the others and began the countdown. 6. 5. 4. The Dao Tree and the others were still looking at him, continuing to force him to let Li Hansong lead the way. Fang Ping's chi dynamic was not obvious. He held the chaos-vanquishing saber in one hand, but his gaze enveloped everyone. Cut Hu, the first slash had to be clean. It would be best if he could kill one with one slash. It would be best if he could kill a powerful enemy. He wanted to kill someone who would definitely become his enemy and attack him. Of course, he wouldn't be able to kill those who broke through 9, and it would be difficult for him to break through 8. However, it would be easier for him to break through 7. For example, King General. However, if he killed King Zhen now, he might not have the chance to strip the Dao. King Qian? Li Zhu? Fang Ping's thoughts kept exploding. Li Zhu. Fang Ping chose his target, Li Zhu. This guy had been his enemy for a long time, but he always managed to escape. This time, Li Zhu had broken 8. Once he got out, he would probably be even stronger. But Li Zhu was not easy to kill. Even if it was not easy to kill, Fang Ping was too lazy to care. If he could not kill Li Zhu with one slash, he would at least cripple Li Zhu so that Li Zhu could not participate in the upcoming battle, lest Li Zhu tried to backstab him. The two from the heavenly court, Hong Yu and Li Zhu, were both cunning old foxes. Fang Ping was more wary of them. The two of them still had a few tricks up their sleeves. Kill Li Zhu. Fang Ping, don't tell me you want to make everyone your enemy? The Dao tree growled once more, a little gloomy. Fang Ping, on the other hand, quickly informed the others. Stop, Hong Yu. Godfather, hold the emperor back for a moment. He didn't let these people make a move. It was hard to conceal their auras, and they would be discovered before they even made a move. Heavenly King Zhenwang's expression changed slightly. This kid was going to attack Li Zhu. The others had also guessed it. Everyone held their breaths. Fang Ping was really bold. There were so many powerhouses here, but he insisted on being the first to attack. Fang Ping, 1. Fang Ping let out a low roar. Before everyone could react to what he meant, at this moment, a saber gleam that could shatter the heavens and the earth fell, strong, incomparably powerful. Fang Ping held back a little in this slash, but not too much. It definitely had the ability to break 2 doors. An expert who had broken 2 gates unleashed his full strength. A sneak attack, the Dao tree dodged immediately. The moment Fang Ping unsheathed his saber, he had sensed it. His first thought was that Fang Ping was a lunatic, attacking him. Did he think he could kill him with 1 slash? He was thinking too much, dodging this strike. He wanted to kill this bastard. The other cultivators who had broken through to the 9th level also reacted immediately and retreated. No one was willing to take on this attack rashly. Even if they couldn't sense any intense energy fluctuations, the more they did so, the more dangerous it was. Even they weren't willing to take on the 8th strike head-on without sufficient preparation. 9 gate breakers were the first to react, followed by those whose spiritual power had broken through 8, and then the other gate breakers. And then, there were a few experts who had broken through 8, but had yet to do so. These people's reactions were a beat slower. Actually, it was very fast. However, this was a surprise attack, and it was carried out in front of everyone. No one had expected this. There were many broken 9 here. No one dared to imagine that Fang Ping would stand out at this time. Even if Fang Ping was already very crazy, it was still beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, Hong Yu's expression changed. He shouted, Li, retreat. Li Zhu had always been vigilant, guarding against everyone. A great battle was imminent. Who would dare to be careless? However, with so many people present, he was the main target of those broken 9, preventing them from suddenly attacking him. Then, he would attack Fang Ping. Yes, Fang Ping was only below broken 9. He had already taken Fang Ping seriously enough. He had never underestimated Fang Ping. He dared not underestimate Fang Ping's courage. He had even thought that if the Dao tree continued to force him, Fang Ping would join forces with Sherpa and the rest to fight the Dao tree. He was ruthless enough. If Fang Ping dared to attack the Dao tree who had broken through to 9, did this mean that he took Fang Ping seriously? However, he really did not expect that Fang Ping would attack him first. At this moment, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Suppress! With an angry roar, Li Zhu was no longer as calm as before. His aura was not strong, but the sense of danger was about to make his head explode. The Myriad Realms cauldron appeared in front of him instantly. Li Zhu did not even have time to turn around. He tore the void and moved to the side. However, Fang Ping was too fast. Boom! The sudden appearance of the Myriad Worlds Palace did not have much of an effect. Before the saber gleam landed, with just a slight touch, the Myriad Worlds Palace was blasted away, smashing through the void and thrown to God knows where. Li Zhu's flesh and blood were devoured by the saber gleam in the blink of an eye, disappearing instantly, leaving only his bones. Li Zhu tried his best not to fight Fang Ping, but to avoid it. However, he was locked on. Break! Beside him, Hong Yu also reacted at this moment. His mentality exploded, wanting to shatter the saber gleam and entangle Fang Ping for a while. However, the God Creation Envoy and the rest were faster than him, attacking him one after another. The God Creation Envoy's mentality was not weaker than his. Instead, it was stronger. On the other side, Ren Huang frowned and slammed his palm. As soon as he did so, there was one more person in front of him. Heavenly King Suppression. Ren Huang's expression changed. This was trouble. Yes, trouble, Fang Ping slashed with his saber. It was extremely strange, beyond everyone's expectations. Whether it was the slash or the target, no one could have predicted it. Of all people to kill, he had to kill Li Zhu. They did not understand why Fang Ping attacked Li Zhu. When everyone was pressuring Fang Ping, Li Zhu did not speak at all. King Qian, on the other hand, even said a few words in a strange tone. They did not know that Fang Ping was not afraid of fools, but he was afraid of smart people. He was afraid of sinister fellows like Li Zhu and Hong Yu. Even breaking 8 felt more dangerous than breaking 9. If he did not kill Li Zhu, who would he kill? Break! A shrill roar was heard. At this moment, Li Zhu did not dare to hold anything back. He went all out, his decisiveness beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that he was going to escape. He did not. With a loud bang, all the bones below the skull exploded. Dazzling light illuminated heaven and earth, just to block that saber. Exploding his bones was not enough. Li Zhu screamed shrilly, the origin energy in his body overflowing, directly burning his Tao. He felt that he was going to die. He did not dare to gamble, did not dare to run, did not dare to wait for the others to rescue him. Fang Ping's slash made him feel the danger of death. He could only save himself. Burning his Tao could be cultivated again. Exploding his bones could be reforged. If he lost his life, then he would lose everything. Li Zhu really did not hold anything back. Not only that, at this moment, a seal flew out from his skull. Boom, it exploded. In the distance, Emperor of Heaven Reverse was shocked. Earth King Seal. Earth King Seal, the Earthly King Seal. Back in the days, the Earthly King forged one, but it was not very useful. Because the Earthly King was the ruler of the land, the leader, recognized by all 3 realms. Later on, no one knew if the seal was destroyed or lost. Today, the answer was revealed. It was in Li Zhu's hand. This was something similar to the human king seal. It was more powerful than the one Zhang Tao forged by smashing the human sovereign sword. It was almost a divine artifact. But Li Zhu still exploded without any hesitation. Li Zhu's ambition was completely seen through now. Exploding his bones, exploding the Earth King seal, burning his Tao, Li Zhu's reaction was fast and decisive. It was even out of those king's expectation. He took Fang Ping's strike as a strike of a king and risked his life. A breakthrough 8 warrior had such an unexpected reaction. Even if he did destroy Fang Ping's strike, he would suffer a great loss. Without resting for a while, he would not be able to recover, let alone seize this opportunity. But something even more unexpected happened. After paying such a huge price, Li Zhu's skull did not hesitate or stop. He did not wait to see what the result would be. His skull glowed again and disappeared in a flash. His burning skull was fleeing, the tunnel flashed by. Li Zhu had no hope of staying. He did not think about staying. He was afraid of death. If he still wanted to stay and seize the treasure when he was so badly injured, he would be courting death. Buzzing, the void trembled. Only then did Fang Ping's saber collide with the force of the explosion. The noise was not too loud. It was not even as loud as when the others were fighting. It was just a tremble. Then, a circle of light spread out. The expressions of the few powerful warriors who stood near Li Zhu all changed. There were many powerhouses who sided with the emperor. Lu Shan, Yin Fei, Tianji, and the other heavenly kings were all on the emperor's side. Now, the emperor was stopped, Hong Yu was surrounded, and Li Zhu had given up everything to escape. Who would be willing to take the impact of the collision between the 2 powerhouses? No one. Tianji's expression changed drastically. He fled frantically, shouting, "Emperor!" He was shouting for Hong Yu. Unfortunately, it was too late. The circle of light spread out. Tianji roared and used everything he had to block it, just like Li Zhu. But could he block it? He could not. 2 breakthrough 8 powerhouses collided with the force of breaking 2 gates. They were destroyed in an instant. The impact was even stronger than breaking 2 gates. How could they block it? No, Tianji was in despair. It was not like this. He did not want to die. He had guarded the earthly emperor god dynasty for thousands of years. He and Tianming had protected Hongyu for thousands of years. He had given up many things just to wait for Hongyu's return. Now, Hongyu had returned. Tianming was dead. Now, it was his turn. Tianji was in despair. He smiled sadly. Your Majesty, take care. He no longer resented anything. He thought of some things from 10,000 years ago. He thought of the days when he was looked down upon and treated like a coachman. It was the emperor who had given them dignity. Coachman, who was a coachman, they were emperors, powerhouses, not coachmen. Only the princes of the 3 realms thought highly of them. Take care. These were Tianji's last words. He had followed them for thousands of years, and he had repaid the debt of the past. He had to repay the debt of gratitude. He and Tianming had done it. They had used their lives to repay everything. Today, they had repaid everything. If they didn't, they wouldn't have the chance to. Tianji, Hongyu's eyes were slightly red. He pierced the god-crafting envoy's arm with his sword, but the sword was stuck. The god-crafting envoy's bones were so strong that they would not be pierced so easily. Luan, Tiango, and Sherpa seized the opportunity and madly attacked him. Rumble, only then did the explosion sound. Tianji was destroyed. On the other side, everything below Lu Shan's head had disappeared. His head had shattered, and he was fleeing in panic. Not far away, Moon Spirit frowned slightly. She punched out and blasted the broken head into the tunnel. She was saving Lu Shan. Otherwise, Lu Shan would definitely die. It was unknown whether Lu Shan would be able to survive. But Yin Fei, who was under Emperor Nan, would not be able to escape this time. There were no powerhouses from Emperor Nan's bloodline here. Yin Fei was also in despair. Human Emperor, you promised me. Yin Fei roared. His voice stopped abruptly and turned into an explosion. Rumble, it exploded. In an instant, one of the 8 breaks gave up everything and fled. 2 of the 6 breaks had fallen. It was unknown if one of the 6 breaks would be able to leave alive. On the other side of the tunnel, a black hole appeared behind the War King. The War King was stunned. What was this? Just as he was in a daze, a broken head flew over. When it saw the black hole, it did not hesitate and entered it. No one could even see who it was. When the head disappeared, the War King, who had just brushed past the head, said in a daze, Li Zhu. Li Zhu of the 8 breaks, what happened? How tragic, why was there only half a head left? What happened on the other side? This was too fast. Before he could recover, in the next moment, another broken head rushed over. The wind and rain swayed. He could not even feel the qi. With the broken head, the War King could not tell who it was. But the weakest was still a heavenly king. Those who went there were almost all heavenly kings, except Li Hansong. A heavenly king was injured like this? Could he still live? Lu Shan was already in a daze. He only had one thought in his mind, escape, escape. The moment he saw the black hole, he did not hesitate and entered it directly. Escape, the other side was crazy. They were all killing gods. At this moment, Lu Shan only had one thought in his mind, get as far away from Fangping as possible. His heart was clouded. Why did he enter with them? He even wanted to steal the treasure. How ridiculous. The War King and the others were stunned. 1 8 breaks, 1 6 breaks. Both were seriously injured and dying. It was unknown if they could survive. But the key was that even the War King did not know what this black hole was. You guys just barged in, weren't you afraid of danger? Shueli and the others rushed over, their expressions solemn. Jiang Hao took a look and seemed to have discovered something. His expression changed slightly. A passageway. It was similar to the passageway he came from, but it was more stable and stronger. What did the War King crush? The key was, did this passageway lead to the human world? Now that Li Zhu and that unknown guy had barged in, could they have entered Earth? Jiang Hao's expression changed again. Of course, if the War King and the others were here, these two would not be a threat. Not only that, but these two guys who had barged and might die, he was just about to remind them when someone in the passageway said in surprise, "What's that?" Bang, a loud bang. The next moment, the War King's voice came, F***ck me, Li Zhu. What happened to you? You opened the passageway? You scared me to death. That's terrible, only half a head is left. Boom, a loud bang. Old Zhang's voice came again, F***ck me, what is this? 8 breaks power? Don't run, you're going to die. Stop, I'll save you. Stop burning, let's work together. Boom. A loud bang came again, but Li Zhu did not make a sound. If they entered the passageway, they would see that Li Zhu's head had been burned to the size of an egg. Li Zhu still did not hesitate. Even at this point, he only had one goal, and that was to escape. Just as Zhang Tao was about to continue chasing, another head rushed at him. A head without any rationality, old Zhang thought of Li Zhu, then looked at the head, and was stunned. What was going on? Why was there only a head left? What had happened? No, weren't Li Zhu and the others in the secret realm? Was this the path to the secret realm? At this thought, he was about to grab the head and ask about the situation, but he used too much strength. As soon as his hand touched the head, with a boom, the head exploded and completely disappeared, dead. Old Zhang was stunned. This was at least a Heavenly King stage powerhouse, and with just a touch, he had died. Did I kill him? No way, how could a Heavenly King be so weak? Just now, he must have suffered a lot of injuries. At this moment, even further behind, Li Zhen was slightly stunned, then punched at the egg-sized head. Li Zhu still did not speak. Without any hesitation, he continued to burn. With a boom, he passed through Li Zhen and fled. Catch him. Zhang Tao turned around and shouted, but he was not too worried about Li Zhu's threat. He shouted, Li Zhen, go catch him. Li Zhu only has the strength of a monarch now, hurry. He was stunned. He actually felt the power of breaking 8, but could Li Zhu exert the strength of a monarch now? That was too terrifying. What had happened to these people? A broken 6 Heavenly King died just like that without even leaving behind a name. An old schemer who might have broken 8 was crippled just like that. Li Zhu was a schemer who was on par with him, and now, who did this to him? That was too cruel. Zhang Tao was a little scared. What was going on outside? While he was worrying, Li Zhan and the others went to catch Li Zhu. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Zhu would not be able to escape, or rather, he would not be able to. Outside, there was still Lin Zi, Long Bian, and the others. Li Zhu, who was not even at the monarch level, could not be destroyed halfway through, so he could only enter suppressing Star City. Old Zhang did not care whether Li Zhu was captured or killed. In any case, Li Zhu was finished this time. What he was more worried about was what had happened in the secret realm. At this moment, rumble, old Zhang's heart trembled. In an instant, in the source universe, 3 great planets exploded. In an instant, 3 Heavenly Kings died. The one he had just killed should be one of them. Almost at the same time, this meant that 3 Heavenly Kings died in an instant. Old Zhang swallowed hard. This was not an invasion of Earth. It seemed that something big had happened in the secret realm, and 3 Heavenly Kings had died. In addition to Heavenly King Yi and the Heavenly King who seemed to be Yuan Gang. Did this mean that 5 Heavenly Kings had died in this place? Heavenly King Yi who had broken 7, For who had broken 6, and Li Zhu who was almost finished, as well as many avatars or projections of monarchs. This mystic realm was too dangerous. Kid Zhang? At this moment, Warlord's voice was heard, filled with doubt and some curiosity, followed by shock. What is Fang Ping doing? He opened the passage to Earth. As soon as this was said, Zhang Tao no longer hesitated. Fang Ping opened it. F***ck, this kid was going to do something big. Could he be the one who killed the previous few? Old Zhang was almost in a trance. Li Zhu seemed to have broken 8. You killed Li Zhu, how strong are you? In the next moment, old Zhang rushed out of the passage. Warlord and the others looked at him in a daze. On the other side, the others were fleeing. Catacombs powerhouses, divine sect powerhouses, without exception, all of them fled in all directions. Even if this place was not big, they had to escape. Even if the heavenly gate at the back was closed and the passage ahead was more dangerous, when they saw Zhang Tao coming out, these people went crazy. Previously, it was fine if Warlord and the others were here. There was no shortage of saints in the crowd. However, King Wu was here. They were like turtles in a jar. These people were close to breaking down. Old Zhang saw these people fleeing in all directions. He could not care less. He did not even look at Hua Qidao, who was also fleeing. He asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "I don't know," Warlord was confused. How would he know? "Where's Fang Ping?" On the other side, Warlord pointed to the opposite side. Seeing that old Zhang was about to run, he immediately grabbed his arm and said hurriedly, "Don't go. There are a lot of people who have broken 9. Those who have broken 6 are just cannon fodder. Those who have broken 7 are just going to die. Those who have broken 8 can't even do anything. Didn't you see Li Zhu's situation?" Zhang Tao was also dumbfounded. Such a high-end battlefield, those who had broken 7 and 8 were cannon fodder. Did Fang Ping kill these people? Why did he make it seem like he was very strong? At this moment, a faint roar came from the opposite side. Fang Ping. Hong Yu's roar was filled with anger, pain, and frustration. "What the hell are you shouting for?" F*CK, Li Zhu ran away. Fang Ping roared. Then, he bellowed, "Kill! Kill Hong Yu, Dao Tree! How dare you attack me? What's so great about breaking 9? Boom, a loud noise was heard. It sounded like Fang Ping had fought with the Dao Tree that he mentioned. Zhang Tao's expression froze, the corner of Warlord's mouth twitched. "I don't know. He broke 8 and defeated the monster emperor. I don't know what happened after that." 3 days. Old Zhang mumbled. The mystic realm had only been open for 3 days. What happened? Why did he fight someone who had broken 9? Wasn't it a sovereign who had broken 9? Am I dreaming or not? At this moment, old Zhang was really confused. He felt like he was going crazy. How could this place turn out like this? Not only that, the Fang Ping he was worried about was not only fine, but he also seemed to have taken the initiative to kill Li Zhu and the 3 heavenly kings. Now, he was even fighting a powerhouse who had broken 9. Old Zhang wanted to go over. Even if his strength was not that great, he had broken 7. He could still help in the battle. At this moment, Fang Ping's roar came again. "Clear the area. Wait for me." He did not know who this was directed at. However, Zhang Tao knew instantly that it was probably directed at him. Both sides were separated by a passageway, but he could not sense the qi activity on the other side. Only some faint sounds could be heard. "Clear the area, stand guard." When he heard this, old Zhang roughly understood. Could it be a safe passageway? Fang Ping used it to evacuate. Old Zhang could not care less. At this moment, looking at those who were escaping, he bellowed, "Warlord, Thunder King, Jiang Hao, Water Force, Wuji Force. Listen to my order, kill. Clear the area." There were many human powerhouses present, not to mention that he was here. He was a powerhouse who had broken 7. On the other side, the governor's face was full of despair. He rushed into the passageway instantly. However, the power of the rule in the passageway had recovered a little. It might not hurt a powerhouse who had broken 7 and 8, but he was an injured saint. How could he be a match? Rumble, large hands grabbed him one by one. The governor roared. He was also trying to survive in the face of death. He knew that the passageway was dangerous, but he really had no choice. As a catacombs powerhouse who was hostile to the human race, he had no way out. To face the martial king who had broken 7 or the passageway, he had a choice. However, this time, he still chose to die. He had no choice but to die. In the 10,000 meters passageway, he broke through the air all the way. When he was 6 to 7,000 meters away, he could not hold on anymore. "Emperor! The martial king is here." Rumble, the governor was grabbed by a large hand and exploded, dying instantly. Outside the passageway, Zhang Tao could not care less about those. He looked at Wuji Force quickly and shouted, "Wuji Force, go inform the other human powerhouses. Let Wang Jinyang lead the heavenly kings into this place." This time, it seemed like he was going to do something big. Heavenly kings were like cannon fodder. Broken 9 was a dime a dozen. Was Fang Ping trying to poke a hole in the sky? Old Zhang shuddered a little and was also a little excited. These old opponents of Li Zhu were already in this state. Was he going to kill the emperor? No, I have to go over and take a look. Leave this place to the others to guard. In the sky void world, Fang Ping suddenly attacked and killed several heavenly kings. He even made Li Zhu's body collapse and he escaped from the sky void world. All of a sudden, everyone's plans were ruined. Everyone was shocked by Fang Ping's strength, second gate breaker, a true second gate breaker powerhouse. This guy was much stronger than when he fought with the monster emperor. It was horrifying. The tree was furious. Fang Ping had ruined some of his plans. The war had come early. His plan to get close to the seed was ruined. Not only that, the tree had a feeling that something else was happening. In particular, the words of the governor could be faintly heard. King Wu was here. Who was King Wu? He did not know and did not care. He only wanted to know how King Wu came to be. There was a bad feeling in his heart. The tree attacked Fang Ping directly. He had gone all out in this attack. Fang Ping was sent flying. He could continue to chase after Fang Ping but he could not care less. Right now, his goal was not to kill Fang Ping but to get the seed. The tree did not care about Fang Ping or the danger anymore. He leaped into the air and dashed toward the seed. But someone was stopping him. In the next moment, a long sword came from the sky. Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor's expression was cold. With a light snort, he charged towards the Dao tree. The Dao tree roared in anger and revealed his true form. A huge tree that blotted out the sky swept out in all directions. Its roots were like divine weapons as they charged towards the Spirit Emperor. Emperor Shi laughed. His psychic energy erupted, and he also broke through the air. He said with a smile, Dao tree, you should stay. Emperor West also dashed toward the tree in a blink. The tree was so strong that one avatar of a sovereign could not hold him back. The two sovereigns were fighting the tree. Emperor God dashed out as well. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse caught up with him in a blink and said, you better stay here. The God Emperor raised his eyebrows. You want to stop me? Brother, that's not for you to take. Heaven Reverse Emperor laughed for a while. The God Emperor said coldly, then I must try. This is not the way. Emperor of Heaven Reverse reappeared in front of the Emperor God as if he had teleported and punched. The Emperor God frowned. After a while, the Emperor God said in a mocking tone, interesting. My friend, do you know what I am talking about? No one could hear what they were saying. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse did not mind. He said with a smile, my friend, does Qiong know about this? I am Qiong. The Divine Emperor said indifferently, do you think I'm like you? Really? The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor grinned and punched again. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor did not fight back. He flew toward the tree. Seeing this, Emperor of Heaven Reverse chuckled again. He teleported to the front of Zhou Xuanji and said, brother, we haven't decided yet. The Divine Emperor frowned and sneered. Do you think you're very strong? In that case, this old man will accompany you to try it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them exchanged blows at lightning speed. Rumble, countless thunderous booms sounded out. The two of them were terrifyingly powerful, and in the blink of an eye, they killed their way into the core of the heaven realm. The heavenly court below trembled slightly, and it seemed somewhat unreal. In the blink of an eye, the 5 ninth breakers began to fight. At this moment, the human emperor and heavenly king Zhen Huang were entangled, and Dong Huang was no longer restricted. Dong Huang didn't want to get entangled with the others. He shot up into the sky. Stop him. In the distance, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor shouted. The Underworld God and the others looked at each other. The next moment, the Underworld God bellowed. The beginner martial artists unleashed their powers and dashed out. They surrounded Dong Huang from all directions, trying to stop him. Hong Kuan and the others had followed Dong Huang. However, they ignored him and flew toward the seed in the sky. The monster emperor and Feng looked at each other. Without saying a word, they flew up together. But Hong Yu was in danger. Those people had run away, but Hong Yu was surrounded by Fang Ping and the others. Sherpa asked anxiously, Fang Ping, should we kill Hong Yu or take the seed? Many people had run away. Killing Hong Yu would not do him any good. Sherpa was getting anxious. Hong Yu had broken 2 gates and it was not a surprise attack. He was much more difficult to deal with than Li Zhu. Even though they had more powerhouses, it would take them at least a minute to kill Hong Yu. 1 minute was enough for them to divide the seed. Fang Ping shouted, "Heavenly King Zhenwang, kill Hong Yu and let them take the seed." At those words, Heavenly King Zhenwang broke away from the human emperor and charged toward them. Hong Yu's mouth was bleeding, but he laughed. Fang Ping frowned slightly. At that moment, the human emperor did not take the seed, nor did he stop the others. Instead, he charged over quickly and sighed, "Brother Hong Yu, you only have these 2 orphans. Why do you have to sever his bloodline?" Boom, the heavenly King Zhenwang was sent flying by his sword. The human emperor was only an avatar, but he did not feel any weaker than the human emperor that day. He sent the heavenly King Zhenwang flying with a sword. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the God Creation Envoy. At that moment, the God Creation Envoy had caused great damage to Hong Yu. The human emperor held a long sword in his hand and slashed out. The void trembled. The God Creation Envoy's expression changed slightly. He wanted to try it and punched out. However, the sword pierced through his fist and quickly retracted. Puff, blood splattered everywhere. The God Creation Envoy's expression changed again. The human emperor's avatar felt stronger than his real body that day. Was it because his real body was too weak, or was the avatar too strong? Or was it because he was restricted that day, or was it just a disguise? The human emperor did not say anything. He slashed at Luan again. Luan hurriedly escaped. He was not this guy's match. On the other side, the human emperor and Hong Yu were fighting against the human experts. On the other side, Hong Kuan and the others were focused on seizing the seeds. Before they could fly far, 3 figures appeared in front of them. 3 top-notch experts attacked them at the same time: Dao Tree, Spirit Emperor, Western Emperor. If they fought, they would not let the seeds be taken away by these people. There was a great battle in all directions. Fang Ping was the fuse. He made his move in advance, causing everyone to have no choice but to fight. However, no one was in the mood to care about him. Seizing the seeds was the most important thing. They were fighting, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. On the other side, the ash cat rode on the 3 cats and began to circle around the heaven realm. There was someone pulling on the 3 cats' tails, Iron Head. No, it was the 3 cats' tails that had wrapped around Iron Head and tied a knot. It was in the style of a butterfly knot. It was done by the ash cat. Iron Head was so aggrieved, the ash cat could not be bothered with him. It rode on the 3 cats and looked around. It was a little depressed and had a headache. The liar said that he would take them all away, but it's so big, it's so difficult. I've never taken such a big thing before. As it spoke, the ash cat threw a piece of jade in the distance. The 3 cats saw it and said in a daze, "Big cat, you can't do it. If you pretend like this, you'll take the people inside with you. They're all so powerful." The ash cat did this to compress this place into a small ball and then take the seeds away. However, the powerhouses inside would also be taken away. The ash cat said indifferently, "I can't do anything about that. Fortunately, this is a fake heaven realm. Otherwise, there's no way to compress it at all. There are so many powerhouses, so I'll just take them all away and let the liar and the others fight inside." The 3 cats nodded its chubby head in agreement. The ash cat fed it another bag of snacks and said with some regret, "Second cat didn't come. Otherwise, the 3 of us would gather and be invincible. Take them all away." "Is second cat fat?" the 3 cats asked. The ash cat said disdainfully, "No way. You're the same as me. You're the fattest. But you're fat too. So heavy." "I'm not fat." The ash cat said unhappily, "I'm not fat." As they chatted, behind them, Iron Head could not take it anymore and roared, "Go back, Fang Ping and the others are in trouble." "No way, idiot." The ash cat said angrily, "There's no trouble now. There'll be trouble later. Later, when the liar takes these away, that'll be trouble. He'll be beaten up." Now, everyone was in a hurry to snatch the things. The things were not in Fang Ping's hands. Where would the trouble come from? No one would fight with Fang Ping and the others. There was not much benefit in killing him. After a while, the formation would be completed. The Ash Cat array would be completed and the fake heaven realm would be compressed. When that happened, Fang Ping would be in big trouble. Everyone came for this. If Fang Ping took them away, it would be strange if they did not beat him to death. Ironhead was stunned. Was he really going to take them away? Was he crazy? No, everyone was killing each other because they wanted to snatch the seeds. When the seeds were taken away, whoever had them would be the target of everyone. Did Fang Ping not understand? He had a death wish. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. He just wanted to snatch them away. This was an opportunity for the human race, an incomparably huge opportunity. Of course, it depended on the situation. It was too dangerous. He would think about it when the time came. When Emperor and Hong Yu joined forces, Fang Ping and the others could not hold on anymore. Hong Yu hated him to the core. Emperor blocked the others. Hong Yu's mentality erupted one after another, suppressing and attacking Fang Ping again and again. Fang Ping's force also erupted. He wielded his saber and slashed, counterattacking quickly. But now, he was also entangled by Hong Yu. Fang Ping was a little annoyed. Heavenly Qingzhen, you guys can't kill Emperor even if you join forces? Didn't Heavenly Qingzhen fight a few at once? Why was it that Sherpa and the others were evenly matched with Emperor? What was this? Heavenly Qingzhen cursed in his heart. If you can do it, then fight. You do it. If you can guarantee that you can kill Hong Yu, I'll go and fight with Emperor Ping. Heavenly Qingzhen ignored him and changed the topic. Don't kill too ruthlessly. If you consume too much energy and spirit, how are you going to snatch the treasures later? Everyone was now in a chaotic battle. Emperor West and the other two were fighting each other and attacking Hongkuan and the others. The situation was chaotic. The Dao tree was indeed powerful. Countless roots covered the void, blocking out the sun and sky, not giving others a chance to break through. Don't even think about snatching it. The Dao tree's face appeared on the giant tree trunk. The Dao tree's expression was gloomy. His master had not arrived yet. At this time, if his master did not arrive, he would not be able to break through the encirclement and snatch the seeds. Where was his master? Where was the heaven-breaking jade? Just as the Dao tree was panicking, Zhang Tao charged out from the passageway. Zhang Tao's face turned green when he charged out. He looked at the various battlefields and shuddered. This place was really high-end. The weakest battlefield was none other than Emperor East and Chuwu's battlefields. There were 1 broken 9, 3 broken 8s, 5 or 6 broken 7s, and more than 10 broken 6s. But this place was actually the weakest. Emperor West and the others had 3 broken 9s and many broken 8s. They were about to break through the sky. On Fang Ping's side, there were Emperor West, Heavenly King Subduing, and Hong Yu. There were also many broken 8s. In the distance, Emperor Heaven Reverse and Emperor God were about to break through this world. So high-end. Old Zhang exclaimed. Look, even the force was running wild. He, a broken 7, actually felt inferior standing here. Fang Ping, I'm coming. Before old Zhang could finish, Fang Ping scolded, what are you doing here? Get lost and go to the cat. Ask it to protect you. Zhang Tao was furious. This was too much of a blow. Since when did a broken 7 become a burden? He even asked him to go to the cat. Was he looking down on him? Where was the cat? He looked around. In the distance, the cat waved its paw at him with a big smile. Fake human emperor, come on. I'll play with you. Zhang Tao's face turned green. Play, my ass, but, damn it. Why did this cat give him such a strong vibe? Also, what was that pig he was riding? It did not look weak. What the hell was this place? Although old Zhang was frustrated, he did not want to waste time. Seeing that Fang Ping and Hong Yu were fighting, he did not want to waste time and went straight to Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression was dark. He sent a voice transmission quickly, go to the cat. Old Zhang was slightly stunned when he repeated this for the second time. Was he really letting him go? His gaze changed slightly. Old Zhang did not say anything. He could not care less about the cat's despicable look. He turned back quickly and flew toward the cat. Fang Ping did not let the cat participate in the battle or help. Did he have other motives? Also, the vitality in this place was too rich. Old Zhang only felt that all the pores on his body were relaxing, absorbing the vitality quickly. He sighed in his heart. Good place, really good place. If he cultivated here for a few years, he might be able to break through 8. Thinking of these things, he had already gone to the cat. At this moment, he saw Li Hansong tied up by the pig's tail. He was surprised. The cat saw him and said happily, "Fake human emperor, let's play together." Play what? Old Zhang scolded and asked quickly, "What did Fang Ping ask you to do?" "I didn't do anything." The cat pointed at the seed in the sky and said happily, "Silkworm baby, do you see it?" Old Zhang looked up and his expression changed slightly. What a rich vitality. The vitality in this place seems to be overflowing from this thing. What is this? Silkworm baby. Speak human language. Old Zhang scolded. The cat felt wronged. I'm a cat, speak cat language. That's a silkworm baby. It was still third cat who interrupted, that's a seed, the seed of rebirth. What? Old Zhang was shocked. This was the seed of rebirth? Projection. Old Zhang scolded secretly. Why did this pig only say half of its words? Not to mention, it looked a little similar to the cat. What a rich vitality. Old Zhang sighed again. Even through the Dao tree and the powerhouses, he could feel the unparalleled vitality. It was so strong that it could not be any stronger. If he cultivated on this seed for 3 months, he could definitely become a lot stronger. No, even 3 days would do. Too strong. No wonder Fang Ping and the others seemed to have become a lot stronger. In this place, there were actually not many who had broken 7. Other than the beginner martial artists, it seemed like only King Jan and Moon Spirit were still breaking 7. However, Moon Spirit gave him the feeling that she was about to break 8. How terrifying. As he was thinking, the cat felt wronged. The fake human emperor scolded him. Alright, he would not argue with him. The cat said, the liar said that this is good stuff, and that I have to take it home and eat it slowly, so, I'm compressing the space now, compressing it to the size of a small ball, then stuffing the silkworm baby inside, and stuff it together through the passage to the human world. When that time comes, I can eat it continuously. Zhang Tao's heart trembled, stirring up a storm. What? He wanted to bring this place to earth. Was Fang Ping crazy? As soon as he arrived, he realized everyone's goal. All the powerhouses were flying toward the seed in the sky. Obviously, everyone's goal was that. Was Fang Ping going to risk universal condemnation and seize this world? If he was not careful, the human race would be destroyed. He felt the benefits, but he also realized a huge crisis. The crisis of the human race. If he was not careful, once the seed entered Earth, it would cause those powerhouses to fight for it, and Earth would be destroyed. Old Zhang's expression instantly became solemn. Opportunity, opportunity, crisis, and the danger of the human race being destroyed. Was it worth it? If he did not come, he would think that Fang Ping was crazy, and it was not worth it, but he came, and he saw powerhouses, countless powerhouses. Could the human race match them? Absolutely not. Moreover, this might not be all the powerhouses. The human race was counting on Fang Ping and the rest, but they might not be able to make a comeback. The only way was to produce more powerhouses, breaking through 8, 9, these were the hope of the human race. The life force here was really too rich. Zhang Tao struggled a little. Then, his expression turned serious. After you compress it, can it be transported back to Earth? Yes, but we still have to put the silkworm baby inside, the cat explained. You can also not put the silkworm baby inside, you can put this place in first. Then we'll put this place in first. Zhang Tao said quickly, we'll snatch it together. The human race will soon become the public enemy, so we'll snatch this first. As for the seed. Zhang Tao glanced at the powerhouses around him and said in a low voice, moreover, we'll snatch it when we have the chance, if not, we'll give up. It was too dangerous. Although Zhang Tao hoped to snatch it successfully, he could not gamble with the fate of the entire human race. Moreover, Fang Ping and the others were the future of the human race. Fang Ping alone was equivalent to half of the human race. Old Zhang made up his mind quickly, then said quickly, is this pig with us? If not. You're the pig. The cat and third cat scolded together. Old Zhang was stunned. Third cat said angrily, "I'm third cat, not a pig." The cat was also annoyed. "It's third cat, my little brother, not a pig cat." Having said that, he whipped third cat with his tail. "It's all your fault, eating so much to make you fat." Although old Zhang knew it was not the time to laugh, he still wanted to. This was a cat, alright, I'm blind for not recognizing it just now. There was a smile on his face, but he was nervous inside. A little carelessness, and there would be huge trouble. He glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Fang Ping seemed to be suppressing Hong Yu, old Zhang was shocked. This fellow was getting stronger and stronger. Did he break through 2 gates? This was too scary. Even if I don't want the seed, this kid can't die here. Old Zhang was nervous and a little annoyed. It would have been better if he had followed. The cat felt like he had broken through peak 7. If he had come earlier, he might have broken through 8 too. Then he would not be like this, afraid of being a burden even when participating in the battle. Kill. Fang Ping swept his saber and sent Hong Yu flying. He looked around, then at Emperor and Heavenly King. It seemed like a fake fight. He was a little annoyed. Fang Ping looked at Emperor and growled, "Emperor, do you want to continue fighting?" Emperor glanced at him and said lightly, "You shouldn't be asking this." Should we be the ones fighting? Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything. He exhaled and said, "Let's join forces. Let's join forces with Emperor West and Emperor Spirit to slay the Dao tree." Emperor frowned slightly. Soon, his gaze flickered. "Alright, but Sky," Fang Ping gritted his teeth. "Heavenly King will hold the fort. Kill the Dao tree first. If we snatch it, even if we can break through 9 gates, we can't prove our Dao. If you snatch it, the clone can't use this. Even if it can be used, the clone won't be able to improve much." Having said that, Fang Ping roared, "Everyone, we've successfully snatched the Dao tree. The true emperor will sweep the world. We snatched it. Even if we break through 8 gates, 9 gates at most. Can't you see who the biggest enemy is? What a bunch of idiots. If we don't kill the Dao tree, how can we salvage the situation? If we're not careful, the Dao tree will succeed and we'll all die. Misleading the masses with lies." The Dao tree roared, "Fang Ping, you have a death wish. Once the Dao tree is snatched, it may have a higher chance than me. Everyone. Heavenly King, stop the Divine Emperor. The rest of you, surround and kill the Dao tree." Fang Ping roared and interrupted the Dao tree. "Heavenly King, go kill the Divine Emperor, the others will kill you first." Boom, Fang Ping broke through the air. On the other side, Dong Huang looked at the beginner martial powerhouse and said lightly, "Did you hear that? Fang Ping is annoying but he's right. The Dao tree is the biggest threat." They looked at each other. Before they could speak, Celestial Reverse Emperor said quietly, "Stop him." He did not let Chu Wu join hands with Dong Huang to kill the Dao tree. Instead, he had to stop Dong Huang. Dong Huang's expression changed. Suddenly, he sneered. "It's you." Celestial Reverse Emperor said nothing. Dong Huang's eyes glowed. He looked at the Divine Emperor and snorted. There was doubt in his eyes. Who was this? Slash. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, he slashed at the Dao tree without a word. With a bang, the Dao tree's roots were broken. The Dao tree snorted. But Spirit Emperor did not join hands. He slashed at Hong Kuan. Fang Ping's face was livid. The broadsword broke through the void. He raised the broadsword and slashed at Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor paled. Fang Ping bellowed, "You think my words are bullshasters, T? Kill the Dao tree. If you dare to attack Hong Kuan and the others again, you will also be a target." Spirit Emperor's face turned cold. Fang Ping's face was even colder. "I, Fang Ping, said to join hands and that means it. If you dare to move, even if I don't kill the Dao tree, I will kill you. You are just an avatar. Do you really think you are the emperor? Even the emperor has to bow down." Spirit Emperor was furious. Behind Fang Ping, Hong Kuan and the others who were about to join hands to fight Spirit Emperor felt a little strange. They had worked with Fang Ping a few times. Although this guy was unreliable, and often tricked people. But when they really joined hands, before the battle ended, he would not turn against them unless they turned against him first. The last time they besieged the human emperor, it was Fang Ping who mediated and made all parties join hands and succeed. Otherwise, even if the three realms had the power to kill the emperor, it would not be so easy to reach an agreement. At this moment, Spirit Emperor wanted to kill Hong Kuan. To Fang Ping, if he hit him while he was down, he might really succeed. But this guy actually chose to turn against Spirit Emperor. It was really unexpected. Fang Ping looked at Spirit Emperor coldly and shouted, "Hong Kuan, you guys join hands with West Emperor to kill the Dao tree. Spirit Emperor, if you don't listen, then we will attack together with the Dao tree. We will definitely kill you." Hong Kuan and the others looked at each other, including Monster Emperor and Feng. The next moment, Hong Kuan shouted, "Kill." Among the powerhouses of the three realms, there was no existence who had broken 9. Killing one breaking 9 counted. As for turning against him later, that was also a matter for the future. King Qian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, it was strange. Killing the Dao tree that had broken 9 gave them a stronger sense of danger than fighting Fang Ping. These people, one after another, attacked the Dao tree. Behind them, the God Creation envoys and the others rushed over quickly. Human Emperor was also among them. At this moment, Human Emperor looked at Fang Ping and suddenly laughed. Interesting, I also want to try the feeling of joining hands to kill a person. The Dao tree must be very aggrieved. It was indeed interesting. In the past, he was the target of the encirclement. To be honest, regardless of whether he had used his full strength or not, the feeling of being besieged was not good. The three realms attacked together, the human sovereign realm would lose all face, but today, under Fang Ping's plan, he had joined hands with the powerhouses from all sides to kill the Dao tree. It had to be said that this was a completely different experience. Fang Ping was too lazy to care about him. He looked fiercely at Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor's eyes were also extremely cold. Fang Ping was threatening her. This was not the first time. Previously, she was suppressed by the rules and could only use the strength of breaking 8. Now, she had broken 9, and Fang Ping was threatening her again. Fang Ping interrupted her and shouted coldly, "Idiot! Did I not make myself clear enough? The Dao tree is the most dangerous. If I don't kill him, am I supposed to kill you? The Divine Emperor's true body may come. Once the Dao tree succeeds and the Divine Emperor escapes, your true body and avatar will die. If you can't see through this, how can you be an emperor? Do you really think you can't die just because you have some relationship with the Celestial Emperor? You." Spirit Emperor's tone was cold. Fang Ping did not budge an inch. He shouted coldly, "On the count of 3, if the Dao tree is not killed, you will be the third party. In the war, the third party must die. Try me." Boom, there was a loud noise. "What do you mean by 3? Fang Ping attacked, a saber slashed out, shaking the surroundings. This savage guy had just joined forces with Spirit Emperor. Now, for Hong Kuan, he had turned against Spirit Emperor in the blink of an eye. It made everyone feel a little dizzy. At this moment, an incomparably huge fat cat was thrown over by Xung Mao. The fat cat flew in the air and screamed, "Master, don't fight, can you hit that tree?" Spirit Emperor's face was livid. He grabbed the third cat and threw it over to the old cat again. He looked at Fang Ping coldly and snorted. Without looking at Fang Ping, he quickly rushed toward the Dao tree with his sword. This debt would be settled slowly. It was not that she did not know what Fang Ping said made sense, but she was angry at Fang Ping's attitude. No distinction between superiors, insubordination. If it were not for the intervention of the third cat, she would not have finished with Fang Ping. Fang Ping also snorted. Long hair, short knowledge. So what if she was the only queen? If she pushed him too far, he would burn his Dao and kill her first. Women did many bad things and were not broad-minded. She might become a disaster later. The strongest here was the Dao tree. Who else should he kill if not the Dao tree? This was a rare opportunity. Just follow and kill. What nonsense. Kill. Fang Ping did not waste any more words. Although he was on guard against others attacking him, he still unleashed his breaking 8 strength. Once again, he hacked at the Tao tree that was besieged by powerhouses from all sides. In his mind, however, he was thinking that there was something wrong with Heaven Reverse Emperor. Chuwu was still besieging Dong Huang. Heaven Reverse Emperor was also entangled with the God Emperor. It seemed that he was helping others kill the Tao tree, but was the God Emperor really the God Emperor? Heaven Reverse Emperor and the Tao tree were on the same side. P.S. Recommending a new book by the Great God, Lord of Secret Treasures. New World, Destiny Awakens, Rare Treasures Emerge. All kinds of new treasures, different types, different powers. The young man wields an ancient treasure, ascends to the top of all treasures. Puff, the sound of roots piercing through flesh could be heard. King Zhen, who had broken through to 7 levels, was of limited use in a battle of this level. If it wasn't for Hong Kuan and King Qian's help, he might have been killed by the Tao tree. King Zhen had a lingering fear in his heart and quickly retreated. Emperor Shi, Emperor Ling, and Emperor Renhuang were the main force, while the other breaking 8 sovereigns supported them. Everyone worked together to besiege the path tree, but it was still difficult to kill it. It was only now that everyone realized just how powerful a true 9 Shatterer was. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the 3 clones did not use their full strength. These fellows also did not wish to really fight to the death with the Tao tree right now and let others benefit. As for the Tao tree, in order to survive, it naturally went all out without holding anything back. You listened to Fang Ping's nonsense and fought me to the death. Heavenly Emperor Zhan hasn't appeared yet. Do you really think you can take away the seeds? The Tao tree's voice was cold and his attacks were merciless, but he was also alienating everyone. It was just an alliance of benefits. The alliance between Fang Ping and the others was not stable. Even if he killed some people, these people would quickly escape on their own and would no longer surround him. The Tao tree had its eyes on Fang Ping. A few main roots penetrated everyone's defenses and reached Fang Ping in an instant. Fang Ping brandished his saber and slashed. With one slash, the web between his thumb and forefinger split from the impact. Too strong, he was now an expert at the second gate-breaking realm. He wielded the powerful chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand, but the backlash caused his hand to bleed. The roots of the Tao tree were terrifyingly strong. This was related to the 3 sovereigns. Although the 3 emperors were attacking, they did not go all out, nor did they have the intention to protect Fang Ping. Fang Ping sneered inwardly. These emperor clones were even more unreliable than the rest of the people in the 3 realms. Last time, the experts of the 3 realms really went all out to kill the human sovereign. At this moment, Hong Kuan and the others were also attacking with their full strength. If they didn't, they would be killed. However, the clones of the 3 emperors did not. It would not be that easy for the Tao tree to kill them. Even emperors can be killed. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. If the 3 ninth break cultivators went all out, even if they were only avatars, it would not be a problem for them to severely injure the Tao tree. If the 8th break cultivators attacked together, they would definitely be able to kill the Tao tree. But now, with so many people working together, they only had a slight upper hand. In fact, even after breaking through 7 or 8, they were in danger of dying. On Fang Ping's side, the battle continued for days. In the distance, the heaven-subduing king dashed toward Emperor of Heaven Reverse. Do you need my help? The Emperor of Heaven Reverse threw a look at heaven-suppressing king and punched. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse forced the God Emperor back and said, Zhen, keep Qiong occupied. I will go help them. Heavenly King Zhenwan grinned and cursed in his heart. Do you think I'm an idiot? Let the beginner martial artists and Dong Huang surround and kill the Tao tree first. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor glanced at him, chuckled and said nothing. Quake. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor punched again, the fist of the void. As he punched, the void trembled. The Divine Emperor stumbled backward, his body trembling violently. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse showed no mercy. He dashed forward again and approached the Emperor in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse punched the Emperor for thousands of times. Not much of the punch force leaked out, but the space where the Emperor of Heaven Reverse was at was obliterated. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Emperor stomped through the void and retreated, his body covered in blood. At this moment, Emperor of Heaven Reverse suddenly stopped. He sensed the threat from behind. Behind him, Heavenly King Zhenwang did not make a move. He was still smiling and said, "Fighting, do you need help?" The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor asked without looking back, "Why are you sealing the void?" "To prevent the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor from escaping." "Brother Zhen, you have thought this through." The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor grinned. He stared at the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor without looking at Heavenly King Zhenwang. He said slowly, "Yang, is it you, or Zhen?" In front of him, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor frowned, "If you say so." The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor frowned and said slowly, "Playing hard to get? Or are you trying to confuse us?" The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor snorted. Without another word, he slapped his palm down. The moment his palm landed, the lines on his palm intertwined and changed. The void seemed to be torn apart. Cutting space and time, "Too bad this is not good enough." The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor snorted. Right at that moment, from behind, Heavenly King Zhenwang punched. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor snorted, "Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor, go to hell." Even though he was shouting Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor's name, his expressions changed again and again. He stepped back at once. Boom, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor's palm and Heavenly King Zhenwang's fist collided. Heavenly King Zhenwang suddenly turned pale. He ran away and bellowed, "Damn it, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor and God Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor are on the same side. As the saying goes, the guilty party is the first to complain." Heavenly King Zhenwang quickly ran toward Fang Ping, yelling, "A bunch of idiots. These two are on the same side. Do you want me to die?" Spirit Emperor and the rest were slightly shocked. On the same side, he had sensed it before, but, at this moment, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse Emperor's cold voice came, "Zhenwang, are you still going to deny it?" "Deny it my ass." Heavenly King Zhenwang scolded, "You two are on the same side. Together with the Tao. Tree and Chu Wu. I was wondering how you could be so calm. It turns out that you have already prepared for everything. Fang Ping, go, retreat, if we stay here any longer, we will be the ones to die." While cutting off the roots of the Tao tree, Human Emperor looked at Heavenly King Zhenwang, frowning slightly, a little suspicious. However, Heavenly King Zhenwang was really going to retreat. He stepped forward and grabbed one of the roots of the Tao tree. With a roar, he broke it and grabbed Fang Ping, ready to leave. Fang Ping hurriedly said, "Seed. Retreat to the passageway first. We will snatch it if we have a chance. If not, we will leave immediately." Heavenly King Zhenwang did not hide it. He bellowed, "Idiot, can't you see that they are plotting against you? Their target is you and me. They will kill you and then I will snatch the seed because we are not their pawns. Go. It's more important to stay alive." Before his voice died away, two figures appeared behind him, one in front and one behind. God Emperor said quietly, "Zhen, you have misunderstood. I have known Emperor of Heaven Reverse for many years but I am not plotting against you." Next to him, Heaven Reverse Emperor smiled, a mocking smile. "Xiong, those guys are besieging the Tao tree. Why aren't you going to help?" With that, God Emperor leaped into the air and slapped at Human Emperor. Heaven Reverse Emperor's expression changed. He was about to say something when Heavenly King Zhenwang screamed, "Break out. Blacksmith, Sherpa, Heavenly Hound, Luan, break out together. Kill Do, leave this place." As soon as he said that, the human powerhouses retreated with Heavenly King Zhenwang and dashed toward Heaven Reverse Emperor. On the other side, the Tao Tree and God Emperor were fighting against the three avatars. They were gaining the upper hand. Hong Kuan and the others turned pale. They did not know what to do. Fang Ping shouted nervously, "Do and God Emperor are the same person. Do is God Emperor's novice martial form. Everyone, be careful." These words were like 5 bolts of lightning striking the top of their heads. Emperor Dong Huang chuckled. "So it is true. I have had some speculations in the past. So it is true. Do, no wonder I saw Qiong's shadow when I looked at you. You two are one." Heaven Reverse Emperor was besieged by Heavenly King Zhenwang but he did not panic. He chuckled. "The villain is the first to complain. I am Qiong but Do has nothing to do with me. Do did not come this time. He has his own business. I knew he would not come so I borrowed Do's identity. With that, a second God Emperor appeared, Emperor of Heaven reverse transformed into the Emperor God. No one said anything, but they must be cursing inside. The battle had just begun and many changes had taken place. Two God Emperors, who was real and who was fake, or maybe they were all real. Not only one avatar could be formed. It was unbelievable that two avatars could defeat 9 avatars, but it was not impossible for a God Emperor to do so. Who could tell which one was real and which one was fake? The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Daotri did not trust the God Emperors around him. Even when he was fighting against 3 God Emperors and under great pressure, he tried his best to avoid contact with them. Not only this one, but he also did not want to get in touch with the God Emperor that was Heaven Reverse Emperor. It was hard to tell, both of them were God Emperors. However, at their level, they had entered the origin and touched the essence of Great Path. It was not impossible for them to change something by force. Daotri wanted to curse inside, which one was real? It would be best if they were all real. If one of them was fake or both of them were fake, then he would be in big trouble. The battle was getting more and more complicated. Not even a human sovereign could tell which one was real. He had some speculations, but he was not sure. God Emperor, Do, Zhenwang, Young God, these people were cunning. What was more, the other human sovereign did not come this time. Did they really not come? That might not be the case, things were more complicated than he thought. Who was the enemy and who was the friend, he could not tell either. The only thing he could be sure of was that what everyone needed now was the seed. As long as the seed did not fall into the hands of one of them, they could slowly figure out some things. Fang Ping's group had besieged Heaven Reverse Emperor together, but it was still difficult to kill him, or the current God Emperor. Fang Ping, Heavenly King Garrison, and God Creation Envoy had unleashed the strength to break 2 doors. Heavenly Hound was also close to breaking 2 doors. Even with Sherpa and the other 2, it was still difficult to gain an advantage. Such a situation was also somewhat out of everyone's expectations. These people were stronger than he had expected. Previously, Fang Ping expected that 10 broken 8 could definitely deal with 1 broken 9. The broken 8 here was the kind that could break 1 door. He and Heavenly King Garrison and the other 2 working together were definitely comparable to 7 or 8 powerhouses who could break 1 door. Including Heavenly Hound and the other 2, they would not be weaker than 10 broken 8. But now, the God Emperor seemed to be more than enough. That day, Heavenly King Garrison and the others worked together with the beginner martial powerhouses to deal with the human sovereign. That was his real body, but he still suppressed the human sovereign. Was the human sovereign too weak, or was the human sovereign restrained that day? The more the battle went on, the more Fang Ping felt that this time was very mysterious. However, he was also happy to delay the time, give Cat some time, compress the space, and directly pack it up and take it away. It's a mess. On the other side, Zhang Tao sighed. How chaotic. 2 God Emperors suddenly appeared. How could this not be chaotic? Moreover, right now, it was impossible to tell who was on the same side. Anyway, they were all fighting fiercely. In the end, other than Li Zhu and a few unlucky ones, almost no one was injured. It was like a fake fight. These guys, were they all fighting for fun? If Fang Ping and the others were not also participating in the battle, he would have thought that it was a battle to learn from each other. Cat, how much longer? Old Zhang was not riding Third Cat at the moment. Third Cat did not let him ride. Old Zhang had now freed Iron Head and was letting Iron Head carry him. Don't ask him why a broken 7 needed someone to carry him. According to Old Zhang, he was taking advantage of the others fighting to absorb some vitality to strengthen himself. He might have to participate in the battle later, of course, the stronger the better. Iron Head carried him, so he could better absorb the vitality. Iron Head went to carry him without hesitation because Old Zhang was really absorbing vitality to strengthen himself. He could still see this. At this moment, Iron Head was also a little confused. He said in a dilemma, these people, I can't tell who is on the same side at all. One is more sinister than the other. You don't need to understand. Old Zhang laughed. You only need to know that other than our people, the rest are all enemies. If you can kill them all, then don't let any of them go. If you can't, then don't trust any of them. Anyway, none of them are good people. Ironhead nodded, agreeing with this statement. This was much simpler. Zhang Tao looked for a while and vaguely saw something. He murmured, "These people seem to be waiting for something." Cat turned around and glanced at him. He asked curiously, "Waiting for what?" "I don't know." Old Zhang laughed. Then, his eyes flickered. "They seem to be fighting a bloody battle, but their injuries are not serious. Look, there is no one at the passageway. I don't know if they are afraid of being ambushed or deliberately left an opening for people to come in. It seems like they are waiting for someone to come in." Cat scratched his head. "They can't be waiting for Cat 2 and the others, right?" "Huh? It's Heavenly Emperor Zhan." Cat explained. "Cat 2 and the others are still alive. They just haven't come out yet." Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Old Zhang frowned slightly. His eyes flickered. These guys can't be thinking of attacking Heavenly Emperor Zhan, can they? But Heavenly Emperor Zhan is just a projection. Can the projection be revived? If not, once this place was destroyed, the projection would be finished. Logically speaking, Heavenly Emperor Zhan was not everyone's strong enemy. He was the kind that would die sooner or later. Were these guys waiting for Heavenly Emperor Zhan, or were they waiting for someone else? Zhang Tao thought about it and suddenly said, "If we enter from outside the mystic realm now, can we still come in? If we come in, do we need to clear the levels like you guys?" Ironhead was confused. Cat also shook his big head. He did not know. Cat 3 panted and muttered, "Even if we want to clear the levels, there is no one in each level. Many of the levels have been destroyed. If we come in now, we might directly reach this level." Hearing that, Zhang Tao's expression changed. "Are they waiting for reinforcements?" Including the real and fake god emperors, there are only 6 emperor clones here. Nan, Bei, Shou, Di, and Do might not even appear. Old Zhang thought about it and shook his head. Some things were useless to think about. Right now, he could not change anything. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was still thinking about the seeds. Old Zhang felt that he needed to persuade Fang Ping. These emperors were all shrewd people, each more sinister than the last. It might be better to retreat from the passageway now and destroy the passageway. This way, they would get the benefits. After returning to Earth, their safety would be guaranteed. If they defended Earth, even if the Emperor clones came, they might not be able to do much, unless these Emperor clones wanted to blow up Earth. Bang! Fang Ping flew backward, blood spilling from his mouth. He cursed in his heart. What was the God Emperor's clone made of? In a battle of flesh, he was actually suppressed. Although his bones were unharmed, his flesh was almost blown up. At least a divine weapon as a foundation. Fang Ping guessed in his heart. Something like an avatar was either the Emperor's bones and flesh or a divine weapon. Without these things as a foundation, even if the avatar was forged, it would never reach the Breakthrough 9 realm. The God Emperor's avatar was so strong, it might be forged with a divine weapon as a foundation. "Old man, is that God Emperor you?" At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly transmitted his voice to Heavenly King Subduer. Heavenly King Subduer did not reply. Fang Ping was a little speechless. He said quickly, "If this goes on, when will the fight end?" All sides are deliberately balancing the strength, deliberately creating a situation of equal strength. "You too, what are you guys trying to do?" He could see it too. Anyway, it was balanced combat strength, not letting the combat strength be unbalanced. All the powerhouses were intentionally or unintentionally maintaining this situation, so until now, there had been no deaths. Otherwise, if they really joined forces to kill the Dao Tree, how could the Dao Tree be so free and unfettered? Fang Ping felt that even if he left now, this place could still continue to maintain balance. In other words, if he brought Sherpa and the others with him, this place could still maintain balance, but this was not the result he wanted. Maybe this was what Heavenly King Subduing and the others wanted. Fang Ping, on the other hand, firmly believed in one principle: the more enemies died, the better, the safer. It did not matter who the enemy was, he would not be satisfied if a few people did not die. Hongkuan, Hongyu, Feng, Monster Emperor, Fang Ping calculated in his heart. These people, some of them might be the Emperor's pawns, and there were many of them, maybe all of them. These people did not have to be killed. Moreover, these people were not as strong as him now. It did not matter if they were killed or not. He was definitely going to kill the Dao tree. The Emperor's avatar too, otherwise, avatars were also combat strength. If one day they became enemies, these Breakthrough 9 avatars would also be a huge threat. Losing a Broken 9 clone was a huge loss to a Monarch Realm cultivator. Therefore, the main goal was still to kill these Breakthrough 9. If he burned his Dao, it would last at most 5 minutes. 5 minutes, in a desperate situation, was enough to end a battle. Whether he could kill a Breakthrough 9 or be killed by a Breakthrough 9 was uncertain. But at most, he could only deal with one. In this place, there was more than one Breakthrough 9. Now, there were a total of 7 Breakthrough 9. If including Heavenly King Garrison who was suspected to be a Breakthrough 9, there would be 8. Not counting Heavenly King Garrison, I don't know if that God Emperor is the work of Heavenly King Garrison. If he is, then there will be 6. Including me, there will be 3 Breakthrough 9, Fang Ping was a little annoyed. This kind of protracted war was not what he wanted to see. Now, this balance could only be broken. They don't want the seeds to be taken away, they are all afraid that the seeds will fall into the hands of the Dao tree. Fang Ping glanced at the 3 emperors entangled with the Dao tree, feeling even more frustrated. None of the emperors were good. Fang Ping suddenly looked at Heavenly Emperor Reverse who was surrounded by a few of them. No, the God Emperor. Fang Ping suddenly transmitted his voice. Are you the real God Emperor or a fake? The God Emperor looked at him and then at Heavenly King Garrison, smiling faintly. You should know. Fang Ping looked at Heavenly King Garrison. Heavenly King Garrison squinted and transmitted his voice to Fang Ping. It should be the real God Emperor's avatar. This was also to tell him that the God Emperor's avatar before was probably fake and had something to do with him. Otherwise, Heavenly King Garrison would not be so sure. You want the Dao tree to prove itself? The God Emperor continued to fight with the others. His voice came, that is my disciple. Of course, I hope he can go further. Why don't you come with your real body? The God Emperor turned to him and said with a faint smile, don't you know how King Wu came to be? This time, he had made a foolproof plan. The avatar was here, and the real body was ready to come. Together with the Dao tree, even if there were another 5 or 6 Emperor avatars, they would not be able to stop him. In the end, the heaven-breaking jade was lost, and his imprint was forcefully erased. The real body could not come. In addition, there were too many heaven-breaking experts here, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. All of a sudden, the situation was a little out of control. Fang Ping did not blush. He said again, if you get out, will you kill me? The God Emperor looked at him sharply and said lightly, what do you mean, my young friend? If you get out, will you deal with the other emperors or the people of the 3 realms? The God Emperor's eyes became sharper, and he was silent for a long time. Fang Ping said seriously, I don't like what is happening now. Our side is not weak. That fake God Emperor is also one of us. The Heavenly King Garrison can rival heaven-breaking experts. You, the Dao tree, the Heavenly King Garrison, and the fake God Emperor, a total of 4 heaven-breaking experts. As for the others, there are only 4 East Emperor, Ren Huang, Spirit Emperor, and West Emperor, and I don't think they are as strong as you guys. Kill these 4, the Dao tree will seize the seeds to prove itself. How you plan is your business. The God Emperor looked at him with a burning gaze. What good does it do for you, my young friend? Unaccountably solicitous, this was no longer solicitous. If you get out, kill the emperors to fill the hole, but emperors are not that easy to kill. Let this group of people fight among themselves first, buy us time, it's that simple. If all of you die fighting, that's the best, and the 3 realms will be at peace. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. This kind of chaos is not what I want to see. I also don't want to always be on guard against others attacking me. If you win, you will be the last one. I will guard against you. Even if I can't win, I know who my enemy is. And now, I don't even know who will attack me. Before this, I didn't want the Dao tree to succeed, but now, you guys are all doing nothing. If this goes on, the longer it drags on, the more troublesome it will be. The God Emperor looked at him again. You can make the Heavenly King agree? Help was delivered to his doorstep, not just 1, but 2 invincible powerhouses. Together with Fang Ping and the others who were broken eights, such combat strength would not be weaker than him and the Dao tree combined. Their strength doubled in an instant, but the opponent's strength dropped a lot in an instant. It was completely different from before. Such a reversal was probably beyond everyone's expectations. Fang Ping looked at the Heavenly King garrison and said telepathically, "Heavenly King garrison, join forces with the God Emperor and the others to eradicate everyone." The Heavenly King garrison's body trembled slightly. He did not hear the voice transmission between Fang Ping and the God Emperor. At this moment, when he heard this, he was dumbfounded. Join forces with the God Emperor? Was Fang Ping crazy? What was he thinking? Once the Dao tree succeeded in proving its Dao, no one could stop the Dao tree. At that time, with the Dao tree's anger toward Fang Ping, it would not be surprising if it killed Fang Ping. Fang Ping was extremely solemn and serious. He said again, "Join forces and kill the enemy." The Heavenly King garrison's eyes were also extremely serious. He said telepathically, "Kid, think it through. The God Emperor might have other arrangements. Once you kill the others, the God Emperor and the Dao tree will turn against each other. I can't stop them. I've thought it through." Fang Ping was also very serious. Killing one is one. Anyway, none of them are good. One dead is one less. I don't care who wins or loses. As for me, I'll run if I can. If I can't, it's worth it to exchange for a few broken eights avatars. The Heavenly King garrison had a headache. At this time, his sudden betrayal had somewhat disrupted his plan. The God Emperor avatar from before was me. The Heavenly King garrison suddenly said telepathically, "This place is a seed projection. In the past, my master took away a seed projection. He has done a lot of research on seed projections. This time, if the opportunity is right, I suspect that he will appear again and take these away. The reason why we haven't fought desperately is because everyone is waiting. Waiting for my master, waiting for the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor built this place. He will not be unprepared. Maybe this place is also his backup plan. Now, everyone is waiting. If this balance is destroyed, there will be heavy casualties. Once they appear, they will no longer be a threat to them." The Heavenly King garrison finally revealed his plan. Wait, not to fight the Celestial Emperor, but to wait for the Celestial Emperor and the Sun God. If Fang Ping joined forces with the God Emperor now, it would disrupt many plans. In the end, it might cause big trouble. Fang Ping's pupils constricted. It was really this old ghost, the God Emperor avatar was him. Previously, he was evenly matched with the real God Emperor avatar. This was a broken eight's combat strength. Although the Heavenly King garrison in front of him did not display broken eight's combat strength, he was also a peak broken eight's powerhouse. Was this guy so strong? They were actually waiting for the Celestial Emperor and the Sun God. No wonder they seemed to be fighting to the death, but in fact, they did not suffer much damage. Forget this. The current balance can't lure those people out. Join forces. Fang Ping was resolute. He wanted to break the balance. As for the Celestial Emperor and the Sun God, they were not something he should consider. The Heavenly King garrison gave him a deep look. This time, he did not say anything else. He said telepathically, "Kid, since you insist, I will listen to you. But, don't you regret it? The Celestial Emperor and my master may be your great enemies. If he lured these two out, Fang Ping might be able to solve some problems in advance. But now, Fang Ping insisted on joining forces with the God Emperor and the others. Fang Ping would weigh the pros and cons himself. Fang Ping did not care about this. Even if the Celestial Emperor and the Sun God really appeared, these people could not kill them. Why waste time? In the battle hall, Jean waited quietly. After a long time, he suddenly sighed. "Are you waiting for me? It seems like I have to go over." Two Cats said regretfully, "Now?" They are still alive. No matter how strong Jean Tiandi was, he could not fight so many people. This was like the real body battle back then. Everyone was a clone projection. Now it was equivalent to fighting 1 against 7. No matter how strong Jean Tiandi was, he could not do this. Just as he was about to get up, Jean Tiandi paused. Wait a little more. Virtual Sky World. Fang Ping and the Emperor God reached a standstill. The Emperor God wanted to kill Dong Huang first. Fang Ping could not be bothered to listen to him. He wanted to kill the human emperor first. Fang Ping and the human emperor had a grudge. He did not care how gentle and kind the human emperor looked now. A grudge was a grudge. Fang Ping made an emperor lose face in front of the three realms. Anyway, Fang Ping would not just let it go. The more courteous he looked, the more sinister he was. Anyway, that was what he thought. As for what the human emperor thought, it was none of his business. Emperor God, you, Heavenly King Garrison, and the fake Emperor God can deal with the human emperor. We will stop Hong Yu and Hongkuan. Dao Tree can still fight 1 against 2 for a while. It shouldn't be a problem for the 3 of you to kill the human emperor, right? The Emperor God was about to speak when Fang Ping said again, 3 against 1. If you can't even do this, then there's no point in cooperating. 3 against 1. If you can't even do this, do you really think I'm an idiot? The Emperor God laughed and said meaningfully, as long as Garrison is willing to go all out, killing Ji's clone is not a problem. The 3 of them were powerhouses. It was not difficult to kill one of the same rank. They were just afraid that someone would go easy on them, Fang Ping snorted. If you can't kill him, the cooperation will end. It's that simple. As for whether you live or die, it's up to your luck. At this moment, the human emperor was fighting with the fake Emperor God. Dao Tree was still fighting 1 against 2. Both sides were fighting brilliantly. How to kill the human emperor was a problem. Fang Ping was about to say something when Heavenly King Garrison said faintly, "Don't let me get hurt and fall over there. The human emperor is very guarded against me. If I go over, he will probably know that we are plotting against him." Needless to say, Fang Ping really thought that way. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and suddenly sent a sound transmission to the God Crafting Envoy, Senior God Crafting Envoy, the Divine Emperor. "We'll give you a punch. Fly to the human emperor's side and hug his thigh for an instant." The God Creation Envoy was startled. What did he mean? Can you hold it? He had also considered the power of the God Crafting Envoy. With the addition of the Jade Bone and the Divine Artifact Skeleton, even if the human emperor used all his strength to stab him, he would not be able to stab him to death. As for the others, they were very mysterious. The God Creation Envoy quickly calculated in his heart, and the Divine Emperor gave him a punch. He somewhat understood, at the same time, he understood, but at the same time, he felt as if his head was going to explode. This guy was crazy. He was going to join hands with the Divine Emperor. Aren't you afraid of being eaten up by others? How could the Dao Tree and the Divine Emperor be trifled with? How audacious of him. Can you do it? Fang Ping asked again. The God Crafting Envoy was shocked once again. He looked at the Heavenly King suppressing Sky King, who nodded indiscernibly. He knew that Fang Ping was contacting the blacksmith. Since things had come to this, he might as well give it a try. This brat Fang Ping might have other plans. Of course, the Heavenly King suppressing Sky King was skeptical. This brat had always done what he thought. Who knew if he had other plans? Maybe he was reckless. The God Crafting Envoy also made a decision very quickly. At this moment, Fang Ping cursed angrily, "Kill. There are so many people, yet they can't even kill an emperor's avatar. Are they all trash? If you kill him, then it means that the emperor is trash." The Divine Emperor's voice came faintly. In the next moment, a short sword suddenly appeared in his hand, a hiltless short sword. Go. Imperial sword. The short sword shot out at an incomparably fast speed. Fang Ping hurriedly dodged, but the short sword instantly changed direction and charged towards the God Crafting Envoy in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the God Crafting Envoy roared, his entire body releasing a white light. Bang, a loud sound was heard, and even flames appeared. The God Crafting Envoy flew out, and the Heavenly King punched out, charging towards the Divine Emperor, shouting angrily, "You don't want face." Boom, both sides were instantly entangled. Fang Ping hurriedly turned around and shouted, "God Crafting Envoy, are you alright?" However, the God Crafting Envoy broke through the void and flew backwards towards Hong Yu. Hearing that, he didn't even have time to speak. Creaking sounds could be heard incessantly, and with a loud bang, flames erupted from his bones once again. The God-crafting envoy continued to fly backwards. Hong Yu took a few steps back and avoided him. On the other side, the fake divine emperor suddenly grabbed towards the God-crafting envoy. The human emperor was originally fighting with the fake divine emperor, but at this moment, he hesitated slightly. An instant of hesitation, save or not, he did not know who the fake divine emperor was. Maybe it was Dou, maybe it was Qiong, maybe it was Yang, maybe it was Zhen. If it was someone else, then the God-crafting envoy was indeed in danger. The divine emperor's imperial sword attack was incomparably powerful, and the God-crafting envoy was still erasing that power. At this moment, his defense was at its lowest. Once he was captured by the fake divine emperor, even if he could not kill him, he would still be able to severely injure the God-crafting envoy. In addition, the two sides were still working together. If he did not save him, it might cause the human race to become hostile. These thoughts flashed through his mind. The human emperor instantly made a decision. Save. Your opponent is me. The human emperor took a step forward and stood in front of the fake divine emperor. The God-crafting envoy charged towards him and apologized to himself. I didn't do it. You can take revenge on Feng Ping. If the avatar dies, then so be it. The human emperor had just blocked the fake divine emperor when his expression changed slightly. This was because the divine emperor who wanted to capture the God-crafting envoy seemed to have a plan. At this moment, there was no need for him to change his move. His hands formed eagle claws and grabbed onto his arms. With a roar, his chi and blood erupted and shot into the sky. Behind him, the God-crafting envoy was really hugging his thigh. With incomparable speed, he borrowed the force of the impact and rushed over. He grabbed his right leg and roared, "Don't hit me." The human emperor's expression changed. With a low shout, his body was like liquid, quickly softening. He knew that he had been tricked. At this moment, the only thing the human emperor wanted was to quickly escape. As for the God-crafting envoy and the fake divine emperor, they would talk about it later. However, this kind of softening effect was not great. The fake divine emperor was still prepared. With a low shout, a wall was quickly constructed around him. Imprisonment, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The human emperor was still thinking of a way to continue escaping. At this moment, his expression changed again. Behind him, two incomparably powerful auras flashed. The divine emperor had arrived. At this moment, the divine emperor's arms were blood red. A thin sword appeared in his hand, and a sword pierced through the air. The Heavenly King also had a weapon in his hand. In the past, the Heavenly King used the Heavenly King seal. Later on, he used his fists and almost never used a weapon. Today, he used it. In his hand appeared a ball, yes, a ball. The Heavenly King picked up the ball and used all his strength to smash it. The Divine Emperor's Imperial Sword and the Heavenly King's smashing ball were both extremely fast. It was too fast. They had just sensed that the Divine Emperor had sent the God-crafting envoy flying with a single sword strike. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly King and the Divine Emperor had actually joined forces to attack the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor's expression changed drastically. He was a little angry and a little helpless. Feng Ping, you will regret this. He seemed to know who was secretly controlling everything. He did not mention anyone else at the first moment, but mentioned Feng Ping. Then, he sighed and said, I'm not your enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, the God-crafting envoy's expression changed drastically. He scolded, Go and King kill Feng Ping. Don't kill me. I have a secret door in the immortal origin. If you kill me, you. Bang, before he could finish his sentence, the fake Divine Emperor kicked him away. The God-crafting envoy could not wait to fly away. It was too terrifying. Because someone was about to self-destruct, the Human Emperor seemed to know that there was no way out. In addition, it was only a clone. He was not willing to be taken advantage of. Almost at the same time as the Divine Emperor and the Heavenly King arrived, a loud explosion sounded. This roar was truly earth-shattering. The three realms trembled, boom, in the Source universe. In front of the three gates, the three emperors suddenly trembled slightly. Then, their eyes lit up as they looked towards the distant land of darkness. The Divine Emperor muttered, the clone self-destructed. Ji's clone? On the other side, someone replied, what a huge battle. How long has it been? Ji's clone self-destructed? Could it be that the mystic realm is going to collapse? The Divine Emperor did not say anything. Frowning for a moment, he quickly said, the two of you, how about we go take a look together? Then the three gates have been suppressed for many years. It's fine to leave for a while. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two emperors were somewhat moved. This formation was somewhat frightening. The human emperor had self-destructed his clone. What kind of battle was going to happen over there? All right. Let's go take a look. The three of them did not hesitate too much. The three gates had been suppressed in the depths of the source universe for many years. Even if there were any unusual movements, they would be able to sense it and quickly rush back. At this moment, they wanted to see what had happened over there. This formation, the strength of the human emperor's clone was not weak. It might have broken through 9. Even an emperor would not be able to condense a clone that had broken through 9 times so easily. Anyone who could do it was a top-notch expert. The spirit emperor could not do it. Her clone had cultivated in the secret realm for many years before breaking through 9 times. It was not a clone that had broken through 9 times from the beginning. Rumble, a mushroom cloud soared into the sky. This was much more powerful than a nuclear explosion. Moreover, it was condensed in a small area. The power was even more terrifying. The God Creation Envoy was so powerful, and his bones were equivalent to those that had been tempered twice. At this moment, he had flown away a step earlier, but his flesh and blood were still gone. His bones were broken, and he cried out in pain. Not only that, but his clones had also appeared. More than 10 clones formed a circle to help him resist the aftershocks. In the surroundings, Hong Yu was a little closer. Hong Yu, who had not been injured much, was also vomiting blood at this moment. He quickly distanced himself, and his physical body was also disappearing. His mental energy surged out, and he kept resisting. His face was extremely pale. The battles in all 4 directions quickly came to a halt. Everyone was incomparably shocked. In the time it took for a thought to break through 9 times, one of them had self-destructed. All the experts saw this scene. In that instant, it was not the human emperor who had self-destructed, but an arm, the human emperor's arm, the real arm of the human emperor. In other words, this clone had been forged by the human emperor by cutting off one of his own arms and adding countless heavenly and earthly treasures. This time, the human emperor did not hesitate and self-destructed. This arm was also crippled. Even if the real body could be condensed quickly, the arm that was condensed would definitely not be as good as this one. This was also equivalent to blowing up the arm of the human emperor's real body. To the emperor, the last time was so tragic, but the human emperor did not suffer any serious injuries. It was just a few scratches, but today, he had lost an arm. Before the energy mushroom cloud dissipated, 3 figures flew out. The real and fake god emperors were in a sorry state. There were many wounds on their bodies, but the subduing heavenly king was in an even worse state. He flew out backward, his limbs blown off. He howled miserably, Motherf *Ker, self-destruct what? I didn't say I would kill you. Are you crazy? One of them self-destructed, and he was close. This time, it was really tragic. He did not die from the explosion because the 3 powerhouses were resisting with all their might. Otherwise, if he were to approach alone, he might be killed. This time it was for real. Behind him, Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. Was it true? The subduing heavenly king also saw this look and was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Really, his limbs had really been blown off. This was too tragic. This son of a bitch actually doubted him. He was going to die of anger. The surroundings also fell silent for a moment. Then, Emperor Shi broke through the air and ran. Emperor Ling was still a little suspicious about what had happened. In the next moment, the real and fake Emperor Shi broke through the air and arrived. One of them shouted, Dao Tree, join forces to kill the enemy. The Dao Tree could not tell who was real and who was fake. But now, the opportunity was too rare. Emperor Shi ran. Emperor Dong Huang was still surrounded. The human emperor was killed. Only Emperor Ling was here. The Dao Tree roared. Countless branches stretched out, directly locking the void, sealing off heaven and earth. He wanted to trap and kill Emperor Ling. Not only did Emperor Shi run, at this moment, Hong Kuan and the others were also in a daze and fear, fleeing one after another. What happened? The human emperor was killed just like that, a broken nine died just like that. What was this? The few of them were really going crazy. They really did not know what had happened. Thinking of the words that the human emperor had said before he self-destructed, Hong Yu seemed to think of something. He scolded angrily, "Fong Ping, you are taking the side of the evildoer, you lunatic." This lunatic was too crazy. He actually joined forces with the Dao Tree and the others. "Did you forget what you said before? Did you forget who the biggest threat is?" Fong Ping said coldly. "I asked you to fake a fight. Since it's fake, then all of you can die. I was prepared to fight to the death with all of you, but you actually faked a fight. You have no martial artist spirit at all. Kill as many as you can." He was very angry. Fake fight? Since when did the martial artists fake a fight? Even if it was a spar, in the arena, they were responsible for their own life and death. How dare they fake a fight in front of him? This was too infuriating. "Everyone, let's join forces and kill Emperor Dong Huang. Join forces with your ancestors." At this moment, Hong Kuan also scolded loudly. To think that he had said before that he would cooperate with Fong Ping. Sometimes, he felt at ease. Now, he only wanted to say, "F*ck your ancestors, you F*king betrayed us just like that. You are even worse than before." In the past, at least the cooperation had not ended, so they would not easily turn against each other. Now, they turned against each other just like that. Who would dare to take Fong Ping's words seriously? Cooperate to kill Emperor Dong Huang. Don't get yourself into trouble. In the blink of an eye, Hong Kuan, Hong Yu, Feng, Emperor Monster, King Qian, and King Zhen gathered together. They were extremely vigilant and did not dare to trust anyone anymore. The human emperor self-destructed in an instant, Emperor Shi escaped, and Emperor Ling was trapped. The situation had changed completely. On the other side, Emperor Dong Huang also snorted coldly. His face turned green. Suddenly, a dazzling force erupted from his body and slapped the underworld god until he vomited blood. He shouted, "Shen, come back." In the distance, Emperor Shi was still escaping. He only stopped at this moment. When he heard this, he looked at the trapped Emperor Ling and then at the battle between Emperor Dong Huang and Shi Wu. His expression changed. In the next moment, he flew towards Emperor Dong Huang. As for Fong Ping and the others, Emperor Shi took a detour. What a bunch of deceiving people. Now, even if you beat him to death, he would not easily trust this group of bastards. He was almost tricked to death. Further away, Heaven's Pole dug a hole and buried himself in it. Seeing this, he looked at Emperor Shi curiously. "This is my father, right?" "It should be." The way he ran, it was a little like him. He ran very fast. Look, the human emperor had just died, Emperor Ling was still in a daze, and Emperor Shi ran, not giving anyone a chance at all. This was completely an instinctive reaction. Who could it be if not his father? It should be right, his father had actually managed to create a broken 9 clone. This was beyond his expectations. Before this, Heaven's Pole did not really believe that this was his father's. A broken 9 avatar was not a toy that could be created at will. The Divine Emperor, Do, and Emperor Dong Huang were all normal. On the human emperor's side, he had spent a lot of money and even chopped off his arm. It was considered normal. On the spirit emperor's side, he knew that this avatar was not normal. When Fong Ping and the others fought with spirit emperor, he knew that it was not normal. But his own father, he was 90% suspicious. But now, Heaven's Pole believed it. Perhaps it was really his father. This was amazing. Did he have a breakthrough in these years, or did he make up his mind this time and chop off half of his body? Why did the old man spend so much money to come here? Heaven's Pole was a little puzzled, a little strange. There was no time for Heaven's Pole to feel strange. At this moment, Spirit Emperor's expression was ugly. 3 powerhouses surrounded her. As for Heavenly King subduing, he was still recuperating and did not come here. But these 3 powerhouses, not to mention joining forces, she was not confident that she could defeat any one of them in a one-on-one fight. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold and stern as she turned her head to look at Fong Ping behind her. At this moment, Fang Ping was not fighting with anyone. Hong Kuan and the others were all gathered in a circle, and no one came to find trouble with him. On his side, the Forging God Envoy and Heavenly King Subduing were recuperating, and the others were protecting, so they had no chance to find trouble with others. Seeing Spirit Emperor look over, Fang Ping said indifferently, "What are you looking at? I already said that we will join forces to kill the Dao tree. I told you not to do anything and pretend to fight?" The three great emperors besieged the Dao tree, but it didn't even lose a hair. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Fang Ping snorted. He hated these people the most. "If he told you to kill, then do your best to kill, but you had to be disobedient." And at this moment, Emperor Donghuan growled, a shield-like divine weapon appeared in his hand, and suddenly threw it toward the Dao tree. "Hold on for a moment." Above the shield, origin force erupted, and with a rumble, it smashed open the Dao tree's blockade. The Spirit Emperor instantly received it, and the shield appeared in front of him. Countless roots of the Dao tree pierced through the air, but they could only hit the Spirit Emperor and could not break the shield. The true God Emperor turned his head to look at Emperor Donghuang and said with a faint smile, "You're bold, even bringing the true dragon's shield." It was extremely dangerous for an avatar to carry a divine weapon. There was a danger of falling at any time. Emperor Donghuang did not say anything, nor did he want to say anything. He had brought a divine weapon, but what about the Divine Emperor? The thin sword in the Divine Emperor's hand was also a divine weapon. It was not like he was the only one who had brought a divine weapon. There was also the Heavenly King Subduing side. There was no ball, but it was also a divine weapon. He had never seen it before, and it might have been made by a late-stage Forging God Envoy. The Spirit Emperor held his shield and barely blocked the encirclement of a few people. Emperor Donghuang's face turned serious and shouted, "Chen, help me stop them." Emperor Shi looked around and did not say much. He quickly attacked the Underworld God and the others. As for Emperor Donghuang, he quickly left the battlefield and shouted, "Hong Kuan, Hong Yu, surround and kill Fang Ping and the others. I'll go save the Spirit Emperor." Hong Kuan and the others looked at each other, feeling a little frustrated. One moment, they would kill this person, the next moment, they would kill that person. Right now, they had no idea who was the enemy and who was the friend. The only thing they knew was that they could not let the combat power tilt. Otherwise, if they really killed the Spirit Emperor, Fang Ping and the Divine Emperor would be completely invincible. Hong Kuan and the others quickly attacked Fang Ping and the others. Hong Yu said angrily, "Underworld God, are you still going to help the evildoer?" Quickly let Emperor Shi join the battle and surround and kill Fang Ping and the others. Were the Underworld God and the others crazy? They were still listening to the Divine Emperor's orders. Did they really think that the Divine Emperor would help them? Once the Emperor died, many things were out of everyone's control. What were the Underworld God and the others thinking? On the other side, Sky Arm also quickly sent a voice transmission to the Underworld God, saying somewhat angrily, "Dark, do you still want to continue? That's not Dao, it's Qiong. Qiong has killed many of our people in the past." The Underworld God did not say anything. He looked around and quickly sent a voice transmission. "Emperor Shi has no intention of fighting to the death. You and Huan bring the others to hold him back for a while. You, I'll go get the seed. I'm a new martial artist, but I can also break through 9. I've long broken through Peak 8, but I can't break through the barrier. Sky Arm, this is my only chance. New martial artists will never break through 9 again. When the Emperor returns, the new martial artists will definitely make the same mistake." The Underworld God's voice was filled with grief and anger. He shouted, "Both of you, help me once." Sky Arm and the Underworld God looked at each other. The next moment, Sky Arm made a decision and said quickly, "You go. While they're fighting, you go and devour the seed. We'll stop Emperor Shi." A new martial artist could break through 9, as long as the opportunity was right, nothing was impossible. After devouring the seed projection, the Underworld God, who had broken through Peak 8, had hopes of breaking through 9. After breaking through 9, with the Underworld God's powerful physique, even the Dao tree would not be his match. The Underworld God got the support of the two and heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, he suddenly broke through the air and flew quickly toward the seed. At this moment, all parties were fighting. No one stopped the Underworld God at this time. Everyone had almost forgotten that new martial artists also had top powerhouses. In the past, when new martial artists proved their Tao, they had almost all received help from the seed. Now, if he really devoured the seed, the underworld god might have a chance of breaking through 9. At this moment, the eyes of the god emperor who was fighting with Emperor Donghuang flickered slightly. Emperor Donghuang also saw the movement. The next moment, his expression changed and he shouted, "Celeste, stop him." Stop the underworld god. However, Emperor Shi was tightly entangled by Sky Arm and the others. He said weakly, "I can't get away." "Damn it." Emperor Donghuang shouted, "Fang Ping, stop him quickly. New martial artists who break through 9 will borrow the power of Origin. Origin will weaken, stop him quickly." Fang Ping was stunned. Beside him, Heavenly King Zhen also shook his head and said, "I forgot about this. Qiong is really scheming." Fang Ping looked confused. What did he mean? The God Emperor secretly supported him. He looked at the God Emperor again. Sure enough, the God Emperor was doing his best to stop Emperor Donghuang. The Dao Tree even suddenly attacked the fake God Emperor and Spirit Emperor. Obviously, the Dao Tree also knew about this. Fang Ping was confused. What the F***ck was this? These people were preparing for the underworld god. Even the Dao Tree knew about it. Did he not want to become an emperor? Heavenly King Zhen said quickly, the God Emperor intends to weaken the power of Origin. Maybe there are changes in the depths of the Origin. After weakening, the other emperors may be further trapped. He may be prepared and can take the opportunity to escape. If that happens, the other emperors will be in danger. Fang Ping understood. After understanding, he shouted, "Underworld God, do your best. I'll let you have the seed. The God Emperor is using you to escape and wants to kill the other emperors. It's best if all the emperors are dead. Remember to join forces with us to kill the God Emperor. Only when all the emperors are dead will you have an opportunity." Everyone was stunned. Fang Ping did not stop him. Not only did he not stop him, but he also hoped that the underworld god would prove his Tao. Underworld god, I'm a man of my word. After the emperors are dead, the humans will go through the beginner martial path and destroy the Tao of Origin. In the sky, the underworld god who was flying through the air was slightly stunned. Are you really an Origin martial artist? Forget it. This guy had no faith at all and never followed Tao blindly. He did not care about beginner martial artists or Origin. Whoever gave the benefits was the boss. Shameless guy, the underworld god cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was also considering whether he should join forces with Fang Ping and the others or join forces with the God Emperor to destroy Fang Ping and the others first. In the sky, the seed was getting closer and closer to him. The underworld god's heart was beating wildly. Hope, the hope of beginner martial artists. His own hope. Just when he was less than 10,000 meters away from the seed, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. It was an unprepossessing middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the underworld god with some pity and some complicated feelings. Underworld, the Origin cannot be weakened, it's you. The underworld god's eyes were bloodshot. He roared furiously, "It's you, you bastard. In the past, the beginner martial artists regarded you as their leader, their ancestor, their god. You bastard, how dare you destroy the beginner martial artists by creating the Origin. Bastard, I'll kill you." The underworld god was no longer calm. He screamed mournfully. A huge scythe appeared in his hand. It was a beginner martial artist's weapon, a weapon tempered for a lifetime. He was really angry. 30,000 years ago, because of this person, the beginner martial artists were defeated. Countless beginner martial powerhouses died. 8,000 years ago, the beginner martial artists suffered heavy injuries again because they could not suppress the Origin. Today, hope was right in front of him. This person had appeared again and blocked his path, the path of beginner martial artists, an irreconcilable feud. Kill. The underworld god went all out, charging toward the middle-aged man in an instant. If he did not take revenge, even if he died, he would not be satisfied. Kill him. Celestial Emperor. Below, the Emperor God looked up at the sky and murmured, then chuckled. He's finally out. Celestial Emperor, he did not come in from the outside and just appeared here for no reason. He came out next to the seed. Obviously, Celestial Emperor had been here for a long time. He just did not show up, waiting instead. No one knew what he was waiting for. No one knew if he would show up if the Tao tree went. But Underworld God went, and Celestial Emperor appeared. Stop Underworld God. In the sky, Underworld God was also really on fire, like a flame giant, his whole body overflowing with light, holding a scythe, somewhat similar to the legendary Grim Reaper. Fang Ping suspected that the legend was adapted from these guys. The scythe tore the void. The current Underworld God was much stronger than before, giving Fang Ping a feeling similar to the previous Heavenly King's outburst. Slash after slash, so fast that Fang Ping was a little overwhelmed. Kill Celestial Emperor. This was also the obsession of many beginner martial artists. Too many beginner martial artists died in the Battle of Myriad Dao, and all of this originated from Celestial Emperor. The Battle of Myriad Dao was defeated, and the beginner martial artists were suppressed for many years. 8,000 years ago, Fist God and the others were suppressed for no reason, and a group of people were killed. The beginner martial artists suffered too much, and all of this originated from Celestial Emperor's Tao of origin. If there was not a problem with the Tao of origin, why did the Emperor God and the others have to kill the strongest beginner martial artists to prove their Tao? If there was not a problem with the Tao of origin, why did they have to suppress the beginner martial artists to prevent them from suppressing the Tao? If there was not a problem with the Tao of origin, the battle 8,000 years ago would not have happened. The beginner martial artists were caught in the crossfire and became pawns of the Tao of origin. Those who were killed, those who were suppressed were suppressed. This revenge was difficult to take, but it must be taken. They were fighting again. Fang Ping was just watching, fighting casually, killing one was one less. It was the first time he saw Celestial Emperor's true appearance. It was a little illusory before, but he saw it clearly today. After watching for a while, Fang Ping glanced at Heavenly King suspiciously. Your father? Your father. Heavenly King scolded. He looks like you. Fang Ping said faintly, I thought he looked like me, but he looks like you. Are you Celestial Emperor? Emperor my ass. Heavenly King subduing said in annoyance, this old man is like this. What can I do? He just looks a little like him. All experts look like this. They look tall, handsome, masculine, and have a common face. What can I do? Really? Heavenly King Zhenwang said angrily, what does it matter? Believe it or not. Fang Ping was just about to say something when beside him, the God Creation envoy sneered, son and father, probably not. However, old Devil Lee didn't look like this in the past. Later on, when Celestial the Arch opened up the Source Tao, he actually looked more and more like him. Perhaps he wanted to bask in the glory of looking like him. Heavenly King subduing was depressed and speechless, nonsense. When this guy established his origin, he was indeed very impressive and domineering. In the past few years, there were many people who looked like him. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the origin. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping did not think much of it. The Creation God envoy said faintly, do you admit it? What? Seeing that Fang Ping did not understand, the God Creation envoy laughed, those few years, kid, do you understand? In those few years, those who walked the origin were indeed influenced by some celestial emperors. This old ghost gradually grew crooked. The older he grew, the more he grew. He deliberately hid it. Fang Ping did not understand at first, but in the next moment, his eyes moved. Those few years when he opened up the origin, what did he mean? Heavenly King Zhenwang said that he walked the origin for about 10,000 years. The Celestial Emperor opened up the origin 30,000 years ago. Fang Ping looked at Heavenly King Zhenwang with a burning gaze. Heavenly King Zhenwang was a little angry and shouted in a low voice, what are you thinking? 30,000 years ago, I didn't walk the origin. I only went to see the evolution of the origin a few times. What do you mean? Fang Ping asked hurriedly. Heavenly King Zhenwang snorted and ignored him. Fang Ping frowned and did not ask any more. The God Creation envoy's gaze changed slightly, he probably didn't leave. At that time, he probably hadn't made up his mind. At that time, he didn't walk the origin, but he saw the evolution of the origin. Your master showed it to you? Heavenly King Zhenwang scolded and ignored him. Fang Ping's gaze was uncertain. The God Creation envoy chuckled and said, "Don't think too much. His master is also a shady person. In the early years, he seized a seed projection. He might want to walk the celestial emperor's path and carry out the evolution of the origin. He might have been observed." Heavenly King Zhenwang did not say anything. He was too lazy to say anything. Some things had happened many years ago. It was useless for Fang Ping to know. It was useless to say anything. At this moment, a great battle broke out in all four directions. Heavenly King Zhenwang had also recovered his limbs. Hong Yu and the others had all run away. When Heavenly King Zhenwang saw this, he looked at Fang Ping strangely and said, "You're just going to be the commander-in-chief and not fight? I'm a broken 8. Am I courting death? Kid, what are you trying to do this time?" Heavenly King Zhenwang was really a little puzzled. "You don't seem to have done your best until now. You've been waiting. What are you waiting for?" "What can I wait for? I'm waiting for the cat to succeed." Fang Ping smiled and said, "I'll take this place away first. Then, I'll take a look at the situation of the seed." The more Heavenly King Zhenwang looked, the more suspicious he became. "Kid, do you have other motives?" "There's no such thing." Fang Ping laughed and bared his teeth. "I'm a martial artist who has just broken 8. I've only broken 2 gates even after Tao ignition. What can I do?" As he said that, he rubbed his chin and said, "Godfather, if this broken 9 monster plant of yours dies, its body can be used to forge divine weapons. Its life essence might be more effective than the vitality here, but will it bear seeds? You still want to kill it? Dream on." Heavenly King Zhenwang said impatiently that Gai Qiong already had a plan. "Believe it or not, the Tao tree is not dead yet. This place is broken, and Qiong's true body is waiting outside. If you kill the Tao tree, be careful that you don't die faster." Fang Ping chuckled. He did not mind. He continued to look around and murmured, "It's getting more and more interesting. A bunch of guys fighting each other, scheming against each other. No one dies after fighting like this. It seems like it has been arranged long ago. Who should the seed belong to?" Heavenly King Zhenwang was slightly stunned. After a while, he said in a low voice, "You can see it too. I'm afraid this seed was decided by the Heavenly Emperor for someone." "Who?" "It's either Dong Huang or Spirit Emperor, or the Tao tree." Heavenly King Zhenwang looked at the sky and said slowly, "It's one of these 3. The Heavenly Emperor is only a projection, not a clone. He's guarding the seed. If it's not someone he chooses, he probably won't give way." Having said that, he added, "The possibility of it being Dong Huang isn't too high. It's either the Tao tree or Spirit Emperor." "Huh?" Fang Ping said suspiciously, "Spirit Emperor is still possible, but what the hell is the Tao tree?" Heavenly King Zhenwang looked at the Divine Emperor, then at the Heavenly Emperor, hesitating. The Tao tree never thought that the Divine Emperor might use him to escape. "Do you really think the Tao tree is an idiot? He completely trusts the Divine Emperor. Maybe he got some promise or some benefits from the Divine Emperor in private, so he has some confidence that the Divine Emperor won't succeed after proving his Tao. The Divine Emperor probably knows something too, so he didn't plan to prove his Tao for the Tao tree. Didn't you see that when dark went up, the Divine Emperor and the Tao tree had a tacit understanding? The noble circle is really messy." Fang Ping complained. "The disciple betrays the master harms the disciple. The Divine Emperor is the Tao tree's master, the Tao tree is the Divine Emperor's grand disciple. In short, it's a mess. You harm me, I harm you, one dies. Anyway, it's fine as long as you don't die. This messy circle, it's fine if all of them are destroyed. Why do they harm people when they're alive? They're leading the children astray. You're not much better than them." Heavenly King Zhenwang complained. Fang Ping smiled and said, "At least I don't harm my own people. They're my enemies, one dies, what does it have to do with me?" Heavenly King Zhenwang was speechless. At this moment, this group of people had become spectators. This drama is getting more and more boring. Fang Ping was a little dispirited. Those who die are avatars, on the other hand, if we die, we really die. Boring, boring, it's best if the real body dies. Then we'll talk about it after you become an emperor. Heavenly King Zhenwang hit him. Die a real body, you're thinking too much. At this moment, in the distance, the cat shouted, liar, I'm done. Fang Ping saw it and laughed. That's fast. Big cat, hurry up and get to work. Let's collect some vitality and go home. Disperse, disperse. We don't want the seeds anymore, let's go home. Fang Ping chuckled and walked straight toward Big Cat. Not far away, Hong Kuan and the others watched him leave but did not make a move. Each of them had a complicated expression, as if they were hesitating whether to make a move or not. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. Heavenly King Zhenwang and the others were still here. What was there to be afraid of? Very soon, Fang Ping arrived at the cat's side. The cat was also a little tired and hurriedly took credit. We can roll up the fake heavenly realm now. These people won't be swept away, right? No, there's a big hole over there where the silkworm babies are. If they don't roll up, they can fly up and leave. Will the arcane realm shatter? It won't either, the silkworm babies are still there. The cat took credit. I've put in a lot of effort. I only swept away this fake heavenly realm, the other places are all left. That's good. Fang Ping glanced around and said excitedly, not bad, although this fake heavenly realm is not as good as the seeds, the overflowing vitality is gathered together, at least the amount of thousands of small fish. Even if it can't strengthen all humans, it can help some powerhouses break through quickly. Beside him, Zhang Tao said hesitantly, will they watch us take these things away? It's not up to them. Fang Ping's mentality shook the surroundings and sealed the place. He sneered. They're not good people. I'm not killing Hong Yu and the others now because I'm waiting for them to fall out with the Emperor. As for those Emperor clones, just you wait. It's fine if they don't provoke me, but if they do, I won't be afraid of them even if I join forces with Heavenly King Garrison. But, Fang Ping paused. This old man has been getting more and more mysterious recently. Although I don't want to say it, it's better to be careful. Zhang Tao glanced at Fang Ping, frowning slightly. Fang Ping was confident enough. Did this guy break through 9? At this moment, in the sky, Celestial Emperor who had sent the underworld god flying with a palm suddenly said softly, Qiong, weakening the origin now is just neglecting the essentials. Even if we kill the others, we can't suppress the flaws. Suppressing the flaws still depends on the future, on the human race. The human race, these two words instantly touched Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. Celestial Emperor did not say much, continuing, Spirit, don't bother, let the Tao tree prove. Spirit Emperor's expression changed slightly. Celestial Emperor seemed to know what she was thinking inside. Even if the clones prove, they are still clones, one with the Tao, unable to leave, your real body can't escape either. Let the Tao tree prove, it can help you bear some of the pressure. Celestial Emperor said softly, years ago, I said that only by leaving together and instantly filling the flaws, there is hope. Everyone has waited for so many years, why not wait? Celestial Emperor frowned. Spirit Emperor could not help but say, Master, then if the latecomers can't suppress it, the human race can't draw out the seeds, cough. Celestial Emperor coughed softly, interrupting Spirit Emperor. Celestial Emperor did not continue, looking at East Emperor. How, don't bother anymore, this place is for the Demon Emperor to complete his Tao. The demons have beast emperors, plant emperors, and the Tao is also flawed. If the Tao tree proves the Tao, all of you can also benefit. This place was really prepared for the Tao tree. At this moment, everyone came to a realization, this place actually had an owner, the Tao tree was the real owner. Celestial Emperor looked at Celestial Emperor and said coldly, you already knew that I wanted to send the Tao tree here. Celestial Emperor sighed. How could I not know what you were thinking? Years ago, you took in the dragon transformation, and since then, you have been studying this Tao. I knew that you wanted to do this, but there was no opportunity. I set up this place so that you could send the Tao tree here to seek opportunities. Unfortunately, the Tao tree still could not absorb the essence of the 13 challenges, otherwise, it should be able to break through the challenges alone. Man proposes, God disposes. The Tao tree still did not meet his expectations, otherwise, it could break through the challenges alone, directly obtain the seeds, and prove its Tao Emperor. The 13 challenges, as Fang Ping thought, were to perfect the Tao tree. If the Tao tree could also absorb the essence of the 13 challenges like Fang Ping, it would be stronger than it was now. Moreover, it could consume more power of the natural order. The power of the natural order was not to suppress the Tao tree, but to suppress the emperors and supreme emperors who guarded the challenges. In the end, the Tao tree failed. That was why it was trapped in this challenge for so many years. After so many years, not only could the Tao tree not break through, but it also attracted Fang Ping's group, as well as the Celestial Emperor's group, which had completely disrupted some of the plans. This was also the reason why Celestial Emperor had to show up. After all, it was just planning in advance. It was not foolproof. Celestial Emperor did not care. At this moment, he still hoped to continue according to the plan. East Emperor, Celestial Emperor, and Spirit Emperor could all be persuaded. As for West Emperor and the fake Celestial Emperor, as long as the others reached a consensus, their objections would be useless. What does he mean? Fang Ping looked at Old Zhang. Old Zhang, what did he mean earlier? Old Zhang's face was gloomy. You don't know how to listen? Spirit Emperor asked if the humans could lure out the seeds, the real seeds. These people are probably planning to let the humans lure out the seeds and let the seeds do something. Fang Ping frowned. How to lure them out? Why must the humans lure them out? At this moment, Third Cat hesitated for a moment and whispered, I think I know something, say it. Fang Ping asked hurriedly. The cat also patted its head and asked curiously, you know? Why don't I know? Third Cat ignored it and hesitated again before whispering, Master seemed to have said before that the silkworm baby's real body might be asleep. It hasn't woken up. If it hasn't woken up, then we have to wake the silkworm baby up. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. How do we wake it up? Third Cat thought for a while before saying in an even softer voice, the human world used to be the silkworm baby's home. Later, they locked up the silkworm baby's home. When the martial artists in the human world cultivate, it's all the power that the silkworm baby spits out. After that, it's actually similar to the silkworm baby's avatar. The stronger the cultivation, the more power the silkworm baby absorbs. Zhang Tao said faintly, the more power it absorbs, the stronger the people, the more they die, and the neater they die. Will it awaken the seeds? I don't know, Third Cat said timidly, it might not be like that. Master didn't say. Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping and suddenly laughed. He said self-deprecatingly, what do you think? Fang Ping exhaled and laughed. It's hard to say. But it's true that it locked up the human world. The Emperor's sword even absorbed external power. But when the catacombs opened up, we absorbed a lot of power from the catacombs. Zhang Tao chuckled. That's still a minority. In essence, it's still the power of vitality. This is somewhat similar to the blood sacrifice that we guessed back then. Don't tell me they're really going to sacrifice us? Who knows? Fang Ping also laughed self-deprecatingly. He said, this is getting interesting. Getting out of trouble together means that there might be new emperors as many as the current emperors. I heard that when the celestial human's realm wall shatters, it'll be the time when a large number of emperors will be born. By that time, will the human race also reach its peak? More or less. Since we know that it'll be a time of great war, the human race will develop with all their might no matter what. Even if they have to exhaust everything, they'll have to convert it into strength at that time. We all know that when the celestial human's realm wall shatters, it'll be the time when our country perishes. How can we be willing? Zhang Tao said, looking at Fang Ping. Fang Ping laughed softly. Yes, by then, a large number of emperors will be born. The new emperor will help the old emperor to break free. The old emperor will start to break free and walk out of the origin universe and 9 heavens. At this time, the human race will be at its strongest. Once we're wiped out, the seeds will appear. When the seeds appear, the old emperor and even the celestial emperor will make a move to capture the seeds and use them to fill up the pit. No, maybe someone will think of absorbing the seeds, then maybe they'll transcend? When that time comes, what's the point of filling up the pit? Both of them looked at each other. Zhang Tao grinned. Are you saying that they want to wipe us out right in front of us? It sounds like that. Fang Ping shrugged. But what can you do? Do you have the ability to fight back? Can you not develop? Can you sit and watch the human race be wiped out one day because their combat strength is not strong enough? I can't. That's it then. Fang Ping rolled his eyes, rubbing his chin. He laughed. Don't say that they didn't explain it clearly. Even if they did, you're still a turtle in a jar. You have to develop according to what they say and do. Yes. Old Zhang also rubbed his chin. There's no way to fight back. There are a lot of avatars in this place. They're all broken 9. What strength do we have? What can we do to them? Just thinking about it makes me pessimistic. Old Zhang shook his head. It's over. The human race will be wiped out. Let's go home and wait for death. Beside them, the cat looked at both of them blankly. Both of their imaginations are so good, this cat didn't even think so much. Zhang Tao teased, but he was clutching his chest. Suddenly, he kicked Fang Ping and laughed. Kid, I'm so angry. I'm holding back a fire but I can't vent it. Aren't you very capable? Kill them for me. Otherwise, I think I'll be holding my breath when I go back. I'll feel terrible. Fang Ping grimaced and laughed. I'm also panicking, but I can't beat them. Look, it's almost over. The God Emperor and Spirit Emperor seem to be convinced. It looks like the Tao tree is really going to achieve validation. Old Zhang, I can't help it. The Tao tree, the God Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, the East Emperor, the Celestial Emperor. 5 broken 9. I don't know what's going on with Emperor West. It's hard to tell with old Devilly over there. Old Zhang, I really can't help it. Fang Ping's smile was uglier than crying. Can't you help it? 5 broken 9, how many can I fight? Even 1 is difficult. Old Zhang exhaled. Can you fight 1? There should be a chance, right? That's good. Old Zhang looked at Heavenly King Zhan and bared his teeth. Your reputation is ruined. They don't believe you anymore. I'll go and convince some people. Old Devilly and that fake God Emperor are together, right? Maybe I can fight too. On the God Creation Envoy's side, together with Chaos, Sherpa, and Heavenly Dog, they might not be able to fight 1. They have to add some people. Hong Yu and the group of people over there, together, they should be able to fight 1. Fang Ping looked at him and laughed. Can I listen to you? Of course, I have a good reputation. Chuwu has fallen out with them again. The underworld god has no chance. How can these people let it go? It's best if Emperor West doesn't make a move. If he does, Chuwu will stop him. Zhang Tao calculated for a while and laughed. Don't fool me. Can you really fight 1? I should be able to. You're stronger now. Ironhead and I are here. Can you fuse? You, almost. Your mentality can't do it now. You brat, Zhang Tao bared his teeth, then laughed. At the critical moment, can you use my Tao? It was yours to begin with. I can use it. I'm just afraid that it will be destroyed after 1 use. It's okay. Zhang Tao spat. If I die and you can keep these bastards here, I don't care. It's worth it. You brat, don't stare at the Tao tree. Just stare at the Celestial Emperor. Kill him. If you kill him, I'll admit it. If I don't, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. So ruthless? Just that ruthless. Old Zhang scolded and then walked over. What fake heavenly realm? Don't do it first. We'll talk about it later. I'll give these to someone later. Give them to Hong Yu and the rest. You, what about you? If you don't put in the capital, will they listen to you? Old Zhang scolded. You can't get the wolf without risking the child. You don't even understand this. Brat, I'm warning you. If I ask you to give it to me, then give it to me. I'm the emperor. You're nothing. Fang Ping shrugged. All right, I'll listen to you. The surroundings were relatively quiet. The emperor god and the rest seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, old Zhang, who had broken 7, did not attract attention. Hong Yu and the rest were surprised to see Zhang Tao walking over. King Qian even wanted to beat him to death. However, he had his reservations and did not do so. Zhang Tao came and smiled. Seal the void around us. Everyone frowned. Was he courting death? There were so many broken eight. Even if they did not seal him, he would not be able to escape. Feng and Hongyu looked at each other. Without a word, they unleashed their mentality and sealed the void. Zhang Tao could not escape now. King Zhen could not help but say, "Don't tell me he is Fang Ping in disguise." Everyone's expression froze. On the other side, Fang Ping saw that someone was looking at him. He grinned at King Kuan and the rest. That smile. King Kuan and the rest were sure that it was Fang Ping. Even his smile was so wretched and hateful. Zhang Tao also broke into laughter. He exhaled. "Seed, there's no hope for everyone. Our side is not weak either. Fang Ping is going to take away the vitality of this place. You guys probably won't be able to compete with him. I'm afraid you guys will end up with nothing." King Kuan said coldly, "Speak your mind. Everyone is eating in the three realms, but these people are not." Zhang Tao looked at Hongyu. "Li Zhu is captured by us. If you want to save him, think about it. Help me this once. I, Zhang Tao, can swear in the name of the human race. Help me this once and release Li Zhu. If not, Li Zhu will die. I will not joke around with the human race. I am not Fang Ping. I am not as ruthless or evil as him." Hongyu frowned and asked coldly, "Help you with what? Let's talk about it later." Zhang Tao looked at Hong Kuan. "What do you want?" Hong Kuan frowned and looked at him. After a while, he said, "You can't give me what I want." "Say it. Unify the three realms." "I really can't give you that." Zhang Tao said helplessly, "I will give you what I can. King Qian and King Zhen are about to break through to the ninth realm. You, Hong Kuan, won't be able to do so in a short period of time. I will ask Fang Ping to give you enough vitality to refine your jade bones. Even if it's not enough, Fang Ping will break his own jade bones, he will still give it to you." "I will." King Kuan was stunned. Some of Zhang Tao's words could not be trusted, but some were trustworthy. Feng said faintly, "I want Fang Ping's true blood. I don't want a lot. Fang Ping will just give me some." "Sure." Although the monster emperor did not know what Zhang Tao wanted from them, he said coldly, "First, I want the blood of the dragon transformation's heart. I want to activate the beast emperor staff. Second, the human race needs to help me when we break through the three gates. Third, the sea region's monsters will be unified. Move the Hydro Island away and ask Fang Ping not to interfere." Zhang Tao nodded. "No problem." Everyone looked at each other. Hong Kuan asked, "What do you want us to do?" "Simple. Keep Dong Huang occupied. Just keep him occupied. I don't need you to do anything. It will be best if you can kill him. It will benefit everyone." Everyone frowned. Hong Kuan asked again, "What do you want to do?" "Don't worry about him. Just keep Dong Huang occupied. At least 10 minutes. If you can agree to it, then it's a deal." Zhang Tao said seriously, "I swear in the name of the human race that I will not lie. If I break my promise, the human race will be annihilated." His gaze was firm. He used the annihilation of the human race as proof. Although oaths weren't very useful, Zhang Tao's words made it so that even if the crowd had long since lost faith in oaths, they were willing to believe him this one time. Hong Kuan exhaled. Very quickly, he said in a low voice, "All right. Thank you. No need. We each take what we need." Also, Hong Kuan could not help but curse. "Tell that bastard Fang Ping not to come to the sea again. Get lost." Zhang Tao shrugged. He could not agree to this. Zhang Tao did not say anything else. "Wait for my signal." After saying this, he walked towards the God Creation envoy. As soon as he left, Hong Yu said softly, "What are the humans going to do?" Feng suddenly laughed. He said playfully, "What else can they do? Audacious to the extreme. You've all heard some of what was said before. These people aren't people who can tolerate this. Just watch, we earn some. Will Dong Huang and the others kill us? Not necessarily. If they really wanted to kill, they would have done so long ago. They are waiting for us to be at the bottom. If we are careful, we will be earning for nothing. Everyone, seize the opportunity. Maybe we can get even more benefits. King Kuan also sneered. It's good that two tigers are fighting. Are they really prepared to be suppressed by the humans after they leave? When the war breaks out, the humans will not care about us anymore. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They could not help but feel shocked. The humans were really cruel. They thought that Fang Ping was already bold enough. They did not expect Zhang Tao to be so ruthless. He was also going all out. It was Zhang Tao who came, not Fang Ping. This had already told them that Fang Ping was not the only one who insisted. Otherwise, with Zhang Tao's personality, if Fang Ping dared to gamble with the future of the human race, Zhang Tao would not have agreed and would not have come here to ask for help. Next, there was a good show to watch. They thought that the show had ended. Who knew that it was just the beginning? I have no objections. At this moment, the Divine Emperor agreed. Give it to the Dao Tree. Sending the Dao Tree here had been part of his plan. Although there had been some unexpected factors involved, he could still accept the fact that the seed was the Dao returning tree. The Divine Emperor didn't object, the Spirit Emperor didn't say anything, and the East Emperor also remained silent. Obviously, the three emperors had agreed. At this moment, the Dao Tree was back in human form. Even Breaking 9 could not contain his excitement. Proving the way. Thank you, Master, for fulfilling my wish. Thank you, Martial Uncles. The Dao Tree bowed slightly. Emperor Ling sneered. Emperor Dong Huang nodded slightly, smiling without saying a word. The three sovereigns agreed. Together with the Dao Tree and the Celestial Arch, they were invincible here. As for the West Emperor and the others, did it matter whether they agreed or not? Just as everyone agreed, the Dao Tree was about to take the seed when someone chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Dao Tree Sovereign." No, what about the Dao Emperor? Not good, Tree Emperor? Demon Sovereign? Fang Ping stood up and cupped his hands in salute. He smiled and said, I'm about to become an emperor. What emperor title should I use? Fang Ping seemed to be having a headache. Why don't we call him Emperor Elite? How about the Elite from Fairy? The Dao Tree looked at Fang Ping coldly. Now that things had come to this, could it be that Fang Ping was still thinking of something else? In the air, Celestial Emperor was also looking at Fang Ping. After looking at it for a while, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This generation seed? The Celestial Arch murmured and looked at Zhang Tao. He frowned slightly and seemed to have thought of something. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. He was a little curious. He smiled and said, Seeds? Seed of rebirth? I'm the seed of rebirth? The Celestial Sovereign remained silent. On the other side, the Divine Emperor said lightly, This seed is not that seed. Perhaps you can understand it as what you call the Son of Destiny, and the Son of Destiny is the seed of rebirth. Fang Ping understood. The seed son? The Son of Heaven's meaning? Do I have such a powerful background? Not simple at all. Fang Ping seemed a little narcissistic. The entire three realms were watching his performance. Some had a playful smile on their faces, while others frowned in silence. Of course, he wasn't surprised. If Fang Ping was not the Son of Destiny, then who was? Previously, they had thought that this generation would be Zhang Tao, but now it seemed like it was Fang Ping. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He asked curiously, I'm this generation's Son of Destiny. Could it be that you, Celestial Emperor, are the previous generation's Son of Destiny? Does that mean we're brothers? Daring was not enough to describe him, the Emperor God and the others frowned in silence. Fang Ping smiled playfully. The ninth Emperor is my nephew, and the Dao Tree is my grand disciple. Dao Tree, do you want to call me Grandpa? The Dao Tree's chi activity surged, and there was a loud explosion in front of Fang Ping. At this point, Fang Ping was still speaking so rudely. Did he really think that the Heavenly King's suppression could protect him? Don't touch me. I'm the child of destiny. If I die, who will draw the seed out? Fang Ping said lazily, Take it easy. I'm your life-saving straw. What are you doing? You want to kill me? Why don't you see if the others will agree? The Dao tree sneered and said coldly, if you die, the three realms will still be the three realms. Without you, there will still be someone else. Fang Ping had overestimated himself. Even if Fang Ping died, someone else would step forward and inherit everything. Of course, there might be some delay. However, he had waited for so many years. What could he do if he waited for another few decades? Fang Ping's rise did not take many years. Could he not even wait for a few years? Of course, if Fang Ping did not seek death, these emperors would not deliberately kill him. Fang Ping sighed and looked at the Celestial Emperor. He ignored the Dao tree and said slowly, you are the Celestial Emperor, the master of the Ninth Emperor. Although it's just a projection, you should know more than the Ninth Emperor. I want to ask you a question. Can I? The Celestial Emperor looked at him and was silent for a moment. He said softly, ask. In this world, can someone evolve a new three realms? Fang Ping looked at the heavenly realm around him and thought for a while. It's like this, like the heavenly realm you evolved, but more real than this. The Celestial Emperor frowned. On the other side, the Emperor's expressions changed slightly. The Emperor God looked at Fang Ping. Without waiting for the Celestial Emperor to speak, he suddenly laughed. Evolving a world. It's not difficult. With the help of the seed's power, it can be done. Just like here, the seed projection here is not very strong. Of course, to you, it's already extremely strong. The seed has projected many times in the past tens of thousands of years. The first time should be about 40,000 years ago, when it manifested as a beginner. The second time was about 30,000 years ago, when it manifested as an origin. The third time was about 30,000 years ago, when someone captured a trace. It might have found the location of the real body, and the real body escaped, leaving behind a projection. This place should be the fourth time. After the immortal source was successfully cast, some rules were broken, and a projection appeared here. The Emperor God said slowly, each time, the seed's power is different. This place is illusory. Only the 13 passes are more real. The heavenly realm is more illusory. If the seed's power is enough, the heavenly realm can also evolve like the 13 passes. When that time comes, it will be difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. How many non-emperors can distinguish the real from the fake? Fang Ping and the others also knew that this place was fake. Otherwise, could they distinguish the authenticity of the emperor's projections when they appeared? Fang Ping nodded and looked at the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor also looked at Fang Ping and said slowly, have you seen such a world before? When Fang Ping heard this, he was a little shaken. Did the Celestial Emperor not have many memories, or did it really have nothing to do with him? Heavenly King Garrison said that the Celestial Emperor might have the idea of letting him fill in the hole. But now, the Celestial Emperor was asking if he had seen such a world before. Was it a projection that he did not know, or was the Celestial Emperor pretending, or was he not the Celestial Emperor's underling? That world, the Earth in his previous life, might be someone borrowed the seed's power and evolved into an Earth. Evolved according to the Earth after the martial arts destruction, 8,000 years ago. 8,000 years ago, the heavenly realm was destroyed, and the human world was destroyed. If martial arts were completely destroyed in the human world, would it really evolve into the Earth later? As for Sun City, Sino Nation, Earth, even two worlds had Fang Ping. It might be the inevitable trajectory of development. If someone followed the human world situation 8,000 years ago and evolved a world after the martial arts destruction, it might really develop into the Earth that Fang Ping saw. Fang Ping pondered. The seed's power, the person behind the scenes might not have completely relied on himself, but he borrowed some of the seed's power to do all this. If that was the case, the person behind the scenes might not have to be very strong. Emperors could do it, it was nothing more than borrowing the seed's power. It was not like the emperors personally contributed to evolve a great world. If that was the case, there would be more suspicious targets. However, the heaven-exterminating emperor had said that the three emperors' power might have been borrowed by Fang Ping. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not answer the celestial emperor's question. Instead, he asked, are the three emperors really dead? Who killed them? After killing them, who took their remains? The celestial emperor gave him a deep look, frowned slightly, and did not answer. Some of Fang Ping's words made him fall into some memories. World. Evolved world. This should not be Fang Ping's thought. Unless, he had seen it before, 30,000 years ago, the sun god evolved the world, wanting to rebuild the three realms and build a new Yang realm. The sun god opened up his own path in the new Yang realm and became the Yang realm's god of creation. That time, the celestial emperor defeated him. Because rebuilding the three realms would also draw out the three realms' power, so the celestial emperor stopped it. But that was 30,000 years ago, a very, very long time. That world was also destroyed by him. Could it be that Fang Ping had seen the sun god, or had he been to that world? Although that world was destroyed, there might still be some remnants. Did Fang Ping see that broken world? The celestial emperor fell into deep thought. In the past 10,000 years, the sun god had hardly appeared. Could it be that he had not given up and was still continuing in the dark, but the power of the seed projection had collapsed, unless the sun god found another place where the seed projection was, and it had to be stronger than here, much stronger. This place could only be enough to break through the 9 levels and prove the Tao Emperor. And the energy of the evolved world was not enough to break through the 9 levels and prove the Tao Emperor's power. It had to be at least 10 times or 100 times the power. The powerhouses were all deep in thought. There were some things that everyone understood, and some things that they might not know so clearly. Fang Ping's question, to them, was also a question of seeking knowledge. The celestial emperor looked at Fang Ping and said with a faint smile, "No one knows whether the 3 emperors are really dead or not. At this realm, no one dares to say that they are really completely destroyed." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Then who killed them?" The celestial emperor looked at him and did not answer. Fang Ping said again, "Lord Celestial Emperor killed them?" The celestial emperor was still silent. The Tao tree was impatient. He could not wait to pluck the seed and break through the 9 levels and prove the Tao. If he delayed, there would be changes. He did not have time to talk to Fang Ping. Ignoring Fang Ping, the Tao tree soared into the air and went to the seed. Fang Ping also soared into the air in an instant and punched. The Tao tree was originally unwilling to pay attention to him, but at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly punched. The Tao tree was a little annoyed, bent over and slapped down with a palm, a little sullen. "Fang Ping, don't seek your own death." The celestial emperor and the others also looked at Fang Ping, frowning in silence. Seeing that the Tao tree did not go to the seed, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Senior Tao tree, it's not easy for us to come here, and we've fought to the death. This seed is so big, shouldn't you share some with us? You make us work, but you don't give us any grass to eat, and you want us to milk it. Isn't it too cruel?" The Tao tree's face was cold. "Fang Ping, do you really want to die?" Fang Ping ignored him, looking at the underworld god who was defeated by the celestial emperor not far away. Fang Ping sighed, pointing at the underworld god. "Look, the underworld god is also your senior. Doesn't he just want to drink some milk? The seed is so big, can't you share some with him? In the end, how cruel you are. As a bystander, I can't stand it anymore. It's not easy for beginners either." A group of seniors, not many of them are still alive now. The existence who created martial arts, although killing Tsung Mao annoys me a little, no matter what, he has made a great contribution to martial arts. Can't you give him some benefits? The underworld god looked at Fang Ping, his eyes no longer bright, a little gray. Being suppressed by the celestial emperor's projection and failing to seize the seed was a great blow to him. And now, the celestial emperor and all parties had reached an agreement to let the Tao tree prove. For beginners, this trip was already a failure. In the underworld god's eyes, Fang Ping's words were more like ridicule. The underworld god looked at Fang Ping, a little pity. Yes, pity. Beginners were defeated, however. "Fang Ping, could you continue to be so domineering? Do you really think the human race still has a way out? The human race will only be worse than beginners." He laughed bitterly. They were in the same boat. Fang Ping was high profile now, but in the near future, he might be more miserable than him, more painful. "Do you accept your fate?" In his ears, Fang Ping's faint voice came. The underworld god looked at him, his eyes flickering slightly. "I don't accept my fate." Fang Ping looked straight at the Tao tree in front of him, not at the underworld god, as if he was talking to himself, to the underworld god, to the 3 realms. "This thing about fate. I don't believe in it. I only believe in myself." Manpower can fix the sky. All unfairness, dissatisfaction, injustice, it's because you're not strong enough. When you're strong enough, you can overthrow everything and control your own fate, instead of expecting others to pity you. As Fang Ping spoke, his vitality gradually overflowed. At this moment, a bright sun rose in the sky. The Dao tree's expression was cold. Fang Ping wanted to stop him. The underworld god's eyes lit up, moving a few steps slightly. Fang Ping wanted to attack, then he could join forces with Fang Ping and attack the Dao tree together. Of course, the result would inevitably be failure. I don't believe in fate. Fang Ping's voice shook heaven and earth. Fate is in your own hands. A Chongdao appeared in Fang Ping's hand, laughing loudly. Opportunities, the future, it's all fought for with your saber and spear. Who can decide my future? Not even Celestial Emperor. Sonorous and forceful. I want the seed. Did you ask me for permission to take it? Fang Ping berated, his voice shook heaven and earth. The Dao tree sneered. Stubborn. Did you ask me? Fang Ping roared again, rumble, vitality burned, the force shattered the sky. The Chongdao pointed at the Dao tree, at Celestial Emperor. You guys, count for nothing. Fang Ping laughed. Is it up to you to decide who it belongs to? Ridiculous. Courting death. The Dao tree was unwilling to wait any longer. With a low roar, a crystal-clear tentacle pierced through the void, heading straight for Fang Ping. The Chongdao slashed down, so fast that it could not be seen. The void trembled slightly. Kacha, the sound of something breaking rang out. Everywhere was silent. Bang, one by one, the roots broke completely. The Dao tree's expression changed. Although this attack was not full strength, it could deal with the broken 8. Even if Fang Ping could block it, he would not be able to cut off his roots. Fang Ping was stronger than expected. Below. Heavenly Xianxia laughed bitterly, shaking his head slightly. He slowly stepped into the air and looked at the crowd. Finally, he looked at Spirit Emperor and said with a smile, Spirit, long time no see. It's better to chat with this old man. Spirit Emperor frowned, looking at the Dao tree and Fang Ping in the sky, and said coldly, Shen, do you think he can match the Dao tree? Let's try. Heavenly Xianxia smiled. This time, he was very gentlemanly. He bowed slightly and saluted. Over there, please. Spirit Emperor sneered and stepped into the air. In an instant, the two of them appeared on top of a mountain in the void sky realm. In the sky, the Dao tree laughed. Fang Ping actually wanted to stop him and the powerhouses of the other parties. Who did he think he was? The Dao tree was not in a hurry to make a move. He also wanted to see how these people would choose. The Forging God Envoy and the others looked at each other. The Forging God Envoy looked at the Heavenly Hound and the others and grinned. Old Devil Lee has exploded. Everyone, we seem to be a little weak. It was a little weak. Even if he, the Heavenly Hound, Sherpa, and the others joined forces, they might not be able to match up to a breaking 9. Sigh, I still have to rely on you at the crucial moment. The God Envoy was helpless. In the next moment, dozens of figures appeared beside him. The Divine Spear is here. The Divine Blade is here. The Divine Rod is here. Dozens of avatars appeared. They were all very strong, and they seemed to have been recast with life force. The God Envoy sighed and said, This time, I wonder how many avatars will die. My path to invincibility. Sigh. The Heavenly Hound bared its teeth. Its teeth were snow white and no longer golden. It sneered and said, What nonsense are you spouting? This emperor likes to do such a big thing the most. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and said, Celestial Emperor? I am the one. One is real and one is fake. That is fake. Let's go and meet him. The God Envoy said helplessly, The plan is not like this, it's all the same. The Heavenly Hound was too lazy to say anything. It quickly broke through the air and headed straight for the Celestial Emperor. The God Envoy was helpless. Forget it, the Celestial Emperor was the Celestial Emperor. In the next moment, everyone broke through the air and flew towards the Celestial Emperor. Below, Moon Spirit's expression changed for a moment. She did not stay any longer and quickly followed these people. Everyone, it's our turn. Hong Kuan also smiled. Interesting, the show had begun. In the next moment, Hong Kuan's group broke through the air. Dong Huang looked at them and frowned slightly. He allowed them to surround him and said, "Do you think he has hope? Let's give it a try." Hong Kuan smiled and spread out his hands. "Uncle Dong Huang, please." Dong Huang looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Let's go to the Heavenly Sun Mountain." Hong Kuan had no objections. It was a little far from here. At this moment, the Heaven Realm was evolving into Dong Huang's lecture on the Heavenly Sun Mountain. It was good to go there and take a look. The group of people quickly flew towards a huge mountain in the distance. On the God Emperor's side, the fake God Emperor chuckled and said, "Cheong, we are one. Why don't we go to the peak of the Heavenly Court and find someone to distinguish the real from the fake?" Cheong looked at the fake God Emperor and said with a smile, "All right, this old one also wants to see who exactly you are. I am you, you are me. Whoever wins is the real one." The fake God Emperor smiled brightly. The two of them flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye, appearing in front of the magnificent building in the distance. The Heavenly Court, Emperor West, who was entangled with the beginner martial powerhouses, looked around, then looked at Sky Arm and the others who were desperately entangled with him. He said helplessly, "I am just here to see the situation. Why are you fighting with me?" Sky Arm ignored him. At this moment, Sky Arm's eyes revealed a look of shock. Fong Ping's group of people wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. How dare they? This was not like before when the emperors each had their own thoughts. Now, with the Celestial Emperor's mediation, all parties had reached an agreement. Fong Ping actually dared to attack. Looking at the dejected underworld god in the sky, Sky Arm gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop Emperor West, don't let him interfere." Illusory and the other beginner martial powerhouses all unleashed their auras. "Stop Emperor West." Emperor West was the variable. As for whether Fong Ping and Underworld God could match the Dao Tree, no one had any hope. They knew the possibility was not high, but they still hoped that even if they could not defeat the Dao Tree, they would at least make the Dao Tree fail. Zhang Tao and Iron Head broke through the air and quickly stood behind Fong Ping. Underworld God also came with a sickle, one in front and one behind Fong Ping, blocking the Dao Tree's path. The Dao Tree looked at these people and smiled. Just this, Underworld God and Fong Ping, 2 broken 8, even if they were both at peak broken 8. Adding a broken 7 and a person who had forged jade bones but had not even reached broken 6, could they stop him? They were underestimating the Dao Tree too much. In this place, the Dao Tree was the strongest, whether it was the Divine Emperor or the Celestial Emperor. If a clone and a projection really fought with him, they might not be able to outlast him. These two were the top powerhouses among Broken 8, and Fong Ping was slightly stronger than expected. But with such a lineup, it was still possible to delay a Broken 9 clone, but to delay him, was this Fong Ping's capital? Not bad. I also did not expect that at this moment, these people are actually willing to accompany you to fool around, the Dao Tree praised. Very good. At this point, there were still people willing to take risks with Fong Ping, beyond his expectations. But with this kind of strength, to stop him, did Fong Ping underestimate himself and overestimate himself? How about this? Fong Ping's aura changed. In the next moment, Old Zhang and Ironhead merged into his body instantly. Fong Ping's physique grew a little, and outside his body, Emperor Armor appeared. Originally, Fong Ping's vitality outburst was as high as 35 million calories. At this moment, there was another increase, close to 37 million calories. With the Chaos Vanquishing Saber in hand, there was some enhancement. At this time, although Fong Ping had not reached Broken 9, he was infinitely close. The Dao Tree looked at him and smiled. Is that it? Is it not enough? Fong Ping chuckled. The amount of vitality is not the key, the difference of a few million cal is actually not much. Behind him, Underworld God sighed a little. It sounded simple, but there was still a huge difference. Fong Ping. What a pity, if Chua was not stopped by Emperor West, like last time, merging with Fong Ping might be able to reach Broken 9. Fong Ping was not impatient, he said again, Underworld God, how much is your mentality? Underworld God saw that Fong Ping was eyeing him and sighed. About the same as you. Although he was a powerhouse of the physique, he had lived for too long. His mentality was not considered weak either. Although it had not reached the stage of qualitative change, it should be similar to Fang Ping, perhaps reaching the limit. Just a step away from transformation? Underworld God nodded slightly. Why don't you not resist and try? Fang Ping smiled. Actually, I'm worried about you, afraid that you will stab me, but I hate this tree more. Why don't you try merging with me? Just don't stab me. Underworld God looked at him, but Dao Tree stared at Fang Ping, ignoring the Underworld God. After watching for a while, Dao Tree seemed to notice something, saying indifferently, forcefully merging is like a joint attack combat technique. Too bad, it can't last long, even if it's a broken 9, vitality won't flow smoothly. Afterward, your vitality will be greatly damaged. If you want to merge, I'll fulfill your wish. Just nice, once and for all, I won't have to be harassed by you ants. A broken 9 who could not last long and a powerhouse who could break 9-9 on their own were completely different. When that time came, when Fang Ping was defeated, Underworld God's vitality would be greatly damaged, once and for all. Senior Dao Tree is really noble and unquestionable. Underworld God, do you want to try? Underworld God looked at Fang Ping, his heart filled with determination. He was really betting his life on Fang Ping. Gritting his teeth, Underworld God charged toward Fang Ping swiftly. Fang Ping tried for a while and smiled. Underworld God's mentality was not as high as his, true, he was 99,999 Hz, 1 Hz short of a qualitative change. Even if Underworld God was as high as 90,000 Hz, he could still merge. In the next moment, Underworld God merged into Emperor Armor instantly, his head appearing on Emperor Armor's chest. Fang Ping felt the changes in his strength, 39 million, 40 million, Underworld God was too strong, even if the amplification provided to Fang Ping after merging was not too much, at this moment, it still made Fang Ping experience a huge change. Left hand holding Underworld God scythe, right hand holding Chaos Vanquishing Saber. At this moment, Fang Ping felt power, immense power, the power of a broken 9, boom, Dao Tree moved. It seemed to be waiting for such an opportunity. Fang Ping had just increased his strength, his control of it was not enough, he might not be as strong as before. Now was the opportunity, the best opportunity. In the void, countless roots were like sharp swords, tens of thousands of swords shot toward Fang Ping at the same time. Fang Ping shattered the void and dodged slightly, but he still could not avoid it completely. Bang bang bang, on top of Emperor Armor, a burst of fire appeared, Dao Tree sneered. Forcefully breaking 9 might not be as strong as breaking peak 8, it even saves me a lot of trouble. Is that so? Fang Ping slashed down with his saber, breaking countless roots, chuckling. At least my strength is stronger now. That's if you can control it. The Dao Tree sneered. This time, its speed was unbelievably fast. Before Fang Ping could react, he was surrounded by the Dao Tree's apparitions in all directions. Bang bang bang, a series of sounds were heard. Emperor Armor was hit until it was dented. Fang Ping, you're too naive. Dao Tree was not afraid at all, Fang Ping's speed was not as fast as him, his reaction was not as fast as him, and his strength was not unified. No matter how strong his strength was, he was just a target, moreover, the duration was short. How could he fight him? Attacks were coming from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a muffled groan came from inside Fang Ping's body. Iron Head could not withstand such damage and could not hold on any longer. Iron Head, be more reliable. Fang Ping cursed. Right now, he was not burning his Dao. Just like what Dao Tree said, his strength control was not in place, his speed was not as fast as Dao Tree, burning now was useless. He was waiting, Fang Ping was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Dao Tree to lower its guard and get close. Burning his Dao, going all out, with one blow, he would finish off his opponent, and this required him to be able to endure. Fang Ping was not a greenhorn. After many battles, he could afford to wait for an opportunity to kill in one blow. Dao Tree, I can't kill you, but can you kill me? I can afford to wait with you, but Seed, I feel like I'm about to wake up. When I wake up, it'll be great to run away. Fang Ping was provoking Dao Tree, his laughter shaking the sky. How long can you wait? I won't let you succeed. Once the mystic realm is broken and the other emperor's true bodies arrive, will they let you continue to be free and unfettered? Dream on, let's see if you die first, or if I die first. You're asking for it. Dao Tree was furious. Fang Ping had indeed wasted a lot of his time. Once the seed projection woke up and escaped, the mystic realm would be broken, then there would be no hope of achieving Dao verification. Countless roots were getting fiercer, attacking Fang Ping from all directions. Fang Ping, on the other hand, only defended and did not attack, making it clear that he was wasting time. Come on, I can still hold on for 5 more minutes, you continue. 5 minutes is enough for seed to wake up, the mystic realm will be broken. Fang Ping laughed loudly. In all directions, the other powerhouses almost did not make a move at this moment. On Celestial Emperor's side, Heavenly Dog and the others were also stalling for time, only surrounding and not attacking. Everyone's hopes were on Fang Ping. If Fang Ping did not succeed, everything would be for naught. It was not that easy to kill Broken 9. Rumble, the Dao Tree swiftly attacked Fang Ping. It was extremely powerful. This was Breaking 9. At this moment, even the 3 realms were reflecting this battle. This was even more powerful than the attacks of the Emperor clones from before. Those clones had only broken through to the 8th level, burning everything in their path. Their final attack had only broken through to the 9th level. All of this was reflected in the 3 realms. But previously, many 9th breakers had fought, but none of them had reflected the 3 realms. From this, it could be seen that those people had not used their full strength at all. Outside the 3 realms, 2 figures illuminated heaven and earth. One of them was wearing Emperor armor, but he was being suppressed by the other, unable to retaliate. One of them was extremely fast, and he kept killing the experts in the arch armor. This scene reminded everyone of the battle between the Celestial Arch and the Celestial Arch. Back then, the battle between the 2 of them was somewhat similar to today. That's the Dao Tree? Who is the person wearing the arch armor? Fang Ping. In the void, there were experts conversing. When Fang Ping broke through the Vitality Gate that day, he had also integrated all the beginner martial artists. The person wearing Emperor armor should be Fang Ping. He has integrated Li Hansong. What a strange ability. How did this person manage to fuse so many experts? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with seeds. The experts spoke one after another, communicating with each other. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the void trembled. Many experts teleported here and secretly observed the situation. In the depths of the heavenly tomb. On the heavenly grave continent, a few beginner martial artists had disheveled hair and looked like crazy demons. One of them looked at Fang Ping, at the Emperor armor, and at the inconspicuous head on the Emperor armor. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Dark! It's Dark, Dark is fighting with that person." Who is that? Roots. It's a demon plant. Such a powerful demon plant. Is it the tree that Qiong cultivated? Kill that tree. The beginner martial artists roared crazily. Kill the Dao Tree, Qiong, Chiwu's traitor. The few beginner martial arts powerhouses that were suppressed here were all crazy. They were extremely hostile to Source and would even kill anyone they met. At this moment, when they saw Ming and the man in the arch armor being suppressed, these beginner martial artists wished they could take their place. Kill the Dao Tree. Tianchen, you're courting death. At this moment, several experts were in the midst of breaking the seals. Tianchen, who was on the periphery, immediately noticed them and started suppressing them. Tianchen ignored them and looked at the 2 phantoms with a slight frown. Fang Ping. The Dao Tree, the 2 of them actually started fighting. Judging from the speed of the battle projected by the projection and the destructive power of their attacks against the arch armor, the 2 of them should have the power to break through to the 9th rank. The Dao Tree, on the other hand, was not surprising. Fang Ping had also demonstrated the combat strength of a Break 9 strike last time, but this time, it seemed like it lasted longer. The Heavenly Emperor battle stage. Zhang Tiandi had already walked out of the small house, and he looked in that direction. He wanted to take a few steps forward, but he stopped every time. "Master, let me go. Don't speak." Zhang Tiandi sent a voice transmission to his attendant. The attendant had already fallen silent, But he was still worried about him and wanted to fight. Xianxia chided. He frowned and looked over. At this moment, the commotion of the battle was huge. Even through the barrier, he could see everything clearly. On his shoulder, second cat was also watching. Its eyes widened. Big Cat Master is so awesome. He borrowed the force to come. Xianxia explained, hesitating. After all, it is an external force, and the force cannot be merged into one. The Dao tree is the true break 9 strike. Although Fang Ping has broken 9, his force cannot be merged into one. He can injure the Dao tree, but there is no hope of killing the Dao tree. If this continues, Fang Ping will definitely lose. Second cat scratched its head. Then, are we going out now? Fighting the Dao tree or the old celestial emperor? Initially, I just wanted to, Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. Initially, he just wanted to destroy these people's plan and kill the celestial emperor's projection, causing the celestial emperor's plan to fail. But now, he was hesitant. He looked at the other parties. At this moment, these people were still in a stalemate and had not joined the battle. Xianxia exhaled lightly. Although he did not need to breathe for a long time, he still maintained this habit. He said softly, "Wait a little more." Still waiting? Second cat said dejectedly, "If we wait any longer, this place will be broken." Big Cat is still there. I haven't gone to see Big Cat yet. Wait a little more. Xianxia comforted. It won't break so quickly. Wait a little more. I don't have to waste my strength on the Dao tree anymore. Waste, if the Dao tree heard this, it would probably die of anger. Naturally, Xianxia was not in the mood to think about this. A faint glow appeared in his eyes. This person had exceeded his expectations. However, if that was all, he might not be able to succeed this time. If I can keep suppressing the Dao tree until the mystic realm breaks, then there might be some hope. Xianxia took another deep breath. Wait a little more. If Fang Ping could not defeat the Dao tree, then he would attack. He must not let the Dao tree succeed. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Xianxia quickly calmed down. This was not conducive to his next performance. However, he looked at another place from the corner of his eyes. There were a few people standing among the shadows. They seemed to be watching the battle. Xianxia watched for a while, his eyes flickering. Was this the backup plan left behind in the past? This time, he wondered if he should borrow this person's real body. Xianxia thought to himself. If it was just to stop the Dao tree, there was no need to do this. If he still had to borrow it. Trash, beat me to death. Fang Ping provoked. His emperor armor was already dented in many places. However, Fang Ping was still as strong as ever. He slashed his saber out of the blue, splitting it left and right simultaneously, chopping off many of the Dao tree's roots. I'll wait for this place to shatter and see how arrogant you can be. Fang Ping continued to provoking, what's so great about breaking 9? What can a broken 9 do to me? If you can't beat me to death, don't even think about snatching the seed. Prove your Dao? Prove your Dao. So what if you're a celestial emperor? Just because he said so? You have to ask me if I agree or not. Humph. A cold snort sounded. The Dao tree was infuriated. Fang Ping's physique was strong to begin with. In addition to the integration of the peak break 8 physique powerhouse, the underworld god, as well as emperor armor, his physique was not weaker than his. His vitality was also extremely strong. Under such circumstances, even if his strength was not unified, it would be difficult for him to break through Fang Ping's defense in a short time. The void was trembling, and this place seemed to have become even more illusory. The Dao tree was anxious. It was about to shatter. Now, those emperors didn't come in with their true bodies. That was because they didn't want the seeds of hope to shatter and escape. But if this continued, the seed would wake up and escape by itself. If the mystic realm was destroyed, how could he have a chance to prove his Dao? Damn it. The Dao tree was getting more and more anxious. In the next moment, a small white jade-like tree appeared. It was not big, only the height of a person. On the white jade-like tree trunk, it was like a human, with 2 limbs on top and 2 on top. The Dao tree that revealed its true body was even stronger. It did not use those roots to attack Fang Ping anymore. It could not do anything to Fang Ping at all. At this moment, the two branches on the Dao tree's trunk that were like arms were shaped like divine weapons, madly attacking Fang Ping. This time, Fang Ping felt tremendous pressure. This time, the Dao tree's branches penetrated the Emperor armor directly, piercing the underworld god's skull in front of him. The underworld god let out a muffled groan. Fang Ping hurriedly retreated. It was not time yet. The Dao tree's branches extended, but there was still quite a distance between them. For powerhouses, this distance was nothing. But for Fang Ping, he had to ensure that the Dao tree could not escape. If he did not kill the Dao tree, how could he kill the others? How could he vent his anger? The battle between the two seemed to be exchanging a lot of blows, but in fact, it was extremely fast. At this moment, it was less than 30 seconds since Fang Ping and the Dao tree started fighting. Although Fang Ping was injured by the Dao tree, he became even more arrogant. At most 3 minutes, this place will be destroyed. I'd like to see if you can defeat me in 3 minutes. Dao tree, kneel down and call me your ancestor. I'll split the seats with you. Humiliation, extreme humiliation, for someone who had broken through to the 9th level, such words were extremely humiliating. Even a sovereign would not speak to a broken 9 in such a tone. Both of them were on the same level. Fang Ping, you're asking for it. An angry roar shook the surroundings. The Dao tree was really going crazy. Fang Ping, this bastard, insisted on causing trouble. Otherwise, the Dao tree would have succeeded in proving its Dao by now. Kill. The Dao tree closed in once again. The closer it got, the less power spilled out, and the greater the lethality. To deal with a physique powerhouse like Fang Ping, the only way was to destroy his flesh at close range so that he could no longer recover. The Dao tree was also a physique powerhouse. The demon clan, whether it was a monster beast or a monster plant, had an extremely strong physique. Not to mention the Dao tree, whose trunk was made of jade bones. This kind of jade body powerhouse was even more terrifying than other jade body powerhouses. Pucci, the Dao tree's arms attacked again, piercing through Fang Ping's arms. Even Emperor armor could not block it. Fang Ping was also controlling his saber, slashing with all his might. However, 3 consecutive slashes did not even touch a hair on the Dao tree. Humph. The Dao tree let out a cold humph. Fang Ping was still too inexperienced. Although his strength was strong, he was still trash. How could it hurt him just like that? Dream on. F***ck. Fang Ping cursed and stuffed the scythe of the underworld god into the underworld god's mouth. This scythe is useless. Continue to focus on defense. The underworld god didn't waste any time and quickly fused the scythe into the arch armor to increase its defensive power. Fang Ping, on the other hand, wielded his chaos vanquishing saber with both hands. His movements were slightly more agile. Bang! With a loud bang, the chaos vanquishing saber finally cut through one of the Dao tree's arms. Splat! White-colored blood, or tree sap, flowed out. The cracks quickly healed. The Dao tree, on the other hand, was a little mad. This blade was sharper than he had imagined. It actually cut through his jade body. Not only that, but at this moment, even the great Dao was somewhat damaged. Fang Ping's saber did not just hurt the flesh. At this moment, on the other side, the celestial Emperor growled, "This is the origin saber. It cuts through all Daos and breaks all defenses. It is transformed from the 9 Emperor seals. Beheading the body also cuts the Dao. Be careful." As soon as these words came out, the Dao tree's heart froze. Beheading the body also cuts the Dao. This also meant that if his flesh was cut, his great Dao would also collapse. It turned out to be a saber transformed from the 9 Emperor seals. No wonder it was so strong. No matter how good a weapon is, it still depends on the master. The Dao tree let out a cold roar. The saber was a good saber, but Fang Ping did not really break 9. "Grandson, I will smash your flesh with one slash. Even your father, the celestial emperor, can't save you." Fang Ping also cursed angrily. "Try me." The Dao tree let out a cold roar and closed in again. Fang Ping's Changdao was very long. The closer it was, the safer it was. The moment Fang Ping pulled out the saber and slashed back, he could defeat Fang Ping and avoid the slash. Rumble, their bodies began to come into contact. Both of them had extremely powerful bodies. However, Fang Ping was slightly inferior to the Dao tree. This guy was one with mixed elements. Monster plants did not have bones and flesh. The Dao tree's trunk was jade-like, which meant that he had completed jade-like. Compared to Fang Ping's flesh had not completely turned into jade-like. Bang bang bang, after a series of collisions, Fang Ping actually suffered quite a bit. Inside, Ironhead screamed again, and old Zhang was also groaning. In the source world, a path that was not long was burning rapidly at this moment. However, this time, the burning did not overflow in the slightest. All the burning energy was imprisoned by Fang Ping. Not only was the Great Dao burning, but countless origin energy was synthesized by Fang Ping using the system and then thrown into it, continuing to increase the fire. Rumble, the source world seemed like it was about to be burned through. The 4 plump children quickly flew up and built a wall of water near the burning road. If Fang Ping did not unleash it soon, this force would burn through his source world. However, Fang Ping was still waiting. This time, he was going all out. It was the power of this one attack. The 5-minute 9 breakthrough outburst was condensed into the power of one slash. Because the Dao tree was really strong, Fang Ping was afraid that he would not be able to kill him with one slash, and he would turn the tables. I don't believe I can't kill you. If he did not have the chaos vanquishing saber, Fang Ping would not dare to go all out and fuse a slash. After all, Great Dao, flesh, and mentality had to be destroyed. However, with the chaos vanquishing saber, that one slash was enough. In the source world, the Great Dao was still burning. From the previous 200 meters, it was only a few dozen meters left in the blink of an eye. In the virtual sky world, Fang Ping and the Dao tree's flesh collided and exchanged blows. The Dao tree's jade body cracked a little, but Fang Ping was in an extremely sorry state. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. At this moment, the underworld god was also anxious and angry. Stop fighting and defend. Defend with all your might and waste time. Was Fang Ping crazy? At this moment, he was still fighting with the Dao tree, exhausting each other and entangling together. At this time, Fang Ping should retreat and defend. As expected, he was still too young. Young, inexperienced, and prideful. He was hot-blooded and did not want to defend all the time. The underworld god could understand this feeling, but now, he was fighting with his life on the line. If he was not careful, he would die. Fang Ping should not be stubborn. There are only human kings who die in battle, no human kings who retreat. Fang Ping shouted angrily, if I die, I will send you away. What are you afraid of? Fang Ping was afraid that the underworld god would ruin things. Without giving him time to think, he quickly entangled with the Dao tree. At this moment, old Zhang's voice sounded in his ear. Do you need me to sever your Dao? No need. Fang Ping responded in his heart, he did not need old Zhang. It was not at this point yet. On old Zhang's side, unless the real body of a sovereign came, otherwise, why would he sever his Dao? It would be a waste of his life. Surrounded by Tengu and the others, Celestial Emperor vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, it was a projection after all. He could not see anything for a while. In addition, Tengu and the others were shouting. Celestial Emperor frowned slightly. After watching for a while, he did not see anything and did not disturb the Dao tree again. Where the heavenly court was. The real and fake god emperors were really fighting. The fake god emperor was not weak, but Qiong was not easy to deal with either. Even if it was a clone, it was extremely powerful, suppressing the fake god emperor and forcing him to retreat. It's you. Qiong growled. The fake god emperor sneered. It's me, Celestial Emperor's second projection. Qiong was a little speechless. At this time, do you still think you can hide it from me? I can't be bothered to hide it from you. Even the god emperor wanted to kill him. Why was this guy like this now? I can even recognize you, you're actually lying through your teeth. Guard, why do you care if it's true or false? The fake god emperor interrupted him. Who was the guard? He did not know. As he pestered the god emperor, he said in a low voice, tell me, will your real body come? If you come, will the sovereigns near the other two gates come? The God Emperor's expression did not change. The responsibility of guarding the gate is more important than anything else. The fake God Emperor sneered. I don't believe you. Just wait, I guessed you would come. If you come, the three gates will be unguarded. Are you trying to create an opportunity for the Tao tree? Go to hell, I might be able to get a big bargain this time. The God Emperor's expression changed slightly. You want to prove your Tao now? Secretly prove your Tao. Are you convinced? Damn you, just you wait. When the three sovereigns guarding the gates come, I will go and secretly prove my Tao. However, the prerequisite is that I get rid of you here. The fake God Emperor did not hide anymore. The reason why he could not prove his Tao after breaking through 9 was not only because he was not strong enough, but also because the three gates were guarded by powerhouses. Proving his Tao, breaking through the gates. If the three sovereigns stopped him, how could he break through the gates? If the Tao tree wanted to become an sovereign, not only did it need a seed, but it also needed the previous sovereigns of the three gates not to stop it. With the God Emperor guarding, even if the other two sovereigns were not transferred away, the Tao tree still had hope if the God Emperor was willing to help. But if he was transferred away, it would be even better. It would be more secretive, and the chances would be greater. The God Emperor's expression changed again. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. That might not be the case. The fake God Emperor growled and erupted again. He was extremely powerful, and for a moment, the God Emperor kept retreating. As expected, it has broken through 9. It seems like the last gate was broken here. The God Emperor snorted. He was sure that Heavenly King Subduing had not broken through 9 before. It should be here. Just like the Tao tree, it had silently crossed the third gate and reached the end. This was the origin body. The Heavenly King Subduing fighting with the Spirit Emperor should be a beginner martial body. Otherwise, how could he have the strength to break through 8, and at the peak? You are bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of being killed in front of the true gate? Bold, my ass. Heavenly King Subduing scolded. I was planning to wait for the Tao tree to break through and follow behind to take advantage of it. Now it seems that it's hard to say. I don't have to continue following. Wait and see, Fang Ping killed the Tao tree. I'll kill you too. Wait and see, I'll let you do all the work for me. How can Fang Ping kill? The God Emperor had just said this when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked over hurriedly. At this moment, not only him, but the powerhouses in all directions felt something unusual. 3 realms. In the projection, Fang Ping, who had been suppressed, suddenly had a long saber appear above his head, piercing through heaven and earth. This was not a saber, but saber aura. In the 3 realms, all the martial artists who used sabers had their sabers vibrating at this moment. Buzz, the 9 heavens were shaking. The origin body was shaking. The 9 heavens were shaking. Heavenly King Xian checkpoint. Heavenly King Xian's expression froze, a little incredulous. How did Fang Ping do it, outside the mystic realm? Rumble, a void shattered, and the God Emperor appeared outside instantly, his expression changing drastically. At the same time, the void shattered in other places, and powerhouses appeared one after another. Skygrave Continent. Fist God and the rest suddenly fell silent, holding back their auras, keeping a low profile. Low profile, although they wanted to scream, it seemed like something big was going to happen in the 3 realms. The Emperor's aura was overflowing, and the Skygrave was shaking. It was not one Emperor losing control, but many Emperors were at the boundary point not far away from them. At this moment, they could not control their auras, and their auras were overflowing, shaking the 3 realms. At this moment, the Tao tree also felt an unprecedented crisis. Impossible. When Fang Ping's body overflowed with a powerful saber aura that was even comparable to a true emperor's aura, the Tao tree was suddenly terrified. How was this possible? Fang Ping had already broken through 9. At this moment, he could actually erupt again. How was this possible? Fang Ping's aura erupted to the peak, his mentality locked firmly on him. Holding the saber with both hands, the face under the emperor armor was revealed, as cold as frost. I'll send you on your way. In the 3 realms, who dares to bully the humans? Destroy. A roar echoed throughout the 3 realms, the long saber slashed through the sky with a rumble, falling toward the Dao tree. The emperor armor collapsed, old Zhang and Iron Head flew out, their flesh disappearing, their bones broken. The underworld god was also vomiting blood, sent flying by Fang Ping, its energy exhausted, falling from the sky directly, extremely shocked. Fang Ping still had a hidden card, this saber. This saber shook the three realms, rumble. Before the saber landed, heaven and earth turned dark instantly. At this moment, even the seed projection was trembling, as if it was completely awakened, and in the three realms, at this moment, above the sky grave, a huge crack also appeared. The sky was broken, the immortal source was dimming, the saber shadow covered the sky, blocking the light of the immortal source. Above the immortal source, an extremely thick blood vessel was cracking. The few emperors guarding the immortal source, one after another, changed expressions. The huge blood vessel was extremely thick, even vaguely penetrating the immortal source that was like a heart. At this moment, it was shattering, cracking. The Dao tree was in trouble. Before the saber landed, the Dao actually began to collapse. The saber aura had already hurt the Dao tree's origin. Impossible! The Dao tree roared. Rumble, an incomparably huge tree appeared in the void. At this moment, countless jade-like leaves withered and fell. On the tree trunk, there were cracks. White juice began to spray out. Sprinkled into the void, at this moment, in the entire virtual sky realm, endless vitality overflowed, coming from the Dao tree. The Dao tree was too strong, it had absorbed too much vitality, forged a jade body, broke through the 9 heavens, and was one step away from breaking through the true gate and becoming an emperor. Below, the cat looked dazed. So much emperor juice, but it was all spilled. It seemed like he could only wrap it up and take it away when he packed it up in the virtual sky realm. He did not know if he could find a complete one in the human world. Impossible. The Dao tree was still roaring. How could it be? I broke through the 9 heavens. Today is the day I become an emperor. How could I die here? Impossible. In its senses, there was no one else, only a saber, only Fang Ping's chilling sneer. I, Fang Ping, am the possibility. A harsh laugh, transmitted into the Dao tree's mind. No, you can't kill me. The Dao tree roared, you can't kill me, block this saber, block it. As long as he blocked it, the one who died would be Fang Ping, not him. Yes, shatter the mystic realm. Shatter the mystic realm, master will save him, he will, rumble. The Dao tree's trunk was self-destructing, not all of it, but the tens of thousands of meters tall Dao tree, at this time, self-destructed only a small section. Even if he did not become an emperor today, he was not willing to die like this. He had too much unwillingness, he had too many lofty aspirations, after waiting for tens of thousands of years, he was about to succeed. He even reached an agreement with Celestial Emperor, persuaded Master, and solved the problem of several Emperor avatars. Now, he was only one step away, Emperor, close at hand, unwillingness, he did not want to die. Fang Ping. I won't die. The Dao tree roared wildly. Rumble, a loud noise sounded again, and the entire mystic realm was shaking violently. Below, the cat hurriedly began to sweep the entire virtual sky realm, also roaring, everyone make way, it's going to break, hurry up, this cat is going to take this place away. No one paid attention to the cat. Celestial Emperor's expression changed. He wanted to go over, but he was blocked by Tengu and the others. The God Emperor's expression changed, but the fake God Emperor took the opportunity to punch half of his body. Dong Huang and Spirit Emperor were solemn, but they did not want to go over. It was a little far, but the key was that giving the seed to the Dao tree was not their intention. Slash. Just as the Dao tree self-destructed, Fang Ping's saber finally fell. Fang Ping sneered. You're asking for it. The Dao tree might not die if it went all out. The Dao tree, on the other hand, hoped that the people outside would save it, self-destructing most of its body, and its strength was severely depleted. What was it thinking, anyway? Fang Ping would never pin his hopes on outsiders. Boom, the saber fell, but there was no dazzling brilliance, only an earth-shattering roar. The rest of the Dao tree's body was slashed into pieces in an instant. Countless jade-like leaves and tree trunk fragments flew everywhere. The Dao tree's spirit body had just condensed when it exploded with a bang, unable to condense. The effect of chaos vanquishing saber. No. Master, save me. The Tao tree was not completely dead. At this moment, between heaven and earth, a hole was torn open, and he could already see a person in a trance. Master, the God Emperor was outside. Master would save him, he definitely would. His Tao was collapsing, but it was not completely destroyed. He could still be saved. Master, at this moment, outside, the God Emperor also saw a somewhat blurry scene. The Tao tree was slashed into pieces, his spiritual power was dissipating. The origin power mixed with origin power was rapidly burning everything, including the formless great Tao. In the three realms, an incomparably huge Tao, like a giant dragon, traversing the three realms, was now breaking and shattering. The three realms' turbulence was becoming more and more obvious. This was the first powerhouse who had broken through 9 levels since the founding of martial arts, or rather, the Emperor realm. As for the earthly emperor and the 3 emperors, even if these people fell, there was not much movement. Perhaps it was covered up by the heavenly realm's collapse, or perhaps it was covered up by other powerhouses. Or perhaps, as the God Emperor and the others said, it was just nirvana, not a complete fall. The Tao had not yet collapsed. And today, the Tao of the first powerhouse who had broken through 9 levels was rapidly collapsing. The Tao that ran through the 3 realms spread along the way, shattering along the way. At this moment, even the source universe was trembling. A Tao that emitted light was collapsing. A great star that was like a sun, previously hidden, now revealed itself. It shone on the source energy, illuminating the source energy. At this moment, there were also a few huge stars nearby, flashing and quickly disappearing. Those were the source stars of the emperors. They had been hiding before, but now that they felt exposed, they all controlled the huge stars to leave this place. Calling me Grandpa won't save you. At this moment, a cold laugh also sounded in the 3 realms, source universe, and the 9th heaven. I finally killed an emperor. My death was worth it. Wild laughter shook the world. With a rumble, the sky broke, and blood poured down like paste. The 3 realms was dyed red. This was hell. Kaboom, blood rained down. Fang Ping's aura dropped. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen to broken 8 and was still falling. At broken 7, he managed to hold on. As for Fang Ping, bathed in the tree's white blood, his broken flesh was healing rapidly. Not only that, after killing the tree with 1 slash, Fang Ping grabbed a white, ball-like object in his hand. He did not have to look. It was good stuff. The moment he grabbed it, endless vitality surged into Fang Ping's body, healing his broken bones and growing his flesh. He did not know if it was a demon core or a fruit of the tree. Fang Ping did not care. He had no time to care. At this moment, the tree was not dead yet. His Tao was broken. His flesh was destroyed. His mentality was destroyed. The planet was broken. There was no way the tree could survive. But he still had his obsession, he could not accept it, he could not believe it. Fang Ping. In the void, the tree's voice was full of hatred and unwillingness. It laughed mournfully. I'm dead. You killed me. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. For tens of thousands of years, I have been trying to escape this cage. I'm only 1 step away. Fang Ping, you have destroyed all my hopes. Ha ha ha. You all have to die. Sooner or later, you will all die. Do you think you can live longer than me? No. The day the celestial barrier breaks will be the day you die. It's almost time. I will wait for you. The tree's resentful voice continued. At this moment, he knew he was dead. So unwilling, so hateful. Not only did he hate Fang Ping, but he also hated the other emperors. Master, do you think I don't know what you are planning? Ha ha ha, you have failed. Beast Emperor, Master has wanted to kill you for a long time. He asked me to become the Emperor of monster plants, kill you, assimilate your beast heart, and become the Demon Emperor. I am not his substitute. Ha ha ha, you are wrong. He doesn't even want to kill me now, because I am his consummate Tao. Ha ha ha, Beast Emperor, do you think he saved the dragon transformation because he was kind? That was because the dragon transformation contained the power of your blood essence. Idiot. Earthly sovereign is an idiot. He suspects that Master is related to Emperor of Heaven reverse. He is wrong. Master and Emperor of Heaven are in cahoots. The voice stopped abruptly. On the other side, the celestial arch forcefully broke through the blockade of Tengu and the others. Energy erupted, and with a rumble, everything exploded. The Tao tree had completely perished, all was silent. However, the words of the Tao tree caused everyone's emotions to fluctuate. The God Emperor wanted to slay the Beast Emperor and complete his great Tao. The Tao tree was not his substitute. The substitute was someone else. The Emperor of Heaven reverse and the Emperor of Heaven were not on the same side. It was the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Heaven. Of course, the Tao tree's words couldn't be trusted. However, he was on the verge of death, so the Tao tree probably wouldn't lie. He hated the Celestial Emperor and hated the God Emperor, so he must have discovered something. That was why he said all of this at this time. The Celestial Emperor's sudden breakout and destruction of the Tao tree was also proof. Of course, it was also possible that he was trying to hide something. At this moment, however, no one was in the mood to think about this. All of them looked at Fang Ping. They looked at this person, the first person to kill someone who had broken through to the 9th level since the beginning of the martial path. Yes, experts. Even the Emperor had to admit that Fang Ping was a powerhouse, one of the top powerhouses in the 3 realms. Fang Ping's chi was recovering slowly. He had recovered to the 8th level. He had burned his Tao. Without his Tao, this was his standard. A base of 25 million calories, plus a 15% increase in combat techniques. This was Fang Ping's current strength, close to the 2nd level. His injuries had recovered. That attack had exceeded Fang Ping's limit. Initially, he would not be able to recover so quickly. However, as the white ball left by the Tao tree fell into his hands, Fang Ping's injuries recovered rapidly. At this moment, Fang Ping only had this strength. However, Fang Ping was still so arrogant, so savage. His eyes were like the sun, sweeping across the surroundings. Even the Emperor's avatar felt a little nervous when his gaze swept across it. An invincible powerhouse who had just killed someone who had broken through to the 9th level. On the other side, Zhang Tao and the others rushed over. They were covered in blood, but all of them were extremely excited. Bathed in the Tao tree's blood, these people's injuries were also recovering rapidly. Below, a cat was so anxious that it was about to stomp its feet. It hurriedly began to pack up. Its mentality swept across the surroundings, as if it was folding up a painting. The virtual heavenly world was directly sucked into the painting. Make way, make way. The cat was so anxious that its face was dripping with sweat. Make way quickly, or else they'll all be sucked away. It's the Emperor's beverage, don't snatch it. The broken pieces of the Tao tree were all swept up by it. The cat rolled up the painting. Wherever it passed, a black hole would appear. Make way. It swept to the feet of Dong Huang and Hong Kuan. Seeing them blocking the way, the cat was so angry that it wanted to stomp its feet. It sucked so much delicious food and drinks from this cat, damn it, Hong Kuan and the others glanced at the cat. Seeing that the cat had already swept through half of the celestial realm, Hong Kuan suddenly laughed, leaping into the air and avoiding the cat. Give it to you, if you want to sweep, then take it away. At this moment, Fang Ping's power was too strong, he had cut down the Tao tree. These were his spoils of war. If he did not give them now, if Fang Ping did not die this time, these spoils of war, whoever took them would have to spit them out. They might even have to spit out their lives. Everyone did not say anything. The cat was just working for Fang Ping. If the cat wanted to take it, then let it be. Although everyone coveted the Tao tree's branches, sap, and trunk fragments, no one would become Fang Ping's enemy at this time. Broken 8? Yes, it was. Broken 8 now, but who could guarantee that Fang Ping was not pretending like before? They could not believe that Fang Ping did not have a trump card anymore. Old Dong Huang, lift your foot. The cat roared. It was so angry. It lifted its foot. If it did not lift its foot, this side could not be taken away. Dong Huang laughed inexplicably. He did not argue with the cat. Dong Huang floated slowly, letting the cat take away the skyvoid realm under his feet. The cat continued sweeping. Wherever it went, it would take away a place. It walked past mountains and rivers. The world under the feet of Spirit Emperor and suppressing Heavenly King was gone. The world under the feet of Emperor West and the beginner martial artist was gone. The world under the feet of Celestial Emperor and Heavenly Dog was gone. Until it reached the real and fake God Emperors, the two of them were fighting fiercely. No matter how much the cat roared, it was useless. In a fit of anger, the cat did not want it anymore. It swept everything around, leaving only a gatehouse for the two of them. The rest was swept away. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky void realm disappeared. Only the giant silkworm baby in the air seemed to be rolling, and the small gatehouse under the feet of the two God Emperors was left. It was dark all around. No, there was still some light. It came from the 13th stage. At this moment, the final stage was broken. The light orbs around appeared. The stage where Celestial Emperor was fighting was still slightly bright. The other stages were also dimmed. 13 light orbs surrounded the silkworm baby in the air. The prosperity from before had all disappeared, returning to reality. Everything was quiet. Above the silkworm baby, in the air, a small black hole was healing. At the black hole, a few figures emerged. The aura was not obvious, but it shook heaven and earth. Even Fang Ping and the others felt the unparalleled aura, Emperor's true form. A glaring golden light shot from the hole. It was the gaze of an emperor, piercing through the world and looking at Fang Ping. Fang Ping held the chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand, chuckling. God Emperor? Fang Ping seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Zhang Tao hurried forward to support him. Fang Ping's Changdao slashed the golden light, panting. Come in, I'll send you to accompany your disciple on his way. It shook everywhere, everyone's hearts were palpitating. Fang Ping was really crazy. After slaying the Dao tree, he was crazy enough to fight the God Emperor's true form. The Dao tree was not as good as the 9 Emperors' true form. Among the 9 Emperors, the God Emperor was the strongest. Emperors were also divided into levels. It could be said that the gap between the Dao tree and the God Emperor was huge. If the Dao tree fought with the weakest Spirit Emperor, it would most likely lose, but it could hold on for a while. If the Spirit Emperor fought with Emperor West and the others, they would also lose, but they could not kill the Spirit Emperor. Emperor West and the others were no match for the Earthly Emperor and the others. The Earthly Emperor and the others were no match for the God Emperor and the others. This was the level, this was the gap between the emperors. Now, Fang Ping was provoking the God Emperor. The God Emperor said nothing. The next moment, a voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens resounded in the world. The seed has not awakened, this place is not completely destroyed. Fang Ping, since you can kill the Dao tree, why not try to collect the seed? The voice sounded familiar. Fang Ping was shocked. Celestial Emperor, yes, he had heard Celestial Emperor's voice before. The arcane realm is not stable. Brother Sky, it is not easy for the seed to appear. Don't go in and destroy the seed. Celestial, are you going to stop me? That's not it. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's voice could be faintly heard. It is not too late to snatch it after they collect the seed. If we do it now, the mysterious realm will be destroyed and the opportunity will be wasted. There are not many chances left in the 3 universes. Brother Cheong, why are you so angry? That's right, Brother Cheong, calm down. Another unfamiliar laughter sounded. No, it wasn't unfamiliar at all. This time, Fang Ping had come into contact with the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, so he was not unfamiliar with their voices. The voice of the projection and the real body was the same. It was the Beast Emperor. The voice came from beyond the 9 heavens. The world point connected the 9 heavens, the 3 realms, and the source world. At this moment, they were all in the same space. Brother Cheong, it's only a piece of rotten wood that died, why get angry? Let's give everyone in the 3 realms a chance. Beast Emperor's voice was filled with mockery and anger. That's right, Brother Cheongdao. We don't have many chances left. If the Dao tree dies, then so be it. We can't awaken the seed projection. We're hoping that the projection will find the true seed. Another person spoke up. North Emperor. Fang Ping recognized the voice. The Emperor of Heaven Reverse, the Beast King, and King of the North spoke one after another. The outside world quieted down. Fang Ping laughed. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Trash. The first emperor? Ha ha ha. What a joke. No one is helping you. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping's laughter was arrogant. The next moment, he looked at the beginner powerhouses and bared his teeth. Everyone, are you going to fuse or not? Today, I'll bring you to slay the emperor for fun. As for old Zhang, forget it. He did not want to kill old Zhang. The beginner powerhouses looked at each other. After a while, Skyarm looked at Emperor West. Emperor West laughed too. Amazing. Beyond my expectations. You killed the Dao tree. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. This person's purpose this time was unknown. Before this, he had been doing nothing. At this moment, not knowing if he was afraid of Fang Ping or something else, he laughed. It's getting more and more interesting. I'm afraid this clone of mine can't get out. Those fellows outside, it's rare to encounter such an opportunity. They won't let us get out. Emperor West sighed. Very quickly, he laughed again. But if we join forces with the God Emperor and the others, we can still get out. But I don't want to get out anymore. Useless thing. As he said that, he scolded. He covered the sky with one hand and lifted up a piece of land in the void. The only small soil mound, it was unknown if the cat wanted to take care of Celestial Pole. It took away everything around Celestial Pole except for that small piece of land. Celestial Pole was still hiding in the soil. However, at this time, there was only a small soil mound on his side. It was particularly eye-catching and funny. Emperor West's big hand grabbed Celestial Pole in his hand. In the next moment, Emperor West's clone gradually collapsed. Endless energy surged into Celestial Pole's body. Celestial Pole scolded, I don't want it. Let go. It's not up to you. Chaos is coming. What's the use of breaking 6? If you're afraid of death, then don't cultivate. Originally, I wanted to seize the seed for you. Now, it seems that it's not your turn. My clone can't get out. If that's the case, instead of being killed, it's better to let you have it easy. Emperor West snorted coldly. A large amount of energy, flesh, and vitality surged into Celestial Pole's body. I severed my limbs to forge this clone. My strength is greatly reduced. This time I may not be able to escape this calamity. You're slightly stronger. The rest is up to you. Celestial Pole's physique kept colliding, and Emperor had severed his limbs, greatly reducing his strength. He had used countless treasures to forge a broken 9 clone. At this moment, they were all integrated into Celestial Pole's body. The father and son were connected by blood. Celestial Pole's Dao advanced rapidly. In the past, unquestionable sword could split Gong Yuzi's Dao in one slash, let alone Emperor West. Rumble, his flesh was transforming. His vitality was becoming stronger. His Dao was advancing, with a rumble, the aura of breaking 7, Celestial Pole had broken 7, however, Celestial Pole's face was ashen. He screamed mournfully, you old B*****, you're killing me. Fang Ping, don't kill me. My Dao is not stable. Emperor West ignored him and continued to channel energy into him. Celestial Pole's aura was still strengthening and stabilizing. As for Emperor West, his figure began to become transparent. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. My real body will help you buy some time. Leave this place as soon as possible. The Emperor will not let you go this time. I'll leave my son to you. The day the heavenly human realm wall shatters might be the day we meet again. I hope that you can give me some surprises on that day. 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. 3 emperors had dissipated. The earthly sovereign had disappeared. The remaining people were still here. Besides, the Dao tree has fallen here. The Dao of Origin has suffered heavy losses. There might be changes to the Dao of Origin. The Emperor and Do might take the opportunity to escape the confinement of the land of origin. Be careful, I have faith in you. Ha ha ha. Rumble, with a loud bang, Emperor West's clone collapsed. In the outside world, a soft snort was heard. In the void, Emperor West's limbs suddenly exploded. Then, they reformed again. However, they were not as strong as before. In the darkness, Celestial Pole cursed. At this moment, his strength had transformed. His vitality had exceeded 10 million cal. Although he had not broken 8, he was close to Moon Spirit's level. However, Celestial Pole could not be happy. Breaking 6 was nothing. Breaking 7 was dangerous. As a bystander, he saw clearly that Fang Ping had burned his Dao and unleashed that invincible saber. So many Dao, where did they come from? They were taken by killing. Previously, he killed Yuan Gang and then kept his eyes on King General. Would he target him now? How terrifying. Father was too much of a scammer. Breaking 7 was useless. It was better for your clone to protect me when I left. Why did you have to fuse into my body? It was too much of a scammer. Emperor West fused with his clone and helped Celestial Pole. It was unexpected. Deep father-son bond. Fang Ping did not believe this. He was thinking, was Emperor West's chess piece Celestial Pole? In the end, Celestial Pole was unreliable. He did not cultivate at all. After 10,000 years, he was still breaking 6. Was Emperor West impatient? Was that why this time, he used this method to forcefully raise Celestial Pole to breaking 7? It was hard to say. Of course, it might be because of the deep father-son bond. Fang Ping could not be bothered with this. Emperor West's clone was dead. The Emperor's clone was gone. The Dao tree was killed. At this moment, there were only Spirit Emperor, East Emperor, Celestial Emperor, and Divine Emperor left. Divine Emperor was entangled by Heavenly King subduing. On East Emperor's side, Hong Yu and the others did not break their promise and continued to entangle him. On Celestial Emperor's side, Tengu and the others attacked again, surrounding Celestial Emperor. On the side of the martial artists, there were no opponents. On Heavenly King subduing's side, Spirit Emperor looked over without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Sky Arm and the others looked at the underworld god, then at the seed in the sky. Their eyes flickered, slightly anxious. Fang Ping's strength had weakened. He did not have the combat strength to break 9 anymore. The underworld god had absorbed some of the Dao tree's life essence and recovered most of his injuries. If they joined forces, Fang Ping would not be a match for them. The best time to seize the seed, at this moment, no one would stop them. The underworld god had hope. There was a chance. The underworld god said nothing. Suddenly, he looked at the outer circle of light. That was the previous 13 gates. Vaguely, he seemed to see a person. Heavenly King Zhan had not appeared yet. What was he waiting for? The underworld god did not know. The underworld god looked at Fang Ping again. He had broken 8 gates and had just broken 2 gates. He had not even reached this point. He could fight him alone. However, the trembling of that slash was still in his mind. Seed. Fang Ping. Heavenly King Zhan. Many emperors from the outside world, one by one, names fluctuated in his mind. An opportunity, but also a crisis. A fatal crisis, the 3 realms' most ruthless person. Yes, he was talking about Fang Ping. The real 3 realms' most ruthless person. The moment he merged with Fang Ping, he felt the brilliance and power of the last slash. The result of breaking a Heavenly King's path. He looked at Zhang Tao next to him who was supporting Fang Ping. He had a smile on his face. So calm. At this moment, he understood. He understood. The underworld god smiled. Fang Ping was waiting. Waiting for the next person to stand out. Zhang Tao was waiting. Waiting for the next powerhouse and enemy who was worthy of him breaking his path. Beginner, looking at Sky Arm, looking at Huan, looking at those beginner powerhouses, so eager. But, did they know that this was a trap? The future of beginner martial was today, right now. If I took a wrong step, I would be doomed eternally. If all the beginner martial here were killed, there would only be a few heavenly kings trapped in the sky cemetery left. These few would not be able to escape Fang Ping's killing. Beginner martial had lasted for 40,000 years and had not been destroyed until now. The emperors of origins did not destroy beginner martial. The heavenly kings of origins did not destroy beginner martial, because they were afraid, scheming, and unwilling to destroy beginner martial. But, why would this lunatic Fang Ping be afraid? The underworld god already knew and understood everything. He smiled sadly in his heart. There was no chance. he had integrated Zhang Tao's path and caused Zhang Tao's death. If Fang Ping did not kill all the beginner martial, he, the underworld god, could even kill himself here. Zhang Tao was Fang Ping's mentor, friend, and father. He caused Zhang Tao's death. Unless Fang Ping died, otherwise, beginner martial could not bear such responsibility and risk. In the next moment, the underworld god made a decision. He growled, "Dispel Huan. The rest, combine." As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. The beginner martial side was also shocked. The underworld god. Fang Ping was already powerless. Listen to the order. The underworld god's voice was sharp. He roared, his anger soaring. In the next moment, Sky Arm and the others roared one after another, "Follow the order." Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed loudly. In the next moment, his vitality erupted. In front of him, the beginner powerhouses fused into his body like liquid. Rumble, his aura grew stronger and stronger. As Sky Arm and the underworld god took the initiative to fuse, Fang Ping at this moment was even more powerful than when he had his path. Rumble, vitality rushed to the sky, breaking 9. It was not as powerful as when he burned his path, but it was still breaking 9. With his path burning, he only had the strength of close to 2 doors. At this moment, after fusing with the beginner powerhouses, he broke 9 again. Celestial Emperor, I'm coming. Fang Ping laughed. His laugh was gloomy. In his hand, the Changdao glowed with gray light. The Celestial Emperor slapped the Heavenly Hound away with a palm and said calmly, "I'm just a projection. Even if I don't die now, I'll die when the mystic realm shatters. There's no difference. No, I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Fang Ping roared. With a rumble, he broke through the void and attacked in an instant. "Go, help the fake god emperor and kill Qiong." Fang Ping roared and chased away the god creation envoys. Qiong, on the other side, the battle between the Heavenly King and Qiong did not stop even with the fall of the Dao tree. From this point alone, Fang Ping understood that the Heavenly King wanted to kill Qiong. As for the reason, he was too lazy to guess. However, there must be a reason why the Heavenly King wanted to kill him. If that was the case, of course, he had to kill him. This time, Fang Ping wanted to keep these emperors here. Kill common people. Extermination. Mekmao. Longevity. Slash after slash. This time, Fang Ping did not hold back and killed the Celestial Emperor. There was no nonsense. He was too lazy to ask any more. It was just a projection. It was useless to ask and it would only waste time. Moreover, there were emperors in the outside world at this moment. Fang Ping was worried that if he did not kill these people, he would be attacked from all sides. He might not have a chance to escape later. Perhaps today would be his doomsday. However, who cared? If I die, don't think you'll have an easy time. I'll let you plot against the humans. I'll let you lead the seeds. Fang Ping slashed again and again, each slash faster and more ruthless than the last. The Celestial Emperor also kept fighting back, but he was still suppressed by Fang Ping. After all, he was just a projection. He still lacked some courage and fighting spirit. As for Fang Ping, at this moment, he put all his anger, all his despair, all his resentment on the Celestial Emperor. Whether he vented his anger or resented him, the creation of the Origin Dao was a good thing. However, the Celestial Emperor left behind a huge problem and let the future generations bear everything. All the powerhouses of the Origin Dao were bearing all of this. All the schemes stemmed from the flaws of the Origin Dao. Whether Celestial Emperor did it intentionally or unintentionally, making up for it later, or scheming, Fang Ping did not want to ask or care. He only knew that the flaws of the Origin Dao were still there. The 3 realms was still like an ant, being schemed against by everyone and could be destroyed at any time. This was the Celestial Emperor's fault. He could not escape it no matter what. The Origin has flaws. Why not make up for it? If it can't be made up for, then kill yourself and cut off the Origin Dao. Why let the 3 realms continue to cultivate the Origin? In order to satisfy your selfishness, in order to keep the Origin, in order to not lose your strength, you chose to cultivate generations of Origin martial artists to become your meat shields to make up for your flaws. Justice cannot be tolerated. Your evil intentions must be punished. If you don't die, chaos will not stop. The three realms will be peaceful. All of you, go and die. Fang Ping shouted, roared, and vented, go and die. These people were the root cause of the three realms' turmoil. They were the root cause of human neo-martial artists, generations of neo-martial artists dying on the battlefield. They were the root cause of having a home that they could not return to, someone they could not love, and a plain life that they could not enjoy. He was tired. In the past 3 years, he had fought countless battles. Every time he was on tenterhooks, every time he advanced recklessly, every time blood was shed, not because he wanted to fight, but because he did not want to fight. Kill until the three realms flowed with rivers of blood. Kill until Fang Ping became a devil. Kill until he did not recognize his own family and friends, go back on their word. I am a devil, what are you guys? Who is the real devil? Celestial Emperor. 9 emperors, the 9 demons were more or less the same. With infinite resentment, hatred, and fury, Fang Ping's Changdao sliced through the air, slashing again and again, slaying God, quelling the chaos. His thoughts were clear. Quelling the chaos, how to quell the chaos: kill the 9 emperors, kill the celestial emperor, kill the sun god, kill everyone who schemed against the common people, break the origin Tao, or completely fill up the flaws of the origin. This was the root cause of the three realms no longer being in chaos, slaying God, slaying them, quelling the chaos. It was also them. At this moment, Fang Ping's saber technique became sharper and fiercer. Only kill, stop killing with killing, kill the whole world. The Changdao was incomparably sharp, murderous intent soaring, shaking heaven and earth. God-slaying saber, chaos-vanquishing saber, life sword, slaughtering sword, all the combat techniques, moves, resentment, all turned into one saber, chaos-vanquishing saber. Killing all those who created chaos would naturally quell the chaos. I'm possessed. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Zhan seemed to be happy and sad at the same time. Killing as the law, killing as the path, kill the whole world. Fang Ping, at this moment, actually comprehended his own combat technique. However, he did not know how to express it. Yeah, Big Cat's master is so cool. In the void, Fang Ping's vitality soared, like a demon from hell. However, Second Cat jumped up and cheered. So cool, slaying God, compared to Heavenly Emperor Zhan's gentleness. Heavenly Emperor destroys coldness, Heavenly Emperor Baishan's foolishness. At this moment, Fang Ping was even colder and more ruthless, his murderous intent shaking the sky. After learning Tao for more than 3 years, until he broke through 9, Fang Ping created his own combat technique. It was not created, but killed to create a combat technique. Before the saber landed, the murderous intent was already shocking. If it was an ordinary heavenly king, before the saber landed, they would have been gutted and had a nervous breakdown. This was Fang Ping's technique. Until today, he killed to create a technique. Quell the chaos. A bone-chilling roar came from afar, rumble, under everyone's shocked gaze. Heavenly Emperor revealed a complicated expression. He sighed softly, and without leaving a word, he was slashed into pieces by Fang Ping's saber. His hair grew wildly, his long blood-red hair dancing in the wind. At this moment, the real demon in the world was resurrected. I am not a human king, the scourge of the three realms does not die, I am Demon King Fang Ping. It was sonorous and powerful, chilling to the heart. Demon King Fang Ping, the name that had been abandoned in the past. Fang Ping had revived it again. P.S. Promote the new book by the great godly Blade One Gung Big Boss's new book. An ordinary man wields a sword and goes to the river east. Brothers who like it, go and collect it and sign in. Recently, I've healed the great god, what a sense of accomplishment. Devil King Fang Ping had established himself as a devil. He was just like a devil, his vigor soaring to the sky, so much so that it made people feel nauseous. In the past few years, Fang Ping had killed too many people, too many powerhouses. 90% of the powerhouses in the three realms had died in Fang Ping's hands. To others, Fang Ping was guilty of all kinds of crimes: executioner, butcher, devil. This was Fang Ping. However, at this moment, someone could not help but feel sad. Devil? Who would want to be a devil? No one wanted to be a devil, but they were forced to be one. At this moment, Zhang Tao even had the urge to rush out and cut off this emperor's path, so that Fang Ping could kill to his heart's content. Who cared about his future? Who cared about the human race? Kill to his heart's content. Kill kill to his heart's content, live or die, he did not have to think about those annoying trifles anymore. However, the foot that had stepped out could not land. No way, how many could he kill? 8 of the 9 emperors were here, Celestial Emperor Reverse was also here, Celestial Emperor's young spirit might also be lurking in the dark. How many could Fang Ping kill? What about after Fang Ping died in battle? There were too many concerns, too many worries, too many things that he could not let go. Zhang Tao's eyes were red. It was me who put these shackles on Fang Ping. Otherwise, Fang Ping, who was alone, only needed to protect a few family members. Why did he have to do this? The world was big, he could hide his identity, where could he not go? At this moment, he still felt a little regretful. Overbearing, unyielding, arrogant, savage, Fang Ping, who had killed Broken 9, was famous forever, but, was this what Fang Ping wanted? In the past, the Fang Ping who haggled with him, the Fang Ping who wished that he could write IOUs to him every day, the Fang Ping who haggled over the smallest details, was gone. The Fang Ping who said he would kill anyone who dared to touch his family was also long dead. He could not go home, fighting outside, killing continuously, again and again, day after day. At this moment, Zhang Tao was really regretful. Humans. This should not have been Fang Ping's responsibility. Now, it had become a shackle that Fang Ping could not untie. Celestial Emperor was killed. Everywhere was shocked. Fang Ping's combat strength did not decrease but increased instead. The more he fought, the braver he became. His saber hacked at the Heavenly Emperor without mercy. This was a Tao Father, even if it was just a projection, it was still a Tao Father, the ancestor of the Prime Daos. Even people like the Divine Emperor had to weigh the pros and cons before making a move. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had no qualms. He transformed into a demon and smashed the Heavenly Emperor's projection into pieces. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. In the next moment, Fang Ping broke through the air and charged toward the Spirit Emperor. No. Right at this moment, a figure moved at an extremely fast speed. His fat body did not seem to be a burden at all. A cat as fat as a pig appeared out of thin air, blocking Fang Ping's way. Third cat was a little afraid. It was afraid of Fang Ping's bloodshot eyes. He was afraid of Fang Ping, who was full of vigor, but the third cat still came and said pitifully, don't kill master, okay? Fang Ping's eyes were like an abyss. With a glance, the 3 cats trembled all over, but they still stood in front of Fang Ping, saying pitifully, Master is a good person. Master did not bully you. Master is just a clone. He has been here for many years, yes, many years, 10,000 years, 50,000 years, 100,000 years, the 3 cats could not remember. They only remembered that their master had been here for a very long time. One person, one cat, lonely, and dead. In this world that was like a cage, their master, day after day, year after year, had no one to accompany him. There was only one cat. It had been too long, it had been so long that the 3 cats had almost forgotten everything in the past, but they could not forget the time they spent with the Spirit Emperor. Fang Ping glanced at the 3 cats coldly, snorted softly, turned around instantly, and charged toward the Divine Emperor in the distance. They all had to die. It was just a matter of time, since the 3 cats could not bear to. For the sake of the cat, he could let the Spirit Emperor die a little later. The Divine Emperor and the Heavenly King's clones were still fighting. The more they fought, the more brutal it became. When Fang Ping arrived, the God-forging envoys and the others were also participating in the battle. However, at this moment, a few of the broken 8 were riddled with wounds, and the God-forging envoys' clones were reduced by more than half. And the fake Divine Emperor, also known as the Heavenly King, was also panting at this moment. He could no longer maintain the Divine Emperor's aura. Fang Ping did not sense anything from afar, but when he got closer, he quickly sensed a familiar aura. Heavenly King, it was indeed the aura of the Heavenly King. At this time, the Heavenly King was somewhat unable to maintain such a transformation. On the opposite side, the Divine Emperor's avatar was also somewhat damaged. There was a huge hole in its chest, but it was healing. Seeing Fang Ping rush over, the Divine Emperor did not panic. He glanced at Fang Ping and chuckled. You have already become a demon. Demon? Fang Ping sneered. So what if I am a demon? You immortals and gods are high and mighty. Then let me, this demon, overturn you all, eradicate you all, and let there be no immortals and gods in the three realms. The divine emperor laughed. He glanced at the heavenly king opposite him and panted softly. Fang Ping, you see us as enemies. What about him? He stretched out his hand and pointed at the heavenly king. You said that all emperors should be killed. Do you know what the heavenly king wants to do now? The heavenly king's expression did not change, and he did not say anything. He wants to prove his Tao and become an emperor. The divine emperor's voice mocked. He wants to become a supreme emperor. The one fighting with the spirit was his beginner martial body, a beginner martial body at the peak of Broken 8. If he swallowed the seed, he could break through to Broken 9. This is the origin body. It has already broken through to Broken 9. Now that he has proven his Tao, he will become an emperor directly. The origin body of an emperor, the beginner martial body, has broken through to Broken 9. He has been guarding the human world for 8,000 years. I'm afraid there are clues to the true seed. Find the true seed, swallow the true seed, prove your Tao at the beginner martial level, combine the two Taos, surpass the celestial emperor and the yang god, and truly become an invincible emperor in the three realms. Do you think he will let you go? Let us go? Fang Ping, you are just his knife. You have thought that many people are plotting against you, but have you ever thought that you are actually just his pawn? He is guarding the human world. He has the greatest chance, and he is also the most confident. Even if we want to plant pawns in the human world, the heavenly king will not let go. Do you really think you can plant pawns in the human world? The divine emperor smiled mysteriously. The new martial arts in the human world are guided by him. The appearance of the emperor path is also his credit. Do you really think he is helping you? If the human world is not developing faster and faster, how could the heaven-human realm wall be broken so soon? The young god has not appeared for a long time. Is it really hiding in the dark, or has it been suppressed by him long ago? How much do you know? The young god has already broken through to Broken 9. Perhaps, it will also become his nourishment. The heavenly king looked at him coldly. He did not say anything, nor did he explain anything. The divine emperor looked at Fang Ping again and said with a smile, until now, do you still believe that he is a good person? Is he the savior of your human race? Previously, his double body had broken through to peak 8. Once he fused, he could also rival an emperor. However, he has never fused. He has been waiting for an opportunity. The human race has suffered so many difficulties and setbacks. Is it really because of us? If he shows his strength, who would dare to provoke the human race? Today, the Tao tree failed to prove its Tao. There is no one guarding the three gates. It is also the best time for him to break through the Tao. Once the origin body proves its Tao, he will be an invincible existence. Fang Ping, will you kill me or kill him? Proving. Fang Ping looked at the heavenly king, and the heavenly king also looked at Fang Ping. He and the divine emperor had fought for a long time, and both sides were severely injured. At this moment, Fang Ping became braver and braver as he fought. Instead, he was the strongest here. Whichever side Fang Ping helped, that side would become the winner. At the side, the God Creation Envoy had a complicated expression and did not say a word. Heavenly Hound and the others were all shocked. Heavenly King suppressing was actually going to prove his Tao. Fang Ping suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he brandished his saber and killed. Slash. Blood chi filled the sky. Before the saber landed, the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in everyone's mind. Countless powerhouses had fallen. It was clear. Everyone saw the Tao tree that had just been killed, the human emperor that had been killed, the heavenly emperor that had been shattered, Yuan Gang that had broken through 6, Yi that had broken through 7, King Sun, Sky Chief, Heaven Reverse, Lu Shan, Yin Fei, Tianji, Tian Ming. There were too many powerhouses, familiar, unfamiliar. These people had all died in Fang Ping's hands, or indirectly died in Fang Ping's hands. There were a lot of saints. Many of the 36 saints had died in Fang Ping's hands. There were also countless true gods and emperors. More than half of the true gods and emperors that had fallen in the three realms had also been killed by Fang Ping. As for the weak, there were so many that Fang Ping himself had lost count. In the catacombs, he had killed too many people. Life King, Sky Demon King, Myriad Demon King, Maple Extermination, Maple Joching, Sky Gate City Lord. Since the first time he entered the catacombs, Fang Ping had been killing. He had flattened the Magic City Catacombs, the Forbidden Catacombs, the Nanjiang Catacombs, the Tiannan Catacombs. He had flattened the King's Battleground and wiped out the last Divine Court army. He had killed all the Divine Sect powerhouses that had stayed behind. He had also flattened a few boundaries and a few grandmasters. In just 3 years, the number of people Fang Ping had killed was probably more than the emperors had killed. One after another, the major forces had been destroyed in Fang Ping's hands. Even on the human side, it was not that Fang Ping had never killed anyone. In the past on campus, he had killed MCMAU students. In the arena, he had destroyed the Yang family's powerful enemies. When he had captured criminals, he had also killed countless people. From the day he had come into contact with martial arts, he had begun to walk the path of massacre. He had killed all the way until now. There were too many. At this moment, with this slash, these people who had died had all appeared. Resentment, hatred, wailing, cursing, it was like purgatory. This slash was aimed at the Emperor God. Even if the Emperor God had a strong will, at this moment, he was a little moved and shocked. Demon, the demon among humans, the devil of the three realms, Fang Ping called this slash the chaos-vanquishing saber. However, the Emperor God had an idea. Demon Saber, the righteous 9 Emperor's seal was actually used by Fang Ping as a demon saber. Huh! A low roar reverberated in all directions. The Emperor God quickly broke out of this trance state. His doppelganger was actually affected by it. Kill! In the next moment, a thicker vitality boiled. Fang Ping's saber was like thunder, slashing in all directions. There was a rumble. The Emperor God could not retreat in time. He had only touched the saber glare slightly, and all the flesh and blood on his body disappeared immediately. His skeleton was exposed. It was not an ordinary skeleton. At this moment, it was glowing with the light of a divine weapon. He had used a divine weapon to cast the foundation. Not only was the skeleton a divine weapon, but the thin sword in the Emperor God's hand was also a divine weapon. This first emperor had a strong capital. He was more extravagant than the other emperors. He had used 2 divine weapons directly to cast this avatar, which had the power to break 9 levels. However, facing Fang Ping, he was still at a loss. Slash after slash, Fang Ping seemed to never get tired. The Emperor God was overwhelmed. The thin sword attacked, but before it could get close, it was wrapped by Fang Ping's vitality, affecting his mind. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood filled the Emperor God's mind. Fang Ping had really become a demon. Was there a demon path in the 3 realms? Those with different paths were demons. In the past, beginner martial arts regarded Origin as a demon. Origin regarded beginner martial arts as a demon. Those who killed a lot were demons. Those who were sinister and cunning were demons. Today, the Emperor God was a little dazed. Fang Ping was the real demon. Slash, 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 every slash was a fatal killing move. Fang Ping did not show mercy. Every move was a killing move that had been tempered 1,000 times. He had killed too many people. He knew how to kill powerhouses. After all, the avatar was not the main body. It did not have the powerful mentality of the main body. It did not have the powerful calculation ability of the main body, and it did not have the sharp perception of danger. Compared to the Tao tree, although the Emperor God avatar was strong, it was still a notch lower. In addition, after fighting with the Heavenly King for a long time and being besieged by the God creation envoys, the Emperor God avatar had long lost its peak state. At this moment, after being slashed by Fang Ping for thousands of times, even the bones made of divine weapons were faintly making a sound at this moment. On the side, the Heavenly King was still in a trance. Fang Ping suddenly shouted angrily, "Are you watching a show? Kill him. If you really want to prove your Tao, then go and prove your Tao. If you succeed, go and kill the Emperor if you have the ability. If you want the 3 realms, if you want this world, I'll give it to you. Even if we meet again on the battlefield, I'll die in battle without regrets." The Heavenly King looked at Fang Ping and suddenly sighed. Kid, you're teaching me a lesson. As soon as the words fell, a round ball appeared again. The round ball that did not play a role in killing the emperor previously erupted with unimaginable power at this moment. As soon as the round ball was thrown, even if the emperor god would rather take a slash from Fang Ping, he had to avoid this ball. However, the emperor god still underestimated Fang Ping's saber. The saber slashed down. This time, the emperor god took the initiative to take the hit. There was a loud bang. Crack, the bones were broken. Countless vitality was still rapidly corroding other bones. The divine weapon as bones could not hold on this time. The emperor god was hit by the saber and lost some balance. The round ball hit his head instantly. This time, Fang Ping knew how the big hole in the emperor god's chest came about. Bang! The extremely sturdy skull was directly smashed into pieces under the impact of this round ball. Fang Ping was shocked. What a powerful weapon! This was a divine weapon. It seemed to be even sturdier and heavier than a divine weapon. The Heavenly King withdrew the round ball instantly. Seeing Fang Ping looking at him, he chuckled. What are you looking at? I found an origin Earth star and refined it into a weapon. If you have the ability, go and find it in the origin universe yourself. As soon as the words came out, Fang Ping was shocked again. F***ck, origin Earth star, even if Sung Mao could travel in the origin universe, its cat world was paved with origin Earth. In reality, there was not much origin Earth. This old guy, the Heavenly King, had actually found a planet made of origin Earth in the universe. The most important thing was that he had refined it into a weapon. F***ck, how extravagant was that? What a waste. No wonder it was incomparably heavy and sturdy. The Heavenly King was a little smug. Fang Ping had scolded him previously, and he was very unhappy. He felt a little uncomfortable. After this kid killed the Dao tree, he became arrogant. Did he really think that he was invincible? Wasn't he just borrowing strength? What was he so arrogant about? Look at me, a weapon made from origin Earth star. Was I arrogant? Was I inflated? Wasn't I still low-key? Wasn't it better to keep a low profile? All of Fang Ping's possessions, even if the saber transformed from the 9 Emperor seal was added together, might not be as precious as his round ball. This was the true meaning of keeping a low profile. A nouveau riche, the Heavenly King defined Fang Ping in his heart. What was there to be proud of? You even started to lecture me. Today, I'll let you know what is called a foundation, what is called wealth. Lock. With a soft shout, a large net appeared between heaven and earth, directly covering the Emperor God. Lock Sky Net. On the other side, the God Creation Envoy screamed mournfully, damn, you really stole it. The bastard who robbed me 20,000 years ago was you. I'll F***ck your ancestors. The Heavenly King's face darkened. That's a dragon confining Lock. I'm a Lock Sky Net. Who the F***ck robbed you? As soon as he said that, he broke the jar. The Lock Sky Net locked the Emperor God, and in the next moment, a weapon appeared in the God Creation Envoy's hand. The style was a little strange, somewhat similar to a nail. Emperor Slaying Nail. The Heavenly King introduced it again, and the God Creation Envoy cursed again. That's the Dragon Slaying Nail. I was going to use it to deal with the Beast Emperor and take some of the Beast Emperor's bones. Get lost, this is the Emperor Slaying Nail. The Heavenly King ignored him. 20,000 years ago, this thing was already in his hands, so it was his. He could name it whatever he wanted, it had nothing to do with the God Creation Envoy. Brat, do you think you're the only one with a divine weapon? The Heavenly King snorted coldly, and the long nail in his hand shot out. With a rumble, the Emperor God who had just been covered by the net was pierced by the long nail this time, and nailed into the void. Seeing that Fang Ping was in a daze, the Heavenly King shouted coldly, why aren't you attacking? Kill him. Fang Ping's eyes flickered as he stared at him for a while. This old thing was hiding so many good things, but he had never revealed them before. On the other side, the God Creation Envoy was about to go crazy. Li Zhen, I'll fuck your ancestors. Give it back to me. The Heavenly King's face darkened as he shouted coldly, what are you shouting for? If you keep shouting, even your bones will be broken. What is yours? It's all mine. The God Creation Envoy was furious, but the others did not care. Especially the Heavenly Hound, who sneered, what is this? I remember that year, the stupid cat and this king stole some food, and it was all snatched away by someone. I recognized him a long time ago. It was clearly a life and death battle for the emperor-slaying battle, but at this moment, it was caused by the heavenly king. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything else. With a cold shout, he broke through the air and charged towards the emperor god. The emperor god was trapped by the lock sky net and nailed to the void by the emperor-slaying nail. At this moment, he was already at the end of his tether. His skull was shattered, and at this moment, even his head was gone. However, the emperor god was still indifferent. At this moment, seeing Fang Ping approaching, his head reappeared and said indifferently, "After all, it's just an avatar. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed." This old man still has to say. "This time, you killed the avatars of the emperors. Even if someone uses you as a chess piece, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Fang Ping, if you want to live, leave this place now. You shouldn't have taken the seed projection. The heaven-breaking jade has already broken through the void passageway. This is your only chance of survival." Fang Ping looked at him and smiled. "Xiong, do you think I'm afraid of death?" The emperor god looked at him and said indifferently, "Even if you're not afraid, is it really worth it to die like this? This time, you killed the Dao tree and the avatars of the emperors. You've already touched the bottom line of the emperors. If you take away the seed projection, no one will let you go. Are you saving me?" Fang Ping smiled sinisterly. The emperor god said calmly, "I'm saving you. The sun god is very likely to be hiding in the human world. If you succeed in proving your Dao this time, you, Fang Ping, may be the only one who can balance them. If that's the case, why can't I save you? My avatar has fallen, and my real body doesn't know about this. I'm afraid these people won't leak it to the outside world, beginner powerhouses. As soon as you came here, your perception was sealed. Don't you know?" Fang Ping knew. Beside him, Heavenly King Zhen still explained at this moment, "It's not good for beginners to know. If more people know, it's easy for unforeseen events to happen." "Explain what?" Fang Ping snorted coldly. "If you really feel bad, give me the ball and everything will be fine." Heavenly King Zhen almost cursed, "Give you AD****, this was his most precious thing. For this, he did not even forge a divine weapon and did not nurture it. All these years, he had been nurturing this ball. Fang Ping, bang, a saber pierced through the air, mixed with the smell of blood, the long saber fell. With a bang, the emperor god's skeleton was smashed. Heavenly King Zhen hurriedly retrieved the fishing net and the long nail. However, Fang Ping grabbed the fishing net directly into his hand, but the long nail flew back. "You, sky spider web, not a bad weapon," Fang Ping murmured. Heavenly King Zhen's face was dark. On the other side, the God Creation envoy almost exploded to kill. The meaning of these words was too clear. This thing was Fang Ping's. Heavenly King Zhen took it away and changed his name once. Fang Ping took it away and changed his name once. After changing it, it would be theirs. As for the original owner, who cared about the God Creation envoy, they did not dismantle his bones and restore the divine weapon. That was because everyone was in the same group. Otherwise, they would have been knocked out and their bones broken long ago. The Emperor God's avatar was smashed. Not only did Fang Ping seize the fishing net, but he also took away the thin sword. This was also a divine weapon. This time, the harvest was not small. Heavenly King Zhen did not snatch the thin sword. Fang Ping killed the Emperor God. Although he contributed a lot, without Fang Ping, it would be difficult for him to kill the Emperor God. Seeing that Fang Ping had smashed the Emperor God, Heavenly King Zhen said quickly, "The Emperor's true body will not enter easily at this moment. Even if the avatar is killed, they will wait for the seed to be collected by someone so that they can enter this place. Otherwise, if they enter now, the seed will definitely shatter. I think it will take at most 3 to 5 minutes for this place to shatter. Before that, we must collect the seed. Otherwise, not only will the mystic realm self-destruct, the seed will also disappear. Kid, now I want to take the opportunity to go to the real door and break the door to prove my Tao and enter the source. I'm afraid I won't have time to help you anymore. The beginner martial body over there is only peak broken 8. It can fight with the broken 9 avatar, but when it meets the true body, it can't last more than 30 moves. You'd better not collect the seed. After killing the Donghuang avatar, the Spirit Emperor avatar, you decide. After killing it, leave quickly through the passageway. What about you? Me? Heavenly King Zhen laughed. If I want to leave, I can still run away. Besides, the seed is not with me. Not only did you completely offend him this time, but you also killed the Dao tree, which made the sovereign realm cultivator vigilant. Defeating and killing are two different things. Besides, I and the Emperor God's avatar are only on equal footing. You killed it, not me. Therefore, when the Emperor makes a move, the first one to be killed will definitely be you. You have become the Emperor's hidden danger. Fang Ping's gaze changed. The seed said to be sent to the human world. It's too late. You were sent to the human world. The seed disappeared and the mystic realm shattered. You haven't left yet. This is a boundary point. The Emperor can attack here, the kind that goes all out. You should leave as soon as possible. Don't think about the seed anymore. Fang Ping took a deep breath. If they snatch the seed, can they find the true body of the seed? It's possible. They didn't find it the last few times it appeared. Why can they find it this time? The previous few times, the seed was asleep. Now, I'm afraid there are signs of it waking up. It's easier to find now than before. Then, if they find it, on Earth, what will happen? Heavenly King Zhen hesitated for a moment. Soon, he said, the celestial realm wall will shatter. The Emperor will descend. The three realms will become one. A great war will break out. Fang Ping's gaze was cold. Can the human race resist? Or will it implicate the human race? Yes. Fang Ping understood. Then, he gritted his teeth and smiled. If that's the case, I have to snatch the seed. Old thing, if I integrate the seed into the human world or absorb it myself, will it draw out the true body of the seed? Fang Ping's words were rude. Heavenly King Zhen was too lazy to say more. Upon hearing that, he said quickly, no, the seed will enter the human world on its own. It will integrate quickly and there will be no more clues. If it's absorbed by you, it will also lose some of its original connection and cut off its connection with the true body. Fang Ping gave him a deep look. Then prepare to prove your Tao yourself. I'll kill all those clones and collect the seed. Now that a war has broken out and the 9 emperors have descended, will the human world be destroyed? Heavenly King Zhen was speechless. Can I escape? Fang Ping said coldly, do I still have a choice? I have no choice. You old thing, you didn't say these things before. Heavenly King Zhen sighed. Before this, I didn't think that you could really snatch the seed. I also didn't think that you could kill the Dao tree. If the Dao tree integrated with the seed, he will prove his Dao and I will follow him to prove my Dao. When the time comes, the seed will be absorbed by the Dao tree. Those people won't be able to find clues based on the absorbed seed. I didn't expect it to be like this either. Heavenly King Zhen was very innocent. Even he did not want to snatch the seed and kill the Dao tree. In the end, the Dao tree was killed. Where could he go to reason with this? After thinking for a while, Heavenly King Zhen said quickly, if it doesn't work, get close to the seed and release the underworld god. Let him absorb the seed. You escape immediately. If he absorbs the seed, the emperors won't target you first, but him, you have some time to escape. It's safer. Fang Ping sneered. Since the underworld god is helping me, then I won't kill him. You old thing, your thoughts are even blacker than mine. If I don't die this time, let's have a good talk. If I die, you'll protect the humans here. If you don't help, I'll haunt you even as a ghost and make you feel uneasy for the rest of your life. Sigh, it's long past the time to feel uneasy, Heavenly King Zhen sighed. After living for so long, it was normal for him to be thick-skinned and black-hearted. Even if he really became a ghost, it would be useless. Fang Ping's threat was bullshit. Cut the crap. Fang Ping snorted again and ignored him. He quickly rushed toward Dong Huang. Heavenly King Zhen did not say anything. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and began to sit cross-legged on the ground, as if he was healing his injuries. The God Creation envoy and the others glanced at him. They did not hear what Fang Ping and Heavenly Xianxia said after that, but they generally knew what he was doing. The Heavenly Hound bared its teeth and cursed, "I really want to kill him." "Enough, if you kill him, Fang Ping might come back to settle the score with you. Let's go and destroy Donghuang." The God Creation envoy could not be bothered to say more and quickly rushed toward Fang Ping. The Heavenly Hound and the others did not delay any further and flew into the sky. Seeing Fang Ping rushing over with a body full of vitality, Hong Kuan and the others dispersed. However, they remembered their previous promise and did not disperse completely, continuing to surround Donghuang. In the middle of the crowd, Donghuang stood calmly with his hands behind his back. His doppelganger would definitely die. He was prepared for this. Fang Ping and so many powerhouses who had broken past 8 were here. At this moment, only he and the Spirit Emperor were still alive. Spirit Sovereign was being held back by Heavenly King Zhenwang, so there was no way he could escape. Fang Ping approached with a saber in hand. Donghuang smiled and said, "Fang Ping, let's have a chat. There's no harm in me dispersing my avatar later, and there's no need to trouble you to make a move, lest there's an unnecessary increase in casualties." Fang Ping sneered. "What do you want to talk about? Have you seen the murals outside the palace?" "I did." Emperor Donghuang sighed softly, "I know you've seen it. Do you think that the 3 sovereigns were harmed by me? Isn't it?" Fang Ping said mockingly, "The Celestial Emperor isn't willing to fix the flaws in the origin, neither is the 9 emperors. So, of course, we can only let the 3 emperors fix it." Donghuang sighed again. The Celestial Arch did not falsify his memories. His words proved that what Fang Ping and the others had seen was real. It had indeed happened. But, Donghuang chuckled and said, "Some things, what you hear might not be true. The 3 emperors were on good terms with me back then, and Zhang Heng was my disciple. I did say those words, but it didn't mean that I would actually do it." The death of the 3 thearchs. Donghuang retracted his smile and said softly, "Perhaps it's inevitable." Fang Ping looked at him mockingly. "Inevitable? Whose death was inevitable?" "The death of the Sky Emperor and all of you is inevitable. The origin's flaw was not caused by the 3 emperors." Fang Ping sneered. "When it comes to shifting the blame, each of you is better than the other." "That's not the case." Emperor Donghuang pondered for a moment and said, "In the past, the Heavenly Emperor also really wanted to make up for the flaws. We are no exception. When the immortal source was first created, it was actually to make up for the flaws. In the beginning, the Celestial Emperor wanted to fill in the gaps himself. In the past, the flaw was that he had shattered his origin, creating a loophole. However, on the day the plan was to be implemented, many problems arose. You should know that sometimes, even the Celestial Emperor can't calculate everything." Emperor Donghuang said in a self-deprecating manner, "The Heavenly Emperor has overestimated himself. Due to the birth of the 9 emperors and the spread of the origin, his flaws have become more and more apparent. He is stronger than he was back then, but his strength is still unable to fill in the gaps." This was something that everyone had discovered after the immortal source was successfully forged. You should know that the Great Battle only erupted 2,000 years after the immortal origin was created. Donghuang sighed, "In those 2,000 years, everyone was actually trying to think of a solution. But, however, as 2,000 years passed, the problem became more and more serious. At that point, there was no way to delay any longer. At that time, Zhan was already about to prove his Tao, but it was also because he was about to prove his Tao that he discovered the problem." Donghuang said regretfully, "Fighting is also my biggest regret in this life." He had discovered the flaw and understood the severity of the problem. Not even the Celestial Emperor could fix it. If he really wanted to succeed, perhaps, he would need the 9 emperors to fix it. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and the emperor was no exception. Who would be willing to die after cultivating to that level? What Zhan meant was that we might not die if we returned to our origins and destroyed our own origins. He would help us to cultivate beginner martial arts again. He was too naive. Donghuang felt even more regretful. "You should know about the matter of pointing the arrow at the various emperors. That time, it was actually Zhan who discussed this matter with us. In the end, we could not reach an agreement and angered him. That was why he did that." Fang Ping frowned. If that was the case, Jean was too stupid. Asking you to die, even if it was just destroying your own Tao and you might not die, how could you possibly agree? Isn't that courting death? Yes, naive. Dong Huang smiled bitterly. Perhaps, he felt that the 3 emperors were his teachers. Among the 9 emperors, the 3 of us agreed. Spirit Emperor was already prepared to follow the Celestial Emperor. Do was his elder brother. In that case, the 5 of us had no objections. The other 5, even if they had objections, it was not much use. Earthly Emperor was the biggest objector that day. He berated Jean for being too naive and did not believe that Jean would help everyone cultivate beginner martial arts again after everyone destroyed their own origins. It was also because of this that he pointed the arrow at the various emperors that day and targeted the Earthly Emperor. Fang Ping frowned and snorted softly. If that's the case, then Jean is an idiot. Asking the 9 emperors to destroy their own Tao and fill in the defects of their origins, how was that possible? Dong Huang said softly. Jean has a pure heart. He felt that everyone had the same goal at that time. The Celestial Emperor had even revealed his intention to suppress the defects. In that case, the Celestial Emperor had no objections and we had no objections. The biggest objector was only the Earthly Emperor. Speaking of which, Dong Huang glanced at Fang Ping and shook his head, saying, perhaps it's a little similar to the humans today. When faced with the greatest crisis, everyone was united. If someone said today that if the humans wanted to solve the crisis, they needed you and Zhang Tao to die, would you be willing? Fang Ping frowned and said nothing. That was the case at that time. Dong Huang said self-deprecatingly, everyone seemed to not care and were all willing to sacrifice themselves to solve the defects of the Tao. Zhang took it seriously. He really thought that everyone was willing and that we would not have selfish motives. But he did not know that the human heart is the most unpredictable. That time at the 100 Emperors meeting, the others did not disagree. Zhang also said that he could also fill in the defects if it was not enough. Because he was not an emperor, his Tao energy was not too strong. If the 9 emperors could not fill in the defects, he would come again. At that time, according to his understanding, there would be no problem. But, who would believe him? Dong Huang was even more self-deprecating. Even I did not say it at that time, I did not want to believe it either. Zhang was already about to become an emperor. Once he became an emperor, he might surpass the Celestial Emperor and become the first emperor. If we cut off our Tao and he became an emperor again, even if the Celestial Emperor came, he might not necessarily be unable to fight. Plus, Celestial Emperor and Midu were on good terms with him. So you joined forces to kill him? Fang Ping sneered. Zhang was too naive, he actually pinned his hopes on the 9 emperors cutting off their own Tao to fill in the defects. Wishful thinking. If it was that simple, the 9 emperors would not be the 9 emperors. Dong Huang felt even more regretful. Actually, we did not kill him. Actually, after this, Zhang still believed in us. The only one who did not believe in us was probably the Earthly Emperor. Dong Huang seemed to be reminiscing and said with a sigh, he went to Heavenly Court to convince the Earthly Emperor. Midu once advised him not to go out alone to avoid encountering mishaps. At that time, the Emperor was also in Heavenly Court, and the Emperor was also Zhang's teacher. At that time, Zhang did not think too much. He only felt that even if he could not convince the Earthly Emperor, with the Emperor around, there was still room for negotiation. Fang Ping felt that Xianxia was even more adorable. Nerd, did he read too many books and turn himself stupid? You wanted to kill the 9 emperors, you still wanted to convince the Earthly Emperor to cut off his Tao. It would be strange if the Earthly Emperor would agree to you. According to Fang Ping's understanding, the Earthly Emperor was extremely unruly. It would be strange if he could reason with Zhang. Sure enough, Dong Huang said again, Zhang did not manage to convince the Earthly Emperor in Heavenly Court. Instead, it was the Earthly Emperor who opened his mouth that day to join forces with Zhang to deal with the other emperors and Celestial Emperors. Dong Huang said sadly, what the Earthly Emperor meant was that the few Celestial Emperors did not need to make up for their flaws. For the 9 emperors, it was not a big deal without him and the Emperor. At most, there would be more origin martial artists to make up for some of the flaws. Even if the Tao was not perfect, there would not be any big problems. The Earthly Emperor and the Emperor met Zhang together that day, but Zhang was not willing. Dong Huang sighed again. His idea was to take the initiative to convince everyone. Moreover, in his understanding, we all had the intention to suppress the flaws. Only the earthly emperor was not willing. The one who really wanted to convince was still the earthly emperor. In the end, both sides still could not reach an agreement. Zhang put forward a new idea. He could replace the earthly emperor. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and could not help but mock. Is this nerd so stupid? Yes, stupid. Dong Huang was indescribably bleak. He thought that if he said this, the earthly emperor would agree. Zhang meant that the earthly emperor would protect everyone and prevent everyone from cutting off their Tao and dying. However, he did not know that the earthly emperor also thought that he was an idiot and ignored him. The earthly emperor knew what everyone was thinking. How could he agree to his impossible condition? Zhang did not know that the emperor who was present that day, seeing that he was determined to do this, secretly contacted many emperors. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Besieging and killing? That's right. Dong Huang nodded. Not only Zhang, but also the earthly emperor. Because the earthly emperor and Zhang mentioned joining forces, everyone was worried that there would be unforeseen events. You have to know that if Zhang became an emperor that day, even if his combat power was not as strong as the celestial emperor, he would not be weaker than the god emperor. And the earthly emperor would not be weaker than me. In addition, Dou's attitude was unclear. He would definitely support Zhang's celestial emperor and Mia. In this way, everyone else was in danger. With Zhang's stubbornness, he might be persuaded by the earthly emperor and eventually kill all the emperors. So, that day, all the emperors went out to kill Zhang and the earthly emperor. Did the earthly emperor die at that time? No. Dong Huang shook his head. That time, Zhang gave up on his own. He felt that since the celestial emperor was willing to make up for the flaw, he did not become an emperor, so the flaw was not big. If he used his body to suppress it, there might not be so many emperors dying. Moreover, he thought that others would consider this. Even if the 9 emperors did not all sever their paths, there would still be people who would support him. The flaw would definitely be made up for. So, after he gave up that time, the earthly emperor saw the danger and quickly escaped after he died. That was why the earthly emperor was not killed that time. An idiot. Fang Ping defined. The earthly emperor saw it more clearly than Zhang, so the earthly emperor did not expect the 9 emperors to sever their paths. Fang Ping looked at Dong Huang and sneered. Then why are you telling me all this today? Dong Huang looked at Fang Ping and sighed. I said all this because you made me think of Zhang. Me? Fang Ping could not help but laugh wildly. I made you think of Zhang? How can I be the same as that idiot? The same. Dong Huang looked at him and said regretfully, although the two of you have different paths and personalities, you are both stubborn, persistent, and naive. Zhang thought he could persuade the 9 emperors, but you thought you could definitely kill the 9 emperors. Your goal is to quell the threat of the origin. Although the path you take is different, the goal is the same. And the result is very likely to be the same. Fang Ping, you don't understand. At this point, many people's goal is no longer to solve the threat of the origin. Do you know that? Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. Dong Huang continued, in the beginning, maybe everyone wanted to solve the problem of the origin. But in the end, everyone's thoughts have long changed. Especially after so many years, everyone no longer wants to solve the problem of the origin. Do you think everyone is really looking for the seed to solve the problem of the origin? Wrong, everyone is doing it for themselves, for transcendence. Since there is a problem with the origin, then don't walk the path of the origin. The seed is the source of the 3 realms' power. If you devour the seed, what path can't you walk? Why bother walking the path of the origin? Since there is a problem with the path of the origin, then give up on this path. Kill all those who cultivate the origin, then everything will not be difficult anymore. You are even more naive than Zhang 10,000 years ago. At that time, among the 9 emperors, actually, there were still people who supported Zhang. Now, no one will support you. Do you understand? Fang Ping and Zhang were 2 completely different people. However, from Dong Huang's point of view, they were the same. Different paths leading to the same goal, and these 2 people, in the end, would not have a good ending. Zhang, back then, it was not enough that he died. In the end, Mia and Celestial Emperor Badian died in battle. Fang Ping, perhaps he would also walk this path. He was destined not to succeed. Today, Fang Ping was here, killing everywhere, killing the emperor's clones, and establishing himself as the demon king. Anyone with a discerning eye would know his intentions. Killing the celestial emperor, killing the 9 emperors, and solving the problem of the origin. However, was it possible? It was impossible. In the end, Fang Ping also brought about his own destruction. You want me to give up? Fang Ping said mockingly, you want me to let you go? You want me to know how insignificant I am, that I am destined to fail, so what I should do now is to escape the 3 realms and leave this place immediately. You want to tell me that I shouldn't have offended the emperors? You want to tell me that I shouldn't have taken the seed, that if I took it, I won't have the life to enjoy it? Dong Huang looked at him and sighed. Since you understand, why do you have to walk your own path to a dead end? This is a dead end. A dead end? Fang Ping sneered. You say it like if I admit defeat now, it's not a dead end. Since it's a dead end, I'm destined to have no way out, why should I compromise? I'd rather die in battle than to drift to the end and be trampled to death by you guys like an ant. Even if I die, I'll bite you guys once and let you guys feel the pain. I'll let you know that in this life, there's a martial artist named Fang Ping who almost bit you bastards to death. Fang Ping's voice grew louder and louder. I'll be a hero when I'm alive, and a hero when I die. Even if I, Fang Ping, am no match for you, I'll let the powerhouses of the 3 realms know that if I die, I'll leave my name in history. If I die without resistance, it's as light as a feather. Countless historical facts tell us that even if you lower your head, kneel on your knees, lose your face, and give up your dignity, you still can't escape death in the end, and your death won't be worth it. Fang Ping looked around, pointing at Hong Yu and the rest, laughing coldly. I'm talking about you guys. If you resist, you'll be a hero even if you die. If you don't resist, you'll die in vain. Your origin is incomplete. No matter who wins, you'll all die. Everyone was speechless. After a long time, Feng said slowly, Fang Ping, we're only breaking 8, not 9, and we're not emperors either. Even if we resist, it'll be useless. We can only wait for the right time, or else, we'll just die in vain. Fang Ping sneered. You all have the same thoughts. That's why I've killed so many of you, but you still don't dare to resist. I've killed from low ranks to high ranks, from high ranks to now, I've turned you guys upside down, but still, no one dares to fight to the death with me. Because you're all thinking, wait a little longer, I'm not dead, I still have hope, the 3 realms still exists, the emperors are still trapped, stupid. This is like boiling a frog in warm water. When you're really about to die, do you think you can jump out of that pot of warm water? Idiot. Fang Ping could not be bothered to say more. He looked at Dong Huang again and said coldly, buying time? I'll count to 3, kill yourself, or I'll send you on your way. I, Fang Ping, am not these idiots. Do you think I'll let you go after seeing your sincerity? You're so stupid, I've never trusted emperors like you. Fang Ping grinned. Because I don't even trust myself. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no need to count to 3. Fang Ping raised his saber and killed, Dong Huang blocked subconsciously. As soon as he did, Fang Ping went crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. I knew you guys can't be trusted. Let's kill together. Are you watching the show? Calm down. With a loud roar, the saber gleam soared to the sky, the blood-red light illuminating the 3 realms. Fang Ping was like a mad demon, slashing and killing madly. Dong Huang fought and retreated, feeling a little helpless. He said, your murderous intent is too heavy. Fang Ping, if this goes on, in the end, the human race might be destroyed by you before it's destroyed in the hands of others, then I'm willing to. Fang Ping shouted fiercely, I'd rather the human race die in my hands and be destroyed in my hands than become your pawns and bait. After I die in battle, the human race will be destroyed on the eve of its destruction. Sigh, if you're talking about those technological weapons that are used in war today, Dong Huang said slowly, then you're wrong. This plan will never succeed. Fang Ping's gaze was cold and fierce. He looked at Moon Spirit in the distance. Moon Spirit's heart trembled. She said in a low voice, I didn't reveal it. Dong Huang said softly, Fang Ping, the human race is not really one. Do you really think that the human race can still be united in the face of such a crisis? Go to hell. Do you want me to doubt others? Even if I have doubts, I'll investigate after I kill all of you. Fang Ping roared. With a slash of his saber, countless figures collapsed. You underestimate me, Fang Ping. Sowing discord is useless against me. At most, Zhang Tao betrayed me and compromised with you for the sake of the human race. Do you think I've never thought about it? Fang Ping's eyes were blood red. With a slash of his saber, he chopped off one of Dong Huang's arms. He sneered. I've prepared myself for this. I'll be condemned by the public, enemies everywhere. My brothers and friends will leave me. My family and lovers will turn on me. I don't care. In this life, I won't destroy you. If I die in their hands, I'll gladly endure it. Go to hell. Rumble, a deafening rumble reverberated. Dong Huang's expression became even more complicated. With a rumble, he exploded into pieces. Since things had already come to this, what else could he say, even if he was condemned by the public, even if his family, brothers, and lovers had betrayed him, Fang Ping's evil heart would not change. He would not stop until he killed all the emperors. At this point, Dong Huang had nothing else to say. Rumble, Dong Huang's avatar exploded. Nothing was left. The only divine weapon was with Spirit Emperor. Behind him, Zhang Tao's expression was complicated. For the sake of the human race. Betraying Fang Ping. For the sake of the human race, he compromised with the 9 emperors. Would this day come? He could not guarantee it. He dared not think about it either. Today, however, Fang Ping had revealed this bloody reality. For the humans, Zhang Tao's heart ached. Would it? He did not know. He really did not know. If one day, someone told him that as long as Fang Ping died, the humans would definitely escape this disaster. Definitely, 100% sure, what would he, Zhang Tao, do? He really did not know. If Fang Ping, who had fought for the humans, died in the hands of the humans. Zhang Tao dared not think about it. He did not want to think about it. Around them, the others' expressions were extremely complicated. Fang Ping was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. Smart. It made them feel that being too smart might not be a good thing. Fang Ping had considered a lot and thought about a lot. He had thought about it even more than them. He had already prepared for everything, prepared for every possibility. He had even thought that Zhang Tao, whom he trusted, would betray him for the humans. No one dared to think about it. If such a day really came, would Fang Ping accept it calmly? Fang Ping slashed at Dong Huang, his eyes red. He looked around, but his expression was not as complicated as the others. He sneered, even if you haven't eaten pork before, you haven't seen a pig run. Why think so much now? I haven't betrayed you yet, right? If you really betray me, we'll talk about it later. I, Fang Ping, am not a pedantic person like Jean. Do you think I'll let you kill me and not kill you? If there really comes a day, I'll say, well done, and I, Fang Ping's shackles, will be released from now on. The 3 realms are big, and I can do whatever I want. I still have to say thank you. Fang Ping snorted softly. He looked at old Zhang and said mockingly, the older you get, the more pretentious you get. If someone really comes looking for you, tell them that if I, Fang Ping, leave the humans, and they will be safe, then agree to it. As for killing me, let them do it themselves. You guys are still not my match. Forget about you, Zhang Tao, even if it's my parents, I'm still on guard. Do you really think I'll be killed? You're thinking too much. I haven't experienced much, but I've seen too much. If you really think I'm so easy to kill, then you, Zhang Tao, are an idiot. The destruction of the humans is also your fault. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly inside. Forget it, don't think too much. I think, killing you is harder and more dangerous than killing the 9 emperors. You're even more ruthless than the 9 emperors. For the sake of the humans, I won't attack you. As soon as he said that, Hong Kuan and the others actually agreed with him. Yes, killing Fang Ping, forget it. This guy was a mad dog. Instead of pinning his hopes on killing Fang Ping, he might as well think of a way to fight the 9 emperors. At least the 9 emperors would not be as crazy as Fang Ping. Thinking about it carefully, if the humans were not crazy and the decision-maker was still Zhang Tao, then they would not do such a thing. Fang Ping was more dangerous than the 9 emperors. Could it be that Zhang Tao did not understand? Everyone was a little worried about him. Before this, they were still pitying Fang Ping. Now that they thought about it, they were really thinking too much. It was better to think about their own future. Fang Ping did not think much of it. He sneered. Anyway, from now on, I'll be on guard against you. So that you won't kill me. You old sly thing, you have a lot of tricks. Zhang Tao looked helpless. Why don't you just kill me now and be done with it? Forget it. If I kill you, the new one will be even more stupid. Someone like Li Zhen might really take it seriously. If that's the case, you might as well continue to be the leader of the humans. Zhang Tao shrugged. Li Zhen was indeed more stupid. Forget it. Dong Huang was killed. Now, only Spirit Emperor was left. When Fang Ping arrived with the others, Spirit Emperor did not escape, nor did he think about escaping. Emperors also had the dignity of emperors. However, the crowd saw a different scene. At Spirit Emperor's feet, a cat as fat as a pig was tugging at Spirit Emperor's legs, trying to pull him away. Master, let's go. Let's go. Sob. Let's go, okay? Big Cat said, just hide. Big Cat, Master won't kill you. The fat 3 cats were struggling to pull Spirit Emperor. Suppressing Heavenly King did not stop them. On the side, Song Mao looked around sneakily. When he saw Fang Ping and the others coming, he looked depressed. The liar was here. Spirit Emperor did not move. Holding a long sword, his white clothes fluttering, he looked even more arrogant and cold. Go, she would not go, so what if he was surrounded by enemies on all sides? When had she ever been afraid? Seeing Fang Ping rushing over with a saber, Spirit Emperor sneered, as usual, looking down at Fang Ping, cold and disdainful. Master, Song Mao pulled but felt the atmosphere was different. At this moment, when he looked up and saw Fang Ping, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. In the next moment, Song Mao hugged Spirit Emperor's thighs, his fat body blocking in front of Spirit Emperor, meowing anxiously. Liar. Human King. Demon. Demon King. Song Mao was so anxious that he was stuttering. Don't kill Master, okay? Master is not a bad person. Spirit Emperor slapped Song Mao until he was dizzy and shouted coldly, shut up. Song Mao shook his head but was unwilling to give up. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly spat out a lot of food from his mouth. There were snacks given by Song Mao, treasures that everyone had fed him before, and some life energy, for you, okay? Song Mao said pitifully, for you. It's all delicious, all the best. I didn't eat it, I'll keep it. Get lost. Spirit Emperor kicked Song Mao away and sneered. I don't need a projection cat to plead for me. You want to kill me, I want to see if you have the ability. No, in the distance, the silhouettes of the 3 cats had mostly dispersed. They hurried over and stood in front of Spirit Emperor again, looking at Fang Ping pitifully. I still have delicious food, very delicious. I'm a big meatball, I ate a lot of life force. I ate a lot of life force that Master collected, don't kill my master, okay? I don't have any dried fish left, I've given them all to you. The rest were all eaten by me. I ate them all. Even if I killed the owner, I wouldn't get anything. At the side, the gray cat scratched its ears and cheeks anxiously. Even so, the cat knew that Fang Ping wanted to kill the monarch's avatar. The fake fatty refused to bow down and kept taunting the liar. The liar would definitely not let her go. Third cat, Ash Cat called out. When Third Cat saw Ash Cat, he said anxiously, Big Cat, I'm begging you. Tell the Devil King not to kill Master, okay? Scram. Ling Huang was furious. He raised the sword in his hand and pierced through the 3 cats. With a flick of the sword, the 3 cats were sent flying far away. Spirit Emperor looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, Trash, what are you hesitating for? I thought you were a real demon. I didn't expect you to be nothing more than this. Fang Ping looked at her and sneered. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. I'm just thinking, in your heart, besides the Celestial Emperor, has there ever been anyone else? It's not your place to tell me what to do. Boom, Spirit Emperor unsheathed his sword and slashed at Fang Ping. Buzz, the sound of the sword rang in all directions. At this moment, a blood-red long saber cut through the air. Slash, with a loud clang, Fang Ping took a few steps back. Spirit Emperor also took a few steps back. In the next moment, a shield in front of Spirit Emperor suddenly turned into a cloak. The blood-red cloak landed on his body. The blood-red cloak, the white robe, and the long sword in his hand. At this moment, Spirit Emperor's face was cold, overbearing and cold. Compared to the other monarch's avatars, he had more of an emperor's aura, more of an emperor's overbearing and untamed. You're stronger than the others. Fang Ping laughed. Spirit Emperor sneered. You think you're qualified to judge me? Do you really think you're qualified to judge the emperors of the three realms just because you killed the Dao tree? Fang Ping grinned. You're not bad, but your mouth is very cheap. You have to go against me. Sorry, I won't look up to you just because you're a woman, and I won't show mercy to you. However, for the sake of the three cats, for the sake of you being a woman, I'll still give you some preferential treatment. At this moment, Fang Ping's aura erupted even stronger. Everyone was stunned. Fang Ping was going to fight Spirit Emperor one-on-one. To show my respect for you, Fang Ping said coldly. Today, all the powerhouses of the three realms besieged you. That's enough to overestimate you. Hong Yu, you guys besieged Donghuang previously. It's fine if you don't interfere now, but leave this place. The rest of you, including Heavenly King Zhen, do your best to send Spirit Emperor on his way today, with the highest standards. There was silence everywhere. Even the corners of Heavenly King Zhen's mouth twitched. So, you're going to kill her? We thought you were going to fight one-on-one. Even Spirit Emperor lost his composure at this moment and said angrily, you shameless villain. Nonsense. Those who can fight as a group but fight one-on-one are idiots. Fang Ping cursed. Do I look like one? Why should I fight one-on-one with you? Did you really think the power of Broken Nine could continue? The underworld god and the others could not hold on any longer. As for Fang Ping, the consumption of wealth was also beyond imagination. The remaining 200 billion wealth points were being consumed at an extremely fast rate. Tens of billions were being consumed every minute. Did you really think changing your aura was free? Only the battle ended quickly. From the moment Fang Ping merged them until now, less than 5 minutes had passed. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not be able to continue merging. The consumption was too high. Why waste time with Spirit Emperor, one-on-one, who knew if he could win for sure? Including killing Donghuang earlier. That was because Donghuang was not in the mood to fight again. It was not because Fang Ping could really suppress Donghuang. They were both Broken Nine. How much stronger could he be? What are you standing there for? Surround and kill her. Although everyone despised Fang Ping, they had to admit that surrounding and killing her was indeed much easier. Heavenly King Zhen sighed and said helplessly, Spirit Emperor, forgive me. If you want to blame someone, blame Fang Ping. Don't blame me. Kill. His words were polite, but he did not seem to be very relaxed. Heavenly King Zhen was a beginner martial body. His physique was incomparably strong. His vitality shook the sky. With a punch, the void shook. Hong Yu and the others nearby, those with weaker physiques could feel their bodies exploding. Kill. The God Creation Envoy and the others did not show any mercy. They all charged towards Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor's beautiful eyebrows were raised high. With a long sword in hand, his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. The sound of the sword rang out. Kill. Both sides were merciless. At this moment, who would show mercy? If he showed mercy, he might die. Poof, a sword pierced through Heavenly Hound's head. Spirit Emperor was about to pull out his sword when Fang Ping's saber swept across. The void did not tremble, the energy was not apparent, but the saber slashed Spirit Emperor's palm and blood splattered everywhere. Spirit Emperor's expression did not change. He continued to pull out his sword. Heavenly Hound roared and opened its mouth to bite. Crack, with a crisp sound, Spirit Emperor's palm was directly bitten. His left hand turned into a fist and punched out, causing Heavenly Hound's skull to crack. However, Heavenly Hound refused to let go. On the other side, Sherpo's expression was complicated. His long spear shot out, piercing the red cloak with a loud sound. Heavenly King Jin punched out, once again causing the cloak to explode. Spirit Emperor spat out blood, her face pale. Fang Ping slashed at her head. Before the blade landed, a bloody mark had already appeared on Spirit Emperor's forehead. Both sides went all out, killing until flesh and blood flew everywhere. Some belonged to others, and some belonged to Spirit Emperor. In the distance, 3 cats were pierced by the Spirit Emperor's sword. At this moment, the cat hurriedly ran over and grabbed its tail. Its claws caressed it and comforted it. 3 cats, don't be sad. That's a fake fatty, a bad person. Meow. 3 cats whined. No. Master isn't a bad person, Master isn't. Master didn't want the 3 cats to die with her, so he deliberately beat me away. Master is a good person, Big Cat. The life force that Master has sucked away for so many years has been eaten by this cat, a lot. Master knows that I've eaten it, but he still put it there, always put it there. Meow, don't kill Master, okay? 3 cats struggled to run over there. The cat grabbed its tail, its face twisted. But the swindler must kill the fake fatty. He's afraid that the fake fatty will attack him. With one more broken 9, the swindler will be in danger too. The mystic realm was about to be broken. Before that, Fang Ping would collect the seeds and prepare to escape. With the emperors outside, he had to clean up these threats and hidden dangers inside. Otherwise, even Fang Ping had no confidence in surviving when he was attacked from all sides. Precisely because the cat knew this, even if 3 cats pleaded for mercy, even if it felt that Spirit Emperor was not a bad person, it could not plead for mercy. If the fake fatty really attacked and cut off the swindler's escape route, the swindler would definitely die. 3 cats whined. Big Cat. I can't accompany you to eat delicious food anymore. I've given all the delicious food from before to you. 3 cats, where are you going? To save Master. 3 cats broke free from the cat's control and ran in that direction. The cat hurriedly chased after them, not caring much. Meow. Over at Heavenly Battle Emperor's side, 2nd cat meowed anxiously. That's 3rd cat. Master Big Cat is going to kill 3rd cat. Heavenly Battle Emperor was helpless too. He sighed softly. He doesn't want to be attacked from all sides. She doesn't want to compromise with him. Since that's the case, we can only fight. Meow. 2nd cat's eyes were filled with anxiety. It did not want to see Big Cat's master kill 3rd cat. Although the 3 cats were not one, they originated from the same cat. After so many years, they had their own thoughts and masters. Now, Big Cat's master wanted to kill 3rd cat and 3rd cat's master. 2nd cat was very sad. It did not want this to happen. Heavenly Battle Emperor looked at the seed projection in the sky. At this moment, the projection was becoming more and more unstable. Mystic realm is going to break. As he said that, he looked at the void in the distance, at the young man standing at the entrance of a black hole. Wang Jinyang, Heavenly Battle Emperor glanced at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang seemed to have sensed something and looked at him too, but he did not see anything. Heavenly Battle Emperor looked at the seed, then at Fang Ping, then at the passageway where Wang Jinyang was. Suddenly, he understood, he laughed. You have guts and a big appetite. You dare to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger. You are indeed more ruthless and black-hearted than me. Meow. 2nd cat was anxious to death. How could it be in the mood to listen to his nonsense? Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. You lazy cat, when have you ever been so anxious? Seed. Origin. Emperor. Great Tao, Heavenly Battle Emperor mumbled. I can use him to travel around the 3 realms. I also want to return to the old land to see the wind and rain, to see the water and clouds of the old land. Meow. Don't scold people. Heavenly Battle Emperor laughed. Wind, flower, snow, moon, the sound of wind and rain, the sound of reading. This is how a scholar should be, a cultivator. You cat, you don't understand. Meow. You even learned to scold people without using vulgarities. You deserve a beating. Heavenly Battle Emperor patted 2nd cat's head and laughed. After studying for so many years, you don't learn the good things but learn the bad things. Fong Ping and Old Cat have only been here for a few days, but you have learned it well. You know the essence of scolding people right away. Meow. Idiot. Second cat scolded again. Naive. This was what he learned from Fong Ping and Emperor Dong Huang. Heavenly Battle Emperor was troubled. How am I an idiot? I'm not naive. This is called convincing people with reason. As the saying goes, diplomacy before force. I understand the principle of being a sage on the inside and a king on the outside. God, human, and East Emperors are my teachers. North Emperor, South Emperor, and West Emperor have also taught me many times. The Beast Emperor is a demon, not a human, so he did not learn much. I wanted you and the Heavenly Dog to teach the demons, but the two of you are unwilling to study. Sigh, Spirit Emperor is a woman, how can I use weapons? This is not what a gentleman would do. Although the Earth Emperor is domineering, he loves his people like his own children. You stupid cat, how can you understand my pain? You can't kill your teachers, you can't kill those who teach, you can't kill those demons who are uneducated and have not been educated, you can't kill them easily either. Women are not hated by the heavens, you can't kill them easily either. You just killed yourself? Second cat's eyes widened, a dazed look on its face. You just killed yourself? You can't say that, Jean Tiandi chuckled. This is the arrogance of a scholar. I overestimated myself, thinking that I could suppress all Daos with my body. Later on, I found out that Yalong can be arrogant too. So, it's good to study, but you can't just study. All these years, I have read some ancient and modern books. The more I read, the more I feel that I am not as domineering as I used to be. If the divine path is useless, it should be suppressed with thunder and lightning. Unfortunately, it was too late and led to a huge mistake. The second cat looked at him suspiciously. At this moment, it had almost forgotten about the third cat. Soon, it suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "The third cat is about to die. You're so talkative. You have to lecture me every time. You deserve to be killed. You cat, sigh." Jean Tiandi shook his head. How could he say that? He smiled and looked at Wang Jinyang again, sighing. In the past, I have sown bitter fruit. Although the three realms were not harmed by me, they have suffered more because of me. Today, I will pay for it. Looking at Fong Ping, Jean Tiandi stepped out of the circle of light and said softly, "Since there is no turning back, I will let the latecomers solve the problem. The 9 emperors have already decayed, and the celestial emperor has fallen. There is not much I can do. I don't know who can save the world." On his shoulder, second cat said excitedly, "You are going to save third cat? Whether it is second cat or third cat, they will not be able to escape this calamity. If you are willing, I can give you an opportunity. If you are not willing, then follow me to the 3 realms. Why do you have so many obsessions?" Jean Tiandi's words were filled with affection. It had been too long, it had been so long that he had almost forgotten about the past. This cat had accompanied him for too long. Since it was unwilling to leave, he would be selfish for once and bring this cat along. Selfish for once, is it okay? Everyone can err if they are not saints. Everyone has selfishness. Jean Tiandi thought to himself. He patted second cat's head and laughed. Let's go together then. I will travel alone. I will be lonely. Bang, Chen Ling Huang's leg bone exploded, and his body staggered. At this moment, a fat cat passed through the crowd and instantly appeared under Chen Ling Huang's broken leg bone. It supported Chen Ling Huang's body. Meow. Stupid cat, scram. Chen Ling Huang was enraged and punched. With a loud bang, Fat Cat's body trembled and became even more illusory. Master. Third cat whimpered. Chen Ling Huang's expression changed again and again. She said coldly, "My heart is like iron." No, I have no heart to begin with. How can my heart be like iron? All I seek is the great Tao, to exchange the fake for the real. I even hate myself. I hate that I can't become real. How can a fake cat like you mess with my mind? She hated it, she hated that she was a fake and could not replace the real, she hated that her real body was useless. She hated that she could not break free from her shackles for tens of thousands of years and became a lover that she looked down on in the past. She was Qianling Huang, the only female empress of the three realms. She was Qianling Huang. She had severed her desires and destroyed humanity. She killed her way to the 9 heavens and ruled the 3 realms. She did not rely on her identity as a woman to reach the 9 heavens. At this moment, why would she need a fake cat to send her off and send her on her way? Even if she died, she was still Qianling Huang. She hated that her real body still existed. She had embarrassed Qianling Huang. The so-called empress was ashamed to be associated with her. Master, sob, cry. Get lost. Qianling Huang was furious. Even if her broken leg could not be healed quickly, she still used all her strength to kick third cat. Don't cry, you can't cry when you're my cat. Everyone can cry, but I can't. I'm the only empress who can suppress the 3 realms. Boom, third cat was not kicked away. It hugged her broken leg tightly and sobbed. Don't cry, don't cry. Master, I won't cry. In front, Fang Ping was holding a Chongdao, but he could not cut down. The Chongdao's glare had already scratched Qianling Huang's cheek, but Fang Ping could not cut down. Fang Ping was a little hysterical, a little crazy. What the hell? He glared at third cat. Is this your origin projection? Mother asterisk cur, you're crying. Didn't you say that you've only cried a few times in your life? You're acting pitiful in front of me. Third cat looked innocent, looking at Fang Ping miserably. He did not know. Third cat was so fat. Who knew it could cry? Fat people did not like to cry. Fang Ping made up his mind. If he did not kill Qianling Huang, if Qianling Huang messed up, he would be doomed eternally. Acting pitiful was useless. If third cat messed up again, he would cut third cat too. As he gritted his teeth and prepared to swing his saber, someone sighed beside his ear. Killing a clone won't solve the problem. Those who deserve to die will still die. Those who don't deserve to die won't die. Big cat, third cat. Second cat was extremely excited. It jumped over with a swoosh, jumping on top of third cat's head. It pulled third cat by the ear. Second cat? Third cat was also very surprised. I thought you weren't coming. You owed me 3 little fish and didn't give them to me. I made a mistake when I was calculating earlier. I gave you an extra bag of snacks. Big cat is so stingy. Second cat was unhappy, so it asked for an extra bag of snacks. You still remember, how stingy? I'm not stingy. Third cat was also unhappy. I prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Those are for you, for the boss to give to the little brother. But humans say that between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. It was a transaction, so you have to give it to me. Third cat was also a different person. The gift was a gift, the transaction was a transaction. Giving less than 3 fish would not do, otherwise, would the swindler not look down on me? He thought that I did not know how to calculate. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Many little fish appeared in second cat's paws. They were all stuffed into third cat's mouth. It muttered, I don't care about this. It's not delicious. The ones you gave me are better. Big cat, where are the delicious food you gave me? They're all here. The 2 cats chatted with each other, but not many people paid attention to them. Fang Ping squinted, looking at Heavenly Battle Emperor who was walking out of the darkness. His gaze was solemn. Heavenly Battle Emperor had not appeared. Initially, he thought that he would not come out. Unexpectedly, he did. Why did he come out now? Heavenly Battle Emperor had a smile on his face. He looked at Zhen, at Hong Yu and the rest, and at Spirit Emperor. He nodded slightly and chuckled. Everyone, long time no see. Heavenly King Zhen also looked at Zhan, his gaze a little complicated. You came out now, let's go, take a look, and meet our young friend Fang Ping. Heavenly Battle Emperor looked at Fang Ping. Seeing that he was covered in the stench of blood, he could not help but laugh. I know that you people hate me for lecturing. But now that I've met you, I still have to say a few more words. In the face of a great war, be it demons or immortals, in order to survive, you have to do it. After the war, you should cultivate your character, study hard, and grind away this murderous aura. As Heavenly Battle Emperor spoke, he looked at Spirit Emperor and chuckled. You're my elder. I shouldn't be lecturing you. But after living for so many years, your temper is still like this. What a headache. Your vengeance, your resentment, they were not given by Fang Ping. Why fight for a moment of anger? Repay resentment with kindness, repay resentment with honesty. If there's resentment, if there's hatred, find the person who brings it. Raise a cat, whether it's real or fake, it has accompanied you for 80,000 years. Even a heart of steel can melt its tenderness. Heavenly Battle Emperor smiled warmly. He did not care about Spirit Emperor's cold stare. He looked at Fang Ping again and smiled. You want to take this seed? You want to stop me? Fang Ping's gaze was cold. Jean brought him quite a big threat. I can't stop you, and I don't want to. Heavenly Battle Emperor laughed. I just want to say a few more words. The Three Realms calamity is not as simple as the calamity of the origin. Of course, the most important thing now is the calamity of the origin. The 9 emperors, Heavenly Emperor, Combat, Sun God, and even Zhen are all calamities. Killing one person will not solve anything. Everything must be traced back to the source and solved from the root. What are you trying to say? Sigh, there's no point in talking about it. Heavenly Battle Emperor was dispirited. He was illiterate, a martial artist ruled the Tao. No wonder the Tao of the Three Realms was becoming more and more superficial. You're so annoying. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. Why do I see some contempt in your eyes? F***ck, I've seen this look before. Every time I come across an ancient text that I don't understand, someone will despise me. Old Wang, Tai Tu, Old Yao, Qin Feng Qing, these fellows have despised me before. Heavenly Battle Emperor, this bastard. Previously, he had quite admired him. Of course, he had also secretly called him an idiot. But now, he was actually despised by him. How infuriating. P.S. Promote this book. Our book friend's Great Sorcerer's Path is going to be published soon. Brothers, please collect, subscribe, and support it. Fang Ping glared at Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Heavenly Emperor Zhan did not mind. He was still smiling when Fang Ping suddenly huffed. Anyone who smiles happily is either an idiot or a bad person, the kind that oozes pus. The Heavenly Battle Arch laughed. Was he the bad kind that oozed pus? If he was not, then he was the idiot that Fang Ping was referring to. Heavenly Emperor Zhan did not argue with Fang Ping. He said softly, the celestial realm wall is about to shatter. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly when he heard this. How long? About 3 months. The Heavenly Battle Arch looked into the sky and said slowly, initially, it wouldn't be this fast. However, now that the boundary point has appeared and martial monarchs are descending frequently, the strength of the boundary wall is no longer stable. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. The boundary wall is broken, and the Three Realms are united? Fang Ping asked in a low voice, the origin universe and 9 heavens will merge into one? First the 9 heavens, then the origin universe. The Battle Heavenly the Arch said softly, the existence of the heaven and man realm wall was to protect the old haunt and also to prevent high-level martial artists from fighting, so that they would not destroy the 3 realms. Those who should go to the 9 heavens to fight should go to the 9 heavens. Those who should go to the 8th heaven should go to the 8th heaven. Otherwise, the battle between the martial monarchs would be just like the past. The heavenly realm would shatter, the earthly realm would shatter, and the human realm would shatter. The celestial mortal realm wall, which originally protected the old haunt and restricted the strong, later had other uses. What? Fang Ping looked at him. Actually, he already had an idea. Without waiting for Heavenly Emperor Zhan to reply, he let out a soft humph. The barrier that separates the human world? Sort of. Zhan Tiandi was not surprised that Jiang Yi could think of all these. He said softly, when the source has a problem, the world wall will become an existence that traps the human world. Battle Heavenly the Arch asked again, can you guys hold on in 3 months? Fang Ping was silent. How could this be? 3 months from now, even if he could fight an emperor, what use would it be? 3 months later, even if the human race cultivated in an environment full of vitality, to what extent could they cultivate? 3 months was too short, it was unimaginably short. The Battle Heavenly the Arch chuckled. Sovereign, even I cannot do anything to them now. Even if he could kill one person, so what? There isn't only one sovereign. Killing one person is useless. As soon as he said that, the look in Fang Ping and the others' eyes changed. How arrogant. So what if he killed one person, Emperor? It was true that these people had broken through 9 in the past, but not now. Even a weakling would have a vitality of more than 60 million calories. This was no longer the same as when he had just attained Tao 30,000 years ago. The heavenly battle Thearcha's projection was indeed arrogant. Zhang Tiandi, however, did not explain anything. Instead, he said, "The only thing I can do now is to buy some time for you." Fang Ping looked at him and frowned. "What are you trying to do? What's the purpose?" "I don't want to do anything. I just hope that the 3 realms can have less slaughter and less death." The heaven battling the arch said slowly, "The sky of the 3 realms is always blood red. It has been a long time since I last saw the blue sky and white clouds. The human world is my homeland, and even more so, my hometown. I still hope that our homeland will exist forever. Don't bury our homeland for the sake of seeds." After saying that, he ignored Fang Ping and looked at Spirit Emperor, chuckling. "Since you want to meet the Celestial Emperor, how about I send you to meet him?" Emperor Ling's expression changed slightly. Even though it was just a projection, she did not look down on Zhang Tiandi. Many powerhouses were like this. They treated people of the same level as them differently. As for new powerhouses like Fang Ping and opportunistic people, even if they were not as strong as him, she would not be convinced. However, Zhang was a prodigy of that era. He was known as the second most powerful person after the Celestial Emperor. At this moment, although Spirit Emperor's expression was still cold, her tone was no longer cold. She said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "I will send you to meet him. I am afraid that my strength alone is not enough. I want to borrow some strength. I hope that Spirit Emperor will allow me to do so." Spirit Emperor looked at him, then at the blood-colored longbow on his back. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something. A flash of sadness flashed across her eyes. She laughed coldly. "Back then, you did not shoot that arrow. Today, you are already dead. Do you still want to recreate the glory of the past?" The arrow pointed at the emperors. This was the most glorious and daring moment of Zhang's life. However, he still did not shoot that arrow. Otherwise, history might be rewritten today. That day, if he was willing to fight, many people would have fought with him. Celestial Emperor Badian, Celestial Emperor Exterminating Emperor, and even East Emperor and Human Emperor could have stood on his side. It would not be like what happened later. Everyone had lost all hope and changed their minds. Back then, he did not shoot that arrow. No one knew if Zhang regretted it, but the 9 emperors had thought about it many times. That arrow was a turning point in the ancient times. Zhang Tiandi laughed. "Spirit Emperor, are you willing to help me?" Spirit Emperor glanced at Fang Ping and the rest and laughed coldly. "Do I have a choice?" "No." Zhang Tiandi sighed. "This avatar of yours has already left the control of Spirit Emperor's real body. After you leave, Spirit Emperor will also kill you. If that's the case, then help me this time. I will send you to meet the Celestial Emperor and fulfill your wish. Isn't that better than now?" "Hypocrite." Spirit Emperor laughed coldly. "Zhang, you are still so hypocritical today. What a joke." "Perhaps." Zhang Tiandi's interest waned. He murmured, "Back then, I never thought that I would live until today." Spirit Emperor's expression changed. She laughed coldly. "All right. I agree. But the current you, even with my help, might not be able to do it." "It's all right." Zhang Tiandi looked at the tunnel behind him. With a wave of his hand, the tunnel disappeared. The next moment, everyone saw the people on the other side of the tunnel. Dragon Transformation, Lin Zi, Zhang Wang, Li Zhen. Wang Jinyang. At this moment, Wang Jinyang also looked at Zhang Tiandi and the longbow on his back. Instantly, he knew who this person was. Zhang, both of them looked similar. Their auras were similar too. However, there were differences. Zhang Tiandi was gentler while Wang Jinyang was colder. Zhang Tiandi looked at Wang Jinyang and smiled. "Why don't you come over for a chat?" Wang Jinyang's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he flew over. Just as he arrived, Fang Ping appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Looking at Zhang Tiandi, Fang Ping asked coldly, "What do you want?" Zhang Tiandi laughed. Behind him, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "Nothing, I just want to talk to him." "Old Wang, it's all right." Old Wang said in a low voice, "I've wanted to see him for a long time. Since I've met him by chance today, I've fulfilled my wish." Fang Ping narrowed his eyes, glanced at Zhang Tiandi, and made way. In the next moment, Old Wang flew forward and stood opposite Zhang Tiandi. They were about the same height. One had long hair, the other had short hair. Their auras were similar. At this moment, both of them were carrying blood-colored longbows. "Greetings, senior." Old Wang bowed slightly. Zhang Tiandi returned the greeting and smiled. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Both of them stood up and looked at each other. Zhang Tiandi looked at him for a while before chuckling. "Compared to this demon king, I'm slightly better." Fang Ping pursed his lips. Praising himself, Old Wang did not mind. He looked at him and asked, "Senior, do you have any instructions for me?" "Not really instructions. I just want to borrow your body." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping raised his saber and slashed. Zhang Tiandi shifted slightly and dodged the slash. He smiled. "You're too impatient. I'm not trying to take over your body. Although we share the same origin, Zhang had fallen long ago. I'm just borrowing your body. It'll be more convenient." Wang Jinyang waved his hand and said in a low voice, "What does Senior want to do?" "Shoot the arrow that I didn't shoot in the past." As soon as he said that, the god of war bow on Wang Jinyang's back suddenly disappeared and landed in Zhang Tiandi's hand. Zhang Tiandi caressed it for a while and sighed. "It's a good thing that this bow is still here." Old Wang looked at him. After a while, he asked in a low voice, "Who's the target?" Zhang Tiandi smiled. "Who do you want it to be?" Fang Ping hurriedly interrupted. "You want to shoot the arrow? What's your strength? Can you kill the emperor? If you can, how about killing the god emperor?" Zhang Tiandi glanced at him but ignored him. He looked at Old Wang again. Old Wang said in a low voice, "You don't want to kill those people? It's hard to kill them. Even if they are destroyed, they can still be revived." Old Wang was silent for a while before saying, "Stop the enemy. If Fang Ping wants to take the seat away, the emperor will definitely kill him. Stop the enemy and let him return. I'm willing to lend my body to you." "Stop the enemy," Zhang Tiandi chuckled. "Actually, you can be like celestial fate and accept some of my power. If that's the case, it won't be so troublesome." Fang Ping interrupted again. "If he accepts your power, how far can he go? Will you take over his body?" Zhang Tiandi looked at him and sighed. "It's impolite to interrupt others when they're talking." "Impolite my ass." Fang Ping scolded. "Don't think that I won't kill you just because you and Old Wang are of the same origin. Don't provoke me. If you provoke me, I'll chop you into pieces too." "No, your body is gone, where are you going to get pieces of meat?" Zhang Tiandi was speechless. When you meet an unreasonable person, it's useless to reason with him. Zhang Tiandi chuckled. "If he accepts my power, he should be slightly stronger than celestial fate, close to breaking through to the 8th level." "So strong?" Fang Ping was surprised. He was considered strong, close to breaking through to the 8th level. Fang Ping looked at Old Wang hurriedly. Old Wang ignored Fang Ping and looked at Zhang Tiandi for a while, as if he was calculating something. Soon, he said, "I'll help you shoot that arrow." "That's good too." Zhang Tiandi smiled. Then, he looked at the powerhouses around him and said slowly, "Everyone, it's time to leave." Everyone frowned. Hong Kuan and the rest also looked at Fang Ping. Leave? If they left now, they could only go through the human world's passageway. Would Fang Ping let them go through this passageway? At this moment, Fang Ping was also frowning. Zhang Tiandi said again, "If we don't leave now, this place will be destroyed. Even if all of you don't die, some of you will be implicated. There aren't many powerhouses in the 3 realms anymore. If a few more die, there will be even fewer." Fang Ping glanced at Old Zhang. Old Zhang said in a low voice, "We can let them go through the human world. If you don't die, they won't dare to do anything. If you die, it doesn't matter if they attack now or in the future. On the other side, Heavenly King Xian said gloomily, aren't I still here? It's time for me to leave. What's there to worry about? He was looking down on him, his origin avatar was still sitting cross-legged and would not leave anytime soon. However, a beginner avatar still had to leave. This Zhang brat did not take him seriously at all. Zhang Tao seemed to have just remembered him. He glanced at him and looked at Fang Ping. With him around, it's even safer. Why don't we leave together? As he said that, he looked at Zhang Tiandi. Senior Zhang, if we leave, can you destroy the seed with one arrow? Yes. Zhang Tiandi smiled. If you want to do that, it's possible too. All of you can leave first. It's indeed a foolproof plan. However, Fang Ping snorted coldly. I don't trust him. If he collects the seed and passes it to the emperors will find the real seed. It's on Earth. Today will be the day of Earth's destruction. He would not trust Zhang Tiandi wholeheartedly. Although he had a good impression of him previously, it did not mean that he was willing to put his future in the hands of others. He would take the seed himself. He could either take it away, digest it himself, or destroy it directly. In any case, he would never let Zhang Tiandi take it away or destroy it. There was also Spirit Emperor. Fang Ping glanced at Zhang Tiandi again. Zhang Tiandi seemed to have reached an agreement with the other party. Fang Ping did not know what it was. After thinking about it, he chose to ignore it. Since Zhang Tiandi was here, Spirit Emperor and Zhang Tiandi were both threats. There was no difference whether it was one or two threats. The key was that Fang Ping could not hold on any longer. The mystic realm could not hold on any longer. If he killed these two, the mystic realm might collapse before he could finish killing them. Fang Ping looked at Hong Kuan and the rest and said coldly, everyone, you can leave now. If you stay here, you might be the emperor's men. Later, collect the seed and pass it to the emperors. However, after you leave this place and enter Earth, leave quickly, otherwise, if I don't die, don't blame me for being merciless. An ear-piercing sound was heard. In the next moment, Celestial was already in front of the black hole. He said quickly, let me go first. Once I enter the human world, I'll leave immediately and return to West Palace. This fellow's speed was unusually fast. With Long Bian and the rest blocking the way, he could not force his way through. At this moment, he said anxiously, hurry up, I promise I won't stay in the human world. I won't stay even if you want to. Who wanted to stay in the human world, anyway? He would not. Once he entered the human world, he would leave immediately and return to West Palace. It was better to get as far away from this damned place as possible. He had broken 7 out of nowhere. Now, he might be in a life-threatening crisis. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Long Bian and the rest made way for him. Old Zhang gestured with his eyes, and the warlord followed. Celestial, who had broken 7, was still very strong. However, it was just a gesture. Would Celestial go on a killing spree on Earth? That was almost impossible. Seeing that, the rest did not stay. Hong Kuan said coldly, don't forget your promise. Zhang Tao smiled. Of course not. Senior Heavenly King Zhen, send them off. As soon as he said that, they felt a little uncomfortable. What did he mean by send them off? On the other side, Hong Yu suddenly said, where's Brother Li? As soon as he said that, Li Zhen suddenly raised a small ball in his hand. This? A mini skull. It was small and cute. Vaguely, Li Zhu's appearance could be seen. Li Zhu had been captured alive. At this moment, Li Zhu's injuries were extremely severe. Otherwise, Li Zhen wouldn't have been able to crush him so easily. Li Zhen tossed the skull casually and sneered. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him back then. I didn't expect that he would still fall into my hands today. Back then was referring to more than 10 years ago when he had proven his Dao and killed the 3 divine generals. The left divine general died in battle, the right divine general was severely injured, and Li Zhu's Dao was destroyed. However, the rest did not bother to say anything. Li Zhu might have done this intentionally. Otherwise, Li Zhen would not have been able to defeat them so easily. Hong Yu looked at Li Zhu's skull, feeling helpless. His injuries were very serious. This time, Li Zhu was in the worst condition among those who broke 8. Fang Ping had wanted to kill Li Zhu for a long time. Brother Zhang, Hong Yu looked at old Zhang. Old Zhang glanced at Li Zhu's mini skull and said lightly, Li Zhan, return it to Hong Yu. Be gentle, don't break Brother Li's head. All right. Li Zhan grinned. He understood now, they had worked together for many years. Did he not understand? There was a rumble, like a shot put Li Zhan through the skull towards Hong Yu with all his might. Boom! Li Zhu's mini skull started to crack. Hong Yu sighed softly. He reached out and grabbed the skull that was almost completely shattered. Brother Yu, Li Zhu's weak voice was heard. He was almost done for. Hong Yu did not say anything. He channeled some vitality to nourish the skull. Fang Ping sneered. You were lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Li Zhu, the next time you see me, run as far away as you can. Those who have been defeated by me once will never be able to make a comeback. You didn't die this time. Next time, I will kill you. Li Zhu did not say anything. Fang Ping did not bother to say anything. With a rumble, his body broke into pieces. In the next moment, more than 10 beginner martial powerhouses fell to the ground, their faces pale. Even Underworld God and Heavenly Arm, who had broken 8, could not take it anymore. Fang Ping looked at them and said slowly, everyone, you can leave now. At this moment, Fang Ping's chi had recovered to the stage of breaking 8. Underworld God looked at Fang Ping, then at Heavenly Emperor Zhan, and finally at the 3 cats that were fighting each other. She nodded slightly and did not say anything. However, after looking at Heavenly Emperor Zhan, she asked in a low voice, Zhan, in the past, you were the friendliest to beginner martial artists. I would like to ask, does beginner martial artists have a way out? Heavenly Emperor Zhan chuckled. Yes, but beginner martial artists did not suffer for no reason. In the past, there were a few beginner martial artists who secretly stole some of the Origin's energy, causing the Origin's loophole to expand. These people were unwilling to return the Origin's energy. You guys were also implicated by them. As soon as he said this, Underworld God seemed to know something. She frowned slightly, cupped her hands, and did not ask any more. It was not for no reason that beginner martial artists suffered for no reason. Some of it was because of the beginner martial artists themselves. They were only suffering on behalf of others. Heavenly Arm asked hurriedly, when will Fist God and the rest be able to escape? Soon. Heavenly Arm heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. Today, there were more and more beginner martial artists who had broken 8. On the side of beginner martial artists, there were only the 3 of them. If Fist God and the rest could not escape, the gap between the combat strength of beginner martial artists and the Origin would be too big. These people did not stay any longer and left one after another. Heavenly King Jin glanced at Zhang Tao and the rest. Without saying much, he quickly followed them as if they were escorting them. In case these people stayed on Earth and caused something to happen to Earth. On the other side, Dragon Transformation and the rest did not leave. Old Zhang said, you guys should leave too. Then, Old Zhang smiled. Don't worry about us. We will leave when it's time. Everyone looked at each other. They were worried, but there was nothing they could do. That was the only way. One by one, the powerhouses began to enter the passageway and leave this place. There were fewer and fewer people. In the end, only Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, Wang Jinyang, Heavenly King Jin's Origin clone, Zhan, Spirit Emperor, and 3 cats who were still playing were left. Cat, it's time to go back. The cat that was playing was currently dragging the 3 cats' tails. Upon hearing that, it raised its head and said reluctantly, do we have to leave now? This place is about to collapse, alright then. Cat was reluctant to leave. It looked at Cat 2 and Cat 3 and said, Cat 2, Cat 3, let's go together. There's still a lot of delicious food in my cat palace. Also, the big tree that was just chopped down, we still have the Emperor beverage to drink. Cat 2 and Cat 3, who were still playing, looked at each other. Cat 2 jumped onto Heavenly King Jin's shoulder and waved its paw. Big cat, you go back. I'm not leaving. Cat 3 also swayed its fat body and ran to Spirit Emperor's side. Big Cat, I'm not leaving either. Cat 2 looked reluctant. Why aren't you leaving? There's no point for you guys to stay. Come with me. We'll eat and drink. We'll fight whoever we don't like. Also, we haven't caught the big fish yet. If we go fishing again, I'm not eating anymore. Big Cat, help us eat more. Cat 2's face was full of smiles. Go back quickly. We'll visit you again if there's a chance. Remember to leave some delicious food for us. Don't finish everything. Cat 2, let's go, let's go. Cat 2 waved its paw in disgust. Cat 2 looked reluctant. Fang Ping glanced at it and did not say anything. He looked at old Zhang and said, you go back too. I'll wait. Old Zhang thought for a while and said, I'll wait for you at the passageway entrance. You might still need me at the crucial moment. Moreover, the passageway needs to be destroyed, lest the Emperor uses the power of the passageway to reach Earth. Fang Ping thought for a while and nodded. All right then. Heavenly King Zhen is over there. If there's danger, return immediately and join forces with Heavenly King Zhen and the others to destroy the passageway. All right. Old Zhang looked up at the increasingly illusory seed and exhaled. Be careful. I'll wait for you here. Having said that, he sent a voice transmission. If it doesn't work, run over there. That old fellow, even if this avatar dies, doesn't he still have another avatar alive? He's strong. At the crucial moment, he can block the knife for you. Fang Ping glanced at Heavenly King Zhen, who was still sitting cross-legged, and laughed. Old Zhang was also a black-hearted person. He asked him to run to Heavenly King Zhen at the crucial moment. Obviously, he would rather kill Heavenly King Zhen's origin avatar than let Fang Ping die. Heavenly King Zhen's origin avatar had not left yet. Fang Ping suspected that this fellow had not broken through and might be waiting for the right time. Fang Ping nodded slightly and did not say much. Remember. Also, you've lost your fusion ability now. Your strength is only at breakthrough 8. Don't mess around. If it really doesn't work, just give up. Got it. Fang Ping said impatiently, stop nagging. Hurry up and leave. Old Zhang took a deep breath, still a little worried. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. How about I enter your origin world? No need. But, old Zhang was worried that Fang Ping could not withstand it now. In Fang Ping's origin, if his Tao was broken at the crucial moment, Fang Ping might still be able to unleash an outburst. Even if he could not kill the Emperor, he could still find a chance to leave this place. As long as they left the boundary point, the Emperor would be restricted and would not be able to descend. Even if they descended, their strength would not be as strong as now. No buts. Fang Ping interrupted. You and I are both dead. Don't tell me the human race will be handed over to that old geezer, Heavenly King Suppression? That old geezer might be up to no good. When you go back, you can still restrain yourself a little. Hurry up. Old Zhang took a deep breath. This time, without further delay, he hurried to the side of the black hole. Big Cat, you go too. Meow, the gray cat looked at the two cats reluctantly. It could not bear to part with them. 2 cats, 3 cats, the gray cat took out a lot of food again. It used flight step and stuffed a lot of food into the 2 cats. With a pained expression, it suddenly took out 2 drops of white liquid and said reluctantly, this is the Emperor's beverage. The big tree exploded. There's not much left. You guys can have some too. It's delicious. I just secretly drank a drop. It's especially delicious. A smile appeared on 2 cats' face. 3rd cat was also beaming with joy. This time, they did not refuse. 3rd cat said happily, the Emperor's beverage. Big Cat is amazing. Of course. Otherwise, how can I be your boss? The gray cat was delighted. Seeing that the 2 cats had accepted its gift, it walked reluctantly to the side of the black hole but did not leave. It and Zhang Tao waited here, waiting for Fang Ping to leave together. Seeing that they had arranged everything, Heavenly Emperor looked up at the sky again, then at Wang Jinyang. He smiled. Then, shall we merge? Fang Ping frowned. Old Wan did not care about this. He nodded lightly. In the next moment, Heavenly Emperor took a step forward and merged into Old Wang's body. Both of them merged, Old Wang's aura flickered for a moment. Very quickly, he regained his calmness. Two cats also jumped onto Old Wang's shoulder. Obviously, Old Wang was now Heavenly Emperor. Not far away, the Spirit Emperor recovered her broken leg. She glanced at Third Cat and said coldly, "Are you really not leaving with the Grey Cat?" "I'm not leaving." Third Cat looked at her pitifully. At this moment, the ice-cold Spirit Emperor suddenly flashed a smile. It disappeared in a flash, like an iceberg melting. "Then follow me." With the tip of her foot, Third Cat landed on her shoulder. Spirit Emperor patted Third Cat's head. Third Cat shrunk a lot, unlike before when they almost covered Spirit Emperor. Two cats, one on Heavenly Emperor's shoulder and the other on Spirit Emperor's shoulder, were waving their claws at Third Cat. "Goodbye, Big Cat." At this moment, Heavenly Emperor, who had possessed Old Wang, said slowly, "You can go collect the seeds now." Fang Ping took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he leaped into the sky. At the same time, a silhouette moved as fast as lightning. Fang Ping's shoulder sank. Third Cat jumped onto his shoulder, its face full of joy. "Three people, three cats. You don't have a cat, so it's not neat." Fang Ping's movement was slightly sluggish. Then, a smile appeared on his face. "Then I'll bring you along to play with the Emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's speed increased. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the baby silkworm. "Collect!" With a low roar, Fang Ping used one hand to cover the sky and grabbed the baby silkworm. Rumble, the void around them shook. The entire arcane realm began to collapse. The arcane realm was about to be destroyed. Someone collected it, not destroyed it. At this moment, someone outside the secret realm chuckled. Just collect it. If he was worried that the mystic realm would shatter on its own and the seed would escape, that would be troublesome. Now, things were not bad. Someone was collecting the seeds, so all he had to do was snatch the seeds while the other party was digesting the seeds. The power of the seed was so great that even Breakthrough 9 would not be able to absorb it so quickly. Just then, the expressions of the Divine Emperor and the others changed slightly. There seemed to be some movement at the three gates. On one side were the seeds, and on the other side were the three gates. The movements of the three gates were not too big, but the few of them did feel it. At this moment, should he return to guard the three gates, or continue to wait? In that instant of hesitation, the egg-like mystic realm in front of him began to shatter. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. "Ha ha ha, the seed is mine." At this time, Fang Ping had covered the sky with one hand, enveloping the seed. He could also see the crowd outside. These people were waiting outside. There were many black cracks around the mystic realm, but they couldn't stop these people. Fang Ping saw the illusory figure of the Emperor God, the smiling Emperor West, the Beast Emperor with a cold glint in his eyes. Many emperors were outside at the moment. The boundary point was the intersection of the ninth heavens, the real world, and the source universe. Only in this place could experts from different places move unimpeded. These people did not reveal a strong chi dynamic. However, with just a glance, Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. Danger, as expected, these people were no longer in the state they were in when they had just broken through to the 9th level. He was much stronger than he was back then. It was no wonder the Tao tree did not dare to proclaim itself sovereign. That was because the Tao tree was still a far cry from these people. "Fang Ping." Someone shouted Fang Ping's name. Fang Ping glanced over. It was a familiar face, Ren Huang. At this moment, the Ren Huang emerged from the void. Because the seed had not been completely collected, they did not come in either. There was still a thin membrane between them. Ren Huang's eyes seemed to be a little complicated. He shouted and sighed. It was as if he was saying that Fang Ping should not have come to collect the seeds. He could let anyone come to collect it. The sovereign realm cultivators might not kill him. At most, they would just take the seed. But Fang Ping, it had become a big problem. The broken 9 Tao tree had been slain by Fang Ping. Right now, even if Fang Ping's chi activity was only at broken 8, in order to prevent Fang Ping from going out of control, this time, someone would definitely kill him. How could Fang Ping, who had broken 8, go up against an emperor, a dead end? Waiting to kill me? Or do you want to snatch my seed? Fang Ping collected the seeds while looking at the world beyond the thin membrane. He laughed and said, if you want to kill me, I'll fight back. At critical moments, it would not be a problem for him to unleash 60 million calories of vitality. He wondered if he could kill one of them. Human Emperor, tell me, who is the weakest? Let me try killing one of them. Fang Ping laughed out loud. His red hair danced in the wind, making him even more flamboyant. He was just that arrogant. In any case, he had already offended those who should be offended, so why would he care about this? I can't kill you, I can't beat you, but I'll *King take advantage of you. I'll scold you until you're unhappy. Before the seeds were completely collected, Fang Ping looked around and chuckled. A bunch of old fogies have finally shown up. So many people have died in the 3 realms, but you guys still haven't died? There's really no justice in this world. This world is really useless. Why isn't there a lightning tribulation? Why don't I strike once every 1,000 years, each time stronger than the last, and strike all of you to death? Wouldn't that be the end of it? What a pity, isn't the seed the source of power in the 3 realms? If I don't die later, I'll get the seed and make a rule to specifically create a lightning tribulation. I'll let you guys live for 1,000 years. If you exceed 1,000 years, I'll be struck by lightning and kill you old fogies. The emperors were silent. No one paid attention to him. They were all waiting. Fang Ping, however, slowed down. He was not in a hurry. He chuckled and said, look at your grandpa. I want you guys to be anxious. I'll take my time. Human Emperor, come, kneel down and call me daddy. You'll be the first one I collect the seeds. Human Emperor's expression did not change. He did not reply. Emperor West sighed. He had chosen the path of death. The next moment, some people saw Spirit Emperor and some saw Wang Jinyang. In the void, a figure with an unfathomable aura emerged. He looked at Wang Jinyang, his expression changing. He said softly, is it a battle? Emperor of Heaven Reverse, he looked similar to the Emperor of Heaven Reverse that the Emperor God had transformed into, except that he did not smile. Battle. As soon as he said that, many people looked at Wang Jinyang. Some frowned, some sighed. Was it a battle or Wang Jinyang? At the moment, it was hard to tell. At the same time, another powerful warrior descended from the sky. He was wearing a blood-red robe, holding a long sword in his hand. He was full of heroic spirit, but there was a hint of melancholy between his eyebrows. Spirit Emperor's real body had arrived. Looking at the Spirit Emperor's avatar in the secret realm, he frowned and said softly, 10,000 years ago, you lost contact with me. I thought you had collapsed. I didn't expect that you were still alive. 10,000 years ago, that was when the avatar entered this place. As soon as he entered this place, the avatar lost contact with his real body. At this moment, the avatar sneered. He flew into the sky, looked at the Spirit Emperor in the eye, and said coldly, if a piece of trash like you can survive, why can't I? The Spirit Emperor frowned and said nothing. Fang Ping, on the other hand, glanced at the avatar behind him. It was better to be on guard in case he was plotted against. At the moment, he was compressing the seed projection. This seed projection seemed to be waking up. It was like a silkworm baby, with no eyes or head. But at this moment, there seemed to be a crack on the white and chubby seed, as if someone was smacking his lips in sleep. Was the seed about to wake up? Fang Ping did not know, but he did not care and continued compressing. This was good stuff, really good stuff. Even if the seed was not broken, he could feel endless vitality. Even his blood was boiling. That was true blood boiling. This seed contained a large amount of vitality and some true blood. Fang Ping was considering whether he should just swallow the seed and be done with it. He was afraid that he would explode. After all, he was only at break 8. Just the vitality that this seed exuded was enough for many break 8 to forge their jade bones. The power contained in the seed was even stronger. If the Dao tree swallowed the seed, it could become an emperor. There was a chance that it could increase vitality by tens of millions of cal. If Fang Ping swallowed it, there was a higher chance that he would explode. At this moment, Fang Ping did not care about the conflict between the Spirit Emperor's real body and avatar. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Zhan from the corner of his eyes. He did not know who Heavenly Emperor Zhan was going to shoot. Could this guy really save him? Once the seed was taken, this place would be completely destroyed. The Emperor would definitely attack him. Fang Ping felt that he could not withstand the Emperor's attacks. Maybe 3 moves, maybe 1 move, and he would explode. On the other side, at the black hole, old Zhang looked nervous. He was prepared to cut off his Dao at any time. At least there was a chance for Fang Ping to escape. The emperors did not look at Fang Ping. They were mainly looking at the Spirit Emperor and Heavenly Emperor Zhan. The God Emperor placed his hands behind his back. He stared at Heavenly Emperor Zhan and said slowly, "Zhan, do you still have any last wishes?" Heavenly Emperor Zhan looked up and chuckled. "Greetings, Master. Master, I still want to take a look at the 3 realms. I haven't seen it for many years. I wonder if Master is willing to fulfill my last wish?" "Take a look at the 3 realms," the God Emperor murmured. "The 3 realms is no longer the 3 realms of the past." Heavenly Emperor Zhan smiled and did not say anything. In the void, someone said coldly, "Zhan, you have already fallen. You are just a remnant soul projection. What else do you want?" "Senior Emperor Nan is here too." Heavenly Emperor Zhan smiled again. "Senior, Zhan does not want anything. I just want to go to the 3 realms and take another look." Emperor Nan did not say anything. At this moment, the seed in front of Fang Ping was getting smaller and smaller. It was being compressed until it was about to become a real seed. Fang Ping took a deep breath. He was prepared to run at any time. He was not stupid, he would not wait for death here. After collecting the seed, he would run immediately. He would run as far as he could. If he could not run, then he would think about it again. However, Fang Ping still wanted to fight for a chance for himself. At this moment, he hurriedly said, "Emperor West, help me stop them. Otherwise, if I die, the humans will definitely not let your son go. There is a high chance that they will kill your son. North Emperor, do me a favor. I promise to resurrect your Taoist partner. Your daughter is also in the human race. Help me stop these guys. Spirit Emperor, although we are not friends, you are friends with the cat. Do me a favor. The 3 of you, please help me stop those fellows. Beast Sovereign, I helped you kill the Dao tree and saved your life. Otherwise, when the Dao tree becomes insovereign, the God Sovereign will kill you." The 8 sovereigns and 1 emperor were probably all here. 9 people. At this moment, Fang Ping was trying to rope in as many people as he could. If the 4 sovereigns were to help, he still had hope. Fang Ping felt that he could save him. "Heavenly Emperor Reverse, you are my brother. Do me a favor. Let me go this time. When we meet again, we will be friends. Emperor Nan, I have no enmity with you. You are not thinking of attacking me, are you? Emperor East, Heavenly Emperor Zhan is your disciple. Emperor, although we have some enmity, it is not a big deal. How about you don't do anything? I will let the humans build a temple for you. How about that?" No one answered. Fang Ping's mouth was dry. He laughed dryly. "Let's talk this out. Don't kill me the moment you come. I know a lot of secrets. I even know where the real seed is. If you don't kill me, I will help you find the real seed." Fang Ping. The God Emperor said slowly, "If you give up the seed now, you still have a chance to leave." The seed was compressed to the size of a fist. Fang Ping felt that if he compressed it a little more, the arcane realm would be completely shattered. These people would no longer have any scruples. Give up now. If he gave up, the seed would belong to the sovereigns. If the sovereigns found the real seed based on this, would a war break out on Earth? The probability was not small, or rather, it was inevitable. If that happened, Earth would be destroyed. F***ck. Fang Ping cursed. "I don't want to be a hero. I will leave, okay? You guys fight all you want. I will find a place to hide." Fang Ping cursed. What was he doing? "I don't want it, okay." The sovereigns looked a little strange. Was this the self-proclaimed Devil King Fang Ping? However, a devil was a devil, temperamental. He had just said that he did not want to be a hero. In the next moment, Fang Ping cursed, God Emperor, I will *CK your ancestors. Did I offend you? Do you have to force me? Can't you let me play with the seed projection for a few days? Mother *Cur, I won't let you even if I have to. Heavenly Emperor reverse, catch. At this moment, there was a loud bang, the seed was compressed by Fang Ping like a silkworm baby. It fell into Fang Ping's hands. With a bang, the entire arcane realm began to shatter. Fang Ping, on the other hand, threw the silkworm baby outside, in the direction of Heavenly Emperor reverse. At this moment, 7 or 8 giant hands came covering the sky, some grabbed the seed. Some grabbed Fang Ping. The seed shot out. Fang Ping threw it in the direction of Heavenly Emperor reverse. Heavenly Emperor reverse's speed was extremely fast. He caught the seed in the blink of an eye. This grab, in the next moment, Heavenly Emperor reverse could not help but laugh. Fang Ping, you. With a sigh, Heavenly Emperor reverse crushed the white object in his hand. It was not a seed. At this moment, Fang Ping was still playing tricks. When he threw the seed, the arcane realm shattered. Fang Ping dashed toward the black hole, run, not only that, Fang Ping shouted quickly, Heavenly Emperor reverse snatched the true seed. He replaced the seed. A chuckle was heard. Heavenly Emperor reverse stretched out his hand. Fang Ping, give me the seed. I won't kill you. On the other side, the God Emperor did not say a word. His giant hands were already coming toward Fang Ping. Do it. Old Wang's voice suddenly came from Heavenly Emperor reverse. Seeing Fang Ping being chased by several giant hands at an incredible speed, before the hands even reached him, Fang Ping seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, struggling to move. Old Wang started to panic. I told you not to be reckless. Heavenly Emperor reverse was still in the mood to talk about this. He took out the God of War bow slowly and looked at the Spirit Emperor avatar. The Spirit Emperor avatar snorted and looked at the Spirit Emperor in the void. I wanted to fight with you, but I'm afraid I can't kill you. If that's the case, I'll go and ask that person, who are you? A harsh laugh came from the Spirit Emperor avatar. In the next moment, the Spirit Emperor avatar suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of blood and bones were shattered. On the shoulder, the 3 cats cried. Meow. The Spirit Emperor avatar suddenly self-destructed. Master. The 3 cats cried, big drops of tears were dripping down their cheeks. At this moment, they looked at the blue cat and the second cat. The 3 cats' fat bodies were also shattering. They meowed. I'm leaving. Big cat, second cat, let's eat together next time. It's delicious, so delicious, a white bead was swallowed by them. With a boom, a large amount of vitality exploded. So delicious, so sweet, thank you, big cat. A smile appeared on the 3 cats' faces, and their fat bodies exploded with a loud boom. Endless vitality surged into the Spirit Emperor avatar's body. Stupid cat. At this moment, the Spirit Emperor avatar seemed to be on the verge of tears. Not good. At this moment, one of the emperors exclaimed. Everything seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the Spirit Emperor avatar's body suddenly turned into a ball of blood-red liquid. Almost instantly, the blood-red liquid gradually elongated. At this moment, it turned into a blood-red arrow. It turned into a long arrow. Big cat, second cat, I'm leaving. The 3 cats' reluctant voice sounded again. It was trembling a little, but it also had a hint of relief. It was leaving. It was leaving with its master. 80,000 years, it had been so long. The second cat laughed. It laughed so hard that it wanted to cry, but there were no tears to shed. The blue cat was really crying, drip, drip. Drops of tears fell. The 3 cats were dead. The heavenly battled arch also sighed. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red arrow landed on his bow. The heavenly battled arch pointed the arrow at the emperors. At this moment, his aura suddenly shot up into the sky, and his killing intent shook the sky. Everyone. Back then, I didn't shoot that arrow, and it cost the lives of Mia and the fool. Today, I'll send all of you on your way. Ha ha ha. This hearty laughter was a little more domineering and a little more murderous. Fight. How dare you? Bastard. Shouts and scoldings were heard. No one cared about Fang Ping anymore. Heavenly Battle the Arch had a smile on his face, but his smile was a little strange. At this moment, the longbow was knocked, but he did not shoot the arrow. It was as if he had some bad taste. He waved the longbow and laughed. Everyone, don't come close. If you do, it'll be whoever is closest to you. At this moment, even the Emperor God's expression changed. He shouted, Battle, what are you doing, Master? It's fine. I won't kill you. Heavenly Battle the Arch was very relaxed, as if he was never anxious. He looked at Fang Ping and laughed. Killing one person is useless. I can kill one of them. Even my strongest teacher, His Excellency the Divine Emperor, will be severely injured if I shoot him with an arrow. However, I'll leave the opportunity to you. 3 months is too short. I don't like killing and I don't like killing people. I prefer to discuss and learn from each other. It's a pity. I'll let you be the executioner and butcher. Heavenly Battle the Arch sighed. I'll give this arrow to the Celestial Emperor. From today onwards, the gap in the source will be bigger. The 9 emperors will need to return to the source to suppress it. You, fight to become stronger. Fight. The emperors roared. Jean did not want to kill them. He wanted to break the source ground. Stop being so noisy. Do you really want me to kill all of you with this arrow? Heavenly Battle the Arch drew his bow. Vitality was boiling on the blood arrow, using the Spirit Emperor's avatar as the arrow, using the projection as the source of energy. He did not want to kill the emperors. Instead, he wanted to break the source ground and let the 9 emperors return. Move aside. Master, please move aside. I don't want to hurt you. East Emperor Master, although your combat strength is unparalleled, this arrow of mine can still injure you. Please move aside. I'm afraid I might miss. Heavenly Battle the Arch started nagging again. He laughed. Everyone, please move aside. Senior Spirit Emperor's avatar is about to dissipate. I still want to see the Celestial Emperor. Don't let the last of her consciousness dissipate, hurry up. A cold shout rang out from the blood arrow. The clone of the Spirit Emperor was enraged. What nonsense are you spouting? Battle Heavenly the Arch laughed. It's not that easy to locate your position. Wait a moment and hold on a little longer. If you can't do it, I'll kill an emperor. Can I kill your real body? You, then cut the crap. The Heaven Battling the Arch arched his bow, as though he was trying to pinpoint the source. However, his figure started to turn illusory. At this moment, he was talking about the Heavenly Battle the Arch one moment and Lao Wang the next. On his shoulder, Second Cat looked at Old Cat and giggled. Big Cat, don't cry. I'm leaving too, don't cry. The Emperor beverage is really delicious. Let's drink it together next time. I'm going to look for Third Cat. As soon as it finished speaking, the Second Cat's figure became even more illusory. Jean Tiandi's face turned even paler. The emperors quickly avoided him. Even if someone scolded them, they still quickly avoided him. The arrow light rose, rumble, the 3 realms were trembling, in the 9 heavens, the immortal origin was trembling. In the depths of the source, the 3 gates were trembling. The arrow light pierced through the 3 realms, growing sharper and sharper, meow. Old Cat meowed sorrowfully. Third Cat was already dead, and Second Cat seemed to be dying soon. At this moment, Second Cat smiled at it and swallowed the Emperor's life essence. So delicious. Second Cat was overjoyed. It's really delicious. Big Cat, eat more for me and Third Cat. If you don't eat enough, don't come looking for us. Fight. The God Emperor's expression was solemn. Seeing that the Heaven Battling the Arch was still in position, he shouted, attack together. They could not let the arrows hit the source, otherwise, the flaw in the source would expand. The 9 emperors had just broken free from some restraints and would soon fall back into the state they had been in for thousands of years. They would need to hibernate again to suppress the source. Master, why do you have to treat me like this? The Heaven Battling the Arch was helpless. Back then, I had already given up everything. Why do I have to do this? At this moment, a blood-colored saber appeared in the Heaven Battling Thearch's hand. I'll slash you first before shooting the arrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Rumble, a ray of saber chi pierced through the heavens and the 9 heavens. Even the immortal origin dimmed. The saber chi headed straight for the God Emperor, the sovereigns yelled and made their moves. Fang Ping hid behind the heaven battling the arch. Even though the pressure was shouldering by the heaven battling the arch, Fang Ping still felt a great sense of danger. His flesh and blood were falling off and he was losing his mind. The sovereigns had made their moves. Even though it was just the aftermath, with so many of them, Fang Ping was still facing the threat of death. Meow. At this moment, the heaven battling the arch came back to his senses. He stopped crying and let out a shrill roar. With a rumble, the pressure was broken. The heaven battling the arch paused and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. 2 Cat, goodbye. Big Cat, goodbye. Little 2 Cat lay on heaven battling Thearch's shoulder and waved its paw again. At this moment, the heaven battling the arch grinned. Found it. Break. A shout shook the 3 worlds, an arrow of blood pierced through the sky and the earth. The God Emperor reached out his hand and with a swish, the arrow pierced through his palm. The heaven battling the arch frowned and reached out his hand as well. Right at that moment, a fat cat suddenly popped up from the blood arrow and bit at Emperor of Heaven Reverse's hand. Master, go. Stupid cat. Emperor Chenling's avatar bellowed. With a rumble, the 3 phantoms of the 3 cats were shattered, there were no more 3 cats in the world. The blood arrow ignited. With a honglong sound, its speed became even faster. Emperor Nan and the others took action but failed to stop the blood arrow. Emperor Chenling was about to help when he snorted and stopped. He vanished from the spot and returned to the 9 levels of heaven. Battle. The God Emperors and the others were enraged as they looked at the illusionary Zhang Tiandi. Heaven battling the arch was not in a hurry. He listened to something and chuckled. Can we wait? I want to hear something. Can we wait? At this moment, the blood arrow pierced through the origin universe. All the origin realm warriors felt something was wrong. A blood-red arrow pierced through the entire origin universe and headed toward the depth of the origin universe. Poof, the next moment, the blood arrow disappeared as if it had pierced through something. However, at this moment, all the origin realm warriors trembled and so did the Tao. In addition, the deity source in the sky was trembling as well. The next moment, a huge shadow that seemed to cover the 3 worlds appeared, a figure, just like the person Fang Ping saw at the origin universe, a sleeping figure. At this moment, a blood arrow pierced through the figure, a slender figure appeared beside the figure, Emperor Chenling's clone. The 2 of them seemed to be talking. The sleeping figure also seemed to be opening his eyes, and everyone saw this scene. The eyes slowly opened, the next moment, a sigh resounded throughout the 3 worlds. Kaboom, the slender figure suddenly exploded, the blood-colored arrow pierced through the slumbering man with a poochie sound. The origin universe must not be messed up, an inaudible voice spread in all directions. The Emperor's expressions changed again. At this moment, the origin universe shook violently. Above the immortal source, large amounts of blood gushed out and the 3 worlds rained blood. The Emperors roared in anger. The origin universe was still pierced through. The celestial emperor who was suppressing the origin universe was injured. It was not a light injury. Battle. Heaven battling Thearch's face was extremely pale and illusory. He chuckled. I didn't hear it. Everyone should leave. You. At this moment, the Emperor God snorted and shouted, go to the origin universe. Having said that, he slammed his palm toward Fang Ping. Even if there were changes to the origin universe, he had to kill Fang Ping now to prevent any unforeseen events. At this moment, heaven battling Thearch's eyes glinted coldly. 2 Cat, you have to leave first. Meow. With a meow, 2 Cat turned into a transparent arrow in the blink of an eye. Master, you're so stubborn. Kaboom, the arrow shot out instantly. Kaboom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The Emperor God grunted. At this moment, there was a shaking arrow stuck in his forehead. Big Cat. Goodbye. 2 Cats' figure appeared and clawed at the Emperor God's face. Streaks of blood appeared on the Emperor God's face. With a cold snort, 2 Cat exploded. The arrow was smashed. The Emperor God was indifferent. He reached out and grabbed again. At this moment, a ball shot toward him. Kaboom, the giant hand was smashed into pieces. Heaven-suppressing king flew across the sky. His face was pale as he glared at the Emperor God and Heaven battling the arch. F***ck, you did it on purpose, this bastard, pierced through my origin universe. Heaven battling the arch smiled slowly. I'm saving you. Otherwise, you'll fall asleep too, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Heaven battling the arch stepped on the air and left, laughing heartily. Slow down, 2-cat. I still want to take a look at the 3 realms, meow. In the void, the faint sound of a cat's meow could be heard. On Fang Ping's shoulder, the cat was already crying. 2-cat, 3-cat, we're all dead. Heaven battling the arch was going to die too, the Spirit Emperor's avatar was dead too, the 3 realms would never see them again. Fang Ping's expression was complicated. Suddenly, his expression turned ruthless. He turned and slashed. Heaven suppressing king had just thrown a punch. The Emperor God's aura seemed to be unstable, causing the punch to explode. Fang Ping slashed and cut off one of the Emperor God's fingers. The Emperor God's expression was cold. He glanced at him and then at Heaven suppressing king. At this moment, the origin was shaking violently. Someone shouted, leave. The Emperor God sighed softly. See you next time. There was a loud bang, the Emperor God disappeared. The origin universe shook even more violently. Go. Heaven suppressing king was also spitting out blood. He shouted, go, this place is going to collapse. Leave now. Rumble, Fang Ping was pulled by Heaven suppressing king. At this moment, he and the cat looked back. They looked at Heaven battling the arch who was about to disappear. They looked at the Emperor God who had disappeared. Fang Ping snorted. Next time. I'll kill you all. Rumble, heaven and earth collapsed. Fang Ping and the rest entered the black hole instantly. The passageway was also collapsing rapidly. The sky wept. The heavens were weeping. A rain of blood poured down and the 3 realms trembled. The heavenly Thearch's arrow caused heaven and earth to crumble, the immortal origin to crack, and the origin to be destroyed. In this life, an arrow that he had never shot out appeared in this world today. He used 9 Shatterer as an arrow and himself as a sacrifice. Although it was only a projection, it still shook the 3 realms. The 8 sovereigns and 1 emperor had no choice but to return to their source and suppress it. The essence of the 3 realms trembled. At this moment, even the Origin Dao martial artists felt like they were in a precarious situation. Jean, on the other hand, didn't care about that. The illusory figure crossed the heavenly tomb and walked to the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness is still so big. Walking on the sea, his feet stepped on the seawater. The seawater that could corrode everything could not hurt him at all. Second cat, walk faster. There are so many fish. Jean Tiandi stepped on the seawater happily. With a smile on his face, his eyes were exceptionally clear. In the past, I was too embarrassed to tread on water like this. When I was young, swimming in the water was much more carefree. The water of the Sea of Misery is not clear enough. Jean Heavenly the Arch stepped on the water and continued forward. He caught a big fish, tossed it into the air a few times, and quickly dropped it. The big fish was terrified. It dove into the water and fled thousands of miles away, only to discover that there was an extra strand of pure vitality in its body. He stepped on a turtle and wandered for 10,000 miles. Then, he switched to a giant whale and continued onward. There was an island ahead. Jean Tiandi disappeared in a flash, walking on the huge island without anyone noticing. Beginner, Jean Tiandi had a smile on his face. It was a familiar feeling, a familiar martial Dao. Unfortunately, it was no longer as pure as it was in the past. After wandering around for a while, he found some food in his hands. He sighed, I have no money, so I took it without asking. When you have time, you can return it to me. All right. Lao Wang responded and didn't say anything else. The heavenly battled arch was about to perish. Since that was the case, some food was enough to satisfy him. Everyone has the desire for good food. It's wrong to mock a cat. Jean continued walking. He changed to another continent, and after another round, he had more toys in his hands. It's wrong to have too much fun and distract oneself from one's ambition. Jean blamed himself and quickly laughed, I'm already dead, who cares if he's right or wrong? He held a rattle drum in his hand and shook it. The sound of the drum was endless. Eating delicious food and playing with children's toys, Jean was very satisfied. It's a pity that second cat can't eat and play with me. But, if I help it eat and play, it will be very happy. Walking, laughing, eating, and playing, how many years has it been? How could he be so unbridled? How could he not care about anything? The world, great Tao, empire, what was that? I will fight to the death. He was already dead, so there was no need to think too much about it. Your Tao is two false and one true. At this moment, Jean suddenly spoke to old Wang. With a smile still on his face, he said as he walked, the Tao of qi and blood is real, and the other two are fake. The Tao of qi and blood leads directly to the origin. This is the true Tao, and the gate of void has already been opened. This time I will help you reach the gate of void. Lao Wang did not say anything. Reaching the gate of void was equivalent to breaking 8. The first door had been opened, and that was the true breaking 8. Walk the Tao of qi and blood first. The other two Taos will be seen in the future. Jean ate his buns until his mouth was full of oil. He smiled and said, don't always think that the ultimate Tao is not good. Who says that the ultimate Tao is not good? I am walking the ultimate Tao, isn't it good? If we really fight one-on-one, the God Emperor might not be as powerful as me. So what if I don't become an emperor? I will have more freedom if I don't become an emperor. I will start with the ultimate Tao of qi and blood first, then slowly cultivate. It will not be too late to walk after I have found the true Tao. Of course, I might not have the origin Tao in the future, but the power of the ultimate Tao is enough. You are not my reincarnation, and I do not need to reincarnate. Your existence is not to make us more complete, and we do not need it. Other than that fool who always thinks that the ultimate Tao is too weak, no one else says that it is weak. The ultimate Tao is actually better. They let you walk one Tao, but that was to trick you into becoming an emperor. Jean Tiandi was like a neighbor's boy, walking and stopping. He was curious about everything and found everything interesting. He laughed and said, 3 Taos combined, the Tao of balance. Could this be the doing of my master Dong Huang? You are right, and you are wrong. Walk your own Tao. Why do you need to care about what others think? The second Tao is fake. If you walk this Tao, you will fall into a trap. The Tao of qi and blood is real, and it is not easy to be tricked. Listen to me, walk this Tao. Lao Wang said slowly, you said that I will walk my own Tao. That's true, it's up to you. Jean Tiandi smiled and said, you and that fool, one of your Tao is real, and the other two are fake. Do as you see fit. Then, he said, the source of origin, enter quietly. Don't make too much noise lest you are discovered. There is also a seed projection at the source of origin, but no one has discovered it. Furthermore, the source of origin is dangerous and cannot be touched easily. Thus, no one has found the seed. However, walk along your Tao of qi and blood. There should be some differences, and you might be able to find some true blood. Lao Wang thought of the day when he broke through the source of origin and a drop of true blood fell. His eyes flickered. I have been to the source of origin and found a drop of true blood. Haha, impressive, right? I left it behind. Jean Tiandi seemed to be very happy. That place might be a part of the seed projection. Back then, I went to look for it, but I did not manage to take that drop of true blood. You can continue to look for it nearby. At that time, I was in a hurry to leave and did not search too carefully. After breaking through the source of origin, how do I improve? Lao Wang still asked. After breaking through the source of origin, how do I improve? If you break through the source of origin, there will be more opportunities to improve. Jean Tiandi laughed and said, there are many opportunities in the source of origin. First, you can try to look for the power of true blood that I mentioned. Second, after entering the source of origin, some of the shackles in your body will be unlocked, and you will no longer be affected by the length of the Tao. Third, the source of origin is where the celestial arch created the source, and it is also where the first source star appeared. The land of destruction has some source star fragments left behind by the celestial arch. This essence star could not be considered as something he had created. Rather, it had always existed. You can go and look for these star fragments and integrate them into your source world. It will make you stronger. Lao Wang understood and said, I heard from Fang Ping that he found some abnormalities in the source of origin. There is a source star in the source of origin, and there are thousands of passageways. It seems to be connected to all the vitality path martial artists in the three realms. What is this? There's this? Zhang Tiandi did not care how Fang Ping entered it. He started to eat his roasted chicken. As he ate, he said vaguely, let me think. The vitality path that connects the three realms source martial artists. Zhang Tiandi walked around, looking distracted. Soon, they arrived at the catacombs. In the catacombs, everyone was in a state of panic. Blood rain was pouring down. Zhang Tiandi was a little disgusted. He pushed away the blood rain and said slowly, maybe they are trying to replace it with something else. Replace it with something else? Lao Wang was stunned. He quickly said, Fang Ping and the rest are guessing that someone is trying to control those vitality path martial artists. They are thinking too much. Zhang Tiandi laughed. They are so weak, who cares? Do they really want to harvest you? The emperor can't even wait to become stronger. How would he have the time to harvest you? They are probably trying to replace it with something else. There might be more than one of them. Vitality, spiritual consciousness, life force, energy, Zhang Tiandi chuckled. It should be the emperor's doing. He gathered all the powerhouses in the three realms and gathered them into one person to replace their Tao and suppress the source. Zhang Tiandi explained, for example, the emperor. His vitality path is extremely powerful. He mainly relies on his vitality path to suppress the source. At this moment, if someone gathered all the vitality path of the three realms, the emperor could think of a way to replace that person with his vitality path and let that person help him suppress the source. This way, the emperor would be freed, and those people would become the emperor's replacement. This should be stealing a part of the control from the immortal source. Originally, the immortal source was meant to intercept 10,000 Daos and suppress the source. In the past, I did not agree to it because it was against the heavens. Intercepting 10,000 Daos to suppress the source, the martial artists who had their Daos intercepted would probably die. Lao Wang's voice changed slightly. You are saying that the immortal source and this 10,000 Daos assembly point have the same purpose, which is to let the emperor escape? Something like that. Zhang Tiandi was knowledgeable. He smiled. But there is something different. The immortal source is something that all the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors know about. I do not know what you are talking about, which means that someone is planning. This in secret, the immortal source suppresses the source is to help the 9 sovereigns celestial emperor escape. As for the one you mentioned, it should have been prepared by someone in order to escape. The 10,000 Daos assembly point should be prepared by the human sovereign, north, south, east, earth, and God. As for which one, I do not know. If there is a gathering point, it might be prepared by the West Sovereign, East Sovereign, and God Sovereign. As for the 10,000 Daos of life, it might be prepared by the Beast Sovereign, North Sovereign, East Sovereign, and God Sovereign. Lao Wang was surprised. You are saying that some of the emperors are good at different things? Of course, the emperors are omnipotent. Do you think I am joking? Zhang Tiandi grinned. Among them, the God Sovereign and East Sovereign are the most omnipotent. I do not know what they are good at. The human sovereign and Earth Sovereign are almost omnipotent as well. Do not underestimate them. Lao Wang understood and asked in a hurry, what about the Heaven Reverse Emperor? Him? Zhang Tiandi exclaimed. After a while, he shook his head. I do not know. He is good at many Daos, even better than the God Sovereign and the others. He is good at energy too. But, the Heaven Reverse Emperor is scheming. It is hard to predict. Do, Tian, Qiong, Yang, and how are the 5 most ancient beginner martial artists? The situation between the 5 is complicated. Apart from the 5 of them, no one else knows about their history. The others will have to wait. Lao Wang asked again, all 5 are bad guys? Good guys? Bad guys? Zhang Tiandi sighed. I do not know. Do you think the Heaven Reverse Emperor is a good guy? He created the Tao of Origin, which is why the 3 realms flourished. He is also one of the founders of beginner martial artists. Without him, the 3 realms might not even have Daos. Is he a bad guy? At the beginning of martial arts, he made great contributions. He preached to the world and made the human race the dominator of the three realms. He saved the human race from the ancient beasts. Is he a bad guy? I do not know. From the beginning, he wanted to suppress the chaos in the origin source. But he was the one who succeeded and the one who failed. Tell me, how can we judge him? Xianxia smiled. The others are about the same. They created beginner martial artists, expanded origin source, and laid the foundation of martial arts in the three realms. Their contributions cannot go unnoticed. Martial cultivators and Tao cultivators have to remember their debts. You have to understand that there was no Tao. Every Tao that was created had to risk one's life. Creating something out of nothing is the hardest, therefore, the merits and demerits of the few of them cannot be judged by the later generations. As the saying went, the future generations would judge them, but it was hard to judge Xianxia's future generations. Lao Wang felt complicated. After a long while, he said softly, "At least, they are bad guys now." "That's your problem, not mine." Xianxia smiled. "They are already dead. Let me have some peace. Don't let me think about these things." The next moment, the catacombs passageway trembled slightly. Xianxia had entered the human world. The moment he entered, he was amazed. The old land has become like this. This house is so tall. This carriage, where are the horses? They are not burning energy. This idea is not bad. Xianxia pointed and commented. At this moment, the entire human world was still in a daze. They were still looking at the blood rain in the sky, dyeing the earth red. Xianxia did not care about this. He took a few steps and stopped a few times. On the big screen, the higher-ups were comforting him. Xianxia glanced at them and did not pay much attention. He continued to walk and ate some food. He smiled. "I'm addicted. Luckily, I'm dead. If I'm still alive, I would be ashamed to be associated with them." Lao Wang ignored him. After sensing for a while, his expression changed. "Something seems to have happened." "It's nothing. The seeds have dispersed. The human world is going to become a holy land for cultivation." "Not really. That was the case in the past. Back then, we were cultivating in the human world. Compared to the past, there is not much difference. We can only say that we have returned to the state of the past." Xianxia could also feel the density of life around him. It was getting denser and denser. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. He smiled. The seeds are really in the human world. He is also a nostalgic fellow. After so many years, he still hasn't left. I wonder if he is as lazy as that cat. He can't be bothered to leave after falling asleep. You realized? Lao Wang was shocked. If you swallow the seeds, can you live? Can I? Xianxia was unsure. He quickly smiled. I won't swallow them. The seeds are the source of the three realms. They are the source of power and life. Swallowing the seeds might not be a good thing. If I really swallow them, there might not be any more lives to be born in the future. Seeds, as the name suggests, not only are they the beginning of martial arts, they are also the beginning of life. If you really swallow the seeds, life will still exist now. When all these people die, you will be the only one left in the three realms. Won't you feel lonely? I'm really lonely. Xianxia sighed. Staying there for 80,000 years, it is too lonely. Immortality might not be a good thing. I have lived for a long time. Xianxia smiled brightly. I can only sense these things when I am between life and death. Don't worry, even if the emperors are not gone, it will be difficult for them to sense the seeds. My state is special, so I can sense some clues. If you let those people be in my state, they will not be willing to. Lao Wang heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the experts would sense it now. Then, a battle would be inevitable. Xianxia continued walking for a while. Suddenly, a shadow floated away from Lao Wang's body. Go do what you need to do. I will continue walking. I will disperse soon. I have helped you consolidate your origin Tao. The false Tao is still there, but I have isolated the true blood Qi Dao. You can walk however you want. There is no need for us to walk together. He had dispersed the 3 paths that Dong Huang had formed. Lao Wang did not say anything. At this moment, he sensed that his physical body was much stronger. His bones were the same. His Dao was even more flat, 300,000 meters. That was breaking through 8. As for him, his blood Qi Dao was no longer as mysterious as before. At this moment, his blood Qi Dao was flat and he could see the gate of void. The opened gate of void. After the gate of void, there was another path. Lao Wang had been there before. He knew what it was. It was connected to the origin. Zhang Tiandi had given him a lot. Lao Wang bowed slightly. Looking at the illusory Zhang Tiandi, he said in a low voice, "Thank you, senior." "You are welcome," Zhang Tiandi smiled. "Walk your own Dao. I have helped you clear some obstacles. It might be harder to walk in the future." Jinyang understands. Wang Jinyang bowed again. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Is there a problem with Fang Ping's Dao?" "Him?" Zhang Tiandi smiled. "It is hard to say. It is hard to explain. Walking around blindly is also a Dao. There is no Dao in the 3 realms. As more people walk, there will naturally be a Dao. However, his origin is still in the origin universe. Maybe he is like the celestial emperor in the past. If he wants to get rid of it, he will have to take away his origin or destroy his own origin to take away his power. However, tell him that it is very dangerous. He might injure his origin and bury himself in it. Let him do as he sees fit. If he can't do it, he can kill an emperor to fill in the gap." Lao Wang was stunned. Zhang Tiandi smiled. "He is a demon, but I am not. Demons have their own ways. I can't use them, but he can. If he doesn't want to be affected by the origin, it is best to leave the origin. However, if the gap is too big, it will be troublesome. Kill an emperor and fill in the hole. This will not be considered a disaster." Lao Wang was stunned. Zhang Tiandi encouraged Fang Ping to kill an emperor to fill in the hole? Then the flaw of the source, Zhang Tiandi said nonchalantly, "We will see. If you can't fill in the hole in the end, that is your problem. I am only talking about his problem. His problem, the method I mentioned will work. As for the problem of the source, even the 9 Emperor Celestial Emperor has not solved it. You want me, a dead person, to solve it?" As he said that, Zhang Tiandi smiled. "There is one more thing. I should not say, but I still have to say it. Please say it." "Humans," Zhang Tiandi hesitated for a while and sighed. "Tell them that humans are the ones who fill in the hole. Because there are too many people who stole the power from the source, even if some of them returned, it is still not enough. Even if the 9 emperors, 4 emperors, and that ancient Shuwu returned, it might not be enough. The power comes from the seed. Therefore, the energy of the 3 realms is still balanced." "But," Zhang Tiandi said slowly, "but, in the human world, the seed has been leaking energy. The energy of the human world is cut off so that the seed can give more energy. This way, the 3 realms will have more energy. Do you understand what I mean?" Lao Wang's eyes moved. Understood. Of course he understood. There was a certain amount of energy in the 3 realms. However, the hole in the origin had expanded over the years. Even if all the original energy was returned, it might not be enough to fill in the hole. Therefore, the energy of the human world was cut off. As for the seed, it was like a perpetual motion machine. At this moment, it created more energy and gave some new energy to the martial artists in the human world. The martial artists in the human world were this extra energy. As such, in the end, it might still be up to the human race to fill in all the flaws of the whole. Initially, I wanted to tell these to Fang Ping. However, since you are here, and I don't like to interact with him, I will tell you. You can pass the message." Zhang Tiandi laughed. "The more human martial artists there are, the stronger they are, the more energy the seed will give. This way, there might be some leftover energy that can be exchanged for a few emperors. This way, the emperors won't have to fill in the hole. This is also a multifaceted plan. If we can't find the seed, then the humans will be the replacements. If we find the seed, the humans might be the loophole used to attract the seed. No matter what, the emperors will not lose out if the humans are strong. Lao Wang said in a low voice, but now that Earth and the catacombs are connected, there is actually energy from the catacombs, don't worry about it. Zhang Tiandi said nonchalantly, the lives of the humans are actually given by the seed. Vitality is also the power of the seed. From the moment you are born, this power is given by the seed. The more humans there are, the more energy the seed will give. As for the lives in the land realm, Zhang Tiandi thought for a while and sighed. It is somewhat like artificial life. Most of it is a combination of energy, not vitality. Vitality, life, this is the power of the seed. You said that the passage between the land realm and the human world was opened. Perhaps someone thought that perhaps the seed could affect the land realm and give life to the land realm, giving more vitality. However, I'm afraid it has failed. The seed might really be in a deep sleep. That's why only the overflowing energy in the human world did not spread to the land realm. Artificial life. Lao Wang was stunned again. So that was the case, the humans in the catacombs were equivalent to artificial life. They were not like the humans who were born from the seed's life force. Go, I want to walk on my own. Zhang Tiandi smiled and waved his hand, chasing Lao Wang away. Alone, like a ghost, he wandered on earth. He walked, stopped, and looked around. Some sighed. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Some nostalgia. He could not bear to leave this homeland, and the three realms. Some joy. At least there was a place that was not invaded by war. The country was prosperous and the people were at peace. The elderly had support and the young were taken care of. No matter how much the old land changed, there was still some beauty left. As he walked, he came to a place. It was a desolate land, a land without any signs of human habitation. A mountain stood alone on the wasteland. On the mountain, there was a dilapidated building embedded in the mountain. Ordinary people could not see it at all. Zhang Tiandi floated up and entered the belly of the mountain. After a round of cleaning, a small house that wasn't too tall reappeared in the belly of the mountain. I'm back. I'm not leaving anymore. In the belly of the mountain, in the small house, a book appeared on the stone chair. The pages of the book were flipping, and the stone chair was swaying. However, there was no one on the chair. Vaguely, a young man was sitting on the chair, swaying, flipping the book, and looking at the sky. It was as if he was saying, "These days are good." Jean left. The rain of blood continued. This time, no one knew who it was crying for. P.S. On the last day of the month, vote if you have the monthly votes. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Zhang Tiandi came to an end. The three extreme emperors came to an end. After thinking of many sad endings, he finally chose to write it this way. Plain and simple, leisurely. This was John. He was looking forward to an ordinary life. Rumble, the human world was transforming. The moment Fang Ping entered the human world, the seed flew away on its own, merging into the earth and disappearing without a trace. It was not that Fang Ping did not want to keep it, but he could not. However, as the person who collected the seed, it was not without benefits. When the seed flew away, there was still a lot of power that was gifted to Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping was not in the mood to care about this at the moment. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the collapsed passageway behind him, his expression cold. Dead, even if he knew that Heavenly Emperor Zhan was only a projection, after Heavenly Emperor Zhan shot an arrow, there was no way out. Old Wang still did not know what was going on. Second cat and third cat had also completely dissipated. The cat was also heavily injured, extremely dispirited at the moment. Fang Ping seemed to have never seen the cat so dispirited. Emperors. These two words, spat out from Fang Ping's mouth, with endless resentment, ledger keeper of lives, no matter how great the emperors were in the past, how much they had contributed to martial arts, the emperors now had changed. As Dong Huang said, in the beginning, the emperor still hoped to make up for the flaws of the origin. However, as time went by, the emperor's goal had changed. It was no longer just to make up for the flaws, one after another, the emperors laid out and designed for themselves, no longer for the Tao of origin, for the people of the world. From some known clues, the emperors in the past were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They selflessly shared the Tao, created combat techniques, preached to the three realms, banished the ancient demon clan, saved the people. When they first started practicing martial arts, it was to save the human race, to make the human race better. They made the human race the masters of the three realms, they chased away the strong enemies, strengthened the human race, and let the human race begin the advancement of civilization, developing their own potential. They worked hard and made great contributions. Originally, they could stand on the throne and be respected by the human race for thousands of years. Zhang Tao, Fang Ping, how could their contributions be greater than these people? They continued the civilization. They brought the spark of civilization. However, as time passed, people's hearts were fickle. Even the emperors had changed in this day and age. They were no longer the heroes of the human race, but sinners. Fang Ping felt complicated. On the side, Heavenly King Suppressing's body had already fused as one, as if nothing had happened. As for the others, especially those near the passage, because of the disappearance of the seed, the weak were all transforming. The rich life force had strengthened the bodies of these people. Strands of red matter, those were strands of true blood that flowed out, beneficial even to heavenly kings. However, Fang Ping did not care about any of this. At this moment, his fleshly body was transforming. The seed had disappeared, and he had absorbed quite a bit of true blood power. At this moment, his fleshly body was completely jade-like. However, Fang Ping was not in a good mood. This time, he had gained a lot. During the trip to the mystic realm, his physical body had not reached the heavenly king level. Now, it had broken through to the 8th level, and was at the stage of breaking through to the 2nd level. Within a few days, Fang Ping's gains were astonishing. He had even killed the Tao tree and a few of the sovereign's avatars, but Fang Ping was not too happy about it. The 3 emperors were definitely dead. The 8 sovereigns and the emperor each had their own plans. No matter how he thought about it, none of them seemed to be good people. The heaven-human world wall was supposed to shatter after 3 months. Fang Ping was not sure how long it could last now. The day the boundary wall broke was also the day the monarchs would descend once again. The human race was still in a precarious position. Heh! Fang Ping let out a cold laugh. Beside him, Heavenly King Zhenwang saw that his eyes were cold, his hair was still blood-red, and his murderous aura was still shocking. He coughed dryly and said, "Brat, we've reached Earth. Restrain yourself. If someone sees you like this, they'll think that you've gone to dye your hair." Fang Ping's expression was unpleasant. He glanced at him. The old man was joking around. He was up to no good. "Your master didn't come?" Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King was depressed. This tone was not friendly. "How would I know?" Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King was also depressed and said speechlessly, "Kid, don't vent your anger on me, I still have fire." He was about to reach Tao validation. He'd secretly broken through 2 of the 3 gates, and he only lacked the last one before he could completely break through 3 gates and enter the Genesis to attain the Emperor realm. The great Tao was no longer shackled, and from then on, birds could fly freely in the sky. In the end, Heaven battling Heaven Thearch's arrow had caused Xianxia to explode. It was obvious that Heaven battling Heaven the Arch had done it on purpose. With this, the matter of becoming a martial emperor was considered a failure. However, it was fine. He could be considered to have stepped into extreme Tao. With 2 gates broken, he could continue to move forward. If he really became an emperor, all 3 paths would enter the Genesis. The current him might also be pulled to the Genesis to mend the hole. It was not considered a bad thing. Speaking of which, he might be the strongest powerhouse in the 3 realms now. At this moment, not only was the human world shaking, but the catacombs and the sea of misery were also shaking. Fang Ping and the others were not surprised. Broken gates, yes, King Qian and the others had broken through 8 gates previously, but they did not break through the gates. Now that they were out, of course, they began to break through the gates for real. This time, the powerhouses of the 3 realms had gained a lot. There were a lot more who broke through 8 gates. Those who broke through 8 gates previously also gained a lot this time. Some people broke through 2 gates, and some were starting to approach 3 gates. Whether or not someone broke through 3 gates, it was still not too sure. Fang Ping did not care about this. He glanced at the still sad cat lying by his feet. Fang Ping squatted down and stroked the big cat's head, comforting it, "Don't be sad anymore. Second cat and third cat must have gone to eat something good. They deliberately did not bring you along because they want to eat alone." The cat tilted its head and looked at him, a little angry. After a while, it said dejectedly, "Liar. No way. I'm not a stupid cat. I know second cat and third cat are going to die. But they died so pitifully." The cat was not a fool either. It was already mentally prepared. But at the last moment, it still could not stop its sadness. Third cat melted into the blood arrow, clearing the way for the spirit emperor. In the end, the apparition was crushed by the Emperor of Heaven reverse. Second cat turned into a long arrow, shot at the God Emperor, and was smashed by the God Emperor. In the end, these 2 cats went with their masters, leaving no trace. It seemed like the 3 realms never had second cat and third cat. The cat was sad and angry. They killed second cat and third cat. It did not hate the emperors. In fact, it liked them a little. When it was in the heavenly realm, it often messed around. The emperors did not do anything to it. Therefore, in its mouth, they were all Renhuang old men, earthly sovereign old men, but this time, they killed second cat and third cat. The cat was angry. Fang Ping knew that this cat was actually very smart. He patted its head again and comforted it. "Just take revenge. Go back and kill them. Second cat and third cat asked you to help them eat more delicious food. You should eat more in the future. In the past, you used to eat 1 portion. Now, you have to eat 3 portions. That way, they will be happy." "Yes, yes." The cat nodded its big head, recovering from the sadness with difficulty. Fang Ping smiled and looked at the powerhouses sitting cross-legged on the ground, including old Zhang. At this moment, he was also absorbing and digesting the vitality. Fang Ping did not look anymore. This was Star Town. This time, Star Town had gained a lot from this. As for the others, including the Tengu and the others, they had already left. When these people came out from the passageway, they were worried that the emperors would kill them. Therefore, they did not stay and left one after another. At this time, only the human powerhouses were here. But old Wang was not sure if he was alright. After Heavenly Battle Emperor shot that arrow, he left very quickly. Fang Ping also did not know where he went. Did he kill old Wang? But at that time, Fang Ping could not stay any longer. The roar was endless, the Tao was still trembling. This time, there was a problem with the origin. Until now, the Tao was still trembling. However, Fang Ping sensed it. Maybe it was also a good thing. Or rather, it was a good thing for powerhouses on the Tao of origin. At this moment, in the origin universe, the origin chi was boiling and the Tao was trembling. This was somewhat similar to the scene when the cat was attacked and killed, although Fang Ping had not experienced it. However, it was said that it was also during this period that King Kuan and the others obtained great benefits. It was easier to advance on the Tao. This time, it must be the same. If he seized the opportunity, he might reach the sky in a single bound. Even if this Tao was so fake. Old Zhang was cultivating, so Fang Ping did not disturb him. Glancing at the heavenly king who had been staring at him, Fang Ping felt a little depressed. He also looked at the heavenly king. The heavenly king continued to look at him. The 2 of them stared at each other for a long time. The more Fang Ping looked, the more annoyed he became. What are you trying to do by guarding the human realm for 8,000 years? If you want to do something, just say it. Aren't you tired of hiding and holding it in every day? It's been 8,000 years, aren't you afraid of depression? The heavenly king was speechless. He glanced at the people around him and coughed softly. Let's go. Let's talk somewhere else. Humph. Fang Ping snorted, picked up the big cat, and broke through the air. In the next moment, the 2 of them appeared in the arcane realm where the God Creation Envoy was. There was a rumble. The God Creation Envoy was cultivating inside, but the Heavenly King did not say anything. With a punch, he blasted the God Creation envoy out of the arcane realm. Regardless of the God Creation envoy's curses, he occupied the nest and directly sealed the door of the small world. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. This old fellow was becoming more and more unscrupulous. The God Creation envoy was also extremely unlucky. In the past, not only was he robbed of the treasure vault, he was also imprisoned by this fellow for many years. Now, he could fight whenever he wanted. It was really miserable. The Heavenly King did not care what Fang Ping thought. He sat down with a smile and said, "Cat, where is the life essence of the Tao tree that you collected? Come and make a cup of tea." Don't say, "I have never drunk the Emperor's life essence before." However, the cat laid its head on the ground and ignored him. "I won't give it to you, there wasn't much to begin with." "Who would give it to you?" The Heavenly King was a little helpless. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "Where's the Emperor's core?" Although it's a pseudo-emperor, it can be considered to have proven the Emperor realm. The Emperor's core is also a good thing. Take it out and make a cup of tea to drink. This? A small white ball appeared in Fang Ping's hand. This was something left behind after the Tao tree was killed. It was full of vitality. "This is it." The Heavenly King drooled. "Good stuff." The Tao tree had cultivated to breaking 9. Its strength, including the heart core and brain core, had merged into one. That was how it formed. There was also a beast emperor. In the past, when he was molting, he had revealed it and was almost robbed by the Emperor. "I want to rob that guy once, but unfortunately, I don't dare to." Fang Ping could not be bothered with him and put away the ball directly. Of course, he knew that this was a good thing. Even at this moment, it was still providing him with a large amount of life force to help him temper his body. Fang Ping could not be bothered with the Heavenly King. He said unhappily, "Don't change the topic. You're so strong. Your origin has broken through 9, and your beginner martial arts has broken through 8. You've been pretending to be at the peak of Earth. Aren't you embarrassed?" "I'm not pretending to be at the peak." The Heavenly King said unhappily, "I'm pretending to be Emperor level. Didn't you see me beating the Life King and the others like I was beating children? It's not really pretending. They don't have that strength. I'm too lazy to kill them. Haven't I never been defeated?" Needless to say, the Heavenly King really did not seem to have been defeated before. It was the same no matter who he fought, suppressing the other party slightly. In this way, everyone knew that his strength was profound, but it was difficult to judge how strong he was. The Heavenly King said again, "Besides, the catacombs are just pawns. Killing the catacombs' powerhouses is not very useful." Back then, the inspector's side was standing behind the catacombs. "What do you think?" Also, the Emperor is actually also standing on the catacombs side. Otherwise, do you think the Earth Emperor God dynasty would appear? In the human world, all parties are probing. Fang Ping frowned. Since the human world is so important, why didn't the Emperor come to supervise it personally? "I killed some people. If these people don't do it personally, how can it be so easy to plant a spy?" The Heavenly King said disapprovingly. He said, "They didn't want to fall out with me. Even at that time, I was still a Heavenly King who broke 7 in their eyes. Other than those who broke 8, who could suppress me?" "How many broke 8? They were all beginner martial artists. At that time, none of them had origin. They knew that they couldn't do anything to me. Naturally, there was nothing they could do unless they personally stepped in." Having said that, he continued, "Besides, it's not that I really didn't let them interfere at all. In some things, I still gave in a little. For example, in the battle with the catacombs, I only maintained the general balance and did not completely interfere. Including the Emperor's sword being buried in the human world. I knew about these things, but I didn't care about them." The Heavenly King looked at Fang Ping and said helplessly, "Kid, if you stand in my position, you might not do better than me. Kid, don't be rude to me just because you have some contributions. Without me, you wouldn't be here today, kid. You even overturned the world. Kid, how many things have you done? If I didn't back you up, you would have been killed long ago." Fang Ping frowned and said in a low voice, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let me ask you something. Does the Emperor have pawns on Earth?" "Of course they do." The Heavenly King said helplessly, of course they have to grasp the changes in the human world, including looking for seeds. Do you think they won't look for them? Of course they will. These years, the earth has been overturned by them dozens of times. Other than that, every time some good seedlings appear, they will actually be monitored. Fang Ping frowned. The Heavenly King said casually, it's very normal. Even if the seeds are asleep, they will still favor some geniuses. Geniuses actually represent the favor of the seeds. Otherwise, why would the Heavenly Emperor say that you are this generation's seed? It's because you improve rapidly. Fast improvement, good luck, strong strength, appearing in the human world, then these people may have a further connection with the seeds. Through you people, they may find the true body of the seeds. Before you, Zhang Tao and the others were being watched. Who? Fang Ping wanted to know who it was. Previously, he had also guessed that the emperor might have a clone in the human world. It might not be very strong, but it should be able to understand some of the things that happened in the upper echelons. The human world was their chessboard. On the chessboard, without their own pieces, how could they be at ease? Of course, there should not be too strong. The Heavenly King was not a good person either. The so-called killing of some people might be some powerhouses, or simply the powerful clones of the emperor. That's a lot, the Heavenly King laughed. Since 8,000 years ago, the emperor has been mixing sand into the human world. Back then, the people who came were not weak. There were many Heavenly Kings. Some guys even wanted to lead, but they were all killed by me. 6,000 years ago, the earthly Emperor God dynasty was established with the intention of testing the catacombs. Do you think the emperor didn't test the catacombs? They also wanted to see if the seeds, as the only God dynasty in the three realms, would favor the earthly Emperor God dynasty? As it turned out, they failed. After the earthly Emperor God dynasty was destroyed, only then did the emperor completely focus on the human world. The Heavenly King talked about a different past. 3,000 years ago, the earthly Emperor God dynasty was completely destroyed. Since then, the emperor focused their attention on the human world. Not long after that, the passage to the human world was completely sealed. The passage between the human world and the catacombs was completely sealed. It did not start 8,000 years ago, but after the North-South War, the passage was completely sealed. Fang Ping frowned. You mean, the emperor actually had something to do with the North-South War? Just to seal the human world? Part of it, but they only guided, not personally involved. The Heavenly King explained, the divine sect might have something to do with the emperor. Fang Ping frowned. King Kuan? That's right. The Heavenly King nodded. The divine sect has always wanted to intervene on Earth. Do you really think Hong Kuan has nothing better to do? He might know something, such as the seeds being in the human world. It's either his own intention or the emperor's incitement. Otherwise, with his heavy losses, there's no need for him to keep watching over here. All these years, he has sent many people to test us, but I killed them all. Otherwise, do you think there are only so few people in the 72 gods' envoys? Doesn't Hong Kuan know your strength? He sent those people to test you, didn't he understand that they would be killed? I know a little, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. Among the 72 gods' envoys, there are actually some who are not weak, including the 8 great protectors. Do you think they are all emperor level? There are also saint level existences. The Heavenly King chuckled. Ever since I killed one of the 8 great protectors, the saint level one, Hong Kuan did not send anyone else. I also let the Thunder King be his eyes. He knows that he can't do anything to me, so he did not send any more powerhouses. He just needs to get some general information. The Heavenly King laughed. He might know that the Thunder King was arranged by me, but everyone has a tacit understanding. I asked the Thunder King to pass some information to him. It's not fake in general. It's fine as long as he understands the information. Everyone mind their own business. Fang Ping nodded. No wonder the evil sect had not been successful. With a powerhouse like Hong Kuan in charge, they actually could not develop. Previously, he knew that the Heavenly King had suppressed them, but he did not expect that this old fellow had even killed a saint in secret. Fang Ping did not care too much about this. Hong Kuan, Hong Yu, and even the other broken 8 might be related to the emperor. Fang Ping was clear about this. Everyone might have killed the emperor together, everyone might have snatched the seeds together, however, these old fellows were all cunning. They might all have the support of the emperor. Even on Fang's side, creating a few disciples might be to test whether the 3 emperors were dead or not. This might not be Fang's intention. I don't care about what happened in the past, but what about now? Fang Ping's gaze was cold and stern. Who are the emperor's people now? Since we've already fallen out, then don't hold back. Kill those who deserve to be killed. In the past, the Heavenly King was wary of the emperor and was unwilling to fall out. Now, however, Fang Ping could not be bothered to care about anything. The Heavenly King sighed. Kid, it might not be a good thing if you really know nothing. The emperor doesn't know anything about Earth. If they feel like they're out of control, it'll actually be more troublesome. It's better to maintain the current situation and let the emperor grasp part of Earth's information. Let them feel that Earth is not out of control yet. Fang Ping frowned. They can't come out now, in your dreams. The Heavenly King rolled his eyes. Zhan has shot through the origin, so they have no choice but to go back and hold the fort. However, the Emperor's strength is different. Not to mention others, even if Do and Qiong are really restricted, they can still create another broken 9 clone. You make them feel like they're completely out of control. Do you really think it's that easy to resist 2 broken 9 clones? Fang Ping had killed many clones previously, but would the beginner martial artists always help Fang Ping? That might not be the case. Also, do you want to be in a constant battle? There's not even time to breathe? Stop for a while. Actually, there's nothing to hide. They'll know what they need to know. It's better to live in peace. They're waiting for the heaven-human world wall to open while we work hard to accumulate strength. Isn't this just right? Then I want to know who's on their side at least. Fang Ping knew that the Heavenly King made sense. Recently, he was indeed tired. He had been fighting all the time and he was tired too. It was better to conserve his energy. However, he was worried if he did not know who the Emperor's people were. There aren't many. I've killed those who should be killed. In the past, the one from the Yang family was considered one. Later, I made him delirious and sent him on his way. As soon as the Heavenly King said this, Fang Ping's gaze flickered. He was wondering why the Yang family's old ancestor would lose his mind and go to the bounded zone to court death. It turned out to be this old fellow's doing. There's one in the ancient Buddha sacred land too. I killed him secretly. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. The ancient Buddha sacred land had always heard that an ancient Buddha had died. It was the old ancestor of the fellow who later defected to the evil sect. He knew this too, but he did not expect it to be the Heavenly King who did it. The Heavenly King laughed. I was the one who created the 6 sacred lands. How can I not know who they planted their pawns? As for now, there are still a few on Earth who are their pawns. Whether they're clones or tempting them to defect, I don't really care. The Heavenly King said and continued, let's not talk about the few overseas. You're not too familiar with them. Domestically. The Heavenly King paused, but still said, in the Department of Investigation Services. The Department of Investigation Services was originally the Internal Affairs Department to protect Earth. Including the mission of searching for the seed, it's also done by the Department of Investigation Services. After the news of the seed of rebirth spread, Earth has been searching for it. With this identity, it's more convenient to do things. Nan Yunue? Fang Ping frowned. That's not it. Fang Ping frowned again. Zhong Qinghuan? There were only 2 rank 9s in the Department of Investigation Services. Of course, the current Nan Yunue had already proven her peak and was almost at Emperor level. This time, after Nan Yunue absorbed the seed's energy, she should be able to achieve Emperor level. Since it was not Nan Yunue who could control the news of searching for the seed, then it could only be the other one, Zhong Qinghuan, who was previously in charge of the national garrison. Before this, there were very few female rank 9s in Sino Nation. Fang Ping remembered. He heard that Xia Yifan, who was on old Zhang's side, had a close relationship with old Zhang. Xia Yifan was the one who told him about Hua Qidao previously. The other 2 were Nan Yunue and Zhong Qinghuan. Zhong Qinghuan had also advanced to peak a few days ago. There were many veteran rank 9s who had advanced to peak now. Fang Ping was not too familiar with this person, but his expression was still as ugly as before. The Heavenly King said slowly, "It's her." Actually, Zhang Tao also knows in his heart, otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for her to be with the Department of Investigation Services. Fang Ping exhaled. Just her alone? Not just her, there are a few more, but there were too many. Battles previously, they all died. Of course, the Emperor had arranged for more than one person, but the human race was in constant war. As a powerhouse, of course, he had to participate in the war. Even if it was arranged by the Emperor, he could not avoid it. Including Fang Ping's trip to the Qing battlefield, there were many powerhouses who died in battle. It was normal for some to die, but it would be abnormal if they did not die. That's good. Fang Ping thought about it. Zhong Qinghuan did not avoid the battle. According to the Heavenly King, the main mission was to search for the seed. If that was the case, Fang Ping did not want to say anything now. Whether to kill or to keep, now that the Heavenly King said that he could not cut off the Emperor's eyes and ears, Fang Ping did not want to do anything. Then let's not talk about this. What's the situation with the Sun God? Fang Ping was still more concerned about this person. The Heavenly King shrugged and said helplessly, "Don't ask me, I don't know either. In the past 30,000 years, Master hasn't appeared much. The most recent time was 8,000 years ago. He asked me to guard the human realm because this is the homeland of the martial Dao. He was afraid that the Emperor's war would destroy this place. At that time I didn't think too much. Since Master ordered me, then I'll guard for a few years." The Heavenly King looked at Fang Ping and said, "That's all. I'm not sure about the rest. Moreover, whether he's alive or dead, it's very hard to say. This time, Master did not appear, so he might not be alive. If he's really alive, he might even be in the human world, even secretly searching for the seed. Master is not an origin martial artist, but a beginner martial artist. He is not restricted by the origin, so he doesn't care if the origin is chaotic or not. His only goal should be the seed. If the Sun God had a goal, then the goal was most likely the seed. As for the rest, the Sun God might not care too much." The Heavenly King said again, "Asking me to guard the human world might be because he wants me to maintain peace in the human world and not disturb him in tracking the seed. This is also what I've been thinking about all these years. Otherwise, the human world is in chaos, it might disturb him." This explanation made sense. Without the Heavenly King, Earth would not be as peaceful as it was now. Powerhouses from all sides would enter Earth and even cultivate their own forces. Earth might become the center of chaos. With the Heavenly King, there would be peace on Earth. If that was the case, the Sun God might really be on Earth, searching for the seed. "What's your purpose, then?" Fang Ping's eyes were burning. The Heavenly King rolled his eyes. "It's fine if I'm a little stronger. I'll walk my own path, it's that simple. Don't guard against me like I'm a thief. If I really had any designs on you, I would have killed you long ago. I wouldn't have let you live until now. Also, do you think that the human world is powerful because of you? Nonsense, it's my fault. Including that kid Zhang Tao. If I hadn't given him a lot of opportunities, would he have been able to make it to where he is now? Li Zhen, that idiot, the martial arts combat techniques and ancient books that he stole from Star Town were all left there for him to steal. Otherwise, even if he could steal, could he steal those origin combat techniques? What are you thinking?" The Heavenly King scolded. "Also, I've long discovered your problem, kid. I'm just too lazy to do anything to you. Otherwise, do you think you can stand here and talk to me?" The Heavenly King said exasperatedly, "I suspected that you might be related to Master, so I didn't bother with you. I thought that I might be able to lure Master out, but now, it's hard to say." Fang Ping looked at him and said in a low voice, "I'm related to the Sun God?" "Sun City." The Heavenly King said casually, "Maybe you're related. Logically, after Wang Jinyang came out of Sun City, you shouldn't have come out of Sun City. You have to know, geniuses actually mean that the seeds give more vitality. Wang Jinyang is slightly older than you, and not by much, only 1 year. This means that when he was born, he actually depleted some of Sun City's resources. Then when you were born, you shouldn't have strong talents. Don't think that I'm joking. This is the truth. For example, after Zhang Tao's hometown was born, almost no geniuses came out of it. Similarly, in other places, martial artists of similar age, after a rank 9 came out, it's almost impossible for a second rank 9 to come out. Sun City produced Yu and Wang Jinyang one after another. Not to mention whether Wang Jinyang reincarnated or not, what he reincarnated was only the origin imprint. That means that Sun City may have a stronger vitality, or, it's simply where the seeds are. The Heavenly King rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, "Anyway, there's something wrong with Sun City. You can go check it out yourself, kid. Either the seeds are in Sun City, or my master stayed there for a period of time. There should be only these two possibilities. Of course, there's another possibility." The Heavenly King looked at Fang Ping and said playfully, "That is, there's something wrong with you, kid. You might not be born with strong talent, but it's acquired." Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said, "So what if I am?" At this point, he could not be bothered to hide it. Then the situation is hard to say. The Heavenly King was helpless. If he was born with strong talent, his speculation would be correct. However, if it was acquired, who knew what the situation would be like? Fang Ping did not ask any more. The Heavenly King meant that he had no ill intentions. Fang Ping had reservations, whether he had or not, at least not now. Moreover, this old man was the pillar of humanity. Fang Ping could not be bothered to ask any more. If he asked again, what was the use of falling out? Alright, then let's not talk about this. The heaven-human realm wall is broken. If you can fight for humanity, then I don't care what your purpose is. The rest is up to you. Fang Ping walked out with the cat directly. Outside the mystic realm, the God creation envoy was still angry. When he saw Fang Ping, his face was not his face, and his nose was not his nose. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. This old guy can't beat the Heavenly King, but he can beat me? I wasn't the one who robbed you back then. I just picked up a divine weapon. End of chapter 1384. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.